At 9:25 in the Imperial Time, Tang Ranran's eagle-like vision caught the small black dot in the sky. As the small black dot approached this direction, it turned out to be a small starship. As it got closer, the symbol of Su Pingruei star on the outer wall of the starship could be clearly seen. As the starship got closer, Tang Ranran spread her mental power and greeted with a mental power fluctuation that even low-level people could feel, which was equivalent to shouting here. Then she also turned on the signal light to indicate that she was here. When fighting, even if you are sure of it, you still have to stay away from the crowd to avoid any unexpected situation. After confirming the arrival time of the starship, Tang Ranran consciously drove the transport vehicle to an uninhabited wasteland 3 or 4 kilometers away from the city. As soon as the mental power shouted and the signal light was turned on, Wang Zhe on the starship noticed the movement and immediately turned around and headed towards Tang Ranran location. The small starship, which is the size of a large passenger plane, does not need a dedicated parking lot. It can land safely as long as the terrain is flat. The wasteland in the area chosen by Tang Ranran has few small bushes, which is very suitable for parking. Soon, the starship began to land and prepared to park on this wasteland. At this time, about 100 meters away from the landing site of the starship, Tang Ranran stood behind the transport vehicle, leaning against the door in a somewhat lazy posture, looking directly at the direction of the starship, while Lu Xiao and Yin Ming, Yin Jinghao, and Yin Yijuan were supported by Lu Xiao to form a large spiritual power invisible barrier, hiding in the dark without showing their faces. Just after the starship landed completely, Tang Ranran felt a subtle power fluctuation, which seemed to be there and not there, as if he was shrouded by something invisible. It was very similar to the barrier of a high-level cultivator, although it was just an intuitive feeling. Tang Ranran estimated that Lu Xiao had taken action, but it seems that there is no change. Tang Ranran, who had not formulated any battle plan at all, responded improvisationally and waited for the next part. She didn't have to wait for long. The change came. A strong SSS-level mental power fluctuation burst out from the starship. And then, there was no more. It was as if the pause button was pressed, and the sudden burst of SSS-level mental power fluctuation was stopped. Tang Ranran was shocked. No way. Pause? Stillness of the time system? It seems that I am lucky. It should be the gangster himself. LV Xiao showed his figure and walked slowly towards the starship while speaking. It was a standard Qiankuan great shift. He only took a step and arrived in front of the starship. He took another step and disappeared. It was obvious that he entered the starship. The invisibility barrier disappeared, and Yin Yijuan and the other two also appeared. Is he a time power? Tang Ranran asked the three curiously. Yin Yijuan and Yin Jinghao were also curious and surprised. They both looked at Yin Ming. Yin Ming looked confused. Why are you looking at me? I don't know either. Yin Yijuan cursed speechlessly. Aren't you from the same department? How come you don't know anything? Special abilities are kept secret by everyone. Who would shout and tell others? Yin Ning seemed a little aggrieved, not getting any information out of her. Tang Ranran simply asked, Are we going to help? She was a little curious about the situation inside the starship. He didn't call anyone, so he should be able to handle it himself. Yin Yijuan said, Yes. If we go, we might just cause trouble. Yin Jinghao agreed. That's right. Looking in the direction of the starship, Tang Ranran chose to wait. About a minute later, a figure appeared out of thin air, drew an arc in the air, and then landed face down. It was obviously thrown out by someone. Then came the second and third. 3 people were thrown out of the starship by Lu Xiao. Obviously, they were fixed by special powers. The 3 people fell to the ground and did not move. Lu Xiao then appeared, holding one person's arm like a dead dog with one hand, and holding a water solution with the other hand. He drank a sip, took a step, and then came to Tang Ranran and others. Yen Ming, go pick up those 3. With a flick of his hand, the person he was holding fell to the ground. Lu Xiao tilted his head, looked at the 3 people behind him, and gestured to Yen Ming. Yes. Yen Ming picked up the 3 people very efficiently. After drinking the water solution in his hand, Lu Xiao pointed at the person he dragged back and said slowly, This is the SSS level original body, and the other 3 are controlled subordinates. Tang Ranran identified them one by one. The list of accompanying personnel given by Kong Chen had names and photos, so she could recognize that the original body was called Huang Yong, an inconspicuous sea-level mecha soldier, an ordinary mecha guard without faction. As expected, the other three controlled subordinates, Fan Ling and Ming Tao, were among them. The remaining one was Luo Disheng, Class B, who was Kong Qin's younger brother, and one of the 10 people selected by Kong Qin to take the marrow cleansing potion. 4. One original body controls 3 people? Then are there any more on the planet Su Pingroi? After looking at it, Tang Ranran asked hurriedly. There should be no more. But for the sake of safety, I still have to trouble Senior Yen to check it again. LV Xiao looked at Yenny Juan and said. Then he added, by the way, this guy should not be a human. If I guess correctly, he should be a remnant of the Deep Blue Star Abyss Sea Spirit clan. As Lu Xiao spoke, he felt a faint sense of joy as if he had won a big prize and made a fortune. Abyss Sea Spirit clan. Yenny Juan was startled and immediately used his supernatural power. Swishing, mirrors and square mirror cages surrounded Huang Yong in the middle. On the mirror surface, an image appeared, which suddenly blurred a little. But it was certain that it was not a human, but a group of blue creatures with many tentacles. Is it really the Sea Spirit clan? Or is it SSS level? Yin Jinghao couldn't help but exclaimed, surprised and happy, and finally looked at the 3 people who were controlled with some expectation. But the expectation was fleeting, and it quickly turned into regret and pity. Subordinate relationship. Is it an immature minor? Oh, what a pity. What are the Sea Spirit clan? Tang Ranran, who didn't have much knowledge and fell into a blind spot, asked when she didn't understand. Lu Xiao patiently and gently explained. About 2,000 years ago, when our empire's army was exploring the Free Alliance's attempt to expand the empire's territory, they encountered many alien races. The Deep Sea Star Abyss Sea Spirits live in the abyss of the deep sea. They are a parasitic alien race with both gas and liquid forms. How to say it? Apart from the host, their bodies are very much like pure spiritual bodies. The racial spiritual power talent is very strong, and the average spiritual power level has reached Class A. Adult sea spirits can attack and parasitize creatures with the same or lower spiritual power level as themselves, and can also control creatures with lower spiritual power levels than themselves through reproduction. These 3 people, to be precise, were laid eggs by the sea spirit alien and became hosts. The sea spirits in the egg stage will feed on the host's spiritual power, absorb nutrients, gradually hatch, and grow. Before the sea spirit babies reach adulthood, their hosts will be controlled by the mother. While Lu Xiao was explaining to Tang Ranran, Yenny Juan not only completed the alien verification, but also conducted soul tracking. After the soul fire tracking search, no other discoveries were made. Despite this, Yenny Juan still frowned and explained to Tang Ranran with a hint of concern. My tracking can only track down the offspring of this sea spirit, its egg stage and larval stage, and I can't track down its adult offspring. For the sea spirits, adult sea spirits are independent individuals and have no connection with their mothers. Wait, self-reproduction? Hermaphroditism? Tang Ranran confirmed with him. Yes, as long as the adult sea spirits have enough mental power and a suitable host, they can reproduce. It can also be said to be an alternative means of mental control. After learning more about the alien race, Tang Ranran had a headache. Why was he targeted by the alien race? In other words, you are not sure whether there are other sea spirits lurking on the planet? Tang Ranran was secretly worried. The marrow cleansing potion is a potion for cultivators. It may not be effective for monsters and other races. Could it be that they don't want the Empire's humans to become stronger and come to assassinate Tang Xian? Yes, it should be due to the distance. This adult sea spirit and the underage offspring under his control must travel together. So they are all here. According to the current understanding, the sea spirits are a typical race that sows a lot but produces few results. Their young grow slowly and have difficulty reaching adulthood. They cannot reach adulthood in less than 100 years. Theoretically, it is unlikely that there are other adult sea spirits on the planet Su Pingroi, but the possibility that there is an adult acting with it cannot be ruled out. Yenny Juan explained in detail, and after speaking, he glanced at Lu Xiao, also hinting, Deputy Minister Lu, this kind of small matter of tracking down accomplices should be easy for you. Right? This guy is very powerful. If he really wants to investigate someone, he can check his ancestors thoroughly. He is probably reluctant to use his mental power. Having his secret thoughts exposed, Lu Xiao smiled shamelessly and said, I can try. Tracing the source and finding out everything clearly is not difficult for Lu Xiao at all. The key is to consume mental energy. He had a plan in mind. He wanted to steal some water solutions from Tang Ranran. So he thought of kicking the tracking task to Yan Yijuan. However, she was not strong enough to give a conclusion. He had no choice but to do it himself. After saying that, thinking of the value of the sea spirits, Lu Xiao looked at Yin Jinghao with a bit of embarrassment. He is SSS level, and it is a bit difficult. I have to use all my strength. If I use too much force during the period, it may cause the death of this sea spirit. What do you think? When the sea spirits die, the body will not have a corpse, but will turn into a pure mental energy and then dissipate. Don't worry. If he dies, I will take over immediately. I have a special container for temporary storage, which will ensure that there will not be too much energy loss. Yin Jinghao continued. Basically all the healing department can make potions, and he is a powerful pharmacist. Tang Ranran questioned the conversation between the two. Yin Jinghao patiently explained. We humans are parasitic hosts for the sea spirits, and they are also a great tonic for us humans. Of course, it is limited to adult sea spirits. Adult sea spirits are the raw materials for top-level spiritual power talent enhancement sea spirit potions. This SSS level 1, if refined into a talent enhancement potion, has a 10% success rate, allowing an SS level spiritual power user to break through to the SSS level. If it is a young person under 30 with SS Plus or SS Plus, the success rate will be higher. Spiritual power enhancement potion. Tang Ranran eyes lit up. She had no objection to this kind of eating aliens. Just like the monsters that can transform in the world of cultivation. Monsters and cultivators. Either you eat me, or I refine you into a pill and eat you. There is no right or wrong in the fight between races. Only the law of the jungle. It all depends on who is stronger. Senior, can you refine this potion? Tang Ranran confirmed with Yin Jinghao. Yes, but I don't have other related materials at the moment. Yin Jinghao responded with a little pride, then glanced at Lu Xiao and said, This sea spirit was found on your planet Supingrui. According to the unwritten rules, the ownership belongs to you. Tang Xian. Is everyone okay? The implication, the potion belongs to Tang Ranran. Yan Yijuan, who was in the same faction as him, immediately agreed. Of course. Yin Ning nodded at the right time, and had no objection to this. Lu Xiao silently agreed. Although he was very tempted, the SSS level sea spirit potion was useless for him. A 4S level, and was not as suitable as the 60 water solution and marrow washing potion. Does the potion work for S level? Tang Ranran asked in detail. She was already SSS, so it was obviously not effective for her. Tang Ranran immediately thought of Kongchen, who was a scumbag who was only S level. Although Qi Xingyuan is SS level, Tang Ranran is a nostalgic person. Kongchen has been with her for the longest time, and he is more handsome, which makes her love him. Of course, if S level is promoted to SS level, the success rate will be higher, but correspondingly, the success rate of S level promotion to SSS is lower. Then I won't be polite about the potion. According to its value, I will exchange it for other things for you. Confirming that it is useful, Tang Ranran did not refuse politely, and immediately said that she wanted it. She took the bulk and made up for it. It was necessary. No. No. You are too polite. Although he refused, Yin Jinghao smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits. With this wave of unexpected surprises, the marrow cleansing potion was stable, and he might be able to get two. Then let me check it first. Maintaining the time barrier consumed a lot for Lu Xiao, so he interrupted the two at the right time. Okay. If he dies, notify me in time. Yin Jinghao nodded, took out a box from the space buckle, took out a very delicate jade bottle from it, and held it in his hand ready. Tang Ranran looked at the jade bottle, which looked a bit like the top jade bottle used to store high-level elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation. Okay. LV Xiao nodded at him, took out another water solution, drank it, paused for 2 seconds, and then used his supernatural power on the adult sea spirit, Huang Yong. Huang Yong, who was originally in a static state, moved as if sleepwalking, and talked in his sleep from time to time. LV Xiao's tracking was similar to Tang Ranran's soul-stealing technique, which was a means of cooperating with illusions to investigate the target person thoroughly. The process of this investigation was probably quite long. After watching for 2 minutes, Tang Ranran, who didn't see anything special, turned to care about other things, and looked at Fan Ling and Meng Tao on the ground in a paused state with regret. Seeing that Huang Yong would not die for a while, Tang Ranran asked Yin Jinghao, "Senior, can they be saved? Will they die if the mother dies?" "That won't happen." Yin Jinghao looked at the two of them, shook his head with regret, and sighed. "People can still live. But it's worse than death. Once the sea spirit alien dies, the host's mental power is useless. The mental power is useless. Is there no way to save it? It can't be saved." Yin Jinghao shook his head, and then said, "But after the body is restored, if there are those top mental power potions, or if it is nourished for a long time with high net worth, maybe the mental power can be restored." Tang Ranran had an idea in his mind. And after the regret, he still didn't understand and asked, "Then can these three immature sea spirits that are parasitic be refined potions?" The mental state of the immature larvae is unstable, and it is impossible to refine potions. Lu Xiao's investigation could not produce results for a while. So Tang Ranran chatted with Yin Jinghao and Yin Yijuan, two knowledgeable elders, about the sea spirits. Yen Ming, who was meeting the sea spirits for the first time, listened with his ears erect. After a few words from each other and Yin Yijuan's investigation, they knew it. The sea spirits in Fan Ling and the other three were not yet hatched. In Yin Yijuan's ability, they were a pure blue egg-shaped form. Once the mother died, the egg-shaped larvae would die with it, and the host would die together according to the parasitic time. Those who were parasitized for a long time would die together, and those who were parasitized for a short time would survive, but their mental strength would collapse. Yin Jinghao suggested that Tang Ranran could try the marrow washing potion on the three people, but he didn't know if it would work. "What if I control the sea spirits, who are still in the egg-laying period? Special alien race." Tang Ranran was eager to try the contract. This, Yin Jinghao and Yin Yijuan could not answer this. As far as they know, no control system has been able to successfully control the sea spirits. Of course, they don't know, but that doesn't mean there are none. But if the control is successful, pet food is also a problem. As far as they know, the sea spirits feed on the host's spiritual power, constantly parasitizing and eroding the host's spiritual power, thereby maintaining their own energy for survival and improving their spiritual power. After a few more discussions, Tang Ranran decided to experiment when Yin Yijuan and Yin Jinghao couldn't give a definite answer, still releasing spiritual power as a cover. Tang Ranran used Luo Dishan, whom she didn't know, as the first experimental material, and made a soul death contract. It didn't take much effort for Tang Ranran to successfully contract. However, what confused Tang Ranran was that she didn't know whether she was contracting Luo Dishan or the sea spirit egg baby that parasitized him. She couldn't tell the difference at all because they were integrated. "Forget it. Let's do it this way for now," Tang Ranran continued. It was very easy for Meng Tao, whose spiritual power was destroyed, to contract. As for Fan Ling, who was still S-level, there were a little difficulties when signing the contract. But it was not a big problem. Tang Ranran finally succeeded in signing the contract. All three were soul death contracts. As soon as Tang Ranran mental fluctuations disappeared, Yin Jinghao asked curiously, "How is it?" "Not sure. I don't know." Tang Ranran's answer was ambiguous. She really didn't know. Although she was not sure about the result, it did not prevent Tang Ranran from thinking about the food problem. If she could only eat mental power, she could only feed mental beasts. If she could absorb spiritual energy, it would be easy to raise them. On the topic of the Sea Spirit Clan, they discussed it again. Lu Xiao on the other side suddenly changed color and shouted loudly, "Senior!" While shouting, Lu Xiao quickly drank another water solution. Yin Jinghao's face was shocked, and he immediately entered the first level of preparation for battle. Then, Huang Yong began to fight with his wits. Like a caged beast trying to break out of the cage, he rushed around without thinking, and finally let out a desperate roar. And then his body fell down softly. When Huang Yong fell, Yin Jinghao immediately took action, and a pale white soft light immediately wrapped Huang Yong up. As Huang Yong fell to the ground, he struggled a few times like a fish out of water, and then he completely lost his movement. After a few seconds, a blue gaseous substance escaped from his body. The fluctuation of SSS-level mental power was very strong. "Quick! Senior!" LV Xiao shouted at Yin Jinghao anxiously. "Don't worry. No problem." Yin Jinghao, who felt that he was being questioned, snorted, and the white light was like a plastic bag, tightly locking the blue mental energy in it. Soon, the entire plastic bag showed a blue color. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the blue stopped increasing, and Yin Jinghao began to slowly gather the white light. The blue mist gradually condensed into water droplets. Finally, the blue in the white light turned into a blue liquid, which was gathered by Yin Jinghao in the jade bottle. As Yin Jinghao sealed the jade bottle tightly, the SSS level mental power fluctuations disappeared completely. It was obvious that its energy was completely locked. During the whole process, Tang Ranran did not feel the rich spiritual energy. That is, the mental energy of the sea spirit corpse was different from the spiritual power. As for whether the two can be transformed, it is unknown for the time being. Is it okay? Lu Xiao asked. Okay. Yin Jinghao nodded, and then said to Tang Ranran, Tang Xian, you keep the main material first. When I prepare the auxiliary materials, I will come over to help you refine it. Thank you, Senior. I be polite. Tang Ranran didn't refuse, put away the jade bottle, and was about to say something else, when he intuitively felt something unusual. That is, the sense of barrier around him disappeared. Lu Xiao stopped the time whirl that enveloped everyone and said, We have roughly found out that there are no other adult sea spirits. As he spoke, as time flowed, Fan Ling and the other two who were still lying on the ground after being paused, struggled instantly, holding their heads and rolling on the ground in pain. Yin Jinghao immediately gave the 3 people a pain-relieving treatment. Meng Tao stopped wailing first and fell into a coma. Tang Ranran eyelids jumped. It was gone. Her soul death contract was broken. In other words, she did contract the egg-shaped cub of the sea spirits. But with the death of the mother, the cub also died. After a few dozen seconds, Luo Dishing also stopped wailing and fell into a coma. Feeling that the soul death wedge disappeared again, Tang Ranran was helpless and disappointed. It seemed that it would not work. As for Fan Ling, Yin Jinghao's treatment obviously did not have much effect on him. He was still in great pain and his whole body was in a state of mental disorder. After all, it was her own little puppy. Tang Ranran was a little anxious and secretly used her spiritual power to heal him. But it was useless. Ah! She held her head and cried for half a minute, and finally roared loudly. And Fan Ling also fainted. How are they? Tang Ranran looked at Yin Jinghao anxiously and worriedly. Yin Jinghao checked the 3 people and sighed. There is nothing wrong with the body. It can be recovered in a few days, but the mental strength is broken. Knowing this result earlier, the facts cannot be changed. Tang Ranran can only feel regretful. And then? Huh? Finally, this soul death contract still exists? Tang Ranran felt it with the power of the contract and found that it was completely different from before. At this moment, the other end of the contract was an oval blue ball, like fog in water, with a special shape, and existed in her body. Will it not parasitize on her? Tang Ranran tried it with a little nervousness, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The contract was full of control over life and death, and the life and death of the spirit pet was only in her mind. So, the contract was successful. However, Tang Ranran could clearly feel that the sea spirit egg baby was in a very weak state. Without waiting for her to study it carefully, Yenny Juan asked casually, How is it? It should have failed. Tang Ranran hit a trick and said nonsense with a regretful expression. Although the sea spirit egg baby was half dead, it should not die for a while. Now there are many people and eyes, so it is not suitable for detailed research. With a lot of mental energy consumed, Lu Xiao investigated the whole thing. SSS level sea spirits, named Asgarda. Asgarda has been trapped in the SSS level for a long time. So he took a different approach and planned to improve his own mental power in a way that improves the host's mental power. After hearing the rumors about the marrow cleansing potion, he had the idea of parasitizing an SSS human strongman, and then using the marrow cleansing potion to promote the host. Maybe he would be promoted together? Under the temptation of the marrow cleansing potion, Asgarda sneaked from the Free Alliance to the Empire, lurked in a mercenary force with a bit of a black background on the Free Star, and then parasitized the leader of the force. That is, the SSS level Earth-type gangster. After parasitism, the sea spirits can only master one of the host's abilities, so it is Earth-type. After parasitism, Asgarda reproduced, that is, controlled his subordinates, while inquiring about the news of the marrow cleansing potion. Finally, He chose the source of the marrow cleansing potion from many forces. Su Pingruixing, that is, Tang Xian. After several months of planning, Asgarda began to act, sneaking into Su Pingrui's star with a group of cubs. Yes, that's right. That group of people are all Asgarda, and the puppets controlled by him. There is strength in numbers. But there is a disadvantage. That is, it is easier to be exposed when there are more people. Look! A group of people were exposed at the land space station when they entered. The next step is the death escape drama. Asgarda hid in the dark, because of insufficient mental power. Except for Fan Ling, who is S-level. He can only choose low-level mentalists for new control. And because it takes a certain amount of time to master the host's memory, Fan Ling will have symptoms of partial memory loss. Next, because of the news of the marrow cleansing potion released by Kong Chen. Although Asgarda was a little suspicious, he couldn't resist the double temptation of the marrow cleansing potion and Tang Xian. So he came. Yes, Asgarda's goal is not just the marrow cleansing potion, but also the SSS level Tang Xian. I didn't expect that Tang Xian would ask Lu Xiao for help. And he launched a cross-level attack and caught them all in one fell swoop. Asgarda will not rest in peace until he dies. So, the whole thing can be said to be caused by Asgarda, an alien race. Are you sure he is the only one who sneaked into the Empire? Yin Juan asked Lu Xiao seriously. Adult sea elves basically live alone. So in Asgarda's mind, he is the only one who has sneaked into the Empire. But the news of the marrow cleansing potion has been passed to the Free Alliance. In the case of uncertainty whether the marrow cleansing potion is effective for aliens, there may be other sea elves or aliens who have sneaked in. This matter must be reported. I know. I will report it truthfully after the end. The inspection of the Empire entering the space station must be strengthened. The cause and effect are basically clear. Tang Ranran has a lingering fear of surviving a disaster. Asgarda not only wants the marrow cleansing potion, but also wants to parasitize her. Although Tang Xian is a puppet, the success rate of following the clues is not high. But it is still quite terrifying. The incident ended. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Xiao and others did not show up. Tang Ranran met with the person in charge of the starship, Wang Zhe of the Gold System. Tang Ranran briefly explained to the four people, Fan Ling, who were still in a coma. The four people were controlled by a high-level psychic, and he noticed something was wrong. Then he fought with the mastermind behind the scenes. The four people were affected, but they were not in danger for the time being. They were sent to the hospital for examination as soon as they returned to the planet. Because of Lu Xiao's time. For Wang Zhe and others on the starship, time had only passed for 3 or 4 seconds. And nothing happened. Fight? Where? Although it seemed too mysterious, Wang Zhe did not dare to speculate on the methods of high-level psychics. Tang Xian, the SSS-level officer, said so, and he did not dare to ask too much. He followed the order and brought the people back to the starship. All the pure plants on the transport vehicle were moved into the starship, and Tang Ranran boarded the starship, and the four people in stealth followed. Although the starship is small, there is still an independent space similar to the lounge. On the pretext that she had to refine the marrow cleansing potion, she asked Wang Zhe and others to be on standby at any time and not to disturb her. Tang Ranran took the four people into the lounge in secret. Things have come to an end, and before they go their separate ways, they naturally have to divide the spoils. As soon as the door of the lounge was closed, the four people appeared one after another, and Tang Ranran spoke first. Senior Yen, what materials are needed to refine the potion? What is the specific value of such an SSS-level potion? To refine it, you need... Yin Jinghao made a list of pure plants with medicinal properties, most of which Tang Ranran had never heard of. These pure plants don't taste good and are relatively unpopular. They are probably not available online, and most of them need to be exchanged in the Pharmacist Union. Tang Xian, if you trust me, I will prepare these auxiliary materials. Then I trouble you. Senior, Tang Ranran has always been lazy, and since Yin Jinghao said so, she won't worry about collecting auxiliary materials. Seeing that he didn't mention its value, Tang Ranran asked again, what is the value of this SSSC spirit potion? The auxiliary materials are not valuable, and it won't cost 1 billion. Yin Jinghao waved his hand and didn't answer directly. LV Xiao laughed secretly, despising the old man who wanted to save face. Seeing that Yin Yijuan and Yin Jinghao didn't mean to speak, and Yen Ming, a young man, didn't know the market, Lu Xiao could only be thick-skinned and said, "About 17 years ago, at the second Galaxy's year-end auction of Galaxy Treasures, the SSS Level C Spirit Potion was sold for 1.2 trillion. He was telling the truth, not exaggerating the price. After that, Lu Xiao took out a few water solutions. This is the remaining water solution from before. There are 24 bottles in total in 2 boxes. Lu Xiao drank 10 bottles and blackened 4 bottles. So he took out 10 bottles to return. Tang Ranran didn't even look at him, and waved his hand and said, "No need. Minister Lu has a heavy responsibility to fight against criminals with superpowers. These water solutions can be regarded as my sponsorship. You can keep them for emergency use." Tang Ranran never took back the blue bottle given to the handsome guy. "And it's the same now. Just give it to him like this?" Lu Xiao, who was about to pack it and return it, was shocked. No. He just wanted to secretly blacken a few bottles. But Tang Xian never thought of taking them back? This is simply the first time I really feel that I am a petty and poor bastard. How can I be so embarrassed? Lu Xiao was very hypocritically polite, saying no, but the action of returning it was obviously stopped, and the corner of his mouth that was raised could not be suppressed at all. "It's okay. I don't need it anyway," Tang Ranran said nonchalantly, and then continued, "If it's 1.2 trillion, I want the hailing potion. How about this? I pay 600 billion as the difference. 6 marrow cleansing potions, or high purification values of corresponding value. How do you divide it? You can discuss it yourself. Is it okay?" "Tang Xian, you are too polite." Yin Jinghao was surprised. "No problem." Accepting very quickly, Lu Xiao said to the 3 people of the Yin family bluntly, "I am the one who worked hard. I account for 30%. It should be right?" Yin Yijuan and Yin Jinghao looked at each other and nodded one after another, while Yen Ming had no say at all. "We want 3 marrow cleansing potions. The raw materials are fine. I can refine them myself." Yin Jinghao was no longer polite, and said the marrow cleansing potion he had been thinking about. "I want a finished product. A raw material. And the rest I want high purification value. Can you give me a list of exchangeables?" Tang Ranran agreed one by one. "No problem. 600 billion is just Tang Ranran allocation of SSS potions. And then, there is the reward for this trip. The 3 marrow cleansing potions promised before must be given naturally. Later, although Lu Xiao was the main force, the 3 members of the Yin family all contributed more or less. And there was a loss of mental strength. So the reward for this trip was based on 3 marrow cleansing potions, plus a box of 12 60% water solution. Tang Ranran reward was very generous, and she didn't care how the 4 of them divided it. Probably they had discussed the division of the spoils before they set out. So the 4 of them divided it very smoothly. The Yin family got 2 marrow cleansing potions. Lu Xiao got 1. And the box of 60% water solution was divided in half, with Lu Xiao alone taking 6. Finally, there was the reward for refining the potion, the auxiliary materials for refining the medicine, plus the container jade bottle, and the labor cost. Tang Ranran generously paid a portion of the raw materials for the marrow cleansing medicine to Yin Jinghao as a reward for refining the medicine. The marrow cleansing medicine is a material from the farm. The main material is chalcedony. 1 field can grow 11, which is equivalent to 33 marrow cleansing pills. As for the auxiliary spiritual plants, 1 field can grow even more. Tang Ranran, who has the farm's golden finger, doesn't feel sorry at all. After dividing the spoils, the 4 people were once again shocked by Tang Ranran ruthlessness. Everyone had an unprecedented harvest. Even Yen Ming, a free man pulled by Yen Yijuan, was given 260 water solution labor fees, with a total value of nearly 20 billion. For Yen Ming, a young man who has only entered society for a few years, it is simply a fortune. Yin Jinghao is a pharmacist. So the 3 people in the Yin family have a total of 6 marrow cleansing medicines, and all they want are the raw materials. Because Tang Ranran had some ready-made in his space buckle, he gave it to her on the spot without any hesitation. After Lu Xiao took 2 portions of the raw materials for the marrow cleansing potion, he looked at Tang Ranran and asked, "I haven't taken the marrow cleansing potion yet, so I hope Tang Xian can help me refine one. And then I will take it on the spot." The marrow cleansing potion has been around for a long time. The Lu family won a live plant of the raw materials for the marrow cleansing potion at the auction. But a family is extremely large, and the number of large with systems that can grow chalcedony is limited. The monthly output of finished marrow cleansing potions is very low. Excluding the internal consumption of the large-wood systems, only about 5 or 6 of them flow into the family resources. Lu Xiao is strong and has a high position. According to the family allocation system, he is the first batch of top potential stocks to be arranged to take it. But there is a group of elders in the family waiting in line, all of whom are old people with relatives, not to mention his grandparents, great-grandparents, grandparents. Tang Ranran's original intention of taking the marrow cleansing potion was to improve the spiritual power talents of young people in the world of cultivation. The second generation of cultivators who have the conditions take it when they are children. But in this interstellar world, after the marrow cleansing potion came out, the Imperial Military Laboratory announced the relevant potion effect data. Well, the marrow cleansing potion has now become a life-extending potion for the elderly, completely deviating from Tang Ranran's original intention. At present, the entire Empire, and even the Federation, regard the marrow cleansing potion as a life-extending potion for the elderly to treat mental weakness. There are several direct elders above Lu Xiao waiting in line for the marrow cleansing potion to extend their lives. Considering their advanced age, Lu Xiao cooperated with his family members in a secret operation, and his marrow cleansing potion quota was transferred to his 200-year-old great-grandfather. After this operation, it was Lu Xiao's turn again. According to the current production of marrow cleansing potions, he had to wait for 10 years. In addition to considering his own elders, Lu Xiao also had some tricks in his mind. He always felt that the original one was the best, whether it is raw materials or finished medicines. The ones in the hands of the founder Tang Xian are definitely the best. He vaguely guessed that the marrow cleansing medicine produced by Tang Xian himself would be more effective. With the ready-made opportunity in front of him, Lu Xiao certainly seized it directly. It was just to refine a potion. Tang Ranran readily agreed to this small request. Okay. I also want to refine a batch of medicines. Lu Xiao wanted to stay and take the medicine. After Yin Yijuan and Yin Zhenghao exchanged a few silent glances, Yin Zhenghao said goodbye. Then, friend Tang Xian, we will go back first. Although the raw materials for the marrow cleansing medicine given by Tang Ranran were all packed in top-grade fresh-keeping food boxes, Yin Zhenghao was still very anxious. The longer the time, the worse the freshness of the materials, which has an impact on the effect of the medicine. I take the marrow cleansing potion back and make 2 of them. Then I go prepare the raw materials. If it's fast, I come to see you tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. I'd let me go there by then. Yin Zhenghao didn't forget that he had to make the sea spirit potion. Don't worry about the potion. Just contact me when you've prepared the marrow cleansing potion. Okay. Then we leave. Okay. Take care. I won't see you off. Tang Ranran waved. Before leaving, Yin Ming did not forget to ask Lu Xiao. Minister, do you want me to pick you up later? No need. Lu Xiao waved at him with disdain. I follow Tang Xian to Su Pingerwei Star. Hearing this, Tang Ranran, who was preparing to make a potion, immediately looked up at him with a puzzled look. Go to their planet? Why? Although no other sea spirits have been found, the reputation of the marrow cleansing potion is too great, and there may be other high-level supernatural people hidden on the planet. Lu Xiao explained seriously, using the above-board reason of checking for hidden dangers to cover up his little tricks in his heart. On the one hand, he wanted to take advantage of the departure of the 3 Yin family members to get to know Tang Xian better. And on the other hand, he was curious. He wanted to secretly check on Tang Xian. There was definitely something fishy about the scene where Tang Xian swung his sword to kill the strange beast. His intuition as a policeman told him that there was a huge secret hidden in it. Tang Ranran lowered her eyes and thought for a few seconds. Because Lu Xiao was very powerful, she was a little hesitant. But then she thought, if a 4S professional policeman went around the planet, he might be able to find out some hidden dangers lurking on the planet. Free labor to improve the safety of the planet. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran nodded to thank him. Then I trouble Minister Lu. It's just a piece of cake. You're welcome. After a few more words, Yin Ming opened a space channel, and the 3 members of the Yin family left together. Because Lu Xiao was there, Tang Ranran couldn't dissolve the elixir, so she refined the marrow cleansing potion in a proper manner. After adding a little water, about 20 minutes, Tang Ranran produced a finished product. From the form of a pill to the form of a potion. With the bonus of practice makes perfect, The marrow cleansing potion produced by Tang Ranran is at least equivalent to the efficacy of a mid-grade marrow cleansing pill. The first marrow cleansing potion refined by Tang Ranran. Lu Xiao took it without false politeness and drank it. Originally, Tang Ranran wanted to let Tang Xian continue to stay in Sitalin. But now there was the incident of Lu Xiao. After weighing the pros and cons for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran decided to go home. On the way back, he naturally had to go to the cab to say something. The effect of the marrow cleansing potion will last for about 6 to 12 hours, during which time it will remove some impurities from the body. Tang Ranran took care of him, as if reading a doctor's order. I understand. Before Tang Ranran finished speaking, Lu Xiao said that he knew, pointing to the small washroom in the lounge, and said, "You will need to borrow a place by then." He had never taken the marrow cleansing potion, but he had watched others take it, so he naturally knew the whole process of making the whole person go bad. Yes. Seeing that he understood, Tang Ranran responded and stood up without saying anything more. I will go to the cab and tell them to set off for Suping Ruishing. If you feel unwell, call me in time. Okay. Tang Ranran strode out of the lounge and went directly to the cab. After arriving at the cab and finding Wang Zhe, Tang Ranran briefly explained, I have a friend resting in the lounge. Don't disturb him. Then he ordered to set off for Suping Ruishing. Wang Zhe, who only saw Tang Ranran, was very surprised that she made a friend out of nothing. When did she board the starship? Why didn't he see it? A high-level superpower? Wang Zhe, who was surprised, didn't dare to ask more, and ordered various preparations for departure in a proper manner. After the explanation, Tang Ranran went to the medical room. The small medical room of less than 20 square meters was crowded with many people at this moment. The accompanying doctor was examining Fan Ling, Huang Yong, and other 4 people. Seeing Tang Ranran coming, the crowd consciously made way. Tang Ranran asked a few questions to the doctor in the white coat, and then checked the conditions of the 4 people one by one. They were still unconscious, and their vital signs were stable. They were all saved. But mental collapse was really worse than death for interstellar people. After a few simple cares, Tang Ranran left the infirmary and found an empty office of only 5 or 6 square meters. Although 10 baits of marrow washing potion were released for the purpose of fishing. Since Kong Chen had carefully selected the talents to be cultivated, the marrow washing potion was arranged. In addition, Huang Yong, Fan Ling, Meng Tao, and Luo Disheng were mentally collapsed due to accidental injuries. Tang Ranran, who had no shortage of marrow washing pills, wanted to try whether the marrow washing potion could have a restorative effect on this kind of mental collapse due to accidental circumstances. Once the door of the room was closed, and a mental barrier was added for privacy protection, Tang Ranran was openly paddling in a semi-hanging style. There were plenty of marrow cleansing pills in her farm basement. Just dissolve them in water. Half a day passed quickly, and after entering the star field of Su Pingrui's planet, intermittent signals began to connect. The intelligent brain beeped with access information. Knowing that there was a network, Tang Ranran stopped hanging up and began to mix the marrow cleansing pills with water. After mixing 5 of them, a communication came in. It was Kong Chen. Kong Chen, who was paying attention to catching the criminals, had been calculating the time after the starship set off. As soon as he found that Tang Xian was online, he couldn't wait to find out the situation. As soon as Tang Ranran answered the call, Kong Chen asked anxiously, How is it? Is it solved? Solved. Tang Ranran continued to mix water while explaining. It's the Sea Spirit Clan. Tang Ranran was talking very enthusiastically, but the signal was not very strong, and it was stuck. After just a few words, she felt a little upset. Forget it. I tell you in detail when I get back. It was too laggy, affecting her mood. Tang Ranran hung up directly, wondering whether she should buy a few more satellites to strengthen the coverage and stability of the communication signal. After preparing 15 water solutions, Tang Ranran packed up, left the small room, and went to the cockpit again. She could land her own small starship wherever she wanted, as long as there was a flat place. So Tang Ranran waved her hand and landed directly in the new district of Ruili City. After landing at an internal base closest to the hospital, when the starship stopped steadily, Tang Ranran first went back to the lounge to find Lu Xiao. But as soon as she entered the door, she found that the man had already entered the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water flowing faintly from the bathroom, Tang Ranran suddenly had an idea. If she called Lu Xiao with a video call at this time, Lu Xiao, who thought she was a man, would answer it? It is likely that she can see paid programs. Pa! Stop it! Shaking off the yellow waste in his head, Tang Ranran sent a voice message. Tang Xian, we have arrived at the planet. I need to go to the hospital now. Minister Lu, do you want to go with me? Or should I ask someone to arrange accommodation for you? Within a minute, a voice message came back. Lu Xiao, I will not show up for the time being to facilitate the investigation. Don't worry about me. I will leave on my own after the washing. Okay. Then I go first. Well, I contact you after the effect of the medicine has worn off. Okay. Since Lu Xiao said so, Tang Ranran naturally ignored him. After getting off the starship and talking to Wang Zhe for a few words, Tang Ranran took the few talented people selected by Kong Qin and 4 injured people to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Fan Ling and the other 4 were handed over to the professional medical staff who had been waiting there for a long time and were sent to the special ward for various examinations. The others followed Tang Ranran to the special area for taking the marrow washing medicine in the hospital. The 10 people selected by Kong Qin, minus Luo Dishing, who was unlucky and parasitized, now have 9 people. Tang Ranran gave each person a marrow washing medicine. After taking it, the 9 people consciously laid down in the special treatment cabin. Nuclear. After checking and confirming that there was no problem, Tang Ranran told the medical staff on the scene to pay attention to the data of the testing equipment. Then she found a place, sat down, and began to be in a daze, half-hanging state. Because the crisis had been resolved, Tang Ranran, who had been hiding in the farm, had left the farm and moved from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain when the starship returned. At this time, the sun rose in the east at Tang Ranran location. A beautiful morning scene in the mountains. Take pictures. Take pictures. Send a 9-grid circle of friends. And check in. After leaving a trace, Tang Ranran set off for Ruili New City. She wanted to meet Kong Qin. While driving automatically, Tang Ranran studied her new pet, the blue sea spirit egg baby. This sea spirit egg baby of the new contract follows her account. The egg baby follows the account where her subjective consciousness is more. The blue color is a little light, and it seems very weak. Tang Ranran tried to replenish its spiritual power, but it didn't work. What about food? But how to eat food in this state? After 3 minutes of research, Tang Ranran found a way. The egg baby eats mental power. He sent his own mental power to it, and it absorbed it smoothly. While sending mental power, Tang Ranran ate the fruit to maintain a stable mental power. After a while, the egg baby was probably full, and it didn't respond. The blue color seemed to stare for a while. Conclusion: this spirit pet is a bit strange, and it needs more research. While Tang Ranran was still on the way to Ruili City, Kong Qin rushed to the hospital and joined Tang Xian. The mental power barrier is so. Cover. Tang Ranran simply told the whole story of how the sea spirit Asgarda coveted the marrow cleansing potion and chose them to commit the crime on Su Pingrui Star, and was finally caught by Lu Xiao, because the sea spirit potion had not yet been refined. She did not mention it. Kong Qin's knowledge was obviously not that broad. He did not know what the sea spirit potion was, so he did not ask. After listening to the summary, it was parasitic aliens were causing chaos. Kong Qin felt very sorry when he learned that Fan Ling's mental power collapsed. Although he had always regarded Fan Ling as a competitor for favor, suddenly this strong enemy was useless. He did not feel any gloating, but a deep sense of crisis. This time he was lucky. So what about next time? He was still too weak. Without noticing Kong Qin's depressed mood due to his strength, Tang Ranran also told him that 4S level Lu Xiao would stay on the planet for a few days, and asked him to pay attention. Kong Qin was immediately shocked. A 4S level? And a professional policeman? Isn't this just inviting a wolf into the house? Kong Qin was shocked by Lu Xiao's arrival. As a 4S level professional policeman, it was difficult for Xiao Tanggong to keep his identity. Kong Qin hurriedly asked a lot of questions, and the summary was, "You didn't reveal your identity, did you?" "No." Tang Ranran denied it. But he was not sure. After all, he had a brief disconnection when dealing with the rock dragon. So he added, "Right." This uncertain tone made Kong Qin even more anxious, and he immediately asked all kinds of questions. What if he was exposed? It's very dangerous. He is a professional policeman. There is a risk of revealing his identity. Of course, Tang Ranran has considered this issue, and her response is, stay out of the limelight. She Tang Ranran is going to sue Delin. Although she is back, Tang Ranran's heart has long been hooked by Su Delin's spiritual vein line. Originally, she wanted Tang Xian to stay there. But with the incident of Lu Xiao, Tang Ranran felt that he followed her for some purpose. Instead of sending him away, it is better to keep him under her nose. Therefore, the safest way is for Tang Xian to deal with Lu Xiao. And she will go to mine by herself. That is a spiritual mine. What if someone else gets there first? She must stay there, even if she can't find it. When Fu Jingyuan comes back, the first thing to do is to find the mine. As for how to go to Sidolin in a fresh and natural way, Tang Ranran has found a reason, and Kong Chen will take the blame. It is Kong Chen who wants to go to Sidolin. After stimulating the fire ability, Kong Chen ability is improved by secretly chewing the red fire grass. On the surface, it is to practice constantly to improve the proficiency of the ability, and study at Fuse Academy. Now that he has learned something, Kong Chen wants to go to Sidolin Star for training. After all, actual combat is the best way to improve strength. As his girlfriend, Tang Ranran, isn't it reasonable for him to go with him? The route applied for is still valid, so they can drive the starship to Sidolin immediately. After listening to Tang Ranran's plan, Kong Chen was a little confused. And then, he was surprised and excited. Isn't this just a date? Although it's fake, it's also exciting. This plan is very good. He agrees with both hands. After a few simple discussions, Kong Chen immediately took action. He sent a message to Tang Ranran. And after doing the surface work, the two decided to travel to Su Delin planet. Then, there were various handovers at work. Kong Chen was fully responsible, and the matters at hand were directly assigned. Qi Xingyuan was responsible for planetary security. Wu Pingyang was responsible for planting. Liang Chongquan was responsible for planetary armed forces, and Wen Yang was responsible for administrative affairs. Finally, the entourage was arranged. Although it was a light and secret trip, 20 or 30 accompanying guards and drivers still had to be brought along. Because of the time difference, Qi Xingyuan's military base was still late at night, and he was awakened by the brain while he was sleeping soundly. He looked at it with sleepiness, and it was an emergency notice from Kong Chen. Kong Chen is going to Sidolin? After Qi Xingyuan was stunned for 2 seconds, his mind quickly turned and he came to the conclusion, this guy is going to the boss Tang Xian to show his presence. Get benefits. Despicable. Qi Xingyuan cursed secretly and suddenly froze. Huh? The boss is online? Looking carefully, he is really online. So, one swipe. Huh? The location shows that it is the same planet? Not sure. Let's take a look again. The boss is really back to Su Pingrui Star. So, the boss Tang Xian has returned to the planet. Why is Kong Chen going to Sidolin? Not willing to guess Kong Chen's intention, Qi Xingyuan directly called Tang Xian. And as soon as he got through, he asked, Boss, you are back. What's the situation? Is it convenient to reveal it now? The last time Tang Ranran appeared, only Tang Ranran appeared, so Qi Xingyuan didn't know. But when Tang Xuanhao was online in Sidolin, Qi Xingyuan noticed and contacted people. Although Tang Xuanhao didn't say much, combined with Kong Chen behavior, Qi Xingyuan still vaguely guessed that it was related to the SSS-level gangsters in the attack. During the encirclement and suppression, he was the person involved, and he could be sure that the other party was dead. But after all, he was one level higher than him, and the possibility of escaping death could not be ruled out 100%. Well, I'm Su Pingrui now. I already know about the previous attack. This time, the sea spirits have been killed. Tang Ranran has nothing to hide. She simply told the story of the fishing law enforcement and the successful closing of the net. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tang Ranran did not say that it was the sea spirits, but only said that it was a parasitic alien race. So Qi Xingyuan did not think much about it. After listening, he decisively flattered. The boss is still powerful. He solved this big hidden danger with one move. This time it was thanks to the foreign aid. Tang Ranran is not so thick-skinned to take credit. If she fights, she should be able to win in a head-on confrontation. But it is not so easy to find someone. If she hadn't asked for external help, she would have definitely attacked Fanling first. At that time, the Sea Spirit clan would either flee in advance or let go and fight against her. Now, the result of only spending money is 100% perfect. Speaking of external help, Tang Ranran couldn't help asking, do you know Lu Xiao? I've heard of him, but I've never seen him in person. He's said to be very powerful. One of the top 5 masters in the Empire. He's on the planet now. I notify you when the time comes. You receive him. If there's any suspicious situation, throw it to him to check. Boss, is the helper you asked Lu Xiao? Qi Xingyuan was surprised. Yeah. Thinking of the boss's wealth, Qi Xingyuan understood at once that he was probably funded by money. I see. Then I come over now to see Fan Ling? Whatever you want. After ending the communication, Qi Xingyuan got up quickly, dressed and washed as quickly as possible, and then went out. His relationship with Fan Ling is not that good. Visiting Fan Ling is definitely an excuse. The real purpose is to show his presence in front of the boss Tang Xian and hug his legs. Ever since Li Zheng was promoted to an SS-level dual-system psychic, Qi Xingyuan has been under a lot of pressure. If the boss Tang Xian sides with Li Zheng, he really has no place to cry. Set off and head to the new district of Ruili City. On the way, several of Qi Xingyuan's confidants, including Wang Zhe, reported the latest news to him. Then he knew that Kong Chen was taking his girlfriend on a date. Qi Xingyuan sneered at this. Ha ha. Suping Ruixing is just a small place. The eagle does not live in a small place. This is just his temporary transition place. Qi Xingyuan disdains to compete with Kong Chen for the position of the planet master. But there are many competitors who want to take Kong Chen's position and become the second and the top of the planet, such as Shinshin and Fan Ling. It was a time of scrambling for power. And at this critical moment, Kong Chen just let go and walked away. A place like Freedom Star can indeed improve strength. But it is obviously just an excuse. This is a foolish lover who loves beauty instead of the country. TSK. I really didn't realize that Kong Chen is still a love-brained guy. I don't know if Fan Ling's injury is serious this time, and whether he and Shinshin can seize this opportunity to share a piece of the pie. Qi Xingyuan has a mentality of watching the fun and not minding the trouble. When Tang Ranran arrived at the new district of Ruili City, Kong Chen was already waiting for her at the agreed location. After changing a car, the two arrived at the base square. The starship that returned was still parked in the big square. At this time, not only Lu Xiao had already left the starship, but Wang Zhe and his group were also gone. The captain and the driver of the starship were all replaced by Kong Chen's own confidants. After another check, everything was ready. Set off. In the hospital, after Kong Chen left, Tang Xian had been in a semi-hang-up state. But it didn't take long before someone came. It was Shinshin. With a tall figure, a straight military uniform, and a resolute face, Tang Ranran admitted that this guy was very attractive. But unfortunately, he was a married man. She was a very moral person. Chief Tang, I happened to be nearby. I heard that you were back, so I came to see you. Shinshin found an excuse. In fact, he came here to show his presence because he received the news that the boss had appeared. Yeah, Tang Ranran responded lightly. Several major events have happened during this period. Seeing that Tang Ranran had no interest in talking, Shinshin reported his official business. Tang Ranran didn't want to listen to the old story about the attack by SSS-level Earth-type gangsters. So when Shinshin paused, she said, I know. I have something to do now. Go and do your own thing. If you don't understand such an obvious expulsion, you're a fool. Somewhat unwilling, but worried about annoying Tang Xian, Shinshin took the order and left. After the people left, Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to Shinshin who came to the scene, Xu Hao, Wu Ping'an, Liang Chongquan, all called her one after another. Dealing with them one by one was a bit annoying. Tang Ranran suddenly felt that having too many younger brothers seemed to be a problem. And, because he was an S-level combat force, Shinshin was assigned to the planetary military department. Kong Chen had complained to her before that Shinshin was forming a clique for personal gain and seemed to want to replace him. Tang Ranran didn't care about healthy competition. But if there was a vicious internal fight, it would be terrible. Forget it. No matter what. There was a contract anyway. It wouldn't be her fault. After sitting for more than an hour, Qi Xingyuan came over. Because there were several white coats recording data in the ward. Qi Xingyuan, who strictly followed the confidentiality rules, deliberately kept a distance in front of people and saluted in a proper manner. Captain Tang. Tang Ranran nodded and acted the same way. General Qi, I heard that you were attacked. Because the communication was not so detailed. Qi Xingyuan, who wanted to show his presence, curiously asked for the detailed version. Qi Xingyuan was quite interested in the alien race. Apart from the Zerg, he had not seen many alien races. Qi Xingyuan was wearing school-level casual clothes today, a navy blue long windbreaker, which made him look more upright and resolute. Tang Ranran was more patient with single handsome guys. So unlike Shinshin cold reception, Tang Ranran gave a detailed version. However, the detailed version is 80% fact plus 20% fabrication. In Tang Ranran words, Kong Chen suspected that the SSS criminals were not dead. So she set up this trap to lure the snake out of the hole, and then successfully caught them all with the help of several foreign aides. Because of curiosity, Qi Xingyuan asked in detail, control 4 people at the same time? Is it a racial talent? Where is his body? Can you confirm which alien race it is? Can I see a photo? Faced with Qi Xingyuan's many questions, Tang Ranran couldn't hide it. And the alien race was the Sea Spirit Clan. When he heard about the Sea Spirit Clan, Qi Xingyuan's eyes lit up, and he was excited on the spot. His knowledge was broader than Kong Chen. So Qi Xingyuan knew that the top mental power enhancement potion was the Sea Spirit Potion. The Sea Spirit Clan of SSS. The top potion for SS level promotion to SSS. The Sea Spirit Clan was killed. So it goes without saying who has the body. Qi Xingyuan's heart was beating like a drum. And he was so excited that he directly created a mental barrier to cover the two of them. Tang Ranran's eyelids jumped, and she had a bad feeling. According to Qi Xingyuan's thick skin, he would definitely ask her for it. Sure enough, after being isolated from the outside world, Qi Xingyuan didn't delay for a second, and said directly with expectation, Boss, you also know about the Sea Spirit Potion, right? How can you succeed without being thick-skinned? So without waiting for Tang Ranran to answer, Qi Xingyuan couldn't wait to continue. Boss, look at me! I am now SS+. Just one step away. If you give me the Sea Spirit Potion, there is at least a 30% chance that I can be promoted to SSS level. Then I will have a greater chance of taking the position of the boss of the 3rd Galaxy Military Department. If I succeed, boss, you will be the biggest boss in the entire 3rd Galaxy. Tang Ranran could only say that the pie was drawn quite round. But she didn't eat it. Tang Ranran raised her hand and said firmly, Stop. Don't think about it. I'm useful. No. Boss, you are already SSS level. You can't use it. Really. SSS level Sea Spirit Potion has no effect on SSS level. It's absolutely true. I said this absolutely true. You can ask the senior pharmacists of the Pharmacist Union. Qi Xingyuan explained anxiously, thinking that Tang Ranran wanted to use it for herself. Knowing that Qi Xingyuan would not give up easily, Tang Ranran used the power of the contract master while speaking. I have the potion. You don't have to worry about it. Yes. I know. His face froze. And under the command that could not be resisted, Qi Xingyuan's thoughts about the potion disappeared in an instant. The topic of the Sea Spirit Potion passed just like that. After a few seconds of silence, Qi Xingyuan dispersed the mental barrier and talked about the issue of planetary safety. He suggested that it would be best to build a starry space station. With a starry space station, it is equivalent to having an extra safety barrier. Entry personnel complete entry inspection at the starry space station. So once a problem is found, it can also be solved in the space station. For example, if the sea spirits were intercepted at the starry space station, how could he have the chance to run to the planet? Tang Ranran thought this proposal made sense. But he didn't have the money. Starry space station. In one word, expensive. It's not that expensive. Don't even think about it. After talking about some other things, a doctor in a white coat came to report to Tang Ranran. The results of the various physical examinations of Fan Ling and the other 4 have all come out. The other 3 are still in a coma for unknown reasons. And Meng Tao has woken up. However, after Meng Tao woke up, his state was a little wrong. As if he had lost his memory. His memory stayed on the night of the attack. And what happened afterwards was a little bit of impression, but very vague. Like a dream. And he couldn't remember it clearly. Is your mental power still in a state of collapse? Tang Ranran asked. Yes. The doctor in the white coat answered respectfully. Tang Ranran pretended to consider. Pondered for 2 seconds. And then said, Bring the person here. Just in time to test whether the marrow cleansing potion has a repairing effect on mental collapse. Because of her poor strength, Tang Ranran had never used the marrow cleansing potion on Meng Tao. Now she could try it. As for whether it was effective, she didn't know. Yes. The white coat took the order and left. Tang Ranran checked the relevant examination data. All indicators were stable. There was nothing wrong. Just a weak state. And the most critical mental power could not be tested for the time being because the 3 people were still unconscious. As for the Sea Spirit Clan, Fan Ling's mental power collapsed? Qi Xingyuan knew a little bit. If he was parasitized by the Sea Spirit Clan, he would be useless even if he didn't die. Maybe? Tang Ranran rubbed his eyebrows worriedly. Fan Ling had already taken the marrow cleansing potion, and it was probably ineffective. Qi Xingyuan looked regretful. Although he didn't have a good relationship with Fan Ling, they were colleagues after all. This news made him feel a little uncomfortable. As a vase, Meng Tao's appearance is very resistant. So when he arrived, Tang Ranran was very kind and patient to comfort him a few words, and then gave him a marrow cleansing potion. After accepting it with a lot of gratitude, Meng Tao took the marrow cleansing potion and lay in the special treatment cabin. Not long after that, Huang Yong, Fan Ling, and Luo Dishing also woke up one after another. After testing, as expected, there was no miracle. All 3 of them had mental collapse and also lost their memories. As for becoming a useless person, the 3 of them could not accept this reality at all, and they were extremely sad. Among them, Fan Ling was the most collapsed and desperate. From S level to a person without mental power. This is definitely heaven to hell, which is more terrible than bankruptcy. When he was brought here, Fan Ling's whole face was ashen like a walking corpse, and he was completely in a state of death. Seeing his little milk dog in such a state of living a life worse than death, Tang Ranran could only feel distressed. So, a top-grade marrow cleansing potion. As if grasping a life-saving straw, Fan Ling took the marrow cleansing potion and laid down in the special treatment cabin. Standing next to Fan Ling's treatment cabin, Tang Ranran was a little worried. Marrow cleansing pills are not rare pills in the world of immortal cultivation, although they are a bit expensive. Almost every second-generation cultivator has one, and the effect of marrow cleansing pills is not that amazing. She has never heard of any cultivator whose dantian was broken and whose cultivation was wasted, relying on marrow cleansing pills to restore his cultivation. If the spiritual roots are wasted, then it is not relying on marrow cleansing pills. But there are special pills to restore spiritual roots. What's more, Fan Ling has already taken marrow cleansing pills once. This time, it is likely to have no effect. But can she say it directly? No. Meng Tao was originally a weakling, and she gave him a sum of money and arranged a stable job for him, so that the rest of his life would be stable. Huang Yong and Luo Disheng were both people she didn't know, and they looked ordinary. So Tang Ranran didn't care at all. It was a great kindness of her to be able to use the marrow cleansing potion. Tang Ranran was most worried about Fan Ling. Will he not be unable to bear the blow and commit suicide in the end? Even if he didn't commit suicide, he would definitely be depressed and decadent for the rest of his life after being reduced from an S level to a useless person. What a sin! Ah hey, I can only take it one step at a time. After talking to Qi Xingyuan for a few more words, Tang Ranran received a message from Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, are you busy? I feel that the effect of the potion has worn off. Tang Ranran replied immediately. Tang Xian, how is the effect? Lu Xiao, not so lucky. My mental strength has not improved, but my physical fitness should have improved slightly. He is just an ordinary guy with no luck. Tang Ranran complained silently in his heart. But then he thought that it might be because Lu Xiao's talent has reached the top. So the marrow cleansing potion is useless. Tang Xian, it's a pity. Lu Xiao indeed. A little disappointed. Oh, let's not talk about it. Lu Xiao, I am a little tired and want to rest for a night. Can I stay in the Fuse Fairy Court? Tang Xian, of course. I will arrange it. After replying, looking at Qi Xingyuan, who was still standing here, Tang Ranran asked, do you have anything to do these 2 days? No. Qi Xingyuan shook his head. Okay. Then you go to entertain Lu Xiao. Take him to Fuse Fairy Court to rest first, and arrange an empty villa for him to live in. After that, Tang Ranran operated on the smart brain, pulled 2 people respectively, and formed a 3-person chat group. Tang Xian, I have something to do in the hospital. This is Qi Xingyuan from the garrison. He will receive you. You can ask him to arrange anything. Lu Xiao, thank you. Then I have to trouble Comrade Qi. Qi Xingyuan, you're welcome. While communicating in the group, Qi Xingyuan asked Tang Ranran. Do you need someone to keep an eye on him? Tang Ranran waved his hand. No. We can't keep an eye on him with his strength. But try to follow him. He is too strong. You should do it yourself. I understand. I go first. Yes. Qi Xingyuan left. Tang Ranran took a look around. The vital signs of the 13 people in the treatment cabin were very stable. Notify me in time if there is any situation. Leaving this message to the person in charge on the scene. Tang Ranran left this special area and found a high-end ward like a hotel nearby. He entered the ward to close his eyes and rest. But in fact, he was half offline. At the other end, the starship was still on the way to the planet Citylin. Tang Ranran occupied a room by herself and was lying down pretending to sleep. After the small Tang Xian went offline, he covered his head with a quilt, arranged the big bear, and formed a protruding human figure under the quilt. And then Tang Ranran entered the farm. Tang Xi has been on the farm, and during this period, she has been busy dealing with the pure meat beasts she picked up from the rock dragon's territory. From meat beasts to various cooked meat delicacies. Even with the help of labor robots. The workload is huge. After finishing the work at hand, Tang Xi also went offline. Tang Ranran started to refine the pill with the spiritual plant materials she had found. This time she was going to refine the soul-feeding pill. Soul-feeding pill. A pill for raising and cultivating spiritual pets. Can promote the spiritual pets to upgrade. To put it bluntly, it is the experience pill for spiritual pets. Depending on the strength of the demon pill, the difficulty of refining the soul-feeding pill is different. And the effect is also different. The first time she refined the soul-feeding pill after crossing, Tang Ranran chose to practice with the demon pill of the sea-level green-haired ape to find the feel. After checking the materials and confirming that they were correct, Tang Ranran lit the pill furnace and began to concentrate on refining the pill. Unknowingly, an hour passed. As the pill was made, Tang Ranran raised her hand to wipe the thin sweat on her forehead and smiled with satisfaction. As expected, she was a professional in refining pills. The feel was back. But Tang Ranran was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, she looked at the time. At this point, she should have arrived in Su Delin. Right? Then she looked at the smart brain and saw a message from Kong Chen. Kong Chen, we are here. Send me a message when you wake up. Leaving the farm, Tang Ranran replied to a message. Tang Ranran put away the big bear and got up. Just as she got herself ready, Kong Chen knocked on the door. Opening the door, the two met. Kong Chen looked hesitant and asked in a low voice, Are we really the only two? Well, with my strength, you don't have to worry. Mistakenly thinking that he was worried about safety, Tang Ranran rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Although she was a little bit timid, her fighting power was super strong. Oh! Kong Chen responded in a brisk tone. Obviously in a very good mood. He was not worried, but happy. This was simply a tryst between the two of them. It was so exciting. It was still the Jufang City. The starship was now parked at the parking lot outside the Jufang City. After getting off the starship, Kong Chen, who was eager to go on a date, immediately released his mecha and told the guards behind him, You just stay here. Sir, this is inappropriate. The guards looked at each other, and they disagreed with Kong Chen's behavior of only bringing his girlfriend without bodyguards. Please put safety first, the captain of the guards advised. No need to say. You either stay here to guard the starship or go into the city. These few days are just a holiday. Kong Chen waved his hand. With the unquestionable authority of his superiors. This is an order. Yes. The guards had no choice but to obey the order. Tang Ranran pretended to be serious and was taken to the cockpit of the mecha by Kong Chen. Starting. Taking off. The sharp mecha soon disappeared into the vast sky. The hot ball of fire, with a dazzling orange light, fell down with a bang. The beast that was hit screamed and rolled on the ground trying to get rid of the flames on its body. After the last wail, the huge elephant-like beast fell to the ground with a bang, twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. Where is this? It is naturally the basin valley where the spirit vein mine is hidden. Although the big boss rock dragon here has been killed, there are still many small bosses, which is very suitable for novices like Kong Chen to practice. Look! After a wave of kite operations, the first small boss was killed. After confirming the death of the alien beast, Kong Chen shouted excitedly, Little Tang Dong. Look! I killed it! When he was in the army, Kong Chen's highest record was killing a Zerg with an S-level comprehensive strength assessment. Although the alien beast in front of him was only a C-level alien beast with a comprehensive assessment at most. He did not rely on a mecha, not relying on energy weapons. This time, he did not drive a mecha or use any energy weapons to fight against the alien beast. Instead, he used his own combat power and superpowers to kill the C-level alien beast. This is definitely the first time in his life. At this moment, Kong Chen once again truly experienced the power of a superpower. This is completely different from driving a mecha. Another kind of power. A power that comes from oneself. Well done. It's amazing. Your superpower control and hit rate are both great. Tang Ranran praised generously. Although this level of alien beast is a chicken for an S-level superpower. But as a man, you need to praise more to be motivated. After a hypocritical compliment, Tang Ranran asked with concern, "How do you feel about your mental state?" "Not bad. I don't feel tired yet." Kong Chen was absolutely full of excitement at this moment. The hunting nature in the man's blood had fully awakened at this time. And Kong Chen couldn't wait to find the next beast to practice. "Well, that's good. I find another beast to practice with? You can make some blood." Tang Ranran pointed at the elephant beast lying on the ground. "You don't have to look for them. They will come to you automatically." "You're right. Because it was a fire attack. There was only the smell of barbecue at the scene." Kong Chen took out a knife and began to artificially create the smell of blood with the corpse of the elephant beast. Tang Ranran released his spiritual sense and searched the inside of the corpse. During the battle, I didn't feel that this strange beast had spiritual power. But this huge body like an elephant, with hard skin like wild boar skin, large size and high defense. Maybe there is a demon pill? It's not difficult to find it. After searching, Tang Ranran really found a stone-like thing in its heart, which faintly emitted energy fluctuations. "That's it. Dig." Tang Ranran released the vines to dig, and the demon pill was in his pocket. Because the scene was bloodied by Kong Chen, Tang Ranran retreated 100 meters away in disgust. After standing still, Tang Ranran took out the spirit pet bag from his pocket and let Haikiki out. Huh? It was obviously sleeping, and the thrown Haikiki was full of confusion. It was daytime now, and it was hard for Kong Chen to see such a large mass of black. He asked curiously on the spot. "Hey, it's here too? How did you bring it here?" "Invisible," Tang Ranran said nonsense casually. The truth is, when she found out that Fan Ling was suspicious, she was worried that her piglet dragon would be killed by the SSS gangsters. So she put it in a spirit pet bag and threw it into the farm. When she left the farm just now, she put the spirit pet bag in her pocket. Of course, Tang Ranran would not reveal the truth. "Oh, so that's it." Tang Ranran's unthinking explanation of the facts made Kong Chen believe it without any doubt. After asking this question, Kong Chen no longer cared about Haikiki, but was eager to wait for the strange beast to come to the door. While the two were talking, Haikiki sobered up a little, and his thick neck, which was as fat as a scarf, supported his head, looking around curiously, and sizing up the environment. In the sunlight, Tang Ranran, who saw it clearly, said with disgust in her heart, "Really? It's too fat. Just like a big fat pig waiting to be slaughtered during the spring festival. Although it was ugly when it was a child. It was not fat at least. Why did it grow crooked? Facts have proved that eating grass can also make you fat." Thinking of the koi pigs in Bao Spring. Did she feed them too much? Just as Tang Ranran was reflecting on this, Haikiki's eyes lit up, as if he had found something good, and he happily spread his legs and ran forward on all fours, heading straight for the corpse of the elephant. Shaking his fat body, he ran to the corpse of the beast, found the abdomen, showed his sharp teeth, and began to tear it apart. "Huh? It eats meat?" Kong Chen was surprised. "Well, don't worry about it. Haikiki naturally eats meat, but he doesn't eat much. More like a snack. And Tang Ranran is lazy, so he feeds it more with spiritual plants and fruits." Obviously, the teeth were sharp. A big hole was quickly torn on the belly of the huge corpse by Heichichi. Then, using both teeth and claws, Heichichi began to dig in the belly of the corpse. It was not eating, but more like looking for something. The internal organs of the strange beast were taken out one by one. Heichichi sniffed around like a dog. It was obvious that he was looking for something. Looking for a demon pill? Tang Ranran understood it all at once. Is it looking for something? Kong Chen asked. Don't worry about it. There's a big thing coming at the 3 o'clock direction, Tang Ranran reminded first. Got it. His face became stern. And Kong Chen entered a state of preparation with excitement. In the distance, the wild grassland that was as tall as a person was undulating without wind. It was obvious that a hunter was approaching. As the strange beast in the grass approached, even Hei Chi felt the danger and took an attacking posture in that direction. Soon, a green beast flew out from the bushes and attacked Kong Chen. Tang Ranran, who had excellent eyesight, saw clearly that it was a creature that looked like a saber-toothed tiger, with green fur and a body of 3 meters. One look at its momentum showed that it was a beast that exceeded the level of wild beasts. Facing the sneak attack of the green tiger, Kong Chen, who was well prepared, rolled over to avoid it, and threw a flaming arrow at the same time. The flaming arrow hit the soft abdomen of the green tiger, but there was no blood. Probably just a piece of skin and flesh was burnt. The damage was not great, but the burning pain made the green tiger roar angrily. Ah! The tiger roared in the mountains and forests, and all the beasts were shocked. What's more, this was a tiger roar with mental power attack, with a mental power fluctuation of a level. This tiger roar was really powerful. As the target of the attack, Kong Chen's head was buzzing due to the sound wave. There was a blank in his mind for a moment. When he came to his senses, a bloody mouth appeared in front of him. A flame shield blocked in front of him. Kong Chen dodged it sideways and fired back with dozens of flaming arrows. The green-haired tiger, based on its strength, should be considered a super A-level beast. Although he was watching, Tang Ranran was also nervous, and did not dare to blink, for fear that Kong Chen's head would be bitten off in a blink. Facing the strong opponent of the green tiger, Kong Chen was not in a hurry. He either hid or used the mental barrier or the flame shield to defend. If there was a chance, he would counterattack. He definitely took a steady and cautious route to avoid the sharp edge. After a long time of maneuvering, Kong Chen seized the opportunity and severely injured one of the green tiger's hind legs with several rockets. With a serious leg injury, the green tiger suddenly lost its speed advantage and became clumsy and slow. Facing non-speed monsters, the advantage of the mage came out. Kong Chen once again started the kite method. One after another, flaming arrows continuously fell on the green tiger, and the tiger's originally smooth and bright hair gradually became bald. Bald, however, the tiger's defense was obviously very high. This damage was probably like a branding iron, burning but unable to hurt the root. Of course, with more minor injuries, the boss will be defeated sooner or later. And it's not just Kong Chen. After Kong Chen gained the upper hand, Haikiki joined the battle. Tang Ranran discovered that his dragon piglet had a very high racial talent. In addition to being able to spit black fire, it also had an invisibility skill. Haikiki could blend into the shadow of an object, achieving an effect similar to mental invisibility. Look! This guy was hiding in the shadow of a big rock. Whenever the green tiger approached, he would spray a few mouthfuls of black flames at it. A standard sneak attack policy. Very wretched. In this 2-on-1 situation, the green-haired tiger, with a serious injury on its hind leg, quickly fell behind. Realizing that the food in front of him was a hard bone, it could not chew it, but it was at risk of dying here. So the green tiger decided to retreat strategically, roared fiercely, and pounced on Kong Chen with a tiger roar. Facing the tiger, Kong Chen naturally chose to avoid it. It seemed to be an attack, but the green tiger was actually a feint. After landing, it rushed into the grass in front without stopping. In the 2-meter-high wasteland, the green tiger with green hair disappeared like a fish in water. Realizing that the tiger was going to escape, Kong Chen hurriedly covered the swaying grass with a rain of fire. Unfortunately, the damage was not enough to stop the green tiger from escaping. Confirming that Kong Chen could not save the tiger's life, the onlooker Tang Ranran took action. Countless vines rose from the ground, and the green tiger that was still fleeing in the grass was tightly caught. This green tiger looked quite majestic, but Tang Ranran didn't like the green hair, so she didn't want it. Tang Ranran had no such evil taste as killing the prey with a vine net, and set it on its way. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Tang Ranran quickly found the location of the demon pill. The vines were like flexible tentacles, drilling into the body and wrapping the demon pill. Tang Ranran threw it into the farm together with the vines. Then, the tiger's body was dragged out of the bushes. Look! Is there anything valuable? If so, collect it. The tiger is full of treasures. Not to mention that it is an A-level exotic beast. So it can't be wasted. Well, it's a pity that the fur is burned. Otherwise a tiger's skin alone can be sold at a high price. Kong Chen replied with a little regret, but did not move. Instead, he took out the blue medicine from the space buckle, swallowed a Qingling pill, and then walked towards the tiger. Before he could get close, a black giant jumped past him and arrived at the tiger's body first. It was pitch black. Although its body was fat, its running speed was not slow. After arriving first, Haikiki once again dug into its abdomen and opened it up. Seeing the tiger's body being destroyed, Kong Chen's eyes twitched with a headache, and he walked to the other side of the body with a helpless expression. The simple purification value detector was tested. The indicator light on the top of the detector was bright, and the brightness was about 20. With such a result, Kong Chen was overjoyed, sharpening his knife and turning into a butcher, and decomposing the tiger's body. He buried his head in the tiger's abdominal cavity and searched for a while. And Haikiki said, "Awing! Awing! Awing!" It didn't have any real meaning, just a kind of angry and disappointed roar. Instinct told it to eat, but it just couldn't find the food. This made the beast angry and frustrated. After a pile of internal organs made a mess of the scene, under Kong Chen's condemning gaze, Haikiki turned his head and ran away happily, found a big rock, and nestled in its shadow, looking like he was going to sleep. TSK. Still so lazy. Complaining in his heart, Tang Ranran took out the refined soul-feeding pill, the one for the sea-level green-haired ape. As the pill was exposed to the air, the faint fragrance of the pill spread in all directions. Haikiki jumped out like a dog that saw a bone, and ran straight to Tang Ranran's side, tilting his thick and short neck, and staring at her eagerly. The dark face was full of greed for the soul-feeding pill. Tang Ranran threw it casually, and the soul-feeding pill drew an arc in the air. The dark big mouth stretched out its neck and opened, and ate it in one gulp. And then, nothing happened. After eating the soul-feeding pill, Heichichi was satisfied, and went back to the shadow of the big rock and started to sleep again. Seeing that there should be no side effects such as indigestion, Tang Ranran ignored it. Next, Kong Chen continued to fight monsters and practice his skills, while Tang Ranran secretly looked for spiritual veins in mines. In less than 2 hours, Kong Chen killed 5 more beasts attracted by the smell of blood. Seeing that he had already taken 3 green spirit pills, Tang Ranran was afraid that he would have pill poisoning if he took too many pills. So he called a halt. 2 hovercraft supported a small protective shield for hiding and defense, and the 2 set up camp and rested. Not every beast has a structure similar to the demon pill, but there is a 60% probability that it does. With the newly collected demon pills, Tang Ranran pretended to sleep, but actually went back to the farm to make pills. In the hospital, Tang Xuanhao received a report that the 9 people who normally took the marrow cleansing potion had passed the effect of the drug. Unfortunately, no one's mental power level was promoted. Only 2 people improved a little, and the mental power state had an additional plus state. After reading it, Tang Ranran didn't care. After a few hours, Meng Tao, Fan Ling and other 4 people passed the drug effect period one after another. Facts have proved that the marrow cleansing pill is not omnipotent, and the 4 people are still in a state of no mental power. The last hope of the marrow cleansing potion was shattered, and the 4 people were extremely depressed. All of them looked as if they were dead. For Huang Yong and Luo Disheng, the normal work injury process will be followed in the future. The amount of disability pension should be how much, and the work arrangement will also follow the formal process. Tang Ranran will not interfere. As for her handsome guard Meng Tao, Tang Ranran opened a small stove and paid 20 million yuan in pension out of her own pocket. This money is just a drop in the bucket for her, but it is definitely a huge sum for an ordinary person like Meng Tao. In addition, Tang Ranran specially greeted Wen Yang and asked him to arrange a stable job for Meng Tao with less work and more money. The one who made Tang Ranran most embarrassed was Fan Ling. After struggling for several minutes, Tang Ranran finally gave up the idea of teaching him the immortal cultivation method. The Empire still has masters like Lu Xiao and Yin Qian. She can't take risks for a man. So, after personally comforting him a few words, Tang Ranran also opened a special treatment, allocated 1 billion pensions, and a group of pure fruits, including 10 units of 50 high purification values, and finally a high-paying idle stable job in Fuse Xianting. The sun rises in the east, and the rays of light are endless. A wonderful day starts with signing in. Then, sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting a puppet. Another puppet. Tang Ranran looked at it excitedly. Well, it's a puppet of the alchemy assembly line. That is, Tang Shi number 2. She can't open a new vest, but she can take care of 2 people at once, and refine 3 furnaces of alchemy at a time. Oh, she still has to refine an alchemy furnace. Leaving the RV, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen had breakfast together. The breakfast was very rich. The main course was white porridge made from spiritual rice, and then supplemented with various side dishes. A large table was set up, and most of it went into Kong Chen's stomach. Tang Ranran didn't eat much. After all, she was full last night. Most of the night, Tang Ranran was looking for spiritual veins and mines. After a long period of spiritual exploration, the spiritual power was consumed a lot. After the upper limit of the pills was eaten, she could only rely on eating spiritual plants and fruits to replenish the spiritual power. After all, the spiritual stones had to be used sparingly, although several kinds of delicious spiritual fruits have been unlocked. Eating too much fruit will make you want to vomit. After a whole night, there was no trace of the spiritual vein mine. Tang Ranran gave up sadly. She should not be able to find it. She can only hope in Fu Jingyuan. After breakfast, Kong Chen ate another small healing pill, and then the whole person was like chicken blood, and couldn't wait to find the strange beast to practice. Worried about him having an accident, Tang Ranran followed him step by step with the care of an old mother. If Kong Chen died, she would be sad for several months. The small boss in the category of strange beasts has not been found yet, but a large group of black creatures jumped out from nowhere and rushed to Tang Ranran, mainly relying on the face break and using the claws to assist in parking. Haikiki stopped beside Tang Ranran, looking up at her with his big head. Ong! 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 Translation, hungry. 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 Without feeding? Tang Ranran first gave an order, pointing to a pile of mutant plants not far away. Attack! It must be said that Su Delin's plants are really strong. Look! Kong Chen burned a large area with flames yesterday and cleared a piece of open space. But in just one night, it grew like a wasteland again. Ong! With his mouth open, Haikiki sprayed a large mass of flames and fell in the direction pointed by Tang Ranran. As the flames fell, the area covered by the flames, the originally green weeds instantly turned into a dry yellow. Tang Ranran knew it in her heart. The black flames became stronger, and the original D-level mental power was now about a little bit higher. Roughly D+, but it was definitely not C. Conclusion: the soul-feeding pill is effective. After coming to a conclusion, Tang Ranran began to feed the dog. First with a spirit-feeding pill with the lowest strength for the alien beast. After swallowing it in one gulp without chewing. Haikiki. Ong! Hungry, Tang Ranran began to take fairy grass from the basement of the farm and feed it handfuls, like feeding a cow. After feeding dozens of handfuls of fairy grass, Haikiki burped and couldn't eat anymore, and then looked like he was going to sleep, unable to bear its lazy and unmotivated appearance. Tang Ranran used the red breath fire element grass and started walking the dog. It's still a cub. And you want to learn the old people's way of taking care of the elderly? You wish. Get moving. The red breath fire element grass has an attraction comparable to that of poppies for Haikiki. No matter how far Tang Ranran throws it, he will run over to eat it. Tang Ranran threw, while walking the dog. He paid attention to Kong Chen. After encountering several ordinary beasts, the first alien beast finally appeared. When two meet on a narrow road, the bravest wins. A fierce battle breaks out between a man and a beast. The large buffalo-like beast has no other advantages except for its high defense. After comprehensive evaluation, Tang Ranran estimated that it is a D-level beast. It is a weak beast, so don't worry about it, because the buffalo has thick skin. The flames roared for a long time, and Kong Chen finally won the first battle and killed the big buffalo. After the beast was killed, Tang Ranran did not touch the vines. Haikiki, who had been picking up the red fire grass, rushed to the corpse very actively and started to disembowel the cow's belly again. This time, it finally got its wish and ate the demon pill. After observing it for a while, seeing that it had no signs of energy explosion, Tang Ranran simply continued to feed it the spirit-feeding pill. one by one. From the low-strength spirit-feeding pill to the high-strength spirit-feeding pill. And finally the one made from the green tiger demon pill. As for the soul-feeding pills in front of him, Heichichi was just like eating candy beans, with no reaction at all. However, the green tiger was definitely an A-level beast in his lifetime. And the soul-feeding pill made from its demon pill contained a lot of energy. Just a few seconds after eating it, a blazing black fire suddenly sprang up, and Heichichi's body was burning with black flames. In a very excited, clockwork-like state, he began to run wildly, leaving a desolate place wherever he passed. The vibrant plants immediately turned yellow and rotten when they were touched by the black flames. What happened to it? Kong-chun, who was dealing with the body of the big bull, asked curiously. It should be because it ate too much. Tang Ranran guessed that it had too much energy and needed to exercise. It's almost the same state as you took the Xiao Ling Dan. When Tang Ranran said this, Kong-chun immediately understood that it was in a state of chicken blood. Oh! Kong-chun stopped paying attention and continued to dissect the big bull. This big bull was a pure meat beast with a purification value of about 10, which was a large amount of extra income for him. It's all money. Although Tang Ranran said it easily, he was actually a little worried. His eyes were always on Heichichi, hoping that he would not explode and die due to excessive energy. Tang Ranran paid close attention. As the black flame burned, the mental power fluctuations emitted by Heichichi were constantly rising, giving people a feeling of promotion. Soon, Tang Ranran was completely sure that this was a breakthrough. Half an hour later, as the flames gradually extinguished, Heichichi stopped. Tang Ranran, who had been paying attention, noticed it immediately. It was still the chubby dragon cub, but there was a very different feeling. To put it simply, it was the silly and cute atmosphere of Era, but it turned into a ferocious lone wolf. Unruly, Tang Ranran suddenly thought of inheritance. Humans record in words, and high-level monsters have inheritance in their blood. Could this be the awakening of inheritance? It must be said that Tang Ranran guessed right. As the mental power broke through to sea level, the inheritance of the dark race suddenly awakened. The inheritance memory in the blood was like an atomic bomb explosion. Countless memories suddenly appeared in his mind. Last life, the previous life, the previous life. The magnificent memories of generations suddenly blew up the dark race. A state of confusion of who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Before he could even think about his current state, he felt a bondage from his soul. It was a kind of overbearing submission. A kind of slavery of acknowledging the master. A kind of shackles that bound his freedom. It was a contract. Someone had contracted him. Who? What a bastard. He was just looking for death. Just when Tang Ranran was surprised that Heichichi was a powerful pet with inherited memory, Heichichi in front of her suddenly turned around and shot his two animal pupils straight at her. The once clear and cute eyes were now cruel and bloodthirsty, full of murderous intent to tear people into pieces. Tang Ranran was stunned, then raised her hand decisively and slapped him in the face. It was incredible. He dared to show his teeth to her? Is awakening inheritance amazing? When she was in the world of immortal cultivation, she, the ancestor, raised 3 divine beasts with their own inheritance. The big slap full of spiritual power pressure knocked Heichichi over in an instant, and he rolled on the ground for 2 circles before stopping. Heichichi was completely stunned. He was stunned for 2 seconds and cursed in his heart, "Damn! I can't beat him." With this move, he immediately realized the huge gap in strength between the enemy and us. Heichichi decisively chose, running is the best strategy. He climbed up and jumped into the shadow of the small tree next to him, and the invisibility skill was activated on the spot. Tang Ranran supported his head a little speechlessly. Kong-chun looked at this change strangely. What happened? It's upgraded. It's rebellious. I have to beat it up. Clenching his fist, Tang Ranran walked a few steps to the small tree and said, "Come out." At Tang Ranran command, Heichichi obediently came out of the shadow. Heichichi, what's going on? Is this contract so overbearing? It's terrible. You dare to rebel. Facing the big black head, Tang Ranran took action and slapped it 3 times. The effect of being stunned, but not hurting the brain. If the dog is not obedient, just beat him once. If 1 time is not enough, then beat him twice. 3 times. Every day. A filial son is born under the stick. After beating him, Tang Ranran said coldly, I give you 5 minutes to wake up and think about who I am. He was slapped 3 times. Although the damage was not great, it was extremely insulting. Very angry. But he couldn't beat him, so he could only endure it. Haikiki hung his head and looked dejected. You don't need to look to know who else this human woman next to him could be. It must be his contract master. He is miserable. He is really miserable. In the most helpless and weak infancy, he was contracted by someone. It's really miserable. While mourning for himself, he saw his thick legs in the corner of his eye. And Haikiki was suddenly stunned. Wait! Just now, I felt that there seemed to be something strange. And now, the big black and round head immediately turned. Look left, right, and back. After looking at his legs and then at his body, Haikiki was stunned. What happened? After the larval period, shouldn't he be strong and majestic? Why did he become so fat? This, so much meat? Did he take some growth hormone? Haikiki was so scared that he hurriedly started to remember. He lived too long, died too many times, and had too many memories, so his head was still a mess. Let's talk about the rest later. Let's take a look at what he did during this larval period. Then he took a look. Haikiki was stunned. This time, after reincarnation, for a bite of food, he was contracted within a few days when he was still in the egg-laying state. And then, oh my god, what is that? It is high purification value pure fruits and vegetables. High purification value pure fruits and vegetables are enough to keep you full. Eat until you can't eat anymore. And the red high purification value plants are so delicious that they are beyond words. It's just, I want to cry with happiness. This time he actually ate so much. So good. Moreover, including the egg-laying period and the larval period, it was less than 2 years. In such a short period of time, he advanced to the sea level and entered the growth period, awakening the inherited memory. Is it so exaggerated? Although he has not yet read his previous memories, he is completely sure that this is an unprecedented miracle in his lives. If no one feeds him, if he relies on himself, the egg-laying period will last at least several decades before he can accumulate enough strength to break the shell. Not to mention the larval period. During the egg-laying and larval stages, when he was ignorant and had only instincts, he was always hungry and almost never full. And now, I can't even imagine it. Orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter. Isn't it just an extra shit scooper? He admitted it. However, why did he have a human male contract master in the larval stage memory? Also, it seems that there is a different human female contracted to live with him. Does he have 3 shit scoopers? Well, he has just awakened the inheritance, and his IQ has not recovered much. Let him take his time and think about it in a few days. Anyway, he will follow the shit scooper and be full of high purification value fruits and vegetables. After briefly reviewing some of his memories of the larval stage, Haikiki immediately performed a textbook-style face change, raised his head, and said to Tang Ranran, "Awing," with obvious flattery on his dark face. Tang Ranran was surprised to find that she actually understood. This voice, translated as master. This means accepting reality. It seems that this fat dragon cub is quite realistic. He is the type who will feed his mother. He is flexible and has no moral integrity. He is a man who knows the current situation. Although the spirit pet cannot do anything under the soul death contract, it is always more fulfilling to be willing to submit. Little cub, don't worry. Follow me, the master, and you will have delicious food and spicy drinks. I not only have endless pure fruits and vegetables, but it is also easy to eat powerful beasts. Tang Ranran was satisfied and made a big promise. The second half of the sentence made him feel very happy. But, little cub? Well, in the eyes of humans, he is less than 2 years old. And he is indeed a little cub. Awing! 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 The first rule of leg hugging, whatever the master says is what it is. So, the master is mighty. The master is superb. Long live the master. It is obvious that because Haikiki has an IQ and his mental power level has been improved, Tang Ranran is completely a simultaneous interpreter under the medium of the contract. Since there is no communication barrier, Tang Ranran can't help but curiously communicate with his mental power and ask, "Can you speak human language?" Awing! No, are you an alien? Awing! Yes, I am a black fire salamander. Tang Ranran, who has never seen many aliens, has certainly never heard of it. But it is said that high-powered Zerg and high-powered aliens can transform into their human appearance. Then can you transform? Yeah. Not now. Hearing the transformation, Heike looked at himself again. He ate too much and became fat like a ball. If he transformed, wouldn't he be a big fat man? He quickly got rid of this fat and built up his muscles. If it's not possible now, then can you transform in the future? Yeah. Yes. You can transform when you enter adulthood. Well, how many years will it take to enter adulthood? Yeah. My race is different from you humans. We don't grow with time, but with our own energy and strength. As long as I take in enough energy, my strength will increase to S level, which means I will be an adult. It's amazing. After praising him, Tang Ranran suddenly thought, how come you are on Su Pingrui's star? Where are your parents? Yeah. My race has no parents. We were all born from the chaotic black fire. As for why I am on Su Pingrui's star, it should be because I died on the planet last time. Ah? Did I die on the planet last time? Tang Ranran didn't understand what he said. Yeah. Yes. Our black fire salamander tribe is everlasting, and almost no creature can completely kill us. So powerful. Tang Ranran was shocked. Is it the same principle as the Phoenix of Nirvana? She must have found a loophole and contracted a super powerful spirit pet. No. Her eyelids jumped. Looking at the pitch black, Tang Ranran suddenly remembered a man in black, and a bad premonition came to her mind. So, how did you die last time? Yeah. Ah? I don't know yet. Wait a moment. I sort out my memory of the last time. How does the song go? It must be a special fate. No. It's a narrow road for enemies. Tang Ranran was very curious about the immortal alien race, so he naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. Then, he spent dozens of minutes recalling his past life, and began to reveal his past in a dark way. Well, in fact, he didn't want to be so honest, but there was a contract, and there was such an invisible force that forced him to confess. So, like pouring beans, the past was revealed completely. In my previous life, after I grew up to adulthood and was able to transform into an S-class, I lived in the Free Alliance Starfield and made a group of like-minded friends. We joined the Detonai Alien Alliance together. As my strength increased, I gradually became a big boss from a small leader. Hearing this, there was no problem. And then, I went to Su Pingruishi because there was a wood anchor named Tangmu, who was very good at growing vegetables. I planned to capture him and bring him back to our Detonai to serve as a vegetable grower in the Alliance. At this point, what else does Tang Ranran not understand? I can only say, good guy. Who is this fat dragon cub? Hey Chi-Chi. It's the Black Phantom. Yan Qian. That bastard. When I get my strength back, I must go find him for revenge. Once again, when Hey Chi-Chi, that is, the Black Phantom, sees Tang Xian, he was already the Blue Sky Sword Master. The juvenile Black Phantom ate and slept. And slept and ate. And spent most of his time in the spirit pet bag. So until now, he still didn't know that Tang Ranran was Tang Xian. That is, the anchor Tang Mu. After Black Phantom finished his confession, what else did Tang Ranran not know? Yan Qian killed. No. It can only be said that Yan Qian beat Black Phantom back to the state of an egg baby. And then she, Tang Ranran, captured this egg baby. The cause, the process, and the result are all known. Facing this old enemy, who caused the first generation of Tang Xian puppet to self-destruct, Tang Ranran secretly gritted her teeth and asked sinisterly, so, your name? Ares Nika Lowell Hezel. Tang Ranran frowned. This name is quite long. Master, you can just call me Ares. Tang Ranran silently rolled his eyes in his heart and said, Black Phantom? That's a nickname given by humans. Yeah. After explaining, Black Phantom suddenly felt something was wrong. He didn't mention the nickname given to him by humans in his explanation. Right? Black Phantom quickly raised his head and looked at Tang Ranran carefully with wide eyes, looking left and right. He doesn't look familiar at all. He must have never seen him in his previous life. He is just a passerby with whom he has no intersection. So, how did the shit shoveler know the nickname Black Phantom? Besides, he wanted to catch Tang Mu. But isn't Tang Mu a man? Where did this shit shoveler, who is super good at growing vegetables, come from? There is another human female? That male. Is it the anchor Tang Mu? How can Su Pingruishing have so many wood types? Many questions arose in Black Phantom's big head. He died too long ago. The information is outdated? Not long. Right? It's only been 2 years. Why are there so many wood elements on Su Ping Ruishing? And he encountered them all? Wait. Something seems wrong. He has never heard of the idea of multiple people contracting one beast. 2 contract masters? That's contradictory. Who should he listen to after all? In most cases, there will only be one contract of the same nature. That is to say, without special circumstances, there can only be one shit-shoveling owner. Just as Black Phantom was thinking seriously, the big bastard came again, confirming that this guy is really Black Phantom. Tang Ranran took action again and patted his head. The bones are hard, so this little force doesn't hurt the brain at all. But Black Phantom was completely confused. Why did he hit him again? It is said that human women are moody. And it is true. For the sake of food? He couldn't resist. So Black Phantom simply gave up and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Hit. Hit. He just thought of himself as a punching bag. It felt like a fist hitting cotton. Tang Ranran kicked with her legs in anger. After kicking twice to calm down, Tang Ranran hurried to get down to business. This guy is Black Phantom. A great star pirate. He killed so many people. What a sin! If this is attributed to her, the master, it's over. Taking out her divination kit, Tang Ranran divined her own luck. After divination, because of her amateur divination skills, Tang Ranran divination results were very watery, and it was hard to tell what was going on. She also divined for herself with the central idea of whether she would be struck to death by thunder when she was promoted to the nascent soul stage. Tang Ranran got a result of no. The divination result was pretty good, but I don't know if it was accurate. Changing the subject. This time, Tang Ranran divined for Black Phantom. Tang Ranran used his karmic obstacles to calculate the karma of the fat dragon cub lying on the ground pretending to be dead. If a person has committed great sins, he will be stained with huge karmic obstacles. And even a superficial technique can easily calculate it. Of course, there is no way to calculate it if the strength gap is huge. Tang Ranran calculated, and then was dumbfounded. What's going on? Merit is golden light, and karma is black air. But this guy is blank? 10 times out of 10. It's blank. Tang Ranran was not calm. Although divination is not her professional skill. How could such a simple divination go wrong? After thinking about it for a minute, Tang Ranran thought of 2 possibilities. It may be because Black Phantom is an alien race, not a human. So his killing is not considered karmic obstacle. After all, wolves eat sheep, which is a natural law, and there is no right or wrong. It may also be because Black Phantom. No, it should be Ares. After rebirth, the past is gone with a smoke. That is, the debt is cleared after death, and everything starts from scratch. Ares has done nothing in his life, so it is a blank without any merit or demerit. That should be the case. Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, the people Black Phantom had killed could not be counted on her head. That was all. Thinking of the incident with Bai Qixing, Tang Ranran could not help but kick him a few more times. This bastard. What a sin! Ares, I tell you, since you have been reborn, then the past is gone. I will not bother you about the past. And you must not use the identity of Black Phantom. After thinking about it, Ares still puzzled because he could not think of any intersection with Tang Ranran in his previous life. Huh? Why? Why else? I am a good citizen of the Empire who abides by the law. And I raised a star pirate who did many evil things. How can I survive in the Empire? Tang Ranran frowned, and his head began to ache slightly. I ask you, will anyone recognize you as Black Phantom? Yeah. Ares confessed honestly. It shouldn't happen. After adulthood in the previous life, I used human form in front of people, and only Yin Qian had seen my real body. But there is still a big difference between our adulthood and growth period. Tang Ranran felt a little relieved, and then asked, what about the human form? After you transform, will you still look the same as in your last life? Yeah. No. The transformation in each life is different. The transformation is affected by talent. The better the development in the egg-laying period, larval period, and growth period, the higher the talent, the higher the upper limit after entering adulthood, the more handsome you will be after the transformation. Tang Ranran inexplicably felt a sense of expectation. Good talent? Handsome transformation? Can he be more handsome than Yin Qian? Tang Ranran suddenly thought of the encounter in the past. Although he didn't see the face, Black Phantom's figure was definitely the best. But the current Ares? Tang Ranran's eyes were full of disgust. Tut tut! Fatty! After confirming that Ares' Black Phantom vest in his previous life was very tight and unlikely to fall off, Tang Ranran was not so worried. But it is always better to be cautious. Moreover, Black Phantom is a space system that can travel through the universe. After Ares enters adulthood, you have space ability? If you eat well and have a good foundation, you will definitely be able to awaken space abilities after entering adulthood. Moreover, this time, in addition to racial abilities, I will awaken at least 2 auxiliary abilities in adulthood, Ares affirmed. After all, he is so fat now. He is eating too much. The talent in this life may reach the highest limit. Thinking of this, Ares looked at Tang Ranran with shining eyes. Thinking about the past in the deep mountains and old forests, he had to break his head for a purification value of more than 50. Purification value of 70. 80 means you have to compete with alien races, alien beasts, and humans. And now, the grass he eats on weekdays is definitely 80. What kind of heavenly life is this? This is not a shit shoveler, but the god of wealth. The space courier is right in front of him. And Tang Ranran specifically asked how to quickly improve his strength to enter adulthood. Although Tang Ranran's younger brother Li Zheng has activated the space system now, he is an auxiliary portable space-type space system, and it is not known whether he can teleport, let alone shuttle through the starry sky. In addition, space shuttle is a very dangerous thing. A novice driver with unskilled skills is very likely to have a tragic accident of car crash and death. So, Ares in front of him has greater hope. Ares, whose neck was stuck by the contract, told Tang Ranran everything he knew about his question. Tang Ranran quickly understood. In order for the Ares race to grow, simply put, it needs a combination of meat and vegetables. Not only enough pure fruits and vegetables, but also meat. Meat does not only refer to pure meat beasts, but more importantly, it refers to devouring alien beasts. Every alien beast or alien race has a source of power, which is their essence. In Tang Ranran understanding, it is the demon pill. By plundering the demon pill, they absorb the power in it and use it for themselves. Tang Ranran fully understands that in the world of immortal cultivation, many demon beasts also increase their strength by devouring the demon pills of other demon beasts. The pure fruits and vegetables are definitely far beyond the standard. And now the demon pill is missing. In order to let him advance to S level as soon as possible, Tang Ranran decisively took out the soul-feeding pill made from the SSS Rock Dragon Demon Pill. Feeling the majestic power contained in the soul-feeding pill, Ares' eyes were straight. But even though he was full of greed, he finally held back. On. Tang Ranran understood in seconds that the power contained in this soul-feeding pill was too huge. If Ares, who was only C, ate it, there would be an excess of energy that could not be fully digested, which was a waste. At least you have to enter the A level to absorb most of this soul-feeding pill. For Ares, who was only at the D level before, the Green Tiger Demon Pill was actually a lot of waste. It works best when it is at the C or B level. Unfortunately, Ares didn't know anything in his larval stage. He instinctively thought it was a good thing and swallowed it in one gulp, wasting a lot of energy in vain. Knowing how to advance, the next step is naturally to hunt alien beasts. After dealing with the big buffalo, Kong Chen began to take the initiative to look for alien beasts. Tang Ranran and Ares followed him and chatted by the way. Tang Ranran was full of curiosity about the Detonite Alien Alliance. That is, the Ghost Star Pirates. Under the influence of the contract, Ares told everything he knew and explained everything in detail. About 300 years ago, Ares, who was at the S level, joined the Detonite Alien Alliance. Then, more than 200 years later, about 100 years ago, Ares, who was promoted to the SSS level, got a position similar to that of an elder of the Alliance. Because he liked to dress in black and wear a skull mask, he got the nickname Black Phantom. The team led by Black Phantom was called the Ghost Star Pirates. In fact, the Ghost Star Pirates belonged to the Detonite Alien Alliance. But it was only a part of it. There were 5 elders like Ares in the entire alliance. Then, above the 5 elders, there was an alliance leader. However, The Alliance leader had been in seclusion for a long time, and Ares had not seen him for 100 years. So the 5 elders tended to go their own way. But Ares was sure that the Alliance leader was still alive. He didn't know what kind of alien the Alliance leader was, but he was sure that the Alliance leader was at least 1,000 years old. And he was not a human anyway. His strength was originally 4S level, and it was said that he disappeared in order to break through to 5S level. As for whether he has broken through now, Ares doesn't know. Tang Ranran originally had an idea, relying on Ares as a spy, to do a wave of black eating black operations. After all, killing and arson can make money quickly. It's not mainly about money. With so many alien races, there must be a lot of treasures. But after having a basic understanding, Tang Ranran felt disappointed. There are still 4 elders with the strength of Black Phantom. The risk is huge. Huge. Forget it. Don't interfere in other people's affairs. After that, Tang Ranran focused on understanding the Ghost Star Pirates, which is the Black Phantom force. Black Phantom subordinates are mostly alien races, but there are also a small number of humans. When attacking Baki Star, the Zerg Euphemus was SS strength, and the Kodetsi Dragon was SS plus strength. The ranking of their small group is as follows. The eldest is Ares. The second is Ulila, who belongs to a branch of the Piranha clan. He is SS strength, with known supernatural water system, and unknown racial talent. Although his strength is not high, his IQ is extremely high. He is a sinister and cunning guy. He is responsible for military operations in any major operations. The third is Bert, who is also SSS level strength, belongs to the Iron Beast clan, with gold and reinforcement systems. His IQ is not high, but his combat power is strong. The fourth one. Among the people who followed Black Phantom, 3 were rated as SSS, 12 were rated as SS, and 176 were rated as S. A total of 39 of them had supernatural powers or racial talents, which was equivalent to human supernatural powers. 3 alien races like rock dragons. And this was data from 2 years ago. Ares was not clear about the current situation. It might have been swallowed up by other elders. The leader of the alliance might have returned, or a member might have replaced him and become the leader of the power. Tang Ranran didn't want to say anything about this. Forget about fighting star pirates. But a copy of the internal information should be prepared and given to Yan Qian. As for whether to fight star pirates, that was Yan Qian's concern. Tang Ranran was very good at passing the buck. After the topic of star pirates passed, it was Ares' race. However, Ares didn't know much about his own race. He had never seen a member of the same race in his life. As for where their race was born, the Chaos Black Fire? In the crack of the universe. Where is the crack of the universe? I don't know. As the saying goes, those who are not my kind must have different hearts. For survival, there is fierce competition between different races. As an alien race, Ares has always been hostile to humans in the past and lives. At the beginning, he was not an alien race that killed people like crazy. But, in the past, Ares was more guarding high purification values in the deep mountains and old forests. As an alien race, they all have special methods to demarcate their territory. Alien beasts or alien races with lower strength than him would never dare to step into his territory, let alone steal his high purification value fruit. But humans are different. Every now and then, there are always people who want to steal the fruit he guards. What's more annoying is that this wave of humans can't beat him. If there is a fish that slips through the net, a stronger wave will come soon. Being robbed once, twice, and countless times, Ares was angry. After growing to the growth period, awakening the inheritance and gaining wisdom, he began to take revenge. Any human who tries to steal treasures will be killed. After several lives, Ares changed his mode in adulthood. He went from guarding high purification treasures in the deep mountains and forests to prevent humans from stealing them, to transforming into a human form and blending into human society, actively attacking humans to steal high purification treasures. In this way, you steal me, I steal you. You kill me, I kill him, snatch, steal, kill, kill. As for the incident on Baki Star, Ares had been guarding a snowy mountain for 7 years. When the snow spirit was about to mature, he was robbed by humans because of a mistake. Can this be tolerated? It is definitely unbearable. So he chased all the way to Baki Star, which led to the Baki Star incident. For the sake of high purification value, He was beaten to a bloody pulp. This is definitely not an exaggeration, but a reality. Tang Ranran once again realized how awesome she was. She is really amazing. Ares' overall strength has reached sea level, and the alien beasts below sea level are no longer of much use to him. And there are not many powerful alien beasts in the entire Basin Valley. After Tang Ranran and Kong Chen discussed for a few words, they decided to go back to the city first. They were unfamiliar with the place and didn't know where the monsters were. Of course, they had to go back to the local snake to buy a map so that they could harvest the demon pills more efficiently. After putting Ares back into the spirit pet bag, which was still a mecha, the two returned to Jifang City. On the planet Supingrui, Tang Xian returned from the hospital to the mansion under the F1 protective shield of the T1 protection zone a few hours ago. Because the guards were almost wiped out, there was only Tang Xian as a puppet under the entire F1 protective shield. So Tang Ranran hid in a hidden room, throwing grass, throwing grass, throwing grass, brushing some fairy grass to replenish a wave of fresh spiritual energy for the entire T1 protection zone area. However, because Lu Xiao was on the planet, Tang Ranran didn't dare to do much, and was limited to the safe he built. Because of the burglary, Tang Ranran spent some time to renovate one of his underground planting rooms when he came back this time. Tang Ranran spent a lot of money on spiritual stones to set up a maze array, illusion array, hidden array, killing array, many arrays for this planting room. Under the layers of arrays, if someone can break into this planting room, Tang Ranran can only say, he is a master. I give up. Just like this, hiding in the planting room with layers of protection and repeatedly brushing the grass, Tang Ranran received a message from Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, in 1 hour, I will start a planet-wide search. At that time, you can just use ordinary mental barriers to resist. Planet-wide search? Tang Ranran suddenly thought of the past. When Tang Xian puppet exploded, Yin Qian used a big move to attack indiscriminately against S level and above, so that she, Tang Ranran, was exposed. It can't be that skill? Even if it's not, it should be similar. Tang Xian, okay. I know. After replying, within 2 minutes, Tang Ranran received a long voice message from Qi Xingyuan, obviously avoiding LV Xiao. Qi Xingyuan reported the situation to Tang Ranran in detail. After a night's rest, LV Xiao woke up and asked Qi Xingyuan about the combatants on the planet, mainly the number and distribution of S level and above personnel. After understanding the information, he made a basic plan. In fact, there is no plan, just to search for unknown S level and above. Although the planet's tourism industry has plummeted, the number of people entering the planet every day is still in the 4 digits. Plus there are investors, partners, and other personnel who hold long-term visas and stay on the planet for a long time. Not including the garrison. There are millions of Imperial registered personnel on the planet. As a person, LV Xiao has limited energy. It is impossible to screen them one by one. So naturally he picked the strong ones. Those illegal elements with mental power below S are all small Karami. At most they are just exploring the situation. Even if they are exposed and take action, they can't cause much damage. The most efficient way to check hidden dangers is, check mental power. If there is an unknown S level, it must be a problem if you check it. So Lu Xiao has to use his big move to check people. After listening to Qi Xingyuan's voice, Tang Ranran hurriedly praised herself. She was so foresight. If the original body was still on the planet, there might be trouble again. An hour passed quickly. Tang Ranran had stopped mowing the grass long ago, and moved to the big garden in a semi-hanging manner, planting vegetables in the garden. A dull sense of oppression suddenly came. Tang Ranran was refreshed and immediately came back to his senses from the mechanical work of planting vegetables. Here it comes. The pressure similar to that of a high-level cultivator must be Lu Xiao's mental power deterrence. Tang Ranran immediately held up a mental power barrier to resist the uncomfortable feeling of being suppressed. It lasted for about a minute, and this level of suppression disappeared. Not in a hurry to ask, Tang Ranran waited for the result. In less than 2 minutes, Qi Xingyuan sent her a message. 5 unknown S-level personnel were found. Very suspicious. At present, they have to find these 5 people and verify them. Tang Ranran continued to wait. But she didn't get the latest news from Qi Xingyuan. Instead, Yin Jinghao called Tang Xian. As soon as the call was connected, Yin Jinghao first thanked her again for the marrow cleansing potion, and then talked about the results after taking the marrow cleansing potion. Yin Jinghao started to refine the potion as soon as he returned. Except for Yan Ning, who got one. The rest of the materials they brought back were taken by the elderly. At this time, the effect of the medicine has come out, and the mental strength of the elderly has more or less recovered. And Yan Ning is the kind of person with great luck. After taking a marrow cleansing potion, his mental strength has been promoted, directly promoted from SS to SSS level. After talking about the results, Yin Jinghao said that he had prepared the materials for the healing potion. Yan Ning was still doing relevant inspections. After he finished the inspection, about 2 hours later, they could come to Su Pingruixing and ask if it was convenient. Tang Ranran of course said, convenient. While waiting for others, Tang Ranran continued to plant in the garden and prepared some fruits as a return gift. In less than 2 hours, Yan Ning and Yin Jinghao arrived ahead of schedule. Tang Ranran gave the coordinates under the F1 protective shield. When they arrived at the scene, their first reaction was to be amazed by Tang Xian luxurious garden. As a top doctor whose main ability is healing, Yin Jinghao is definitely one of the rich. Elderly people generally have the hobby of growing flowers and plants. And Yin Jinghao is the same. His mansion is also full of flowers and plants, many of which have a high purification value of more than 30. Yin Jinghao has always been proud of his big garden. But now seeing Tang Xian big garden, he can only sigh, how can the gap between people be so big? Yes, Tang Xian is a bigwit type. Can't compare. Can't compare. Yan Ming, who has no interest in growing flowers and plants, is amazed at the pure breath here. So rich. How many high purification values are planted? Or is it gas soluble? As soon as Yan Ming arrived, he was in the rich aura, and his instinct was to take a deep breath. It took a full minute or two for the two to come back to their senses. Tang Ranran came up to them and said hello with a smile. Welcome, both of you. Your place is really a feng shui treasure land. Yan Ming nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes. This pure and rich atmosphere is intoxicating. After a simple greeting, Tang Ranran invited the two to enter the banquet room on the first floor of her mansion. The robots brought the fruit platters that had been prepared long ago, and the three of them ate and chatted for a while. Because of the marrow cleansing potion, Yin Jinghao and Yan Ning once again expressed their gratitude in person. Yan Ning's mental power was promoted, and Yin Jinghao's wife's mental power was restored to the peak SS level. For both of them, it was a great thing. This was all thanks to Tang Xian, and the two were naturally grateful. After thanking him, they talked about some other unimportant things, and after about half an hour, they got to the point. The main topic was naturally the refining of the sea spirit potion. After moving from the banquet room to the potion refining room, Yin Jinghao took out the relevant auxiliary materials one by one, while Tang Ranran took out the main ingredient and collected the bottle of sea spirit clan energy. All the materials were neatly arranged, and Yin Jinghao carefully reviewed them, to make sure there were no omissions. Before refining, Yin Jinghao asked, the refining of sea spirit potion is relatively complicated, but for you, Tang Xian, it should not be difficult. Do you want to learn about it and learn it? Tang Ranran had that thought in mind, but was just worried about what kind of secret recipe it was. So she didn't speak, but Yin Jinghao took the initiative to propose it. So naturally he accepted it. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Yin Jinghao waved his hand and said generously, you're welcome. Anyway, it's not a secret recipe that has signed a confidentiality agreement. Having said that, if it were someone else, Yin Jinghao would definitely not be so kind as to teach, mainly because Tang Xian was generous. So he couldn't be stingy. Sea Spirit Potion. The higher the energy of the raw material Sea Spirit, the more complicated the refining is. For SSS level Sea Spirit, the first thing to do is to prepare the solvent Poisson's liquid, which needs to be extracted from Poisson's juice. Yin Jinghao explained while refining. Tang Ranran listened carefully, not only recording with the equipment, but also taking small notes. Compared to the marrow cleansing potion that can be completed in half an hour, the Sea Spirit Potion is really complicated. It took Yin Jinghao 5 hours to complete it. Okay. It succeeded. This is the finished SSS level Sea Spirit Potion. The Azure Potion is pure and transparent, shining with a faint light, and the energy fluctuations emitted from it can be faintly detected. After taking a satisfied look at his work, Yin Jinghao handed the potion to Tang Ranran and explained. Like the marrow cleansing potion, take it as soon as possible for the best effect. The dedicated top-level potion storage container can have a shelf life of about 2 weeks. Thank you. Tang Ranran took it and held it in front of him to examine it carefully. By the way, after reading it, what do you think? I think I can do it. But I'm not sure if I can succeed in practice. Tang Ranran said regretfully. The Sea Spirit tribe is too rare. That's right. The Sea Spirit potion is indeed difficult. Yan Ming, can you please come over? After looking at the Sea Spirit potion for a few times, Tang Ranran asked Yan Ming, who was chewing fruit in the corner. Yan Ming, who is not a pharmacist, naturally has no interest in refining medicine. Tang Ranran was very considerate to prepare a space-deducted fruit for him. So he was chewing fruit silently in the corner the whole time, just like a big hamster falling into a rice jar. Yan Ming felt extremely happy. Although the purification value is not high, it is delicious. Especially lychees. Eat lychees as much as you can. Who knows this kind of happiness? No problem. Yan Ming agreed immediately. Tang Ranran immediately formed a group of 3 people. Group members, Tang Xian, Yan Ming, Kong Chen. At this moment, on the planet Sidoran, Kong Chen and Tang Ranran had returned to their starship at the parking lot outside Jufeng City 2 hours ago. Kong Chen is now online after using the Jufeng City network. Tang Xian, Kong Chen, send me your current address. Tang Ranran, who was online at the same time, greeted Kong Chen half an hour in advance. So even though it was night here, Kong Chen was still guarding in front of the intelligent computer. Kong Chen, current location JPG. This address? Give the potion to Kong Chen. Tang Ranran said to Yan Ming, and then asked Yan Jinghao. Senior, this Sea Spirit potion, there are no side effects, right? Will there be any accidents during the effect of the medicine? To put it bluntly, the Sea Spirit potion is energy. An energy that promotes the advancement of spiritual power. The worst case is that it has no effect. There will be no side effects. And there will be no harm. Yan Jinghao waved his hand and said with certainty, I haven't heard of anyone having problems after taking the Sea Spirit potion. That's good. Tang Ranran nodded, walked over a few steps, and handed the potion to Yan Ming. Thank you for the trouble. Yan Ming looked at her hesitantly without taking it, and asked in surprise, You're not going? He was alone. Weren't you afraid that he would switch the potion in the middle? This is a Sea Spirit potion that is more precious than the marrow cleansing potion. I won't go. I will tell Kong Chen on the communication. Yan Ming took the potion with some excitement and threw it into the space buckle. Leave it to me. I guarantee it will be delivered intact. After making a serious promise, Yan Ming grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and the aura of a sunny and cheerful big boy came to his face. Yan Ming was happy from the bottom of his heart. This is trust. This kind of trust is definitely at the level of brothers. This shows that Tang Xian has already regarded him as a good brother. He is Tang Xian's best friend. Tang Ranran seemed to have seen a silly version of Yan Xian, and she suddenly thought of a word, clear and stupid college student. The little newbie who has just entered the society for a few years is really silly. Thank you for your hard work, Tang Ranran said politely. Serving the leader is not hard. Yan Ming shouted loudly like a slogan, and used his supernatural power, and the space channel was quickly formed. Watching Yan Ming leave, Tang Ranran couldn't help but have a little thought. A silly courier. If he could be lured here? Forget it. People from the Yin family can definitely not be lured. Alas, she still hoped that Ares would be the most reliable. After all, Ares is hers. The kind that will sell himself to her forever. Above the starship's berthing area, Kong Chen successfully received the potion after meeting Yan Ming in the air. Tang Xian, this is the Sea Spirit potion. You can take it directly after receiving it. Looking at the message again, Kong Chen, who didn't know the Sea Spirit potion, was a little puzzled, and only vaguely guessed that the Sea Spirit potion was related to the Sea Spirit clan. Kong Chen knew that Tang Ranran would not harm him. So as soon as he got the potion, after Yan Ming took a photo of successful receipt, Kong Chen drank it on the spot, and replied, Kong Chen, received. Taken. Thank you. Yan Ming, you're welcome. Then I take my leave. Goodbye. Because they didn't know each other. After the delivery, Yan Ming returned after a simple conversation of 2 sentences. After drinking the potion, Kong Chen used his mental barrier to become invisible, and quietly returned to the starship away from the crowd sight. After returning to the lounge, Kong Chen, who who did not find any useful information after searching the internet with his smart brain, became even more confused and went to find Tang Ranran. Yinming is definitely a reliable space system. It took less than 5 minutes to go back and forth. At the same time, Tang Xian's smart brain also received a reply from Kong Chen that he had received it. After the matter of the hailing potion was completed, Yin Jinghao and Yin Ming, because they had taken the marrow washing potion, had many subsequent examinations and related experiments to cooperate with. So after a few simple greetings, the two said goodbye. Tang Ranran politely tried to keep them for a few words, and finally gave each of them a fruit with a space deduction. The kind of ordinary fruit with a purification value of less than 10. As a gift. It was not worth much, but it was very thoughtful. After refusing politely for a few words, the two followed Tang Ranran's steps to collect the things, and then left through a space channel as they came. Watching the space channel disappear, Tang Xian was half hanging, and Tang Ranran immediately switched his focus and concentrated on the original body. A potion that can upgrade from SS level to SSS level. 10% success rate. Kong Chen was stunned when he learned about the efficacy of this potion. In shock, as his heart beat hard, the blood in his body seemed to boil. An indescribable excitement was rampaging in his body. It was impossible to describe the ecstasy at the moment. No man does not yearn for strength. But after the age of 30, the promotion of mental power has become an unattainable dream. After the mental power was promoted from A level to S level, Kong Chen never thought that one day he would have such an adventure. Excited for a long time. After calming down a little, Kong Chen was full of gratitude and flattery. Little Tang Dong, I can't repay your kindness, so I can only give you my body. Didn't you sell yourself to me a long time ago? Tang Ranran rolled her eyes speechlessly. If she was not her own, how could she be so generous? Oh, that's right. Scratching his head, Kong Chen smiled innocently. Selling himself to Mr. Tang for money was definitely the wisest choice he had ever made in his life. Tell me how you feel now. In the spirit of research, Tang Ranran took out a small notebook and prepared to record the relevant data after taking the medicine. Very excited. Very excited. And the feeling of blood boiling. Kong Chen answered immediately. What I asked is, what does it feel like to drink the medicine? Tang Ranran was speechless again. Feel your mental power carefully, and tell me what you feel. Kong Chen used his mental power and carefully felt his own mental state at the same time. It's a kind of very relaxed, very comfortable. It seems to be smoother than before when using mental power. A feeling of natural success. Do you feel that your mental power has become stronger? It seems. No. But I can vaguely feel that there seems to be such a huge energy that is constantly nourishing my mental power. It feels very mysterious. After asking all the questions he could think of, Tang Ranran recorded them quickly and finally put away his small notebook. Seeing that she had finished asking, Kong Chen hesitated and asked, should I do something now to increase the possibility of promotion? No. The senior who made the medicine said to wait 5 hours after taking it. The outcome will be determined after 5 hours. After these 5 hours of drug effect, everything will be settled. If the mental power has not changed by then. Before she finished speaking, Tang Ranran shook her head and denied it. Based on your S-added mental power, there is at least a 30% success rate for promotion to SS level. And there is even a 3% possibility of reaching SSS level in one step. So relax. Don't worry. You can either go to sleep now, and you will know the result when you wake up. How can this be possible? How can I sleep now? Kong Chen hurriedly said. These are the 5 most important hours in his life. How can he sleep at such a critical moment? That's true. Then do whatever you want. If I take a strength pill now, will it increase the success rate? Kong Chen asked. The strength pill is the Xylewiling pill that assists in cultivation during the qi refining period. Tang Ranran spread his hands. Don't ask me. I don't know either. I just knew about the existence of the Sea Spirit clan and this Sea Spirit potion one day earlier than you. Why don't you ask that senior? As it concerns strength, Kong Chen continued without any hesitation. I asked, and he said he didn't know. Tang Ranran shook his head. If there were any auxiliary means, Yin Jinghao would have said it long ago. Then, I take a strength pill and some fruits and vegetables with high purification value. Kong Chen didn't give up. Maybe it would work? I have to try it after all. Well, that's fine. Then you try it. Next, Kong Chen ate all the way. And after swallowing a Xiaowiling pill, he ate fruits and vegetables with high purification value, thinking that it might be effective. Tang Ranran used all his high purification values, ate some 86 fairy grass, drank a few 85 sugar waters from the local interstellar products, and drank a few cups of chrysanthemum tea. Tang Ranran even built a pure plant protection shield, consumed a few spiritual stones to release a lot of spiritual energy, and artificially created an environment with rich spiritual energy, fearing that Kong Chen would explode and die due to excessive spiritual power. Tang Ranran did not dare to open a secondary account during the whole process, and just stared at Kong Chen. It was less than 5 hours. That is, about 3 hours. Kong Chen, who was full of food, was still trying to drink chrysanthemum tea. The action of drinking water suddenly stopped, and Kong Chen was full of excitement. I feel it. The feeling of enhanced mental power. Tang Ranran was refreshed and immediately spread out mental power exploration. After checking, Kong Chen mental power seemed to have really become stronger. Not sure? Take another look. After feeling it carefully for 2 minutes, Tang Ranran was sure that it was really SS level. Here, Kong Chen also carried out a wave of tests with the mental power detector he carried with him. Test results, SS level. I've been promoted. SS level. After shouting a few words excitedly, Kong Chen continued to eat and drink more vigorously. There are still 2 hours of potion effects. Maybe there is really a hope to break through to SSS level in one fell swoop. Facts have proved 30% can barely be considered a high probability, but 3% is definitely a low probability. Kong Chen is obviously not a lucky king with a low probability. Look, 5 hours have passed, and Kong Chen, who has a round belly, is still SS level, because he couldn't move because he was too full. Kong Chen was excited and went to the infirmary to conduct more detailed tests after half an hour of rest. Tang Ranran, who consumed a lot of high purification value in sugar water, was thoughtful. Although the small infirmary on the starship is not fully equipped, it still has a full-function mental power detector. Kong Chen went to the infirmary to test his mental power in detail. The mental power level, SS. Status, plus. The promotion from S plus to SS plus is a big span. Kong Chen was ecstatic about this result, while Tang Ranran was thoughtful. She consumed so much high purification value and high sugar water, which seemed to have a little auxiliary effect. So, can she, a young person under 30 years old, rely on high purification value to help improve her mental power level? If her cultivation level is improved, her mental power will be improved. If her mental power is improved, will her cultivation level be improved? It has been decided that from today, no, from now on, I have to drink 3 bottles of 85 sugar water every day. Tang Ranran, who made the decision, immediately switched to Tang Xian, and with a mental power barrier to prevent prying, looted a lot of fresh sugar powder from the ant nest, leaving only a small amount of sugar powder for the queen ants. Tang Ranran once again issued an order to produce sugar. This white sugar powder is really good. If the purification value can be raised a little bit, will the effect be more significant? Tang Ranran has already studied the food. The food of the ants is all pure fruits and vegetables in the garden. But there is no change. Tang Ranran also used spiritual power to raise the main raw material for sugar production. That is, taro, to 30 plus. But the improvement of raw materials cannot bring about the increase of sugar powder. If it is not a problem of food, then will it be a problem of ants? If Bai Huahua's strength is enhanced, will it produce more powerful white line ants that produce sugar, thereby producing sugar powder with a higher purification value? Thinking of this, Tang Ranran decisively moved a low-level D-level demon pill through the medium of the farm, and then threw it into the ant nest. I hope that the queen ant Bai Huahua can also upgrade with the demon pill like Aries. After feeding the spirit-feeding pill and planting vegetables in the garden for a while, Tang Ranran received a report from Qi Xingyuan. All 5 suspicious S-level personnel have been caught. Not only have all the people been caught, but Lu Xiao also interrogated them. With a huge gap in mental power, the 5 people confessed everything they knew. 2 of them are from the Federation, spies who have been buried in the Empire for a long time. Their main task is to inquire about Tang Xian relevant information and try to win him over. If Tang Xian can be lured back to the Federation, it would be the best. If not, the follow-up is to find an opportunity to assassinate him. Although the Empire and the Federation are at peace, assassinating each other's outstanding talents, a means of secretly weakening the other's strength, is not uncommon. Therefore, it is normal for Tang Xian to be targeted by the Federation. In short, the Federation's attitude towards Tang Xian is still at the stage of inquiring about the situation and trying to win him over. At this stage, there is no need to worry about the Federation's high-level assassins coming to assassinate Tang Xian. These two S-level spies are just minions collecting information. The other three. One is from the Tusona Star Pirates from the Free Alliance Star region, also hiding on the planet to gather information, waiting for an opportunity to move. They are here for the marrow cleansing potion. One is from the Lu family in Su Shanchang next door. Special wind-hearing supernatural powers, hiding on the planet to find out detailed information about Tang Xian. The Lu family wants to please him and make friends with Tang Xian. The last one is the Zerg, a high-level worm from Dominic, one of the 9 royal worm swarms. This worm is quite tough. After being caught by Lu Xiao, seeing that he was exposed, he exploded and died without waiting for him to interrogate. Lu Xiao identified its race through its corpse, but was not sure whether it was from the worm swarm or a stray worm. Although the Zerg is a gregarious and aggregated creature, each population has a few special elements that stand out from the crowd. The high-level worms of the Zerg also leave their own population and join other forces. This kind of Zerg fighting alone is called stray worm. Lu Xiao guessed that this bug was more likely to be from the Star Pirates of the Free Alliance. After all, bugs are not very interested in medicines. They prefer natural and pure fruits and vegetables that have not been processed. After reading the report, Tang Ranran could only say that she didn't know until she checked it out. It's true that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. Look, Tang Xian is too famous. And snakes, ghosts, and gods are coming. What should I do? I can only deal with it as soon as possible and improve my own strength. After sighing inwardly, Tang Ranran received a message from Lu Xiao. First, it was an investigation report with a content duplication of up to 90%. And then, Lu Xiao, is it convenient now? I have something to discuss with you. Tang Ranran guessed that he came to her to ask for credit and some compensation. After doing the work, you have to pay. Tang Xian, it's convenient. I'm in the house. Qi Xingyuan knows the location. Let him take you here. Lu Xiao, okay. Turning around to ask Qi Xingyuan a few more questions, Tang Ranran learned that the two were still thousands of miles away and would take at least 2 hours to arrive. She then prepared the relevant rewards with confidence. A global search trick, plus the capture of 5 spies. But she had already given a big reward before, so this time she could give less. Thinking that Lu Xiao was still a water element, Tang Ranran prepared 10 units of white jade fruit exclusive to water spirit roots, and then various ordinary fruits, purification value below 10, filling a 10 cubic space buckle, continuing to grow vegetables in the garden. After a long time, Qi Xingyuan called and said that the two were already outside the F1 protective shield. Although Qi Xingyuan had access rights, he naturally had to knock on the door first with Lu Xiao there. Tang Ranran opened the door and let them in, because the protective shield was full of precious flowers and plants that were delicate and weak. Qi Xingyuan had already stopped the car outside the protective shield, and the two walked in, not in a hurry. Lu Xiao strolled along the way to enjoy the scenery, like a leisurely stroll in the garden. After more than half an hour, he crossed the garden area and arrived at the large square in front of the courtyard. Tang Ranran had been waiting in the square. Thank you for this time. It's just a small favor. When the two met, they exchanged some polite words, and then the three of them went into the banquet room on the first floor. There were still several large bowls of fruit plates, and they ate and talked. First, they gave a detailed account of the matter of catching the S-level spy. And then, after finishing this topic, Lu Xiao looked at Qi Xingyuan and said impolitely, General Qi, we have something to discuss. Can you step aside for a while? Qi Xingyuan looked at Tang Ranran and let her decide. Tang Ranran nodded and gave him a look to get out first. Okay. Qi Xingyuan stood up and left the room. But he didn't go far, but stayed outside the door. There were only 2 people left in the room, and Lu Xiao was still worried. He used another mental barrier to cover the 2 people, and did a full confidentiality work. And then, he spoke. With a shield of confidentiality, Lu Xiao shared the way to make money with an expression of let's make money together. When I was investigating Escarda before, I saw his source planet. That planet should be in the Afard star field of the Free Alliance star field. I am sure I can find that planet after a field investigation. Although adult CLs live alone, there can't be only one on a planet. There must be hundreds of them. When Lu Xiao said this, Tang Ranran naturally understood. You mean? Go to the Free Alliance star field to find that planet, and hunt the CLs? Well, this time, the CL's incident on your planet Su Pingrui. I will report it to the relevant department after I have sorted out the information. Report to the relevant units. However, because it is in the Free Alliance star region, even if there are some clues, there is a high probability that no official action will be organized. So, I want to pull a team and go there to take a look. Here, I sincerely invite you to participate. As expected, Tang Ranran was a little bit looking forward to it. If there is a 4S level sea spirit, wouldn't it be useful to her? Very tempted. But she is timid. SSS level sea spirits can parasitize SSS level creatures. With my strength, it's a bit risky. Tang Ranran was hesitant and worried. She was thinking about the 4S level sea spirit, but the SSS level could KO her. This is very frustrating. Moreover, if Tang Xian went, what would she, Tang Ranran, do? The body is in danger? This is not okay. Absolutely not. Because of the rock dragon incident, Lu Xiao also felt a little bit of his cowardly nature. Obviously Tang Xian damage is so high and the blue bottle is so full. But he still has to pull a few helpers before taking action. It is definitely too cautious. It's normal for you to have concerns. There are many alien races living in the star field of a feud, which is indeed a bit dangerous. Lu Xiao was not disappointed at all with Tang Ranran's tactful refusal. In fact, he didn't expect to successfully attract Tang Xian as a teammate. As long as Tang Xian was willing to be a sponsor, it would be fine. But you should have taken the marrow cleansing potion. Right? At your age, if you have the help of 4S level sea spirit potion, you are very likely to be promoted successfully. Lu Xiao threw out the bait and tried to attract sponsorship. Because they are solitary creatures, there will be territorial disputes among the sea spirits. I found out from Asgarda that there are at least 3 sea spirits stronger than it on that planet. And the probability of 4S among them is very high. 4S level sea spirit. Tang Ranran showed his interest without hiding it, and smiled and said, 4S sea spirit potion must be hard to find. But with my financial resources, I can definitely afford it. If Minister Lu is lucky enough to get it, I wonder if he can give it up. LV Xiao was waiting for Tang Ranran to say this, and smiled cheerfully. Of course, 4S sea spirit is useless to me. Relatively speaking, I prefer high purification value. With these 2 sentences, the two reached a preliminary transaction intention. Next, Lu Xiao spoke frankly. Although the sea spirit potion is rare, there are auction records in the history of the empire. For example, 46 years ago, Jubawi Auction House auctioned an SS level sea spirit, which was bought by Hengqing at a price of 280 billion. Lu Xiao always liked to mark clearly. So he listed the prices of sea spirit potion in the history of the empire, and finally gave a price list. A level sea spirit, 10 billion. S level sea spirit, 36 billion. SS level sea spirit, 280 billion. SSS level sea spirit, 1.2 trillion. For S level sea spirit, 8 trillion. Tang Ranran agreed to Lu Xiao's price generously without bargaining. As a person who can make money, it is too cost-effective for her to exchange money for strength. After discussing it in detail, they finally reached an agreement that Tang Ranran would pay the deposit in advance, and then have the right of first refusal. The deposit was several boxes of sugar water solution with purification values of 40/50/60, plus several boxes of red medicine, red ginseng pill, and blue medicine, green spirit pill, which was equivalent to a total price of 1 trillion. Although there were ready-made ones in the basement, they had to be prepared. So Tang Ranran agreed to a 3-day preparation time. After receiving a reward of 1 space deduction of pure fruit and a deposit of 1 trillion blue bottles promised by Tang Ranran, Lu Xiao, who had gained much more than expected, was very satisfied. After a few more idle words, Tang Ranran used the excuse of growing vegetables, and Lu Xiao immediately said goodbye with a look. Lu Xiao still stayed on the planet, and left with Qi Xingyuan after leaving the room. After watching the two leave, Tang Ranran began to work, pretending to grow vegetables, but actually studying the strange metal-eating vine on the farm with Tang Shi. After trying several more times, and confirming that it could not be grown. Tang Ranran began to analyze the ingredients. After cutting off a small piece and smelting it with the simple art of refining, Tang Ranran confirmed that it was indeed metal. Although she was not a chemistry major, after tinkering with it, Tang Ranran was sure that the alloy of unknown composition was quite soft. The long section she cut off should be completely dead, so the toughness was a bit poor. After studying for a few hours, Tang Ranran discovered a new world. This alloy material is pretty nice whether it is for making alchemy furnaces or flying swords. Although it is not as good as those high-end materials in the world of immortal cultivation, it is still a little higher than the lowest grade black iron. After melting a whole section of metal-eating vines into a small alloy block, Tang Ranran decided to get more raw materials. She can now take care of 2 people. But she still lacks an alchemy furnace. On the starship, Kong Chen has passed the state of excessive excitement brought by the promotion of mental power, and is now in the shutdown and sleeping mode. Tang Ranran also has to maintain her weak little white flower persona, and it is not convenient to run around in front of people. So she pretended to go out for a breath of fresh air, took a guard out of the starship, and walked around this parking lot. When Tang Ranran returned to the starship, a Tang Shi in the farm had already been invisible and flew to the Tuzhua Mountains on a flying sword. Arriving above the familiar forest, Tang Ranran checked the map and used her spiritual sense to explore. After a carpet search, she found a metal-eating vine growth area half an hour later. There were no creatures, no metal, only lush trees, and the metal-eating vines were like coils, quietly dormant underground. Tang Ranran continued to be invisible and slowly lowered the altitude. When she reached a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground, the coils in her spiritual sense began to rotate, like a snake raising its head, and vines began to drill into the ground one after another. No way. Is it coming for her? Seeing the vines that drilled out of the ground crawling towards her along the big trees on the ground, Tang Ranran was sure that they really couldn't hide. Run! Relying on his speed, Tang Ranran quickly escaped from the sensing range of the vine, then squatted at the edge of its attack range and began to lure monsters with metal. Last time, he cut a section. But this time, after Tang Ranran caught a vine, he did not cut it, but pulled it out by the roots. Like pulling out a carrot, he pulled out the entire coil together, and then entered the farm with the vine. This time, he pulled it out by the roots, and Tang Ranran tried to plant it again. This time, Tang Ranran pulled out the entire vine with its roots. Well, it's a special species. This metal-eating vine has no roots. At the end, there is a fist-sized rhizome. It is obviously still alive. The pulled metal-eating vine twisted wildly, as if it was tying up a fairy god. Tang Ranran was entangled without paying attention. Although Tang Shihao was a bit useless, the combat power of a single metal-eating vine was not strong. Tang Ranran, who was tied up several times, could feel a kind of tightening force. But it was not a big problem and should not hurt the puppet. Fearing that the vine would be killed, Tang Ranran did not dare to fight back, but started throwing metal. After throwing a lot of metal, he finally freed himself. The metal-eating vine was successfully transferred, giving up the hard bone of the puppet and entangled with a pile of metal. While it was eating, Tang Ranran tried again. Planting vegetables with supernatural powers. It's useless. Planting vegetables with skills. It's still useless. Okay. It's really not a plant, so it can't be planted. Then, a contract? Tang Ranran tried to make a contract. And then, it actually worked. I was shocked. Tang Ranran looked at the vine that was several hundred meters long and wrapped around the metal pile in disbelief. So it's really a living thing? After all, according to the theology of cultivating immortals, plants cannot be contracted. Oh, that's wrong. Plant spirits that absorb the essence of heaven and earth and give birth to intelligence can be contracted. However, Tang Ranran looked left and right, and didn't think that this vine had intelligence. The green demon that Su Xinrong had caused the tragedy in the academy was the one that had intelligence. Tang Ranran tried to communicate through the medium of the contract. Hello. Squeak. Please answer if you hear me. I'm calling you. After several attempts, Tang Ranran didn't find any intelligence at all. It was just a vine without thoughts. In the initial experiment, it could only implement 2 commands. One is to attack, which is to entangle the target. The target is currently limited to metal objects. Because there is no human experimental target, it is not certain whether it can tie up people. The other is to rest, which is to automatically recycle and drill into the ground to shrink into a coil. In terms of these two functions alone, Tang Ranran feels that it is not as good as her thorn vine. Although no other uses have been found for the time being, special species are still very valuable for collection. Therefore, Tang Ranran occupied a piece of land alone, which was specially used to plant metal-eating vines. He caught 4 metal-eating vines, and then contracted them and threw them in the field. Tang Ranran continued, but after having 5 samples, he did not need to care about their life or death. Practices prove that the root block at the end is the heart of the metal-eating vine. Once it is cut off, the cut part will lose its activity within a few seconds and become a dead branch. And the dead branch is a very good material for refining. After working for 2 hours, Tang Ranran cut a lot of dead branches. The number is almost enough. Tang Ranran began to smelt with flames. After removing the impurities, she got a large amount of alloy. It was several tons. More than enough to make a furnace and a flying sword. Tang Shi was busy refining in the farm. In the small starship, Kong Chen woke up from a nap. He was full of energy. The first thing Kong Chen did was to collect information. After getting the detailed distribution map of wild monsters within a radius of 100 kilometers in Jufeng City, Kong Chen couldn't wait to find Tang Ranran and go out to fight monsters. It was still a 2-person team action. Oh! And Ares was added. After leaving the starship and landing at the first wild monster area, Tang Ranran released Ares from the spirit pet bag. Although Ares' current comprehensive strength is only sea level, he has lived for so many lives, adding up to thousands of years of age, and his combat experience is rich. With Ares by Kong Chen's side, he thought he would not be killed instantly, so Tang Ranran felt relieved to paddle and fish. Once is new, twice is familiar. This is not the first time to do the work of a weapon refiner. Although she is not a professional, Tang Ranran does not have high requirements for herself. So Tang Shihao successfully made the alchemy furnace and flying sword. Ordinary cheap goods. But it works. After some experiments, it is confirmed that it can be used normally. Tang Ranran finished the work with satisfaction, and the Tang Shihao went offline, focusing all her energy on herself. Tang Ranran continued to follow the monster-killing team leisurely, escorting Kong Chen, and began to study her blue group. Blue group. That is, the egg baby of the sea spirits. At present, it is still an oval blue ball, like fog and mist, and there is no change at all. Tang Ranran poked it, but there was no reaction at all. Pure mental energy was thrown over, and there was a reaction, and the blue group began to feast. After feeding the mental energy and feeding it, 11 was a little worried. In her opinion, if she didn't actively feed Lan Tuanchuan wouldn't be able to absorb her spiritual energy. According to the theory of the immortal cultivation contract, a pet that signed a death contract couldn't harm its owner. But? Yes, there are always buts in everything. A pet like Lan Tuanchuan has a very strange existence. What if there is any harm to her body? After all, it is a parasitic spirit pet. 11 was worried about the blue baby that was still a ball. According to her guess, if she nurtured it with her own power and ate it after it was grown up, it could be transformed into her own energy. Lan Tuanchuan is still an egg baby now. After the egg-laying period, there is still a larval period. According to Yenijuan, it will take at least 100 years to reach adulthood. 100 years? That's really too long. She might have been promoted to the nascent soul by then. Moreover, the eggs born by the SSS level mother may not grow to the SSS level. So how to improve the qualifications? Wow! Tang Ranran knowledge of the Sea Spirit clan came from the 2 people in the Yin family and Lu Xiao. But the 3 of them only knew the basics. No one has raised it before. And there are no successful cases to refer to. So they can only cross the river by themselves, thinking that the sea spirits grow by absorbing the host's spiritual power, and that the training time is so long. Tang Ranran thought carefully, and always felt that it was not appropriate to keep it on her body. So, find a host for Lan Tuanchuan. Based on the wild monster distribution map shared by Kong Chen, Tang Ranran began to check the photos of various wild monsters. After searching for a long time, she finally found a little cutie. A 3-tailed wind spirit cat, with a comprehensive strength of sea level, and a spiritual power of sea level. The black cat with 3 tails looks very petite, and cute among a group of ferocious-looking beasts. Although it is a little bigger than the cats on Earth, it is only the size of a leopard, so it is no problem to take it into the fairy cave. because the three-tailed wind spirit cat has the habit of moving at night. After the sun sets and enters the night, the monster-killing team enters the living area of the three-tailed wind spirit cat. Using the corpse of a pure meat beast as bait, 2 people and a dragon squatted, and Tang Ranran secretly explored with spiritual consciousness. Many strange beasts were attracted, but there was no three-tailed wind spirit cat, probably because its number was too rare. There was no harvest at night. After setting up camp and resting for a few hours, we continued to fight monsters. After squatting for 3 consecutive days, we finally squatted one. Although the three-tailed wind spirit cat was fast, Tang Ranran was even more swift. As soon as the big cat appeared, it was caught by Tang Ranran. After trapping the three-tailed cat, Tang Ranran directly gave an order. Lon Tuan Tuan. Parasitize. Tang Ranran was actually just trying it out, and the result was actually successful. This feeling is a bit mysterious. If it weren't for the careful feeling of the contract, even Tang Ranran herself would have felt that she had contracted a three-tailed cat, even though it was still an egg baby. It was so perfect under parasitism, with almost no flaws. Tang Ranran was a little secretly shocked. If she hadn't invited Lu Xiao, a high-level thug, this time, would she have capsized in the gutter and really been parasitized? The world is terrible. She wants to go back to Earth. Whether it is the world of immortal cultivation or the interstellar world, there are many crises. Tang Ranran, who has been at ease for a long time, feels a little bit of urgency because of the Sea Spirit Clan incident. Improving strength is urgent. Therefore, Tang Ranran contacted Lu Xiao 3 days before the agreed time. Working with the intelligent brain, Lu Xiao has been staying in Fuse Xianting these days, and borrowing an unused villa. The distance is short, and Tang Ranran contacted him and arrived at the gate of the F1 protective shield in less than half an hour. Opening the door to welcome guests, Tang Ranran served a fruit plate again. After the business back and forth, Tang Ranran showed full sincerity. The agreed deposit is a blue bottle worth 1 trillion, which is no more than that. In addition, Tang Ranran gave an additional 30 units of white jade fruit in the name of a friend. The purification value of 56 is worth about 5 billion per unit. So Tang Ranran just gave it away, which was 150 billion. 2 days ago, he received the reward for investigating hidden dangers and catching spies. Lu Xiao had already looked at the fruit that Tang Ranran gave him. He knew the white jade fruit. Xie Xia had sold a batch of high purification value fruit that was beneficial to water-based superpowers. He knew about this, but he was short of money, and water-based superpowers were not his main superpowers. So Lu Xiao did not buy it. He also suspected that the white jade fruit was from Tang Xian, but he didn't expect that the white jade fruit was so easy to get before he asked. And this time, it was directly given by 30 large units. After 2 false polite refusals, Lu Xiao accepted it with a smile. It's a shame that we met too late. Why didn't he get to know Tang Xian, the god of wealth, earlier? That guy Lu Chuanping is really too mean. After sighing strongly and deeply condemning Lu Chuanping in his heart, Lu Xiao, who had collected the things, also made various promises with full sincerity. He would definitely bring back the 4 SC spirit raw materials. He was sure that there were 4 SC spirits on the planet where Asgarda lived before, and there might even be a 5 SC spirit king. At that time, even if he couldn't beat them, he would definitely ask for external help and guarantee to take down a 4 SC spirit. One paid the money, and the other worked hard. The 2 sides happily reached an agreement. Finally, Lu Xiao happily said goodbye to Tang Ranran. Then I will go and prepare first. Leave as soon as possible, and try to come back within 3 months. The Free Alliance is not like the Empire. Without a complete interstellar map, even the space system cannot jump around. So Lu Xiao gave conservative time. I'm not in a hurry. Safety is the most important thing. Well, I take my leave first. I wish you a safe journey. Thank you in advance. LV Xiao looked at the man, with a hint of regret in his eyes. He had the sponsor of the god of wealth, and many blue bottles were in his hands. But he still felt a little regretful. LV Xiao stayed in Supingerwei Star for a total of 4 days. In addition to investigating spies, he was secretly investigating Tang Xian in the dark. LV Xiao had already investigated the public information thoroughly, and this time he started with Qi Xingyuan and others, secretly using means to spy on information with the nightmare technique. However, Kan Chen, the only person on the planet who knew about it, had gone out to avoid the limelight, and Tang Ranran himself was not there. So even if Lu Xiao secretly investigated several people, he only found that many generals in the station troops, including Qi Xingyuan, had surrendered to Tang Xian. Because the puppets produced by Xiaoxian cannot be explained by science, Tang Xian is too real, and there is no sense of disobedience. So Lu Xiao would rather suspect that Tang Xian has schizophrenia than suspect that Tang Xian is a puppet. As early as when investigating the information, Lu Xiao found a strange thing. Tang Xian has a girlfriend named Tang Shi. And in July 2316, Tang Shi went to Su Xinrong for adventure with Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan. He didn't understand this. Tang Xian and Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan have a good relationship. But the one who went on the adventure to find treasure together was Tang Xian's girlfriend. The most suspicious thing is that during the trip to Su Xinrong, he couldn't find any video materials about Tang Shi at all. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan worked together to hide the person. For this suspicious point, Lu Xiao thought he could find the answer when he arrived on the planet. But he couldn't find Tang Shi at all. Nothing was found out. And Lu Xiao's head was still full of question marks. Of course, with Lu Xiao's strength, he could definitely find out something by directly investigating Tang Xian himself. But he was worried that if he was discovered, he would lose his friendship, and that would be the end of him. Professional instinct made Lu Xiao particularly curious about Tang Xian's secrets, and wanted to get to the bottom of it. But the power of money was too great, and the word money overwhelmed his curiosity. Forget it. Everyone has secrets, and no one wants their secrets to be peeped. Curiosity kills the cat, and he can't lose Tang Xian, this rich friend. The more important thing now is to quickly make a fortune by relying on the sea spirits. Lu Xiao finally looked at Tang Ranran, waved and said, "I'm leaving. See you next time. I wish you a safe journey and a smooth trip. I look forward to seeing you next time." Tang Ranran also waved goodbye. "Thank you for your good wishes." After the final farewell, Lu Xiao performed a disappearance on the spot. It was the kind of person who disappeared without any warning. After seeing the big change of a living person, Tang Ranran was stunned. Space system? That's not right. Even if it's Yan Qian teleporting remotely, it must open a space crack. Invisibility? Since he said he was leaving, why is he invisible? Is it really time? But can time also teleport? After a minute of confusion, Tang Ranran pulled out the smart brain light screen and swiped the friend information of Lu Xiao. Then he could only say, "Wow. The current location is the first galaxy. I'm quite curious. But it's a bit rude to pry into someone's privacy. And since they are not acquaintances, it seems a bit abrupt to ask." Tang Ranran didn't ask in the end, but added a note visible only to himself in the note column of his friend Lu Xiao. Illusion, water, suspected space, and the possibility of other supernatural powers after seeing Lu Xiao's strength. Tang Ranran looked forward to the 4SC Spirit Potion even more. Tang Ranran, Kan Chen, and Ares were still fighting monsters together. After sending Lu Xiao's Tang Xian away, Tang Ranran simply contacted Wen Yang and asked in detail about the planet's recent tourism industry. In view of the heavy losses in the tourism industry caused by the attack of the sea spirits, they discussed a remedy plan. In fact, there was nothing to discuss. As long as there were enough delicious and pure fruits and vegetables, a no-purchase limit on the planting site could bring the tourism industry back. After a few simple discussions, Tang Ranran began to work hard for the planet's economy. First, contact Ming Jianba, the live broadcast platform in the communication number, and let him know that he was going to start a live broadcast. Although Tang Mu has not appeared for a long time, Xuanqing Entertainment still attaches great importance to supernatural anchors, especially with type anchors. So Ming Jianba, who received the news, immediately applied for a recommended advertising position for her. Even if the wine is good, it will not be popular if it is not recommended. There is no traffic. The recommendation came quickly. But because Tang Mu had not appeared for a long time, the recommended position was not so good. And it took several hours to wait. Tang Ranran did not care about it. After checking and making sure that there was nothing missing, she went to the orchard to plant vegetables. After planting lychees for 5 hours in the supernatural vegetable planting mode of saving spiritual stones, the time was almost up. Half an hour before the recommendation, Tang Mu, the anchor who had not appeared for a long time, went online. After nearly a year and a half of not being online, Tang Mu's anchor account, which originally had nearly 800 million fans, now has less than half of it, 390 million. A lot of comments were almost all asking, is Tang Mu dead? Thinking that the tourism projects on the planet are already very complete. Tang Ranran decided to monetize the traffic and advertise live. The tourism industry must make a lot of money. So, first put up a recording to attract fans. Tang Ranran put up the video he had recorded on Su Dellen Planet. No one. Ah! Tang Mu. You are finally online. I told you. My husband is so good. How could he fail on Freestar? Ha ha ha. Tang Mu is fine. I won the bet. Those who bet on the death of the anchor can cry now. Front row. I am in the front row. Newcomer. Who can tell me about this anchor? Oh my god. Oh my god. Anchor Tang Mu finally appeared. Alive. I finally met the patent owner of the green-skinned red melon. A full 18 months. Do you know how I spent these 18 months? How did you get here? Wow. Tang Mu is not here. I can't buy melons. Melons are sold for 35,000 each. Evil black-hearted capitalists. Does anyone remember when Tang Mu last live-streamed? It was October of the year before last. Huh? Who is this? Mu-type anchor? Why haven't I seen him before? 1.5 years. Tang Mu. You disappeared for a whole year and a half. Alas. The laziest anchor in history. No. There are even lazier ones. Do you know that high-level anchor Lay 54321? He has been missing for even longer. And they say he was killed by space pirates. It is strictly forbidden to advertise other anchors here. Thank you. I don't know what Tang Mu will broadcast today. Is it still growing vegetables? No way. The last live broadcast was 2 years ago. And he is still so popular? I am in the front row. Front row. Front row. The seats have been arranged. And the anchor must be online. So what is this? Recorded broadcast? Huh? Su Dellen. It's Su Dellen Planet. Ah. Not growing vegetables today. Freestar exploration? And it's a night exploration? Wow. It's really exciting. I like it. Wait. Tang Mu has been on Freedom Star for the past 2 years. Right? Ah. Damn face covering mode. Let me see what's wrong with his face. Can I? If he doesn't show his face? This anchor must be ugly. It's Su Dellen. I heard that it's a plant star. The plants there are particularly crazy. And there are a lot of green monsters. Looking forward to the appearance of green monsters. Looking forward to green monsters +1. Brother Tang Mu is finally back. Tears are running down my cheeks. Although it has dropped by half. 400 million is still a large number. Even if the ratings are 1 in 10,000. There are still 40,000 people. So as soon as Tang Mu's live broadcast started, it was immediately lively. Without any nonsense. Tang Ranran threw the previous recording up. Took a quick look at the explosive comments. And typed a line of announcement in the live broadcast room. After the broadcast starts, every 10 minutes, 1,000 lucky viewers will be randomly selected and given a green-skinned big red melon worth 30,000, 1 unit. As soon as the announcement came out, it was immediately boiling. The anchor is generous. It's still the same. Brother Tang Mu is still so generous. I'm crying. The only anchor benefit I received was from Tang Mu. Question. 1,000 in 10 minutes. That is, 30 million is given away in 10 minutes? Is it true? So generous just for some traffic? Or is it a lie? It's just a small amount of money. Tang Mu can afford it. Kneeling to beg for benefits. Give me strength. King of luck. Begging for benefits. Begging for benefits. The anchor is online again. Happy. Tang Mu's husband is still as domineering as before. I love you. Currently 80,000 people are online. The probability of winning the benefits is very high. Wait. Are you all thinking about the benefits? And I am the only one paying attention to the content? Isn't it more exciting to explore the wilderness of Freestar at night than the benefits? Brother. You are not alone. There is me. It's creepy. I always feel that a green demon will jump out at any time. I want to see the green demon +1. Green demon. Strongly request the green demon to appear. As for the green demon, Tang Ranran can only disappoint the audience. But the metal-eating vine can be regarded as half a green demon. Right? I don't know if the audience will buy it. The entire video was several hours long. Tang Ranran set up an automatic lottery every 10 minutes and then left it alone. Continuing with her vegetable growing work. In the orchard area, Tang Ranran planted a wave of lychees. Then a wave of oranges. And a wave of grapefruits. After planting fruits for 3 hours, she left the scene to the pickers and moved to the field area. She was going to plant watermelons. Planting melons. Planting melons. Planting melons. After planting a large area of melon fields that stretched as far as the eye could see, the video content was coming to an end. Tang Ranran glanced at the live broadcast room data. Under the temptation of the welfare lottery, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 billion at this time. And her lost fans had also increased apart. And her fans have now returned to 600 million. 1 billion viewers. The tourist conversion rate should be quite high. Right? I hope it can boost the tourism industry. Hello everyone. I'm Tang Mu. The recorded video ended and switched to live broadcast. Tang Ranran greeted with a smile as usual, with the same opening remarks. Long time no see. First of all, thank you for your concern. I disappeared for so long. Not because I went on an expedition to Freestar, but for other personal reasons, which are not convenient to disclose. So don't ask. Ah, brother Tang Mu. Please give me benefits. Oh my god. Family. Did you see it? Background. Background. A melon field. So many melons. I believe it. So many benefits. Tang Mu can really afford it. So many melons. A happy little frog. Quack quack. Question, sell melons? 30,000 per copy. I want to buy. Please ask the anchor to bring me the goods. I want to buy melons. Although Qin Shao Sword Master is unparalleled in the world, Tang Ranran is a person who makes a living by his talent. So he still does not show his face. Without showing his face, the audience's attention was immediately attracted by the endless melon field. And they all shouted to buy melons. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Tang Ranran started to advertise. I am now on the planet Suping Ruishing. 3 days later, the planet will hold a pure fruit and vegetable food festival. At that time, the green-skinned big red melons will be planted on site. You can buy them at the planting site. There is no limit on the number. First come first served. What about the price? Lufing is 36,000. If the price is not cheap, it is better to buy it online. I just want to know, are all these melons grown by the wood system? Or are they planted artificially? First come, first served. So what about the total number? Wouldn't it be very annoying if they were sold out when we got to the planet? What's the price per unit? Supingrui planet? Tang Mu. Why are you always there? What's your relationship with the planet? Huh? I found out that Supingrui planet is a private planet. And a serious terrorist attack happened last month. The price of the green-skinned big red melon is 28,000 per unit. And the quantity sold this time is expected to be more than 100,000 tons. Finally, don't worry about the safety of the planet. The criminals who carried out the terrorist attack last month have been killed. Tang Ranran answered one by one. After Tang Ranran used watermelons as a gimmick to advertise the planet, Tang Ranran did another wave of wood-based vegetable planting that the audience loved to watch, and planted a large wave of watermelons. The boundless melon fields attracted a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room to scream. After estimating that the number of watermelons was enough to give out benefits, Tang Ranran started today's live broadcast content. Today, she decided to have a special show of sugary delicacies. The first to appear, of course, is the classic among classics. The candied haws. Hawthorn trees are ready-made. And the pure sugar, rock sugar, has also appeared in the previous issue. The raw materials are all ready-made products that do not need to be created out of nothing. First of all, the first delicacy we are going to make today is called candied haws. This is hawthorn. This is rock sugar. As for the raw materials, they are all sold on Planet Agriculture and Forestry. Friends who are interested can buy them by themselves. Haha. Buy them by yourself. You said it as if I can buy it? Fuck. I went to Planet Agriculture and Forestry and found out that they are all limited. The sales volume is so small? Are we buying air? No. What's wrong with this Planet Agriculture and Forestry website? Most of the products are sold out? Do you have to grab them? Brothers, don't listen to the anchor's nonsense. You can't buy them. If you really want to buy, pay attention to the product listing announcement. You can only grab them if you are fast at the time of listing. Huh? There is a product called rice and wheat. And alfalfa. Aren't there several varieties of spot goods? There are also spot goods for sale. Are they not delicious? Anything that is in stock is either not delicious or not good looking. Strongly request the anchor to sell vegetables. Yes. 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 Anchor. Open a shopping cart and sell vegetables. An anchor who doesn't bring goods is not a good anchor. Grow vegetables. Grow vegetables. Grow vegetables. Because of the need to develop tourism, more fruit and vegetable crops are left for offline sales. So the online supply is very small. The audience who can't buy anything are complaining. After complaining, they all shouted slogans and asked Tang Mu to grow vegetables and sell goods. After the live broadcast, the relevant raw materials involved in the live broadcast will be put on the agricultural and forestry website. Friends who want to buy can pay attention to the online announcement. The requirements of customers should still be met as much as possible. However, the platform must be divided into shares for the sales in the live broadcast room. Of course, Tang Ranran uses the shopping website of his own planet to sell goods. After saying that he would grow some vegetables in a casual manner, Tang Ranran started the topic. This is hawthorn. When eaten alone, the fruit tastes slightly sour. After explaining, Tang Ranran also used the sensor to share his taste. The sour taste was obviously unpopular. After washing, we use a corer to remove the core in the center, and then set it aside for later use. This dessert is very simple to make. The key is to boil sugar. This sugar is not limited to any variety. Pure sugar and ordinary sugar are both fine. Of course, chemical foods such as industrial synthetic sugar are not suitable. Bingtang Yulu, as the name suggests, is best made with rock sugar. Put rock sugar and water in a 1:1 ratio into the pot. Heat it over high heat until it boils, and then turn to low heat. Tang Ranran explained while making it on the spot. Soon, the syrup was boiled. Put the cored hawthorns in a bunch, then pour the syrup over them, and let it cool for a while. And it's done. The finished product is out of the pot. So after sharing the taste, sour and sweet, it tastes really good. I don't like sweet food, but I don't know why. I just think this candied haws is very good. Delicious. Delicious. Hawthorn is 45,000 yuan per portion, and rock sugar is 40,000 yuan per portion. The price is not expensive. I can afford it, but I can't buy it. I'm a clumsy person. I can't make it. I can only buy it. That's right. My brain says I can, but I don't have the ingredients. So, is it just sour fruit? And then wrap it with such a candy? I have ordinary fruits and ordinary sugar at home, so I can try it. Question: if I go to Suping Ruishing, can I buy authentic candied haws? So, there is so much syrup left in the pot. Can I give it away as a reward? The food in this live broadcast has offline restaurants on the planet, and everyone is welcome to come and taste it. In the tourism industry, beautiful scenery, delicious food and beautiful colors are the key points. Therefore, Tang Ranran had already given the relevant production methods to Wen Yang when he was discussing with him. The public restaurants affiliated to the planet would serve these delicacies as soon as possible. Because the production is simple, there are definitely enough cooks. But the key is that the ingredients are a little insufficient. At present, the planet's sugar production depends entirely on sugarcane. But selling sugarcane directly is more profitable than processing it into pure sugar. So the production of various sugars is not high. Kong Chen is not very concerned about sugar production because he thinks it is a loss that puts the cart before the horse. For this, Tang Ranran's response is to increase the price of candied haws. It's a tourist area, and it's normal for the prices to be a bit high for this kind of specialty. After making 10 more strings of candied haws as a special benefit, Tang Ranran came up with a new trick: wire-drawn version of candied haws. As soon as the syrup was poured, while it was still hot, Tang Ranran turned left and right. Under the force of inertia, the syrup that was not completely hardened flew out beautiful wire drawing. Layers of white. Entangled. It looks better and tastes better. But there is a shortcoming. Oh my god! That's more than 40,000 candies. All over the floor and the table. I want to lick the ground. This wire-drawn candied haws is good, but it wastes pure sugar too much. Let's not make it. Brothers, just take a look. Don't learn from the anchor. Waste is shameful, because it is really wasteful. After throwing so many 3 strings, Tang Ranran stopped. Next, the tomato version of candied haws. Everything can be plated, and all fruits can be dipped. The tomato version of candied haws. The apple version of candied haws. The tangerine version of candied haws. The brightly colored fruits, coated with syrup, are very attractive just by their appearance. After a lot of finished products, Tang Ranran secretly felt sorry for the strawberries. Because she had cheated Xiexia. Tang Ranran felt a little guilty, and didn't dare to expose the strawberries. After finishing the whole pot of syrup, Tang Ranran made another candied haws with frost. The pitted hawthorn is the main raw material, and the syrup is still boiled. The difference is that white vinegar is added during the boiling process this time. The Empire only has industrial synthetic seasonings with similar taste. Tang Ranran uses pure white vinegar brewed by himself. The formula is kept secret, and the candied haws with frost is made into a local specialty exclusive to the planet. Although he is not a professional chef, his cooking is not as difficult as the Manchuan banquet. For Tang Ranran cooking skills, it is no problem at all. Soon, a large number of sugar-coated candied haws were freshly baked. After various kinds of candied haws, Tang Ranran continued to produce classic sugar delicacies. The second delicacy, maltose. Tang Ranran had long ago created wheat from the farm. However, because there was no promotion of various ways of eating wheat, the sales of wheat were very bleak, and basically all of it was taken by Kong Chen to make pure nutrient solution as a citizen welfare. How could Tang Ranran let go of maltose? A classic snack? Then, the third delicacy, sugar painting. With limited painting skills, Tang Ranran could only simply draw a few small animals. But it didn't matter. She invited external aid, a handsome chef who graduated from the Department of Fine Arts. Tang Ranran showed him his face and introduced him as the chef of a certain rotating food restaurant in a certain scenic spot. The main feature was an inserted advertisement. The professional chef lived up to expectations, and with a flourish, he made various sugar paintings at will. Then, marshmallows, nougat. Not counting the previous recordings, Tang Ranran sugar food this time lasted nearly 12 hours, and produced a lot of sugars. Although the puppet will not be tired, she is tired in her heart. So the food production came to an end. Today's live broadcast. The official content is here. I will go to rest first. The welfare lottery ends here, and there will be live delivery live broadcasts in the future. Friends who have won the welfare and have time can follow the delivery site through the link. Thank you. Goodbye. Although Tang Ranran Tonmu live broadcast has ended, she posted a link and opened a related page jump. Through the link, the audience entered the official live broadcast channel of Su Pingruixing. There are two anchors, one man and one woman. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. They are very attractive, and are selected by Wen Yang as the second tourism promotion envoy of the planet. The two took over the welfare delivery link, and at the same time, they would insert various planetary tourist attractions advertisements, including the food sales restaurant in the live broadcast. In short, it is to use Tonmu's traffic to promote. During this live broadcast, the number of online users reached a maximum of 1.5 billion. Within a few minutes, more than 100 million people were diverted to the official live broadcast channel. This data is still very scary. Tang Ranran packed the relevant delivery data, explained some individual benefits, handed over all the relevant work to the on-site person in charge, and left. As soon as Tang Ranran got on the hover car, LV Chuanping sent a message. A lot of voices. Still the smell of tea. As early as the live broadcast, Tang Ranran saw his Vest account. A large wave of rewards, and a strong sense of presence. This is obviously because he watched her live broadcast and was greedy. Tang Xian, don't worry. You can't miss the benefits. After getting the promise and choking a few words, LV Chuanping finally calmed down. In addition to LV Chuanping, because of this live broadcast, friends who knew Tang Mu's Vest account sent messages one after another. Along the way, Tang Ranran opened an automatic driving to deal with the messages. Back to his own mansion, Tang Xian was idle, while Tang Shi was busy on the farm, making delicious food. In the next few days, on the planet Su Pingrui, Tang Xian was busy planting all kinds of vegetables every day. After Tang Mu's live broadcast, the planet's tourism industry has warmed up again, and most people come here for the unlimited purchase of fruits and vegetables. Since they are here, it is naturally impossible to just buy pure fruits and vegetables. Under the vigorous planting of Tang Xian, the supply of pure fruits and vegetables of various varieties is still in a stage of oversupply. Tang Ranran, who is generally free, contacted Yin Ming. After the message of departure 2 days ago, Lu Xiao entered the state of loss of contact that day. It is obvious that there is a space system in the team, but this space system is not Yin Ming. After sending a message to confirm that he has time to make extra money, Tang Ranran released 15 marrow cleansing potions. It was a holographic virtual online auction. And then the courier Yan Ming delivered the goods to the designated location. The delivery fee of 100 million per tube. Yan Ming received 1.5 billion, which was paid by the buyer. And Tang Ranran did not have to pay for it. At present, the marrow cleansing potion is still in short supply. But the rich people in the top tables of the empire have almost all taken it through various means. So the auction price has dropped slightly. After deducting the handling fee, taxes and other miscellaneous expenses for 15 marrow cleansing potions, Tang Ranran received 900 billion. It's a bit too little. It's better to sell high purification implants. On this side, Tang Xian is working hard to develop the economy. And on the other side, on the planet Su Delin, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen are either fighting monsters or on the way to find monsters. In the first 2 days, because of the promotion to SS level, Kong Chen was so excited that he was particularly active in fighting monsters. But after activating the second series of superpowers, he was depressed. Kong Chen's second superpower is appearance disguise, which is to change into a living person, similar to Mystique in X-Men. After repeated experiments, it was confirmed that at this stage, Kong Chen's camouflage ability can only transform him into someone he has met, and disguise himself as the other person based on his own memory. A copy in appearance, blood genes, etc., cannot be disguised. And it is currently limited to humans. Maybe after the strength is high, it can also disguise as an object, a strange beast, etc. But it is not certain. Kong Chen was thinking about the high-powered space ability, but he got such a useless assistant. And the whole person was just depressed. What to do when you are depressed? Need to vent. How to vent? Kill monsters. Treating the strange beasts as sandbags. Kong Chen fought harder and harder. The overall number of those who can be rated as strange beasts is relatively small. And not every strange beast has a demon pill. The wild monsters around Yufeng City were quickly killed by Kong Chen and Ares' monster-killing team. Tang Ranran had almost no chance to take action. That is, to give a reminder when encountering special offensive plants. After eating many sulfeating pills, Ares finally climbed from C level to B level. After the comprehensive strength reached B level, the sulfeating pills made from C level strange beast demon pills were not very effective for him. There are not many B level monsters on the known maps, and most of them are in the deep mountains and old forests where people rarely go. For some reason, even pure plants have strong vitality on the planet Sidoran. Not to mention ordinary plants and mutant plants. The Crazy Plant Planet is definitely not a false name. Looking at those uninvolved deep mountains and old forests in the air, even Tang Ranran would feel a little nervous. Tang Ranran is traveling in person this time. In the flesh. So she must be careful. If she encounters a rock dragon of this level, Kong Chen and Ares, who are traveling with her, will not only be unreliable, but will also hinder her. Therefore, Tang Ranran, who is a ghost school, is not willing to go deep into the deep mountains and old forests. The action of fighting monsters and digging demon pills was announced to be over, because Ares was unwilling to return to the spirit pet bag. Tang Ranran followed him and let him hunt by himself. Anyway, Ares is experienced and will definitely not die. After secretly leaving Tongshi No. 1 on the planet Sidolan, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen returned to the small starship outside Yufeng City and set off for home. The small starship returned to Supingrui Star smoothly without any accidents. As soon as he came back, Kong Chen became busy in a hurry. Tang Ranran went back to Shuntang Biology, reported to Tang Chui that she was safe and showed up in the company. Then returned to Fuse Xianting and started her life as a stay-at-home girl, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Tang Ranran, who was thinking about the Spirit Vein Mine and 4S hailing Miss Fu Jingyuan and Lu Xiao especially. However, the wind was whistling and the Ishui River was cold, and there was no news. After waiting for a long time, Tang Ranran could only be busy growing vegetables. Only when she saw the vegetables turned into piles of star coins, the depression in her heart would be diluted. Half a month passed like this, and on this day, Yin Jinghao sent her a heavy news. Under normal circumstances, Tang Ranran didn't like to deal with old men, but Yin Jinghao was a knowledgeable old man. Moreover, he was the top doctor in the empire, and there was no shortage of patients who brought rare treasures to him for treatment. Moreover, Yin Jinghao had a high status in the pharmacist union. There were a lot of special medicinal materials that could not be seen on the market in the Union. And there might be treasures among them. Finally, Yin Jinghao also had channels to buy various rare mental power enhancement potions, with the mentality of looking for treasures on Taobao. And in addition to buying medicines, Tang Ranran and Yin Jinghao contacted each other a little more frequently. Today, Yin Jinghao got a new treasure, and asked Tang Ranran to take a look at it through video. After seeing it, it was confirmed that it was a piece of junk. After the treasure appraisal, Yin Jinghao shared the latest imperial melon with Tang Ranran with a look of spectators. Brother Tang, you know that Ji Chongsun, who was making a lot of noise not long ago, can grow magical vines, right? I heard a little about it. How come you found the one with a purification value of 100? Tang Ranran was delighted. Did the plant team come back? I immediately checked the smart brain. And Fu Jingyuan was still out of contact. No. No. Yin Jinghao waved his hand and continued mysteriously. Didn't the Xie family bring back a sample of the magical vine? Guess what? What's wrong? She was very disappointed. But Tang Ranran cooperated with her curious face. The Wood-type people of the Xie family are really doing great things quietly. They planted a magical fruit with a purification value of 100. Ah! Tang Ranran was really surprised. So far, her spiritual plants have not exceeded 90. And a purification value of 100? It should be in the category of a genius treasure. Right? It should be able to increase cultivation. Right? Tang Ranran secretly thought about it. Yin Jinghao said in an exaggerated tone. The purification value is 100. It's really scary. Senior, have you seen it? No. But I have verified it. It is probably true. I don't know how they grow it. If the wood healing system is elevated, you may be able to grow it. I heard that the magic fruit has many IQ factors. As an old man, Yin Jinghao pays special attention to prolonging life. Therefore, even though there is an internet cable, he is excited and a little flattering. I heard that this 100 magic fruit is equivalent to a longevity fruit. Brother Tangxian, let's find a way to get a live plant. You try it. If you really grow it in the future, don't forget me. An old man. Be sure to leave me a few copies. The purification value is 100. The difficulty of planting this must be very high. Tang Ranran seemed a little embarrassed on the surface, and she was thinking about asking Xie Shihe for a live plant sample. When she just returned to Su Pingrui's planet, Tang Ranran received 3 magical fruits sent by Xie Shihe, which were said to have a purification value of 30. But perhaps the express delivery was too bumpy during transportation, and the fruits had already died, so she didn't grow them. Tang Ranran, who didn't see any tricks in the fruits, quickly put the matter behind her. I heard that the magic vine with low purification value is still easy to grow. After a while, the Xie family should release the low purification value live plants that have been handed in. Let's try it then. After that, Yin Jinghao looked left and right, and looked around like a thief. Then he approached the screen and whispered, I heard that the pharmacist of their Xie family has developed 2 new medicines with the magic fruit as raw material. One is a life-extending agent, and the other is a mental strength-enhancing agent. 2 new medicines. Tang Ranran was even more surprised. So powerful? Is the news accurate? The news was revealed to me by my friend in the military's first real medicine research room. I heard that the 2 medicines have been submitted for review and entered the trial stage. If this life-extending agent is really effective, my old bones will be blessed. After ending the video call, Tang Ranran became more and more curious about the magic fruit. According to the friend list of the communication number, Xie Shihe was pulled out. Tang Ranran started the chat mode with I have a batch of high purification fruits and vegetables. Are you interested? Xie Shihe replied immediately. Bye. Starting with the pure fruit and vegetable transaction, the 2 quickly reached a sky-high transaction of 30 trillion yuan, and then naturally chatted about the past. Bringing the topic to the magical fruit, Tang Ranran said that the last 3 fruits died and did not grow, and tactfully revealed a hint of her interest in the magical vine. Xie Shihe, who was not stupid, quickly heard the voiceover and said some information about the magic vine that could be revealed. In the end, he said very tactfully, I have a live plant of the magic vine, and I will bring it back when the time comes. The goal was achieved, and a batch of goods were sold by the way. Tang Ranran was satisfied. The next step was to wait for Xie Shihe to come back. On the other side, at a research institute on a free star in the 12 galaxies, Xiexia, who had ended the communication, instructed his subordinates on the departure. The research on the magic vine has come to an end. He has already obtained first-hand information, and there is no point in staying here. With the recovery of the tourism industry in Su Pingrui Star, Xiexia originally planned to set off to Su Pingrui Planet in the near future. According to his latest exploration, Su Pingrui Star is still so golden. He wants to stay in the source of wealth, attract wealth and treasures, and make a lot of money. After receiving Tang Xian's call, he can make a lot of money as a middleman. So Xiexia immediately decided to return early. The third galaxy, as an economically developed galaxy, has many wealthy people, with a policy of no purchase limit on Su Pingruixing. Not only tourists buy pure fruits and vegetables, but also many wealthy people send people to purchase them. And purchasing agents are also on the rise. According to the comparison of sales record data, there are even second-tier fruit and vegetable wholesalers on the planet, which has become a fruit wholesale site. Anyway, the sales volume of pure fruits and vegetables is increasing day by day. Tang Ranran sweated silently. With this sales speed, the harvest from artificial and natural planting is completely a drop in the bucket. Even her ability to grow vegetables can't keep up with the sales speed. What to do? I can only release Tang Shi and secretly grow vegetables. Tang Shi, using spiritual power to grow vegetables, will be thrown back to the farm when the spiritual power is almost consumed. And Tang Ranran will manually recharge it. Although Tang Ranran worked hard to grow vegetables, due to the low purification value and low price, even if the number of transactions sold every day is amazing, the total income is still not very good. Seeing that the tourism industry was becoming hot again, Tang Ranran waved his hand, and the purchase restriction policy was back. The temptation of money is incomparable. Xiexia, who is committed to being a middleman, rushed back to Su Pingruixing on the third day after the transaction was confirmed. After a night of rest, Xiexia invited Tang Ranran to a party. Tang Ranran gladly went. The location was Shanghua City, the landmark project of Hengsheng. The next day, Tang Ranran arrived at the agreed location half an hour in advance and met Xiexia, who had been waiting at the scene. After a wave of commercial opening remarks, they entered the main topic of the transaction of high purification value pure fruits and vegetables. The product this time is still the old variety of white jade fruit. Tang Ranran did not prepare much. A total of 30 trillion. Because there is no shortage of VB for the time being. This time it is a virtual star coin transaction. And the 30 trillion also includes taxes. They are all old buyers. Because Tang Ranran still cares about the magical vine. And she is lazy. She gave Xiexia an extra 100-year-old ginseng. About 8 units per piece. Ginseng is a good thing, with many functions such as nourishing blood, nourishing qi, nourishing essence and prolonging life. The Xiaoxian Plus version of spiritual ginseng is even better. But Tang Ranran was too lazy to study, and Hengsheng Pure Plant Research Team was also huge, so she lied with her eyes open. This is what I found on the planet Citylin. Although the purification value is only 42. I feel that this fruit has extremely high medicinal properties. If you are interested, you can study it. If it really has great medicinal value, then let's plant more and make a fortune together. Tang Ranran was very lazy and threw the work of researching spiritual ginseng to Xiexia. As for whether Xiexia would monopolize the research results, Tang Ranran was not worried. After all, she still had the upgraded version of the 100-year spiritual ginseng. The 1,000-year spiritual ginseng. As the saying goes, a small gift is a big sentiment. Not to mention that this gift is not small. Xiexia happily collected the spiritual ginseng, and his heart was filled with excitement. Is this a simple gift? This is Tang Xian trust in him. This is the testimony of their brotherhood. The friendship and trust between them have been sublimated again. Even if he is not Tang Xian's best friend, he is definitely in the top 3. Trust is trust. But in business, the inspection process is still necessary. After all, the transaction volume of 30 trillion is not a small amount. Because there are so many white jade fruits, the inspection time will be a bit long. During the inspection period, Xiexia returned the favor and invited Tang Ranran to the nearby planting base. In the planting base, there is the magic vine he brought back recently. The magic vine with low purification value is not difficult to plant. So Xiexia was also assigned several live samples, acting as a tour guide and leading Tang Ranran to visit the magic vine planting room. Xiexia once again explained the information that could be revealed. This is the magic vine. The fruits of these three plants are currently about 18, 22, and 28 respectively. After the research team's research, the magic vine has a very strong growth potential. It has a certain parasitic nature and can absorb the energy of other pure plants. With the help of the blood of strange beasts, the purification value of the magic fruit grown on the magic vine will continue to rise. While listening to the explanation, Tang Ranran carefully looked at the three vines in the protective cover. The soil of the planting area was dyed with a layer of scarlet color. There were many winter melon-like fruits on the deep red soil. Tang Ranran recognized that it was a melon called green vein something, with a purification value of about 18. The three vines were partially entangled on the melon and partially buried in the bright red soil. The length and thickness of each vine were different. The higher the purification value, the longer and thicker they were. The vines were almost green and black, with dark green leaves, and their fruits were also dark green. Against the backdrop of the bright red on the ground, they looked particularly bright and weird. As Xieshiha opened the protective shield around the pool, the smell of blood hit her nose. Tang Ranran frowned unconsciously. Although she felt the faint spiritual energy emitted by the fruit in the bloody smell, she always felt that this magical vine was full of demonic energy and did not look like a good plant. Whose good plant sucks blood? You know, in the world of immortal cultivation, most of the creatures that grow on blood are monsters. Of course, exceptions are not ruled out. But Tang Ranran felt that this magical vine looked like a charming demon vine. Not like an exception at all. Are you sure it's a pure fruit and can be taken? No side effects? Of course, Xieshiha answered, and then said, do you think the magic vine looks a bit weird? Actually, I think so too. But after several rounds of research, the magic fruit is confirmed to be a pure food that is harmless to the human body. That's good. Xia's research team should be reliable. Right? And the Empire has sent an elite search team. So I think there is no problem with the magic fruit. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran asked again. I heard that a purification value of 100 was cultivated. Xieshiha's face tightened, and he hesitated for 2 seconds before he moved closer to Tang Ranran. After putting on a mental barrier, he whispered like a thief. This matter has not been announced yet, but we are friends, and I won't hide it from you. We have indeed cultivated a top-level vine and produced a few 100 magical fruits. After research, 2 special substances were extracted from the 100 fruits. I don't know the professional knowledge of related pharmaceuticals, but anyway, relying on these 2 special substances, one can be made into a mental power enhancement potion, and the other can be made into a longevity potion. There is already a finished product? Have you taken it? Tang Ranran was a little looking forward to the mental power enhancement potion after Xieshiha confirmed what Yin Jinghao said. Even if the medicine made with a purification value of 100 is ineffective, it is beneficial to eat it. There are only a few fruits. How can it be my turn? Xieshiha was very regretful and said helplessly. I squatted there the whole time, so I know a little bit. It is not easy to cultivate to 100. It is said that a lot of high purification pure fruits and vegetables are consumed, and more than a dozen SSS-level monsters have been hunted. That is indeed not easy. Tang Ranran agreed, and immediately thought of the SSS-level monster pills. I wonder if the monster pills of those monsters have been wasted. Removing the barrier for whispering, using mental power to control objects, Xieshiha stood outside the pool, broke off a branch of the vine in the air, and handed it to Tang Ranran after getting it. Do you want to try it? This kind of low purification value plant is very simple to grow. Thank you. Tang Ranran took it and tried it on the spot. Judging from the vegetable scents, it is indeed very simple, and the difficulty of planting is the same as that of low purification value plants of about 10. Can I take this back for research? Tang Ranran asked politely, although she knew the result was positive. Of course. After getting the consent, Tang Ranran took out the special plant preserver from the space buckle, carefully packed it in a box, and after putting it away, she did not forget to explain. I would like to state in advance that the characteristics of the magic vine are still under study, since it can absorb the energy of pure plants. You must keep a close eye on these vines, and don't let them flow out. Don't worry. I know. I will cover them with a cover for isolation. There are so many pure plants planted around, and Xieshiha would not be stupid enough to let the magic vine go out and destroy his own plantation. After staying in the magical vine cultivation room for a while, it was almost noon, and it was time for dinner. Xieshiha proposed to treat Tang Ranran to dinner. because the inspection of the white jade fruit had not yet been completed. Tang Ranran agreed. The two moved to the most famous Huaxianfang in Shanghua City, the center of Shanghua Flower Sea. Revisiting the old place, Tang Ranran could only say that rich people are luxurious. As the host and the owner of Huaxianfang, Xie Shihe arranged a banquet of the highest standard. Food, wine and beauty. The treatment of an ancient emperor, with delicious food in front and beauty by the side. Tang Ranran could only say that it was good. But the gender of the beauty did not suit her preferences, because the business had been discussed. The wine table was full of nonsense. There were only a few topics for men, and the word sex accounted for most of them. So after talking about it without nutrition, the topic turned to women. Xie Shihe generously waved his hand and gave Tang Ranran a woman. Take anyone you like back home. As for why he took her back home, it goes without saying. Tang Ranran, it's a bit sad. She's a woman and likes men. What to do? She can only pretend to be a gentleman. Tang Ranran waved his hand to refuse. With a serious face. I have a girlfriend. After refusing, Tang Ranran smiled and said, Boss Xie is very lucky. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem. Xie Shihe is good-looking and rich. This Huaxianfang is definitely his harem. TSK. Man. Virtue. Well, actually she is not a good thing. What 3,000 beauties in the harem? They are just a bunch of mediocre women. I don't like them. Obviously. Xie Shihe was a little drunk. He said the real thoughts in his heart without thinking. After hearing this, Tang Ranran was speechless. Brother, you are not right. Are you? You think these are vulgar girls? So you push them to me? Are you polite? Besides, this is a bit too much. Although Tang Ranran likes men. To be honest, whether it is the lady serving food, the lady drinking wine, or the lady dancing and playing the piano, all the ladies on the scene are beautiful beauties. There is absolutely no one with a beauty score below 80. Although these ladies are not as beautiful as her. If she were a man, she would definitely like them. Vulgar girls? Your standards are a bit high, Tang Ranran said objectively. Indeed, I have high standards. And I prefer to have nothing rather than something less than perfect. I like the kind of natural beauties, who are detached from the world. After drinking, it is inevitable that his mind is a little dull. Xie Shihe speaks out his preferences, and then comments one by one with the attitude of pointing fingers at the world. These are all made up. Look at that one. The eyeliner is so thick. That one. The eyelashes are all red. Look at that one. Isn't it just plain makeup? Do you think I can't tell? Humph. The lipstick on their mouths is so bright. You might get poisoned if you kiss them. Tang Ranran, This kid must be drunk. But his eyes are quite sharp. He can even see the plain makeup? Tang Ranran stared at Xie Shihe's face and looked at it carefully. Could this guy be a makeup expert? The gorgeous beauty she saw was not the effect of makeup. Fair skin. Charming peach blossom eyes. Looking left and right, Tang Ranran did not see any trace of makeup on Xie Shihe. Well, in the previous life, it was because of poverty. And in the previous life, it was because cultivating immortals was the highest level of beauty. Without makeup. Which led to Tang Ranran not being familiar with the makeup technique. You really have a good eye. Beauty with natural beauty is rare. As a man, Tang Ranran casually echoed. There is one person on our planet who is really good looking. Really? When we first met, I was really amazed. As brothers, they can speak freely. And Xie Shihe shared his secret history with Tang Ranran. Who? Tang Ranran was curious. There was a beauty on their planet. How could she not know? The next sentence Xie Shihe said was, Have you seen Kong Chen girlfriend? Tang Ranran? Tang Ranran was stunned. Huh? Did he eat melons on himself? No. That's a pity. She is really pretty. Like a fairy. Xie Shihe had a man's appreciation for women, but also a little regretful. The lotus comes out of the clear water, naturally without any decoration. You understand the feeling of hearing the flowers blooming? Tang Ranran was a little surprised. No way. No way. It was actually her. Because Xie Shihe Villa infused Fairyland was right next to her. She would occasionally see him across the yard. He always looked arrogant and looked up. I didn't expect him to be at Sundra. He had been coveting her beauty for a long time. I understand. I understand. She is beautiful. She understands. She understands completely. Xiexia is the first man who covets her beauty instead of her blue bottle. The sense of accomplishment was immediately full, and Tang Ranran liked Xiexia more and more. This guy is really good at judging. You like her? Then what? Tang Ranran asked deliberately. Then, nothing happened. Although I was very moved. I found out after investigation that she was Kong Chen's girlfriend. It is immoral to steal someone's love. Xiexia tone was even more regretful. Really? Until now, he has not met another person who has everything in his aesthetic point. Tang Ranran's eyes flashed with complexity. He didn't expect that Xiexia was so moral. Indeed, people should be moral. Tang Ranran responded. And in order to avoid trouble, she said, Kong Chen is my capable subordinate. This guy lives next door to her. Tang Ranran. So don't do anything weird to expose her true identity to others. Xiexia understood and assured. I understand. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. Well, come on. Drink. Toast to you. Thank you. Drink first. After leaving Shanghua City, Tang Ranran gave Wenyan a task on the way back. She needed a few shields. Wenyan was very efficient. As soon as Tang Ranran returned home, all the small protective shields she needed were already at the door of F1. After collecting all the small shields and closing the door of the F1 protective shield, Tang Ranran first checked mental power detection and spiritual consciousness detection. And under double insurance, she made sure that no blind thieves or big criminals had sneaked in. After the environment was confirmed to be safe, Tang Ranran returned to the house, threw the planter with the magic vine and several small covers into the farm, and then laid down on the armchair. Tang Xian began to half-hang the machine, and Tang Xi and the farm began to study the magic vine. A separate field was set aside to plant this magical vine with magical energy. Tang Ranran urged the vine to grow, and the vine soon grew to a size of 4 or 5 meters and produced fruits. Emerald green. The fruits are ripe. Tang Ranran stopped urging the vine to grow, fearing that it would jump into the fields next to her and destroy her crops. She put on protective covers and shields layer by layer, and surrounded the 1-acre field tightly. Miraculous fruit. Purification value 18. Tang Ranran studied the various instruments in the farm laboratory for a long time, but did not find anything abnormal. But she just felt that this thing was magical. There was no reason. Just the intuition of a cultivator. Anyway, she didn't dare to eat it. Arrange people to test it. Tang Ranran felt that there were hidden dangers, and eliminated them. Anyway, plant it first. After studying the fruit and recording the relevant data, Tang Ranran returned to the field. First, many seedlings were divided, and after leaving a few original plant samples, Tang Ranran began the experiment. First, inject spirit. Water the plant with spiritual power. Facts have proved that the magical vine does not eat spiritual power. How much Tang Ranran watered? How much it dissipated? The main one I will not absorb. Picked a fruit to test it, and it was still 18. Okay. Special varieties. Spiritual power is invalid. Tang Ranran changed the conditions and selected experimental vine number 1, experimental vine number 2, and experimental vine number 3. Number 1 feeds the spiritual plants. Number 2 pours blood. And number 3 feeds the spiritual plants and pours blood. There are some pure beast corpses in her basement, so blood is ready. Not to mention that the Vest number is still fighting monsters on the Free Star, so there is no worry about lack of experimental materials. The spiritual plants are fed, and the blood of the beasts is poured. Tang Ranran continues to promote the seeds. As the 3 experimental products grow again, their bodies become larger, and the small fruits on the vines become more and more green. Tang Ranran picks a fruit from time to test the purification value. After studying for a long time, the preliminary experimental results came out. Experimental vine number 1. The fruit grew from a purification value of 18 to about 24. And then, there was no movement. Even if Tang Ranran threw 80 plus fairy grass for it to absorb, the purification value of the fruit did not increase. Experimental vine number 2. Just pouring the blood of the beast. That is no effect at all. It only grows, but not the purification value. And the fruit is still 18. Experimental vine number 3. Fed by spiritual plants and watered with blood, and catalyzed by wood, has made rapid progress and grown wildly. It soon spread to the edge of the protective shield, looking like it was about to break through the obstacles. Tang Ranran, if the purification value goes up, She won't be able to plant on this acre of land. Thinking of the photos of magical vines with high purification values that she had seen, all of which were huge and covered the sky, Tang Ranran decisively called Kong Chen to move the fiscal revenue brought by the recent tourism industry, and by a 100 square kilometer protective shield with a closing door function. The planting experiment was temporarily stopped. Kong Chen was very efficient. With the fastest time, the D4 protective shield was in place. After it was installed and put into use, after there was a planting site, Tang Ranran secretly moved the largest magical vine in the farm in the dark night. Then continued the experiment. The fruit purification value rose all the way to about 55, and then stayed at this value without any reaction. The purification value of the spiritual plants fed was high enough. Tang Ranran guessed that the grade of the alien beast was not enough. She used the blood of the alien beasts, with comprehensive strength of B grade. It seems that she needs to use the blood of a great alien beasts. However, she doesn't have it at the moment. The research on the magical vine was suspended again. Tang Ranran switched to Tang Shi and worked hard to kill monsters. Half a month ago, after Tang Ranran and Kong Chen left Su Delin and returned to Su Pingrui planet, the Tang Shi, which was left on the planet by Tang Ranran, reunited with Ares. Since the inheritance memory came back, Ares' intelligence has gradually recovered. Although his limbs are still a little underdeveloped, his brain is finally not simple. After the initial shock of Tang Ranran having so many fake accounts, Ares could only say 2 words, awesome. Then, there was the bully who took advantage of others. Master, my upgrade depends on you. Knowing that Tang Ranran was powerful and without Kong Chen, Ares encouraged Tang Ranran to kill monsters and make pills to help him recover his strength. Thinking of having a private courier, Tang Ranran was particularly active in promoting his growth. But there were really not many monsters with comprehensive strength exceeding sea level. With the puppet, Tang Ranran was unscrupulous. Moreover, there were 2 Tangshi, so it didn't matter if one was destroyed. So, let's go deep into the uninhabited mountains and forests. Tang Ranran was ready to do a big job at first. But then, the forest was too dangerous. There were not only poisonous snakes and beasts with high mental power in the forest, but also many special creatures that liked to eat metal as snacks. For example, plants like metal-eating vines were still a small problem. The big problem was locusts. When locusts passed through, no grass was left. Hundreds of millions of insects covered the sky and earth. Especially these insects not only ate grass, but also ate everything they saw. It was really terrifying. After encountering several waves of danger, Tang Ranran was satisfied. It was not easy to draw a puppet, so you had to save it and cherish it. So, let's just hide. Though it takes a long time and yields little, it is safe to fight monsters conservatively on a map that has been explored by predecessors. In half a month, Tang Ranran and Ares cooperated with each other and killed 4 B-level beasts, one of which still had no demon pill. Now Tang Ranran needs A-level blood. It's so difficult. After wandering around in a relatively safe place for 3 days, Tang Ranran didn't find a single A-level beast. Instead, Tang Xian received the latest news from Xiexia. Xiexia, the mental power potion and life extension potion produced by our Xia family, made of 100 magical fruits, have officially passed the certification. Tang Ranran replied in a formal way. Congratulations. And then secretly inquired about it. The announcement of the relevant results is just a matter of time. So Xiexia has nothing to hide. The magical fruit mental power potion and life extension potion are really magical. How to say it? It's not a question of success rate, but a super strong auxiliary absorption of pure power. Whether it's a human or an animal, they all know that pure food is a good thing. Long-term consumption of pure food can not only improve mental power talent, but also prolong life. But at the same time, this is a process that accumulates over time, not just quantity. For example, if you take 100 units of 30 pure fruits, 1 unit a day for 100 days, it will definitely be more effective than taking 100 units a day. The advent of the magic fruit potion has created a miracle of short-term quantity effect. After taking the potion, there will be a drug effect period, which is currently about 72 hours. During this 72 hours, the pure food consumed by the person taking the medicine will gather into the most refined power and exert the greatest effect. This is an intuitive method, and the effect change can be seen within the drug effect. There were a total of 4 people who took the potion in the first batch of experiments. One of the people who took the life-extending potion was nearly 180 years old. One of the ex-husbands of the top female rich woman Xie Xinxi. And the other was about 210 years old. A respected elder generation within the Xie family. During the drug effect period, the two ate a lot of pure food. And the ex-husband returned to youth. And now looked at most 120 years old. The 210-year-old elder also looked a lot younger. And now he looked at most 150. After various tests, not only did his physical functions recover a little, but his mental decline was also reduced. Xie Shihe was very considerate and sent Tang Ranran the before and after photos of the two. The difference was really big, just like the effect of age reduction and beauty. Then, there was the mental strength enhancement potion, which was also taken by two people. One was Xie Weiman, SSS level, and the other was Xie Shihe uncle, Xie Yin, also SSS level. Tang Ranran had seen Xie Yin in Su Xinrong before, and he looked like Xie Shihe, a standard handsome man. After taking the potion and combining it with pure fruits and vegetables, both of them were promoted to become, and stepped into the ranks of 4S level. After sharing the news, Xie Shihe, do you have high purification value for sale? This potion needs to be matched with high purification value. Standing in front of the experimental field of the farm, Tang Ranran looked at the green magic vine, looking left and right for a long time. She could only sigh with regret. She just felt that this thing was not a good plant. I hope she was not worried. A few days after Tang Ranran received the news from Xie Shihe, people who were more informed on the news network gradually learned about the two potions of the magic fruit. And then some people came to Tang Xian one after another. Yin Jinghao was the first to come to the door. He repeated the matters about the potion mentioned by Xie Shihe on the phone. And then, because it involves a major matter, just like the marrow washing potion, the Xie family will definitely disclose the potion refining method and potion formula. But the magic fruit with a purification value of 100 is not easy to cultivate. Tang Ranran perfunctorily agreed. Yes, I heard that it requires SSS level exotic blood. And it is also selected. Yin Jinghao excitedly shared the inside story he knew. This SSS level exotic is not a big problem. But it is said that the efficacy, the period depends on the relative total amount of the purified food and the amount of the purified food consumed. The people who took the medicine this time all have deep family backgrounds. According to gossip, the people who took the medicine all ate purified food worth no less than 10 trillion. Which is all money. This is simply a gold-swallowing potion. Tang Ranran, yes. This cost is really not something that ordinary people can afford. The magic fruit potion is different from the marrow cleansing potion. The chalcedony is only a purification value of 62. Although it is difficult to grow, it can be grown by almost any powerful wood system. So the price will not be too high. The magic fruit potion is different. It assists in absorbing high purification values, which is a bottomless pit. However, she has a lot of advantages. After talking for more than an hour, Yin Jinghao, in addition to sharing news, was more of a pit to occupy a pit, to show his face at Tang Ranran's side, hoping to buy things from her in the future. 100 magic fruits or high purification values. Anyway, say hello in advance and stand in the pit first. Tang Ranran was very easy to talk to and agreed on the spot. After talking to Yin Jinghao on the phone, Tang Ranran, wearing the Tang Shi account, admired the magical vine on the farm. She planted it in the farm field. Because it grew naturally, it hardly grew at all. At this moment, it was still as thick as a hemp rope, and the length was still that short. The plant in the D4 protective cover is currently around 60, and has grown into a towering giant vine. As the purification value increases, not only does it require higher blood from exotic beasts, but the difficulty of planting is also greatly increased. However, compared with other plants with the same purification value, the magical vine is definitely the type that is easy to plant. If she grows to 100 and refines potions, Tang Ranran will not lack fruits and vegetables with high purification values. But she feels uncomfortable. Yes, intuitively, she feels uncomfortable with this fruit. After worrying for so long, Tang Ranran felt that she was worrying too much. It would be a long time before she grows to 100. By then, if there is really a problem with the potion, it will definitely be a disaster. Following Yin Jinghao, Yan Yijuan, Chen Yongfeng, Chen Feng, Zhu Haisheng and other friends on Tang Xuanhao communication contacted Tang Xuanhao one after another. There was nothing to do. like Yin Jinghao. They all said hello in advance to take up a place to buy goods. Tang Ranran had a headache. Really? They all thought too highly of her. They were so sure that she could grow 100 magical fruits? Then, within 2 days, Tang Ranran headache came. Others just made a phone call. But Qi Xingyuan, who also received the relevant information about the magical fruit potion, came to pester people in person. That posture was quite like asking parents for money to buy candy. And if you don't give it, you will roll on the ground and cry for you to see. After Kong Chen returned to the planet, although he did not announce the second disguise ability, the SS level mental power did not need to be hidden. So within 2 days, everyone knew that Kong Chen, the planet master, was promoted to SS level. Others just thought he was lucky enough to have an adventure during his training. Those who had some inside information would speculate whether it was related to Tang Xian. But Qi Xingyuan knew it clearly. It must be the SSSC Spirit Potion. The boss gave the SSSC Spirit Potion to Kong Chen, although he was angry and jealous. What was the use? Who made Kong Chen an old man under the boss? He found an opportunity and fought with Kong Chen in the name of learning from each other. Although it was a limited contest, it was obvious that he, a veteran supernaturalist, was more powerful. He was also the first general under the boss. Qi Xingyuan could only comfort himself that Kong Chen was only at the bottom of the SS level. If the Sea Spirit Potion was given to Li Zheng and promoted him to SSS level, then he, the head of the garrison, would have to be replaced. Consoling himself in this way, Qi Xingyuan finally got over the regret of missing out on the Sea Spirit Potion. Later, his news network sent back news that a new spirit-enhancing potion had been released. Pure plant raw materials. As soon as Qi Xingyuan heard about this, he couldn't wait to find Tang Xian. This time it's a plant. The boss can grow it. The boss with great powers can definitely make this potion. If Kong Chen or Li Zheng get ahead of him, wouldn't he lose his position as the best master under the boss? Faces nothing. Can he give up strength for dignity? No. So, as soon as Qi Xingyuan arrived in front of the boss Tang Ranran, he started to wail miserably. Boss, I'm so miserable. Since I was 29, my mental power has never improved. 23 years. Boss, do you know how I got through these 23 years? Looking at the people around me, they all have improved their mental power. I'm so jealous. Kong Chen was promoted from A level to SS level. Li Zheng was promoted from S level to SS level. Only I have been standing still at SS level. I'm so miserable. It's so miserable. I heard that there is a new mental power promotion potion. Tang Ranran, As soon as Qi Xingyuan came, Tang Ranran knew that this guy came to get money. But she never expected that he would even think about the magic fruit mental power potion. Do you really think she is omnipotent? Because he is handsome. Tang Ranran spent some time explaining the cultivation of the 100 purification value magic fruit, and said that he has only planted 60 now, and it is a long way to go to 100. As for high-level exotic blood, I find a way. Don't worry, boss. After hearing this, Qi Xingyuan patted his chest and promised, for the sake of the potion, it's only right to do something. Can you get it? Tang Ranran was surprised. I have many comrades on Freedom Star. If you think of a way, there will always be a way to get it. Qi Xingyuan was particularly concerned about improving mental strength, but he had to make it clear. Boss, if the cultivation is successful and the potion is refined, the first finished product will definitely be yours. But it's not easy to collect high-strength exotic blood, considering that I have no credit but hard work. This second one. Got it. If it's really refined successfully, the second one will definitely be yours. Then I take action now. Go ahead. Go! Qi Xingyuan had just left. And less than an hour later, Li Zheng came. Although he was not as shameless and direct as Qi Xingyuan, he was obviously here for the magic fruit potion. Then, as the news spread, her younger brothers, Shinshin, Wu Ping'an, etc., all came to inquire about the news of the potion. Even Fan Ling placed his hopes on the magic fruit potion, hoping that she could help him again. Tang Ranran, oh, it's so difficult for the boss. On June 18th, the Empire time, the news of the Miracle Fruit Spiritual Power Potion and Longevity Potion was officially announced. For a time, the whole empire was boiling. But soon, most people stopped. For example, if you grit your teeth for the marrow cleansing potion, there is still hope. But the miracle fruit potion. A huge high purification value consumption. Except for the top tycoons and high-level superpowers. Most people can't afford the consumption of tens of trillions of pure food even if they grit their teeth. Xie generously handed over the potion formula and sent the low-grade miracle vine to all major forces like a gift. And Tang Ranran also received a copy. After studying the video version of the potion configuration tutorial for a few hours, Tang Ranran's brain and hands felt that they knew it. But there was no material. In order to improve his strength, Qi Xingyuan also worked hard and got back some blood of S-level and SS-level beasts. But the quantity was not large. At present, her miracle fruit has only been cultivated to 70. The textbook said that only 100 fruits have a substance like so and so. And only by extracting this key substance can the potion be successful. Anyway, it is useless if it is not 100. And it can only be said to be an ordinary high purification value. And now, through the perspective of Tang Shihao, who is still fighting monsters in the wild of Su Delin, Tang Ranran clearly feels that there are more people on Freedom Star. And more masters. All of them are going for high-level alien beast blood. Once the cultivation method of 100 magical fruits was announced, all major families sent out high-level combat monster fighting teams to hunt high-level alien beasts. There were not many monsters to begin with. And now there are many teams fighting for monsters, which makes it even more difficult. Ares' upgrade path has become more and more bumpy. As for picking up leaks, it is purely overthinking. The monster has been dead for a long time. And the demon pill has lost its energy. What's more, most teams will skin and dismantle the combat power items and take away all that can be contained. Similarly, the high-level alien beast blood that Qi Xingyuan can get is getting less and less. The purification value of the magic fruit cultivated by Tang Ranran has stagnated. And there are even signs of a decline in the purification value. Tang Ranran is very calm about the lack of purification value. But her younger brothers are very anxious. Especially the SS-level Qi Xingyuan and Li Zheng. They have applied one after another. And both want to go to Su Delin next door to hunt monsters without permission. In response, Tang Ranran directly rejected it. Recently, the competition for monsters on the planet Su Delin has been fierce. And there are many cases of fighting for a high-level monster. Now is the time when the limelight is at its peak. Of course, we can't join in the fun. Anyway, the magic fruit potion must be used with pure food of great value. When more and more 100 magic fruits are cultivated by other big with systems, won't there be more people who come to her to buy high purification value? At that time, she can also exchange for 100 fruits. While waiting, the magic fruit cultivated by Tang Ranran dropped from the highest value of 70 to 68 due to the lack of high-level exotic beast blood. Tang Ranran thought that the nutrition was not enough and did not care. Then, big business came. There were many people who came to Tang Xuanhao to buy goods. But Xie Shihe was the first to take action and pay real money. Not long ago, Xie Shihe bought 30 trillion white jade fruit from Tang Xian. It happened that the magic fruit potion happened. That batch of white jade fruit flowed into the Xie family. And a large part of it went into the stomachs of the 4 people who took the potion. The middleman Xie Shihe made a small profit of nearly 5 trillion. In Xie Shihe's heart, Tang Xian was simply the god of wealth. Now that big business came, Xie Shihe ran to find Tang Xian. It was still the banquet room. And Tang Ranran still entertained with fruit plates. I have a big business here. Tang Xian. Please. This time it's my grandma who needs it. I told you. Right? My grandma is the person in charge of Hengsheng Group. The largest shareholder. With more money than you can imagine. And whether I can inherit Hengsheng Group depends on my grandma. The older people get, the more afraid they are of death. And immortality is definitely what the elderly pursue. Now, since it is confirmed that the potion can really prolong life, Xie Xinxi, one of the top women in the Xie family, will naturally take the potion and return to youth. Xie Shihe is here to buy high purification value for Xie Xinxi. Although his grandma sent more than one buyer, he believes that Tang Xian must have good goods that can make him stand out and win the first place. My grandma said that it must be a high purification value. At least above 60. 70 or 80 is more appropriate. And the taste cannot be strange. And it is best to be fruits that are not easy to fill you up. As long as she is satisfied with the things. The price is absolutely no problem. Xie Shihe made a promise. A very generous guarantee. Having heard of the name of the wealthy woman Xie Xinxi for a long time, Tang Ranran pondered for a few seconds about this super wealthy client, and finally decided to go all in and make a fortune. So she's going to sell ant sugar crystal powder. I have a good thing here that definitely meets your requirements. But the price may be a bit expensive. I wonder if you can accept it. Huh? The price is a bit expensive? There is no word expensive in my grandma's dictionary. This word. Just tell me directly. How much purification value? How much? But let me make it clear in advance that I can't make the decision. I need to go through the process of buying a small sample. First buy 1 or 2 units. And the space system will send them to my grandma. After she tries it herself, she will decide whether to buy it. So, I think for the sake of safety, why don't you prepare a few more varieties of high purification value? Tang Ranran also agreed with this. Okay. Tell me first. What is the more expensive one? Is it safe? My grandma is more cautious. If it is a new product, she may not be willing to try it. Don't worry. Although it is not available on the market, I supplied a batch to the military at the beginning. The quality is definitely no problem. It has the quality certification produced by the military. As for the price, the military's purchase price is 30 grams. 1 trillion. 30 grams? 1 trillion? Almost swallowing the lychee pit in his mouth. Even Xiexia, who has seen many high purification values, was shocked. What? After spitting out the pit, Xiexia immediately received the information and checked it seriously. Sold by gram. It is most likely an aqueous solution. Then after looking at the information, it is indeed an aqueous solution. Aqueous solutions are good. Although they can make you full, they are definitely easier to digest and absorb than ordinary food. And they are also sweet. More importantly, the highest purification value of aqueous solutions is 82. Very good. Xiexia is absolutely sure that his grandmother will be satisfied. This thing is good? Is it in stock? I contact someone now and send it to my grandma. Xiexia looked at Tang Ranran excitedly. You name the price. The one sold to the military was an old product. The one I have is a new product. The purification value of the aqueous solution is guaranteed to reach 85. As for the price, 30 grams, including tax, 2 trillion. After quoting the price, Tang Ranran showed a trace of sadness. With the expression of a close and intimate brother, whispered, But you also know that this thing is too expensive, and it will easily cause trouble for me. The military transaction is top secret information. I took it out because I treat you as a brother. I understand. I understand. Xiexia was very sensible. Don't worry. I will keep it absolutely confidential. Except for me and my grandma. I guarantee that no one else will know. Tang Xian is indeed his good brother. Xiexia was very moved and reached a small sample deal for 1 unit on the spot. For 1 unit of sugar powder, Xiexia paid 10 trillion very readily. Why 10 trillion? As a filial son and grandson, Xiexia wanted to make a profit from the price difference. So he asked Tang Ranran for help. And the two cooperated to report a false price. The full amount was paid on the spot. Although Tang Ranran had to pay personal tax. It was just a transfer from left pocket to right pocket. Except for the tax to be submitted to the Galaxy Finance. Most of it was in her pocket. After the money and goods were settled, Xiexia ate fruit and drank tea in Tang Ranran banquet room, waiting for the driver of the Xie family. During this period, Tang Ranran searched his farm. Although both of them thought that Xiexia would be satisfied with the sugar powder. What if it was the case? Alternative products still need to be available. However, there are not many spiritual plants above 70 in the farm. And they have not been through the clear road. If they are taken out now, they are all new goods. As for the 70 or more that have passed the clear path, the quantity is extremely small. Tang Ranran is more comfortable with the chrysanthemum tea and lingmu sistanch, which are local plants of the empire. As for the lotus stems, Tang Ranran directly passed them because of their short shelf life. Although he didn't want to grow them himself. This is a big business, and he couldn't run away. So Tang Ranran found a sample from the basement. A box of chrysanthemum tea and a box of sistanch. As a backup. And asked Xiexia to take them away. While waiting for the driver, the two chatted. Tang Ranran asked directly whether the 100 magical fruits were for sale. Xiexia said that the family share would definitely not be sold. But for example, the big-wood system responsible for planting. Or the high-powered people responsible for hunting high-level monsters. These people who played a major role in the cultivation of the magical fruit. After they were allocated 100 magical fruits, whether they would take them themselves or sell them, that was not certain. As a businessman, Shiha sincerely suggested to Tang Ranran that it was not recommended to buy them now that they were in the limelight. After a while, other families have planted their own crops. With more products, the price will drop. The saying that things are more valuable because they are scarce is absolutely true. After chatting for a while, the space driver of the Xie family came. Shiha said goodbye to Tang Ranran and left with the driver. After the people left, Tang Xuanhao went to check the total amount of his sugar crystal powder. To this day, Tang Ranran ant army has become very large. With the inventory in the basement of the farm and the spot in the ant nest underground, Tang Ranran estimated that the total amount of sugar crystal powder is about 60 kilograms. 30 grams? A false price of 3 trillion. The actual amount she gets is 2 trillion. For 100 trillion, it is definitely impossible to sell all of it. So the question is, how much is appropriate to sell? Tang Ranran calculated with his fingers. The normal amount of water a person drinks is 1,500 milliliters per day. So drinking 10 liters a day, is it the edge of death? Tang Ranran imagined. 10 liters, equivalent to 8 bottles of 1.25 liters of cola. So much water, even if it is sugar water, will make you vomit. Right? In the case of the maximum configuration of aqueous solution, 35 grams is 100 milliliters. So 10 liters is 3.5 kilograms. 72 hours of efficacy. 3 days. That is 10.5 kilograms. After calculating the relevant data, Tang Ranran finally auctioned and sold 12 kilograms, equivalent to 800 trillion yuan. And the virtual price was 120 trillion yuan. After determining the quantity, Tang Xian and the farm began to pack and sort. Moving from the basement of the farm to the space buckle of Tang Xian, Tang Ranran prepared a total of 13 kilograms of sugar crystal powder. With the sugar crystal powder, Tang Ranran, under the Tang Shi, used the method to grow vegetables, chrysanthemum tea and Cistanche deserticula on the farm. The main feature of the Tang Shi is to save power by recycling. When there is no spiritual power, it only needs to be manually charged. And there is no waste of spiritual stones. After being busy with vegetable planting for about 3 hours, Xie called Tang Xian happily. Xie was extremely excited and shouted without pausing. Tang Xian, good news. My grandmother is very satisfied with the high purification value sugar powder water solution and wants to buy a large amount. My grandmother said that she will take as much as you have, at the price we traded. She has reserved the spot market. If the quantity is small, can you get another batch? Or use that big velvet as a substitute? She can wait. After waiting patiently for Xie to finish shouting, Tang Ranran said, I have about 12 kilograms in my hand now. Look, do you want all of it? 12 kilograms? Xie was shocked. No. He thought it was at most a dozen units. 12 kilograms? This is more than 100 units. Nearly 85 aqueous solution. So much quantity. Isn't this too exaggerated? After a brief 2 seconds of shock, Xie quickly calculated and came up with a price of 120 trillion, of which he, the middleman, got 40 trillion. Of course, it's not that much after deducting taxes. This transaction amount is a bit large. This, Xie hesitated and said in an awkward tone. Well, I know. So you can check with your grandmother to find out how much you bought. No, that's not what I meant. Xie said quickly. It's only 120 trillion, which is fine for my grandmother. What I mean is that the transaction amount is too large. If it is done through a bank account, the transaction information cannot be kept secret, which will cause some trouble for both of us. Xie was still counting on kickbacks. If his grandmother knew about the 400 trillion kickback, his goodwill would be wasted. In addition, how could he keep a secret of a large transaction of 120 trillion? It can't be hidden. Tang Ranran thought about it and said, then 200 trillion will be paid through the bank account, and the rest will be paid with Raw Star Diamond Oregon. Okay. No problem. Switching to Raw Star Diamond Ore, the transaction changed from a bank account transaction to a barter transaction, which involved a tax evasion issue. The price naturally had to be renegotiated. Knowing that the tax amount of Su Ping Ruishing belongs to Tang Xian, Xie did not save money for his grandmother. The main point is that he does not feel bad about spending his grandmother money. finally reached an agreement. 12 kilograms of sugar crystal powder, 200 trillion in cash, plus 950 trillion worth of star diamond ore, which is calculated at 950,000 per gram. Of course, Tang Ranran nominally received 950 trillion star diamond ore, but in fact, nearly 370 trillion of it was Xiexia kickback. Switching to star diamond ore, the kickback was known only to the heavens and the earth. The transaction intention was reached, and Tang Ranran could only say that she was a top rich woman. And she was not exaggerating. Buying things is just one sentence, book the whole place. And she has to be stingy to buy a protective shield. What a difference. After talking about the business, Xiexia added one thing. It's like this. I have an uncle. He is the hero who discovered the magic vine. So according to his contribution, he can get a 100 magic fruit. But he doesn't have much money. So he wants to exchange the fruit for high purification value food. Or potion. He prefers the marrow cleansing potion. And wants to exchange the fruit for 10 marrow cleansing potions. So he asked me to ask if you have any intention of exchanging. After objectively describing the elder's request, Xiexia immediately expressed his personal opinion. Of course, I personally don't recommend exchanging. After a few months, 100 fruits will definitely not be worth the price. Although the magic fruit has a purification value of 100, the edible part of a large fruit is actually not much. Just a dozen grams of juice. And the taste is even weird. In addition, no matter what it is, the price will always drop if the quantity is too large. 10? Yes. As her fruit was far from being delivered, Tang Ranran was a little tempted and asked, one fruit is one potion. I want to exchange it for a finished potion. Is that okay? It should be okay. After all, the auxiliary materials are not valuable, and the refining process is relatively simple. Then help me arrange it. I agree to the exchange. Ah? Really want to exchange? Now is the time when the price is at its peak. Xiexia disagreed a little. It's okay. I don't mind the money. Tang Ranran said so, and Xiexia agreed. Okay. Then, do you want a mental power enhancer? I help you contact that uncle who is a space system. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I will come with him to trade on the spot. In addition, I will bring a pharmacist to inspect the goods. You can also contact a pharmacist to inspect the goods yourself. Is that okay? Of course. For mental power enhancers, contact me in advance before you leave. Okay. Under the arrangement of the middleman Xiexia, the transaction went very smoothly. Perhaps fearing that Tang Xian would go back on his word. A group of 4 people came the next day, and Tang Ranran exchanged 10 marrow cleansing potions for the magical fruit spirit power promotion potion. After the transaction was completed, Xiexia and Tang Ranran set the transaction time 2 days later. Tang Ranran had spot goods in hand, and although Xiexia was the big boss of Hengshan, he was only a major shareholder after all. This purchase was a private act. The huge amount of 120 trillion yuan would take Xiexia 2 or 3 days to prepare. After initially determining a transaction time, Xiexia did not stay too long and followed the driver back, because he still had to improve his impression in front of Xiexia. Watching the space channel disappear, Tang Ranran once again carefully looked at the potion still in his hand. In the special top-grade potion bottle, the potion solution inside was dark green. It was not the green of stinky water, but a very beautiful dark green, just like the precious emerald gem, which made people like it inexplicably. Staring at the potion intently for more than a minute without blinking, Tang Ranran frowned unconsciously. How to say it? It was a very strange feeling. There seemed to be a voice in the invisible, whispering in her ear with great temptation, telling her that what she had in her hand was the top-grade treasure, and as long as she drank it, she would have infinite power. To put it simply, it was one word: greedy. It was similar to the feeling of wanting to eat delicious food. Tang Ranran inexplicably thought of the temptation of the sea monster. Although the Empire officially certified the miracle fruit potion, Tang Ranran always felt that this thing was magical. Just like in the world of immortal cultivation, some things are indeed rare treasures, and are very beneficial to cultivation. But they can induce inner demons. After hesitating for a long time, Tang Ranran decided to trust her intuition as a cultivator. She won't eat it anyway. Then the question is, who should this potion be given to? The group of younger brothers under her are all eagerly eyeing the magical fruit spiritual power potion, all counting on her as the boss. According to Tang Ranran partiality, It must be given to Kongchen. But she was worried. For other people, it was not just a matter of giving one potion, but a large number of high purification values. Those people in the CF family spent 10 trillion each, although the farm products were free. But 10 trillion? Although Tang Ranran was generous and kept rewarding on weekdays, she was not stupid and had a lot of money. What she gave to Yan Qian might not be 10 trillion. What's more, after setting this precedent, wouldn't this 10 trillion also be 10 trillion? If each one was 10 trillion, what would happen? This won't work. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran ruled out people. So, Blue Baby, or Aries. Ever since Tang Ranran found a cat body for it, she couldn't feel Blue Baby at all. A feeling that she had contracted a cat. I don't know what stage Blue Baby has developed to. Anyway, her cat consumes mental power very quickly, and has a very large demand for pure food. Since the Blue Baby couldn't communicate, Tang Ranran thought about it, and finally chose Aries. Although Tang Ranran felt that the magic fruit was quite magical, Aries couldn't die. Even if there was any problem, he would just die and return to the state of an egg baby. Anyway, Tang Ranran already knew how to help the seedlings grow faster, so it wasn't difficult to train Aries to level B again. Through the medium of the farm, the magic fruit potion was transferred to the space buckle of Tang Shi. Aries, because there were many people in the wild. Aries was thinking of picking up leeks every day, running around and hiding in the dark. At this moment, Tang Ranran had no idea where he was in the wild, so she could only call him through the contract. It was like standing at the entrance of the village calling a child to go home for dinner. Calling from time to time, and waiting for more than an hour. A large mass of black jumped out from the shadow of the big tree on the left front side. Aries was still black all over and huge in size. But after this period of exercise, the original lazy fat house had become a strong and powerful one. Tang Ranran had tested it before. Aries in B's form was very good in both strength and defense. He was probably a combination of a warrior and a mage. He jumped in front of Tang Ranran, stopped, squatted, and rubbed against Tang Ranran like a dog. Ah! Master, are you looking for me? When he first woke up, he was still a little awkward. But Aries was a typical mother who only cares about milk. So after this period of eating and drinking, high purification value, Aries had already flattered the master and was the master's running dog. He reached out and touched his big head like a dog. Tang Ranran raised his hand, and there was an extra potion in his hand. I recently got a spiritual power enhancement potion that can improve strength. Do you want to try it? Yes. 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 Master, you are so kind to me. I am so touched. A series of flattery. Look. Do you know this fruit? Tang Ranran picked a low-quality vine sample with fruit and showed it to Aries. At the same time, he elaborated on the magical fruit in detail. This is a magical fruit. Aries listened attentively with his head tilted up. Yes. I have never seen it. I don't know it. But the purification value is 100. It must be a good thing. After briefly explaining the potion, Tang Ranran said, there are risks outside. I will take you in and take the potion. Okay. Master. Aries nodded obediently. Tang Ranran took him into the larger fairy cave and threw the potion in. Crouching on the grass, Aries grabbed the potion with his two front paws, opened it very flexibly, and then held it, tilting his head back, and poured the potion into his mouth. After drinking it, he didn't forget to smack his lips and savor it. A potion with a purification value of 100. Back then, for a purification value of 80, he had to take a big risk to enter the human planet and compete with humans. Oh, it's really great to have a master. Aries happily began to show off the spiritual plants, eating a bite in his mouth, absorbing a bite with his innate flame. Eat. Eat hard. The invisibility array was arranged like that. With two Tang's eyes, one squatted outside and threw spiritual plants into the fairy cave, and the other Tang, she was plucking spiritual plants in the farm, focusing on a clear division of labor with one person doing two jobs. After feeding for half an hour, under the divine consciousness, Aries in the fairy cave was motionless. At this time, Aries was in a strange state, circling around the pile of spiritual plants that Tang Ranran had fed him. Circling. But he just didn't eat. What's wrong? Tang Ranran asked doubtfully. Aries' usual food intake was just this little, so he definitely couldn't be full. I don't know. But my intuition told me that if he continued to eat like this, something bad would happen. Aries was struggling at this moment, full of hesitation. His body was filled with an urge to eat. Wanting to eat endless pure food to gain strength. But the experience of living for so many lifetimes, that is, intuition, told it that it was wrong. Very wrong. Something bad? Tang Ranran's eyelids jumped. No way. There is really a problem. Tell me more specifically. I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it's a bad feeling. Master, don't you humans have a saying? Extreme happiness leads to sorrow. I am now showing a high purification value after taking the potion, which is equivalent to a very happy state. But I think if I continue like this, the result will be sorrow. There was something wrong with the potion. But Tang Ranran and Aries only had intuition and no evidence at all. Tang Ranran found Yin Jinghao and talked about her intuition. Yin Jinghao took her word seriously and said that he would follow up and confirm the harmlessness of the potion again. After 24 hours, Yin Jinghao called. As an important figure in the pharmacist union, he went to verify the data and found no problems. Anyway, from the current pharmacy knowledge of the empire, there is no problem with the magic fruit potion. What can be done has been done, but no problem can be found. Tang Ranran has no choice but to say, I am not optimistic about this potion. Anyway, she has reminded him. Whether Yin Jinghao believes it or not is his own business. Early the next morning, Xiexia contacted her, and the two agreed on a time and place. The transaction location was selected in Xiexia base camp, Shanmo City. Setting off early, Tang Ranran arrived there early in the morning. Because Xiexia was not there, Taoshan was responsible for receiving her. After waiting for half an hour, Xiexia called and they set off. Tang Ranran set a current location, accurate to the floor. And then in just 3 minutes, 2 space cracks appeared in this huge banquet hall of more than 500 square meters. Based on the fluctuations of mental power, Tang Ranran determined that they were 2 SSS-level space systems. Then several figures appeared in the space crack. Each of the 2 space systems brought 2 people, including Xiexia. There were 6 people in total. Tang Xian. Xiexia greeted her first, and then introduced them one by one. Introducing. This is my father Xie Yifeng. This is my clan grandfather Xie Heng. This is my 5th uncle Xie Sheng. This is my younger uncle Xie Yin. And this is my cousin Xie Mo. Long before coming here, Xiexia explained the situation of the people coming to Tang Ranran. Because it was a private transaction of Xiexinci. All the people who came this time were related to Xiexinci. In Xiexia introduction, Tang Ranran matched the people. Xiexia father, Xie Yifeng, is naturally Xiexince's son. And Xie Heng, the clan grandfather mentioned by Xiexia, is Xiexince's current husband. Xie Heng looks like he is only about 100, while Xiexinci is said to be nearly 200. A rich woman is so happy. That 5th uncle Xie Sheng is Xiexince's 5th son. Tang Ranran has seen Xie Yin, the son of Xiexinci and Xie Heng. They met once when they were in Su Xinrong. Cousin Xie Mo is Xiexia half-grandfather's brother, and is also Xiexince's grandson. Xiexia specifically named him. This guy is his competitor, and is competing with him for the right of inheritance. So don't pay attention to him. I am Tang Xian. I am very happy to meet you all. Tang Ranran raised the corners of her mouth, smiled, and greeted the visitors. Although she maintained politeness on the surface, Tang Ranran had already screamed like a groundhog in her heart. Although Xie Yifeng and Xie Heng looked a bit older, like uncles, they were also very handsome and top-notch. Not to mention the young men. They were all very beautiful. And they were all as handsome as Panin, or even more handsome than Wei Jie, as Xiexia was. Xiexinci obviously liked the enchanting and beautiful men who were more feminine and gorgeous. Although they were not Tang Ranran's favorite type, she had to admit that Xiexinci, this rich woman, really ate well. Tang Ranran admired the beauty seriously, and the few people who came with her greeted her one by one after Xiexia introduced her. I have heard of your great name for a long time, and today I see that it is indeed well deserved. Mr. Tang Xian, it is an honor to meet you. General Tang, nice to meet you. After greeting them one by one, Xiexia, who did not want the 2 sides to have too much interaction because of the competitors, urged the transaction. Grandma is still waiting. Let's hurry up. Tang Xian, the money is ready. We want to inspect the goods first. Okay. No problem. Tang Ranran still trusts Xie Shihe as a business partner. But the transaction amount this time is too huge. It's always right to be cautious. So this time, the buyer and seller jointly witnessed the inspection. That is, they watched the whole process. The relevant personnel had been prepared long ago. And at Xie Shihe order, Tao Shen brought the inspection team in. Master Tang, I have heard a lot about you. During the inspection, CIMO, Xie Shihe competitor, naturally tried to get close to Tang Xian. But just as he took action, before he could say more, Xie Yanfeng, Xie Shihe biological father, put on an elder's attitude and took him away in a tough manner. Xiao Mo, your grandmother asked you to keep an eye on the goods. Not to chat. Let's not disturb Master Tang. Except for Xie Mo, who was trying to poach Tang Ranran. The others did not get close to Tang Ranran. Xie Heng and Xie Sheng focused on the sugar crystal powder. Xie Yin sat alone, with his head slightly lowered. And no one knew what he was thinking. Xie Yin was the person who took the magic fruit potion. So Tang Ranran couldn't help but pay more attention to him. With fair skin, a high nose bridge, and long and dense eyelashes, Xie Yin is really good looking. As if sensing something, Xie Yin looked up and bumped into Tang Ranran's sight. Knowing that he was caught, Tang Ranran didn't hide anymore, and nodded slightly to him with a smile, and walked over. After confirming that Tang Xian was coming towards him, Xie Yin stood up. Looking puzzled, Tang Ranran walked over directly, stopped in front of him, kept a distance of 2 steps, and didn't turn around, and asked directly, I heard that you have taken the magic fruit potion. Your mental power has been promoted from SSS level to 4S? Indeed. Thinking that he was asking about the experience of using the potion, Xie Yin responded with nothing unusual. But the look in his eyes looking at Tang Ranran was hidden with a hint of weirdness. Excuse me for being abrupt. Can I check your mental power? Xie Yin was stunned. This request was indeed very abrupt. Asking someone to check your mental power is like letting someone in without taking off your defense. If the other party takes the opportunity to attack, mental power disorder is the least of it. Pursing his lips, Xie Yin was embarrassed for a moment. Just when Tang Ranran thought he would refuse, Xie Yin's face was slightly hesitant. But he nodded. Okay. Tang Ranran was surprised and said immediately, Thank you. Xie Yin released his mental power, presenting a state of no concealment, no defense, and no aggression, which was equivalent to lying flat for the doctor to check. Okay to check. Sorry for the offense. Tang Ranran used his first skills to carefully check with mental power. Quite strong mental power. Authentic 4S level. No problem. So, she was overthinking. Maybe she was overthinking. Or maybe her skills were poor. Tang Ranran didn't see any problems at all, and could only say, Thank you. Then, Tang Ranran casually took out a fresh food box in his hand. A small gift. As a thank you. Please accept it. Although he had heard of Tang Xian's generosity, Xie Yin was also a rich man, so he didn't care about the gift. He took it casually and threw it into the space buckle without even looking at it. Thank you. I'm welcome. After a polite remark, Xie Yin asked, Are you worried about the magic fruit potion? Nothing. I just think the potion is too overbearing. What are you talking about? Noticing the movement here, Xie Shihe walked over at the fastest speed, with a simple smile on his face. But in his actions, he was very scheming and inserted himself between Tang Ranran and Xie Yin, separating the two without a sound. Although Xie Yin joined the army and was not a candidate for the successor to the Hengqin business empire, he was his grandmother's favorite youngest son, so he was a bit of a threat. Therefore, Xie Shihe was on guard against his own god of wealth. If his grandmother hadn't been worried, he wouldn't have brought anyone else here. Nothing. I just think the magic fruit potion is a little. After a pause, Tang Ranran didn't say much, waving her hand. Nothing. I must be overthinking. Xie Shihe didn't ask further, but asked, By the way, I forgot to ask. Have you taken the potion? No. I took it as a research sample. Xie Shihe was surprised. Ah? Are you worried about problems? Aren't you too cautious? I'm a little worried intuitively. Just like I don't like eating a certain food. I don't like this potion very much. Tang Ranran gave a simple and easy to understand example. Don't worry. It's authoritatively certified. Guaranteed to be no problem. Related to strength. What's there to dislike? And you see? My grandma is so cautious. She's ready to take the potion. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Xie had glanced at Xie Yin and pointed to the front. Let's talk over there. Tang Ranran. Okay. Xie has said one sentence after another, not giving Tang Ranran and Xie Yin a chance to speak, and finally even found an excuse to send Tang Ranran away. Xie Yin was not angry, even though he was deliberately squeezed by Xie. He stood there and watched the two of them leave quietly. He looked indifferent, but the strange color in the depths of his eyes became more and more obvious. After being promoted to 4S level with the help of the magic fruit, Xie Yin has not yet activated new superpowers. He is still a dual system superpower, and one of his superpowers is an auxiliary superpower. Xie Yin auxiliary superpower is quite special. It is a kind of sound recognition and the specific data of sound. He does not need to use it actively. As long as he is not in a state of mental disorder, he can distinguish various sounds and convert them into another type of data, and can also record and save them with superpowers. Just like everyone's genetic data will not be repeated. In Xie Yin place, everyone has their own unique sound data. Even if it is disguised, it cannot be changed. At Su Xinrong, because of Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan, Xie Yin was curious about Tang Ranran, who was traveling with him. So he recorded her sound data. When Xie Yin first met Tang Xian and heard his voice, he felt a little strange. Repeated data? But he was sure that this was his first time meeting Tang Xian. Could it be that he had met Tang Xian without knowing it and recorded his voice data? Because it was strange, Xie Yin was comparing it with his database at first. And when he found the answer, he was shocked and couldn't believe it. When Tang Ranran came to talk to him, Xie Yin secretly checked and confirmed again that it was indeed from the same person. Out of curiosity, and knowing that Tang Xian couldn't attack him in public, Xie Yin agreed to let her check. While Tang Ranran was checking, Xie Yin was also confirming her mental power level. SSS level mental power. That's right. At this moment, his face was not showing, but Xie Yin's heart was full of waves. He was absolutely sure that Tang Xian and the woman who was traveling with Yan Qian Fu Jingyuan at the beginning were the same person. His ability told him, sure, definitely, and must be the same person. But a man and a woman, with completely different body shapes. What's going on? A woman dressed as a man? A man dressed as a woman? Or maybe it's a disguise ability? This is really weird. He has to check the relevant information about Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan, and the other two's trip to Su Xinrong. Xie kept talking to Tang Ranran. And after more than 2 hours, the inspection process was finally over. Tang Ranran sugar crystal powder, of course, has no problem. The payment was settled on the spot. And after Tang Ranran counted the goods, Xie Heng led the team. And except for Xie, the other 5 people took the things back. After the people left, Xie waved his hand and sent the other people out, leaving only 2 people at the huge scene. And Xie put on a mental shield for double protection. After completely cutting off the possibility of outside snooping, Xie could not hide his excitement. We divided the spoils. We divided the spoils. We both made a lot of money this time. What a filial son and grandson. Tang Ranran complained in his heart. And then divided the spoils. Dividing the huge amount of star diamond, or that had just been obtained. And dividing the part of the kickback that belonged to Xie. After dividing the money, Xie was very excited. And with a brotherly attitude, he pulled Tang Ranran to hold a celebration banquet. With nothing to do, Tang Ranran chose to eat. The old place, Waxianfang and Shangmo Flower Sea. It was still a set meal of food, wine and beauties. Although the genders did not match. But it was okay. The girls were all pretty. And the singing and dancing were also very beautiful. They were all art. Tang Ranran, who made a lot of money and got a lot of cash, was in a very good mood. After a meal, Tang Xuanhao went home. On the other side, in Villa number 2 of Fu Xianting, Kong Chen and Tang Ranran herself gathered together. And the two were looking at the shopping list. One wanted to buy this, and the other wanted to buy that. After some discussion, it was finally decided. 1 space station. Budget 50 trillion. 1 500 square kilometer large protective shield. Budget 70 trillion. For 100 square kilometer protective shields. Budget 60 trillion. 110 square kilometer protective shield. Budget 15 trillion. Small starships. Large aircraft carriers. Various models. A complete starship group. Budget 200 trillion. Buy. Okay. Budget 700 trillion. After discussing with Tang Ran, Kong Chen ran to the F1 protective shield and waited for the return of the Tang Xian. Because there were still many VBs. Tang Ran, who was not short of money, returned with the Tang Xian and immediately handed over all the payment for this batch of goods, including virtual currency cash and star diamond ore, to Kong Chen. In addition to the 700 trillion in the budget, another 50 trillion was taken out to serve as the planet's charity gene to help the poor and improve the lives of the planet's residents. The money just received was spent before it was even warmed up. Tang Ran could only look up at the sky in melancholy. Decoration is a bottomless pit. A bottomless pit. After returning to the old nest, Tang Xuanhao began to hang up half of the machine, and Tang Ran focused on Ares' condition. After waiting for a few hours, the 72-hour efficacy of the magic fruit potion expired, and Tang Ran immediately took Ares out of the fairy cave. How is it? Yeah. A little stronger, but not much. Much worse than I expected. Ares' dark dragon face was full of disappointment. I was still expecting this potion to jump to 4S, but it was still at the original level. Of course, there is still an effect, which is about the same as the experience bar suddenly exceeded half. It's a big step closer to the next level. Well, is there any abnormal feeling? Tang Ran was not surprised at all. Because of intuition, Ares stopped showing off the spiritual plant after noticing the abnormality. That is, after showing off the spiritual plant for half an hour. That is to say, he only ate a little in the whole 72 hours. It's normal that there is no improvement. There is nothing abnormal. I'm just hungry now. Okay. You pay attention to it, and contact me in time if there is anything abnormal. After that, Tang Ran began to feed the spirit plants, and took them out without paying. On! Long live the master. After eating and drinking, Ares went to find the demon pill on his own. Tang Ran, who had nothing to do, returned to the bottom of the basin and squatted at the first discovery site of the spirit stone. As more and more teams hunted monsters in Citadel, Tang Ran was very mysterious in her heart, afraid that something might happen and her spirit vain mind would fly away. Hey, why hasn't Fu Jingyuan come back yet? Otherwise, she asked Yanni Juan to find a person with the same type of ability? The follow-up of the magic fruit potion is the intelligent brain of Tang Xian, which is always busy. Friends on the communication number either want to sell a high purification value or help their relatives buy high purification value in a roundabout way. After completing the large-scale transaction of Xie Xinxi, LV Chuaping came to him the next day. The Xie family has Xie Xinxi, a rich woman, and the LV family also has a rich man who controls the top table. LV Guohui, LV Chuaping third grandfather, is the rich old man who bought chrysanthemum tea without blinking an eye. Still with the tea in the tea. LV Chuaping clamped his throat and opened with earthy love words such as I miss you, I love you, and mmm, and a lot of voice. Tang Ran got goosebumps when she heard this, and skipped it directly. Let's talk business. LV Chuaping business was very simple. That is, his third grandfather heard that Xie Xinxi bought 200 trillion high purification value from Tang Xian, and he was jealous and wanted to buy it. So he asked Lu Chuaping to be a middleman to inquire about the news. Big business came to the door. Tang Ran asked a few more questions, and then mastered the character information. LV Chuaping third grandfather Lu Guohui is the major shareholder, major director, and current person in power of Lu Tong Construction. LV Tong Construction is a top group at the same level as Hengxin Group. Well, he is a top rich man. It is a big deal. So, Tang Ran replied in voice. It is not clear in the communication. You find time to come over. I will talk to you face to face. LV Chuaping was fussy. Ah. Is there any inside information? Tang Ran did not answer directly. Forget it if you are not free. LV Chuaping replied immediately. Free. I will find a driver now. There is no war on the border at present, so it is still okay to take time out. LV Chuaping immediately found a driver. 2 hours later, the relevant arrangements were made. The space driver was in place, and the current precise address was in hand. And Lu Chuaping set off. After receiving LV Chuaping, we are leaving now. Tang Ran waited in the reception room for this message. After waiting for 10 minutes, A space crack appeared in the empty reception room. The unstable space crack slowly took shape. Tang Ranran knew from this technology that the driver was most likely Lu Chuanping's nephew Lu Fengyang. Sure enough, two figures in military uniforms appeared. Or more precisely, a straight figure, dragging another person, who was dizzy like a dog. As a car-sick unlucky guy, LV Chuanping was dizzy again this time. If it weren't for LV Fengyang holding him up, he would have fallen to the ground. Seeing LV Chuanping's pale face, Tang Ranran expressed deep sympathy and a mental power. A robot on standby served several large bowls of fruit platters. Tang Ranran, eat something and relax. Although it was ordinary fruit from the farm, Tang Ranran added some spiritual power, and the purification value was doubled to 2 or 3 times the original, about 10 to 20. After smelling the smell of spiritual energy and relaxing, LV Chuanping, who had some strength, straightened his body, stretched out his hand, and grabbed a lychee with a clear goal. Li Fei, his favorite. Hey, the plus version with a higher purification value? After eating a lychee, LV Chuanping was surprised. Yeah, there were nearly 20 lychees, and Lu Chuanping ate more than 10 of them in one breath. And then he felt alive again. When he recovered, Lu Fengyang, who was standing quietly beside him, asked for money with confidence. Uncle, my head hurts a little. Give me some blue bottles. Damn! Lu Chuanping cursed and glared. He almost fainted with such poor skills. And he actually had the nerve to ask for a blue bottle. Lu Chuanping missed Yan Qian very much. All the lychees in the fruit plate were picked up. And Lu Chuanping looked angry and offered a large fruit plate to the Buddha. And a large fruit plate fell heavily on his hand. Eat it. You? Lu Fengyang was a young man with a thin skin. He was stuffed with a large fruit plate, and subconsciously looked at Tang Ranran. You are a guest. Please feel free to eat more. Tang Ranran smiled warmly with a kind look in her eyes. She liked this kind of sunny and tough guy. LV Fengyang was very polite. Thank you. In front of Tang Ranran, LV Chuanping had already evolved into a shameless person. So he took another fruit bowl from the robot and ran to Tang Ranran, who was sitting on the main seat above. Looking around, LV Chuanping used his mental power to hook a small stool and sat down in front of Tang Ranran. It was quite like a junior squatting beside an elder. Sitting down, he glanced at LV Fengyang, who started to eat the fruit. LV Chuanping mental power barrier, like a thief, covered the two of them tightly. Outside, Lu Fengyang curled his lips in silence. Why cover it up? Do you think he doesn't know? Isn't it just taking kickbacks by selling high-purity pure fruits and vegetables? With the protective shield on, Lu Chuanping explained exaggeratedly. Oh my god. I was scared to death when I heard the news. 200 trillion. Even if it's a large chrysanthemum, it needs 200 flowers. Ran. Tell me, what did the rich lady Xia buy? No. Tang Ranran looked mysterious, stretched out a finger and shook it. It's not 200 trillion. But I won't tell you the exact amount. Tang Ranran was afraid that he would be scared to death if she told him. Ah! Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. We are friends. Ran, you don't know that I miss you every moment in the distant border. It's really a day without seeing you. LV Chuanping choked his throat like green tea. Stop! Tang Ranran shook his arms speechlessly and rolled his eyes in disdain. Are you thinking about her fruits and vegetables? Be normal. Let's talk business. Oh! LV Chuanping stopped choking his throat, straightened his face, and put on an expression of serious work. He knows that too much is as bad as too little. Tang Ranran asked, how much is your third grandfather going to buy? The third grandfather wants food with a purification value of more than 50, which is easy to digest, tastes good, and is preferably not easy to fill up. He said, as much as you can. The magical vine of our Lu family will soon produce 100 fruits. So you know, he has to prepare. The more the better. By the way, have you taken the potion? I understand. Another rich man who wants to book the whole place. Tang Ranran envied, and then said, I haven't taken it yet. Do you want to use my third grandfather's relationship to get a copy? If it is exchanged for a high purification value, it should be no problem. No, I can cultivate it myself. That's right. You are so good at growing vegetables. You don't have to worry about fruits. However, this potion is really a bottomless pit. And it actually needs to be supplemented with a high purification value. TSK. We poor people. Lu Chuanping sighed with regret, and made a little calculation in his mind. The price of the magic fruit will drop in the future. That's for sure. The key is the high purification value of pure fruits and vegetables as the source of power. When the time comes, if he sells himself to Tang Ranran, can he get a SS to SSS portion? LV Chuanping is young and not anxious about his lifespan. But he is worried about his strength. Not to mention that Yan Qian has been promoted to 5S. Fu Jingyuan has reached 4S. But he is still SS after taking the marrow cleansing potion. He shamelessly begs for money from Tang Ranran. And eats a lot of pure fruits and vegetables. But his strength is not up to par. And he is still SS. He is anxious. So anxious. And the magic fruit potion has no success rate. Only whether the high purification value of energy is enough. This may be his only hope to be promoted to SSS. So, for strength, faces nothing. Ranran, I am miserable. I am really miserable. Look, Old Yen has reached 5S. Fu Jingyuan has also reached 4S. Although my qualifications are a little bit worse. But I work so hard. I am still standing still. The gap between me and them is getting bigger and bigger. I feel so uncomfortable. LV Chuanping beat his chest and stamped his feet and howled. He was originally playing the victim. But as he played the victim, he felt that he was really miserable. And his true feelings came out. He was really sad and angry. There were so many people who upgraded after taking the marrow cleansing potion. Why couldn't he be one more? What's wrong with one more? What's wrong? The fruit plate in his hand didn't smell good anymore. And he was sad from the heart. Because he was squatting beside Tang Ranran legs. And Lu Chuanping stretched out his hand and hugged Tang Ranran legs directly. Like a child crying while hugging an adult. Crying even more sadly. It's so miserable. One of my subordinates, who was SS level, was promoted to SSS level. He is jumping up and down every day to seize power. If it weren't for my old man, I would have lost my position as the director. Without strength, people will look down on you wherever you go in the military. Those competitors are always making up stories behind my back that I got promoted through nepotism. Woohoo. So sad. Tang Ranran, Stop. 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 Tang Ranran reached out and pressed his forehead, pushing the big head away from his legs. Sorry. I'm too sad. After realizing it, Lu Chuanping also realized that he had gone too far and quickly restrained himself. However, although they are all Tang Ranran, Tang Xian is a puppet body. If he hugs her, even if Old Yen knows, he will not be jealous and beat him. Right? I know you are poor. But here I have a huge fortune. Do you want it? Who can bear the little milk dog crying and begging her? So Tang Ranran decided to get some money for Lu Chuanping to spend. Yes. After shouting, Lu Chuanping's eyes brightened and looked at her eagerly. In his eager eyes, Tang Ranran slowly stretched out her right hand and gestured to 1. Can you swallow this number? 100 trillion? There must be no problem. Lu Chuanping's eyes brightened. For a 100 trillion transaction, he falsely reported 10%, which is 10 trillion. No problem. Right? A full 10 trillion. It is indeed a huge fortune. Lu Chuanping's little heart was beating hard. Tang Ranran glanced at him and said lightly, Look at your achievements. Think boldly. This is 1,000. Ah? How much? LV Chuanping was stunned with his pupils experiencing a great earthquake. Around 100 trillion. Can your San Taigong swallow it? LV Chuanping swallowed his saliva blankly, his voice trembling. 100 trillion? This? What is it selling? 80 plus? No way. No way. Is it so exaggerated? Purification value 80? What? LV Chuanping was so shocked that he was numb. You have seen it. The powdered sugar last time. Ah! The powdered sugar aqueous solution. The one you and Lao Yin found together. Can you mass produce it? LV Chuanping was so shocked that his whole body was numb. As a good brother of Yan Qian, he knew that after trading that batch of goods, Tang Ranran should not have much left. And it's 100 trillion? This is really too much. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me. Do you want to buy it? Tang Ranran didn't admit it. But he didn't deny it either. LV Chuanping was even more shocked. It took him a long time to digest the news and ask the key point. What about the price? How do you say it? No need to ask. He knew that the third master would definitely be satisfied. 10% of 100 trillion. He was a little scared and didn't dare to think about it. As for the price, Tang Ranran paused, lowered his eyes, and thought for 2 seconds, and said, "Let me tell you this. The price I gave Xie Shihe is 2 trillion for 30 grams. And the written price Xie Xinzi bought from me is 3 trillion for 30 grams. LV Chuanping eyes widened to the maximum. And his mouth was open. As big as an egg. He was not stupid. So he understood. Xie Shihe, that black-hearted capitalist, took 1/3 of the kickbacks. Fuck. So black. Every pore of the capitalist is bloody. What a filial grandson. Tang Ranran continued, speaking openly. The goods I have are better than the ones I gave to the military last time. And the purification value of the aqueous solution will be higher. If I give it to you, the same 30 grams for 2 trillion. I don't care how much you tell your third grandfather. But it's better not to be too different. Otherwise, if Xie Xinzi finds out, I will be a little embarrassed. I understand. I understand. Lu Chuanping nodded repeatedly, his heart pounding, like beating a drum. The excitement is beyond words. What is 10 trillion? A drizzle. This is the ultimate wealth. Nearly 1/3 of the kickbacks. Xie Shihe is really a role model for my generation. This filial son and grandson. He, Lu Chuanping, is also sure to be. So much money. He dare not even dream of it on weekdays. With this wave alone, he can achieve financial freedom. It turns out that he has to hold on to the thigh of Tang Ranran, the god of wealth. When the heart is moved, it is necessary to take action. Lu Chuanping hugged his legs again. Ranran, you are so good to me. Great kindness. I have no way to repay it. I can only sell myself to pay off the debt. Concubine, mistress, work like a cow and a horse. As long as you say a word, I can do it. Tang Ranran, Tang Ranran rolled his eyes in disgust. All right. Just get excited for a while. It's over the top if you keep acting. I'm not acting. Sincerely, thinking of his unshakable SS-level mental power, Lu Chuanping didn't need to pinch himself. Tears came, looking at Tang Ranran with tears in his eyes. Lu Chuanping said sincerely, "Really? My father couldn't have given me so much inheritance when he was in the coffin. You are my second parents. My benefactor in life. My great sponsor. TSK. Tang Ranran curled her lips and rolled her eyes at him again. Don't take advantage of me. Hurry up. Take a unit of sample and ask your third grandfather. I have about 12 kilograms. However, if the transaction amount is too large, there will be trouble. It is better to be small on the surface. And large. The amount can be exchanged with the original Star Diamond Oregon." Ah? After a quick thought, Lu Chuanping understood that the 200 trillion yuan that Xie Xinzi said was probably only a small part. Maybe it was also 12 kilograms. How much is 12 kilograms? The written price is 120 trillion yuan. His. Lu Chuanping took a breath and couldn't imagine how huge this kickback was. Wow. He really wanted to poach Lao Yin. But he didn't know if he could do it. Anyway, he was determined to be a pretty boy. 1 unit of sugar crystal powder is a huge sum of money for LV Chuanping. So LV Fengyang, this rubbish driver, get out. LV Chuanping contacted his third grandfather LV Guohui, because it involved high purification value. LV Guohui was very active and directly sent his exclusive driver and personal bodyguard. As soon as the driver arrived, LV Chuanping couldn't wait to make money. Tang Xian, I'm leaving first. Wait for my good news. LV Chuanping was in high spirits, rubbing his hands, and the corners of his mouth that were raised were harder to suppress than AK. Well, go. Tang Ranran waved goodbye. Huh? LV Fengyang, who was abandoned at the scene, was a little confused. He quickly chewed the fruit in his mouth twice, then swallowed it, and immediately sent a message to LV Chuanping, who couldn't even see the taillights. Then he got a reply. LV Chuanping, wait here. LV Fengyang, okay. He is just a tool man. Uncle asked me to wait for him here. Sorry to bother the chief. LV Fengyang politely told Tang Ranran, the host. It's okay. Chuanping is my good brother. You are his nephew. We are all family. Don't be so polite. Tang Ranran waved her hand. And then with a mental control, the two robots went to the kitchen to fetch food. It's time for dinner. Let's have dinner together. It was already evening when LV Chuanping came. It was dinner time here at Tang Ranran. Due to his upbringing, LV Fengyang was embarrassed to eat for free. But, as the two robots brought out the food, the pure breath rushed into his nose without any cost. It was pure food. And the purification value was not low. LV Fengyang was a poor loser who could not resist the temptation of pure food. He could only grit his teeth and said with a hint of awkward gratitude, "Thank you for the hospitality. Chief, I'd rather obey your order." Compared with a group of thick-skinned people, Tang Ranran had a good impression of LV Fengyang, who had never been a beggar from her. She likes the reserved and a little shy handsome boy. "You're welcome. Eat more." Tang Ranran fed the handsome boy with an Andy smile. In this way, one fed and the other ate. In a quiet atmosphere of no talking during dinner, Tang Ranran's smart brain suddenly beeped with a series of message prompts. It was settled so quickly. Thinking that it was Lu Chuanping who came to announce the good news, Tang Ranran opened the address book without paying much attention. And then took a look. Her eyes were fixed immediately. And her eyes were instantly filled with surprise. "It's Yin Qian. Yin Qian, are you there? Yin Qian, are you busy? Yin Qian, I'm back. Yin Qian, in Supingroi? Yin Qian, I have something to do. It will be finished in about 3 or 4 hours. I come to see you." Ji Zhongsen and his group had a little accident. So it was not until now that Yin Qian had the opportunity to move to the signal coverage area to connect to the internet and go online. As soon as there was a signal, Yin Qian couldn't wait to contact Tang Ranran. And then, "Tang Xian, where's Fu Jingyuan? Is he with you? I have something to do with him." Yin Qian, who was waiting for a reply in front of the smart computer screen, suddenly turned pale. It was in vain that he was thinking about her. But as soon as he came online, he asked about other men. So angry. My lungs were about to explode. Because she was thinking about the spirit stone mine. When she saw Yin Qian online, Tang Ranran's first reaction was Fu Jingyuan, her spirit vein mine. She immediately searched in her address book. Fu Jingyuan was not online. Or there was no signal. Tang Ranran hurriedly sent a message to Yin Qian to ask. After the message was sent, Tang Ranran belatedly thought of Yin Qian's mood. Her words seemed a bit discouraging. Tang Ranran hurriedly made amends. "Tang Xian, I have something important to talk to him about. A matter of utmost urgency. Very important." Tang Ranran added 3 exclamation marks to express her eagerness. Yin Qian, "Oh!" One word fully expressed Yin Qian's depressed mood at the moment. But since Tang Ranran said so, he didn't hold back and explained the situation immediately. "Yin Qian, Fu Jingyuan is still with the main force, deep in the mountains and forests. Yin Qian, the main force will not be able to come out for a while. It will probably take another 1 or 2 hours to collect samples. And then we need to go back to report the situation of this trip. Yin Qian, if your matter is urgent, I will go back and talk to Lao Fu. And we will apply to leave first." Tang Ranran, If I leave first, will it have any impact? If I really can't leave, I can wait for 2 days here. I'm not in a hurry. Yin Qian, it's okay. It's not a big deal here. About 3 hours. I will bring Lao Fu to see you then. Tang Xian, okay. Then it's settled. By the way, did you find 100 magical fruits in Jizhong Forest this time? The Xie family has already grown them. And they have also developed 2 new medicines using 100 magical fruits as raw materials. Yin Qian, is that true? I just connected to the signal. And I don't know what's going on during this period. I have some abnormalities here. The magical vine plant is a bit strange. I need to report the relevant situation first. So let's not talk about it now. Tang Xian, okay. Then you go ahead. Business is more important. Yin Qian, I come to you after the matter is over. Tang Xian, okay. After the communication ended, Tang Ranran was in a good mood. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were coming back, which meant that her spiritual vein mind was about to surface. Excited? After dinner, Tang Ranran, who was in a very good mood, acted like an elder and took the overfed Lu Fengyang for a walk. That is, to stroll around her own big garden, walking by, pulling up a spiritual plant here, picking a spiritual fruit there. Tang Ranran kept stuffing them into LV Fengyang's hands, and secretly sighed in his heart. This person, If he doesn't have the guts to do anything, he won't be able to accomplish anything. Introverts suffer. Even though his eyes were about to stick to the plants in her garden, he was too embarrassed to ask her for them. TSK. Tang Ranran was in a particularly good mood at the moment, and the young man was handsome, so she was very generous for the fruits and vegetables that Tang Ranran stuffed over. LV Fengyang wanted to refuse them at first, but was embarrassed to say a few words. After a few times, his mentality became, why be so hypocritical? Just keep them. Who can push away the high purification value that he has obtained? General Tang Xian is really generous. No wonder Uncle Ping likes to get close to him. He also wants to get some fruits and vegetables, but he doesn't have such a thick skin and can't eat this meal. Hey. Forget it. Uncle Ping must have gained a lot this time. He'd better get some from Uncle Ping. Lu Fengyang remained silent on the surface, but his mind was full of activity. After wandering around the garden for an hour, Lu Chuanping sent a message. It was done. Lu Gui wanted all the 12 kilograms of sugar powder. The price on the surface was the same as Xiexin's, 10 trillion per unit. He complained in his heart that Xiexi was a black-hearted capitalist. But when Lu Chuanping was cheating money, he was not soft-hearted at all. And he was just as black. Another 120 trillion, of which 100 trillion was transferred to the account, and the remaining 110 trillion was deducted with the original star diamond ore. 950,000 per gram. Because the transaction amount was huge, Lu Gui needed 2 days to prepare the money. So Lu Chuanping asked the driver to send him back first. Back to Tang Ranran F1 area again. Lu Chuanping did not go back to the border, but took his nephew and stayed with her directly. The house was big enough, and Tang Ranran arranged a guest room for them without any concern. Ji Zhongxin's magical fruit incident finally came to an end, and the large army boarded the departing star fleet. Like the moon surrounded by stars, the main starship was protected by more than a dozen frigates and star battleships. With this posture, no one dared to come up and cause trouble. After confirming that it was safe, Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan, who had already applied, left first. It was a dark and windy night, and everything was quiet. It was the time when people were sleeping soundly. Tang Ranran was on the Tang Xian, and she didn't feel sleepy at all. As early as more than an hour ago, she noticed that Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan were online, but they should be busy with business, so neither of them cue her. Waiting and waiting. After such a tormenting hour, finally, Yan Qian, let's come over now. Is it convenient? Tang Ranran replied in seconds. Tang Xian, convenient. Then he gave his detailed address. Yan Qian, an old driver, is very good at space shuttle. Less than half a minute after receiving the address, the space channel was opened. A space crack. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan stepped out of the space crack one after the other. The two wore the same black military combat uniform. Solemn and dashing, but also full of dusty smell. I think they just finished the outdoor expedition and didn't have time to rest. Both of them had stubble and dark eyes, and looked exhausted after staying up for several nights. But they were handsome, so even if they were a little sloppy, they still had a kind of unkempt handsomeness. Thinking that the two of them came to her place without resting for a quarter of an hour, Tang Ranran felt a little guilty. How about you rest for a night first? Giving Yan Qian a smug look secretly, Fu Jingyuan smiled at Tang Ranran. Yan Qian said you were looking for me? Is it something important? If it's urgent, I won't rest. It's not urgent. I need your help to find something. I'm mainly worried that something will happen after a long time. But one more day is not a big deal. After waiting for so long, Tang Ranran certainly doesn't need such a little time. Yan Qian secretly glared at Fu Jingyuan, and then turned to Tang Ranran with a gentle face. If you are not in a hurry, then let's rest for a night. After working non-stop for so long, Yan Qian was also a little tired. Fu Jingyuan agreed without refuting. In fact, he was also very tired. Seeing that the two were really tired, Tang Ranran was very considerate. Well, I will take you to the guest room and have breakfast together tomorrow morning. Fu Jingyuan was about to reply when he heard, I want to eat braised pork, sweet and sour pork, braised chicken, sweet and sour fish. Yan Qian reported the menu in a very arrogant manner. Not polite at all. Fu Jingyuan is a light bulb everywhere he goes. He is so depressed, so he wants to turn his grief and anger into appetite. Fu Jingyuan, good guy. You are really rude. Tang Ranran's eyes twitched, and he glared at him. I know. I arrange it for you. Inner thoughts. Big fish and meat in the morning. You will die of greasy. The sun has not yet risen. The dawn time is the darkest. The main house is brightly lit. Just like daytime. Tang Ranran is clanging in the kitchen with Tang Xian. The breakfast is as rich as the Manchu and Han banquet. And now there is only one finishing work left. The fish is caught in the big pond in the garden. And the meat is the stock in the basement. Because there is no need to sleep. Tang Ranran is busy in the kitchen of the farm all night. Then when the people around are still sleeping soundly, quietly move from the farm to Tang Xian's space buckle. A good day starts with a rich breakfast. LV Chuanping and his nephew lived in the west wing, while Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan were arranged by Tang Ranran to live in the courtyard next door. There was a distance between them, so they did not meet last night. But early this morning, under the guidance of the guide robot, the two sides bumped into each other in the main house's large dining room. As soon as LV Chuanping and his nephew followed the robot into the house, they saw the two people sitting at the dining table, waiting for dinner. Fearing that he had seen it wrong, LV Chuanping rubbed his eyes subconsciously, and then took another look to make sure that he was not dazzled, and said in surprise, Hey, old Yan and old Fu. You are here too? Why are you here? Yan Qian frowned, glanced at LV Chuanping, and his eyes fell on LV Fengyan again. This guy is the type that Ranran likes. Having already figured out Tang Ranran preferences, Yan Qian is particularly sensitive to handsome, cold, masculine men. All of them look like rivals in love. Fu Jingyuan, who also knows Tang Ranran preferences, also casts a sharp gaze on Lu Fengyan. Under the double eyes, Lu Fengyan's heart shuddered, and he felt a little cold for some reason. The eyes of those two people seemed to want to stab him. Lu Fengyan subconsciously hid behind Lu Chuanping, because of the big age difference. He was not familiar with Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan. Moreover, Fu Jingyuan was his superior, and Yan Qian was the top boss. Now that he was caught by the two, he would not be charged with absent from duty? What are you doing? Scare a kid? Are you going to take this too seriously? Lu Chuanping protected his nephew conscientiously. I'm discussing the military affairs of purchasing pure fruits and vegetables with Tang Xian. Xiaofeng is my driver. We're on official business. You know, it's an official business that goes through the process? Lu Chuanping, who also misunderstood, raised the banner fearlessly, and then asked back, By the way, why are you two here? Is the search for Ji Zhongxin over? Yes, it's over. Retracting his gaze, Yan Qian responded indifferently. What's the situation? Tell me. Lu Chuanping looked interested, walked over in 2 or 3 steps, and sat next to Yan Qian. Nothing. Just like that. Yan Qian, who was too lazy to pay attention to him, didn't want to say more. Who are you trying to fool? If there is no situation, how can you lose contact for so long? It must be that you encountered some special situation and were trapped. Hee hee. Did you encounter a powerful opponent and got defeated? So you were too embarrassed to say it? LV Chuanping smiled slyly. And he really deserved a beating. Heh. Yan Qian ignored him with a sneer. Old Fu. Tell me. Want to know. Fu Jingyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled provocatively. Why should I tell you? Fuck. You? You two bastards? If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. My news network is well connected. If you two don't tell me, I won't ask others. Opening the address book, Lu Chuanping began to send messages. At this time, Tang Ranran came out of the kitchen, followed by 2 robots serving dishes. Everyone is here. Let's eat. Walk directly to the main seat in the south of the dining table. Before sitting down, Tang Ranran waved to Lu Fengyan, who was still standing behind Lu Chuanping and looked a little restrained, and said with a smile, Why are you standing there like an idiot? Find a seat and sit down. Thank you for your hospitality. Compared with the 3 old-timers who were eating for free, Lu Fengyan was obviously much more polite. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan, both of them shot their eyes at Lu Fengyan again. Lu Fengyan, no. He didn't do anything. How did he provoke them? The 2 robots came and went, serving a table of delicious food. The staple food was wontons and noodles, and the side dishes were braised pork, pickled fish, stir-fried chicken, and braised pig's trotters. There were fish and meat, both meat and vegetables, and more importantly, There was a fresh spiritual smell. That is, a pure breath. When the dishes were all served, LV Chuanping swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Oh my god! Is it so rich? What day is today? Today is a good day. Tang Ranran was in a very good mood. Fu Jingyuan had arrived. So how far would the spiritual vain mind be? Moreover, look at this table. The domineering and awe-inspiring Yan Qian. The handsome man with cold eyebrows and eyes Fu Jingyuan. The handsome and gentle little white face LV Chuanping. And the sunny and tough little fresh meat LV Fengyang. It was really a feast for the eyes. There were men on both sides. Her life should not be too moist. The dishes are all here. Let's eat. As the host, Tang Ranran said, and then took the lead in moving the first chopsticks. Next. It was time to fight for the table. Lu Chuanping, Yan Qian, and Fu Jingyuan, 3 old-timers, immediately entered a fierce fight after the meal started. Lu Fengyang, who was eating for the first time, was a little restrained at first. But he saw the other 3 people eating as fast as robbers. After a few seconds of being dumbfounded, he suddenly realized that they were all pure food. And there was no hierarchy at the table. So why should he eat less? Lu Fengyang immediately joined the camp to fight for food. Because he was a puppet, Tang Ranran didn't move his chopsticks much throughout the whole process. Just pretending. In a gust of wind, dozens of dishes on the round table were all gone, including the staple food. Tang Ranran laughed at this scene. They are all gluttons. Occasionally, it's okay to eat a meal. But for a long time, I can't afford to support them. I really can't afford to support them. After eating and drinking, the robots cleaned up the dishes. Tang Ranran, who was not in a hurry to leave, started gossiping. She looked at Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan and asked, "Did you find anything in Ji Zhongsen this time? Did you find the wild 100 magic vine?" Fu Jingyuan, "I did find something." Yan Qian, "I encountered a little accident on the planet." Faced with Tang Ranran inquiry, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian attitude was completely different from their previous attitude towards Lu Chuanping. The two of them competed to talk, and they revealed all the non-confidential and revelatory information about Ji Zhongsen. Thanks to Tang Ranran, Lu Chuanping heard the inside story, a bastard who values love over friendship. By the way, because of the rumored existence of the 100 purification value, the Empire sent a special operations team. After they arrived on the planet, according to the information provided by Xie, the reconnaissance equipment finally determined the approximate location of the 100 magic fruit after several twists and turns. However, when rushing to the location, the group fell into the illusion unknowingly. Even Yan Qian, who was at the 5S level, was trapped without noticing. Fortunately, they encountered a confusing illusion, not a killing illusion. After being trapped in the illusion for a long time, the group was able to break the illusion. In the end, the source of the illusion was locked on an unknown alien race of unknown race. The comprehensive strength of this alien race even broke through the 4S level, definitely beyond the 4S level, and may even have reached the 5S level. This alien race also coveted the magical vine and obstructed everyone in every possible way. After breaking the illusion, everyone launched a series of battles with it, and finally successfully strangled it. Without the obstruction of the alien race, the group found the magical vine smoothly. But after measurement, the purification value of the magical fruit on this magical vine did not reach 100, but around 97 and 98. Because the main body of the vine was too large to be moved, they marked the location and picked some samples of the magic fruit and vine branches. After leaving a few people behind, the main force left first. As for how to deal with this magic vine in the future, that was the matter for the forestry department and the planetary responsible party to worry about. And it had nothing to do with them. Tang Ranran's first reaction to the Super 4S level alien was, how powerful the demon pill must be. Although he was very envious, the alien corpse was sent to the laboratory as research material. So Tang Ranran could only think about it. And it was impossible to get it. What does the largest magic vine look like? Does it need blood to be watered? Have you done genetic identification? Are the relevant data the same as the magic vine we planted artificially? Tang Ranran turned into a curious baby and asked many questions. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan answered one by one, and then also asked some questions about the magic fruit potion. Throughout the morning, everyone exchanged information, and Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan unanimously gave the wild magic fruit they were assigned to Tang Ranran. Although Tang Ranran didn't need this, it was a token of her love, and she wanted to study it. After receiving the fruit, Tang Ranran reminded, "I think this magical fruit is a bit evil, and it feels a bit bad. If you believe me, don't take it in the near future. Just wait and see for a while." Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan obeyed Tang Ranran's words without questioning them. Moreover, they had just been promoted and were still in the stage of consolidating their strength, so they were not in a hurry to use the potion. Moreover, they had no money. Only Lu Chuanping looked like he had lost his parents. Right? Is there a problem? He was still thinking about getting promoted with a magic fruit potion? What to do? Oh, I thought too much. Although he was about to be financially free, it would take 2 or 3 years for him to get the magic fruit potion. If there was a problem, it would take enough time to expose the problem. While chatting, the whole morning passed unknowingly. It was lunchtime, and it was another sumptuous Manchuhan banquet. Except for Tang Ranran. The 4 men devoured everything again and had a full stomach. After the meal, they went their separate ways. A heroic sentence. Pick whatever you like in my garden. You are welcome. Tang Ranran sent Lu Chuanping and his nephew out to visit the garden. Because of the huge deal with Lu Guohui, the Tang Xian had to stay. After Tang Ranran explained a few words, Yin Qian took Fu Jingyuan to the Sutherland planet. On Sutherland, Tang Ranran took the Tang Shi and prepared early in the morning. The first thing was to call back Ares and put him in the fairy cave. Although Ares said that Yin Qian could not recognize him. What if, before the exclusive courier was trained, Tang Ranran did not want to cause unnecessary trouble? Ares and Blue Baby were both in the fairy cave, and the fairy cave was thrown back to the farm. Tang Ranran drove the hover car back to the city, back to the parking lot outside the city. She was alone and could not avoid being coveted by robbers again. Of course, it was just a small problem. A mental deterrent solved the problem. Wait. When Yin Qian opened the space channel in Supingrui, Tang Ranran was refreshed and searched around. Soon, she felt Yin Qian mental search. Here. Tang Ranran immediately squeaked. Yin Qian arrived next to her hovercraft in a flash, opened the door, and got in. After waiting for a minute, Fu Jingyuan, who was left behind by Yin Qian, also arrived. All personnel are here. Let's go! Tang Ranran briefly described the situation while driving the hovercraft. In her words, the situation was like this. By chance, I found a treasure land full of pure plants, and then met an SSS-level alien beast guarding there. I found that this alien beast feeds on energy stones. Originally, I wanted to squat there to find mineral sources, but I accidentally killed this alien beast and lost the clue. So I can only ask you for help. The spiritual stone given by Tang Ranran has not yet been studied. However, both of them know that this is a special stone, which is very useful to Tang Ranran. Fu Jingyuan was in a good mood, thinking that his special ability could help Tang Ranran a lot, and felt that he was better than Yin Qian. He tried his best to show his promise. If you want to track down the whereabouts of the strange beast, there is no problem. I promise to help you find out everything and find the source of the stone mine. Then it depends on you. Tang Ranran was also very happy. When she thought of the spiritual vein mine, she couldn't suppress the upturned corners of her mouth. Yin Qian was a little embarrassed about the two people's good talk, but there was nothing he could do, who made him unable to help with his special ability. This time, he could only watch Fu Jingyuan perform in front of Tang Ranran to improve his favor. Fu Jingyuan learned about the situation in detail, asked a few questions about the strange beast, and then was surprised. Drilling beast? Those that move underground are collectively called burrowing beasts. Tang Ranran nodded. It can be considered a burrowing beast, and it moves more underground. As for the burrowing beast, Fu Jingyuan was a little embarrassed. Yin Qian sneered secretly, his low voice full of sarcasm. If it's a burrowing beast, he can't do it. Fu Jingyuan sneered and returned his eyes, silently provoking. Can you do it? Go ahead. Who are you laughing at? Although Yin Qian is a space type, he can only play with space, and the underground area is solid, so the space ability can't be used. Indeed, he can't do it either. Yin Qian can only make excuses. We need an Earth type to cooperate. Fu Jingyuan didn't argue with this, and agreed. Indeed, we need an Earth type. Ah? Tang Ranran realized it belatedly and said, a little annoyed. Although she doesn't have Earth spirit roots, she still knows a little bit of Earth escape technique. And she can do it simply by entering the ground. But the key is how to explain it. The skills she has shown to the outside world are already very diverse. And it is not appropriate to add an Earth type. I was too excited and forgot about this. Let's go to the scene first. Ran, you explain the situation in detail. Then I go get a soil element. You hide in the dark. And Lao Fu and I will come forward. Yan Qian suggested. Yes. We help you find it. Fu Jingyuan nodded repeatedly. Once other people were involved, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian front was particularly unified. Tang Ranran thought and struggled for a few seconds, shook his head and rejected the two's proposal. This is too troublesome. And what if we find the wrong one? I'm worried. Since it was about the spirit vein mine, Tang Ranran naturally attached great importance to it and had to participate in person. But she was worried about other Earth types. So she used her own people. Let's put it this way. There is an SS level Earth type on our planet. He is my subordinate and is considered one of ours. When we get there, Yan Qian, you go there and bring him over. The two were shocked and said in unison. One of our own? He is just Tang Qian's subordinate. Don't worry. You can't tell. Knowing what they were worried about, Tang Ranran explained that her vest was very tightly covered. Hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the hovercraft arrived at the foot of the mountain. After parking the car and walking, Tang Ranran led the two through the tunnel in the mountain. And the three of them arrived at the basin valley. After several waves of hair pulling, the bottom of this basin valley is still lush and green, with vigorous vegetation. The traces of the original battle have long been swept away. But it doesn't matter. Tang Ranran left a special mark. So she found the exact location quickly. It's here. About 120 meters underground. There should be a hollow area there. The strange beast has been hiding there before. Let me see. Yan Qian used his mental power and spatial ability to explore, and found the hollow area at the depth Tang Ranran mentioned. Found it. Let's go check it out first. Tang Ranran. Okay. Yan Qian stretched out his arm, and naturally took Tang Ranran's hand. And then pulled Fu Jingyuan's arm with a very different treatment. With a swish, the three of them teleported to the hollow area underground. Fu Jingyuan secretly gritted his teeth. He was not a space system, so he couldn't even reach the little hand. He was at a loss. Tang Ranran, who didn't care about the little movements of the two people at all, opened her eyes wide and stared at Fu Jingyuan with urging. The time was about 30 days ago. Take a look. Okay. Fu Jingyuan, who was entrusted with an important task, showed off a little to Yan Qian, and then tried his best to perform. With the use of his supernatural power, he reviewed the situation, and the huge figure of the rock dragon appeared in this area. Then, the problem came. The rock dragon was in the soil, just like a fish in the water, free and unfettered. But the three people had difficulty moving underground. They couldn't move and couldn't be tracked at all. After returning to the ground, Yan Qian said a few simple words and set out to pick them up. Tang Qian, who updated the information synchronously, had already contacted Li Zheng. After a transfer, Yan Qian returned to Tang Ranran mansion. And as soon as he saw him online, Tang Qian pulled a group of 3 people. Tang Qian, address. Li Zheng immediately sent the current precise address in the group. Yan Qian didn't know this person at all. So after receiving the message, he first clicked on the other party's information to recognize his face. And then when he saw his identity information, Yan Qian immediately had a toothache. This appearance was completely selected by Tang Ranran according to his own preferences. An SS level? As far as he knew, Su Pingrui's Star Station troops had only Qi Xingyuan as an SS level at the beginning. And this Li Zheng was obviously promoted recently. At this stage, a junior general like Li Zheng certainly cannot get the marrow cleansing potion. I think Tang Ranran has sent a lot of good things to this subordinate, although he was very upset. After being depressed for a while, Yan Qian did not delay the business and went to the address. When the two met, Li Zheng saluted respectfully. Chief. Yes. Yan Qian responded indifferently and asked with a bit of coldness in his voice. Is there any problem with setting off now? No. Be ready to act at any time. Yan Qian level is a big boss for Li Zheng, so he is completely a soldier meeting a general. What's more, Yan Qian, with a stern face, is so imposing. At this moment, Li Zheng only felt like Alexander, who was full of tension. Without saying much, Yin Qian directly dragged him, and a space channel returned to the location of the Basin Valley. Transferred instantly. Li Zheng was a little confused when he arrived at the scene. Li Zheng had the honor of meeting Fu Jingyuan, so he knew him. As for Tang Shi, although he had never met her, he had naturally seen photos of Tang Shi, the boss's girlfriend, since he followed the boss, Marshal Yin, General Fu, and the boss's girlfriend. Such a trio? It looked weird no matter how you looked at it. Li Zheng secretly wondered. Could it be that the boss was worried that his girlfriend would cheat on him, so he sent him to follow her? It didn't seem right. Although his mind was full of ideas, Li Zheng consciously didn't ask anything and strictly followed the orders of the boss Tang Xian, just working and not talking too much. What's more, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were both big guys, and Tang Shi was the boss's girlfriend. No matter who he offended, he would be in big trouble. It was definitely right to not talk and just work. Earth escape is just a very simple skill, so even with 3 people, Li Zheng didn't have much trouble. With the cooperation of Li Zheng, the Earth element, Fu Jingyuan's situation review and tracking work were carried out smoothly. In the video, they tracked the rock dragon wherever it went. Just like this, they chased the rock dragon in the past time. It pooped, looked out, pooped, looked out. The activity area of the rock dragon was completely in this Basin Valley area. On weekdays, the rock dragon liked to stay in this old place. Occasionally, it would move around, either to poop or to see the scenery. In very rare cases, it would show up on the ground to declare its territorial sovereignty because of intruders. Just like this, it followed the past images and circled around this area countless times. Finally, at this time a year and a half ago, the lazy rock dragon finally left its old nest in the Basin Valley. Because it was underground, the specific location was uncertain. We could only know an approximate direction and distance. Leaving the Basin Valley, heading west, it was about 7 or 8 kilometers away. The rock dragon sneaked all the way underground to an empty cave inside the mountain. It was a stone layer, not a natural cave, but a space that was eaten away. Even though it was just an image, Tang Ranran also saw several spiritual stones exposed on the stone wall. Sure enough, the rock dragon in the picture started to gnaw at the stone wall, biting here and there. Even though it was just a past image, Tang Ranran also saw clearly that, like a jade mine, the associated stone layer contained pieces of spiritual stones of different sizes and qualities. Spiritual vein mine. Ah! She finally found the treasure. It's here. Tang Ranran immediately gave Fu Jingyuan a look. After receiving her hint, Fu Jingyuan, who had guessed that it should be here, confirmed that it was really here. The supernatural power ended. The scene replay disappeared, and the real picture became clearer. The location of the 4 people was obviously inside the spiritual vein mine, which was a hollow space inside the ore formed by the long-term gnawing of the rock dragon. Can we connect to the outside world? Tang Ranran asked Yin Qian. Yes. Yin Qian responded and searched with his space ability, and confirmed that they were inside a giant mountain. Tang Ranran, remember this place? Let's go out first. Okay. Thinking that they would definitely come back, Yin Qian simply built a stable temporary space channel, which could exist for a few hours. Tang Ranran took the lead, and the 4 of them left one after another. The exit at the other end of the space channel was in the air. The 4 of them used their mental power to fly in the air. Tang Ranran gave Yin Qian a look, and Yin Qian understood and said to Li Zheng, I take you back. Thank you, Chief. Although he was very curious about what kind of mineral deposit it was, Li Zheng was very tactful and didn't ask anything. Yin Qian dragged Li Zheng away, and Tang Ranran observed the environment. The outside world was deep in the mountains and old forests, and it was a very large mountain. It was definitely unrealistic to blow up the mountain. So, how to mine spiritual vein ore? The associated layer wrapped around the spiritual stone can be regarded as an ordinary stone. Not hard, but it is still a stone object. Smashing it down and scraping off the stone layer on the surface of the spiritual stone can be regarded as a finished spiritual stone. There is no magic to use in this process. It can only be done manually. Oh! In the world of immortal cultivation, the monks who mine have special mining hoes that can be controlled by spiritual power. This is a technological world. There must be automated mining machines, but fully automatic is definitely impossible. Manual operation is necessary. Are there any procedures required to mine or on the free star? Because this involves Tang Ranran blind spot. She humbly asked Fu Jingyuan for advice. Fu Jingyuan explained in detail with a gesture of showing off his knowledge. The policies of each free planet are different. Generally speaking, the discoverer has the priority mining right, and he can apply to the planet management by making a feasibility report. After the official evaluation is qualified, a pollution assessment will be carried out, under the premise of not causing major environmental pollution. There will be basically no problem. However, on the free planet, killing and robbing are the norm. Without cooperation with the military and sufficient military deterrence, it is easy to be targeted. If you are robbed, there is no place to seek justice. Of course, with your strength, it should be no problem. What if I don't apply and mine secretly? Tang Ranran didn't want others to know the location of the spiritual vein mine, and it would be troublesome if it was noticed by someone with ulterior motives. This, if it is not found by the official, it will naturally be no problem. If it is found by the official, it will be confiscated and fined. If the circumstances are serious, such as serious damage to the ecological environment, then you will face criminal responsibility. As Fu Jingyuan spoke, Yan Qian, who had sent Li Zheng away, came back. Yan Qian roughly guessed what he had just heard and immediately proposed a solution. Ran, you just make an application report with Su Ping Ruishing as the mining party, and I will go through the relevant procedures. I can blur the information about the mineral deposits. That is, you have gone through the process, completed the formalities, and obtained the mining rights. But no one knows where you are mining and what you are mining. Even if someone accidentally discovers this place in the future, you still have the procedures. Can it be like this? Tang Ranran eyes lit up. Of course. It's just a small matter. The problem was easily solved. Tang Ranran was full of admiration and praised Yan Qian with a catchphrase. Yan Qian, you are so amazing. Even though he knew that this was Tang Ranran common quote, Yan Qian was still very proud of it, and his tail was about to rise. Fu Jingyuan on the side looked at him coldly. What a waste! When tracking the strange beast to find the mine just now, Ranran was. Wow! Fu Jingyuan, you are so awesome. He praised him 5 times in total. He didn't even show off these 5 sentences. Yan Qian, how dare he show off? Next, the 3 of them returned to the mine. Tang Ranran used the high purification value to draw a big pie, and the 2 men began to dig spiritual stones with full enthusiasm. With a mind to crush each other, the 2 secretly competed, and the spiritual stones were dug fast and in large quantities. On the other side, Su Pingruixing, as soon as Li Zheng came back and confirmed that Yan Qian had left, he immediately sent a communication to report to the boss Tang Qian. While explaining the situation, Li Zheng hinted very tactfully. Marshal Yan took Miss Tang's hand and teleported. Implication: your girlfriend and Yan Qian are a little ambiguous. Miss Tang repeatedly praised General Fu for being very powerful. Implication: your girlfriend and Fu Jingyuan are also a little ambiguous. Summary: she is a fickle scumbag. Boss, be careful. Be careful of the color of your head. Tang Ranran, Okay. You have noticed this. It's amazing. Mining, of course, should be handed over to one's own people. This one's own people, of course, is Kongchen. It was late at night in Fuse Fairyland. Tang Ranran called Kongchen, who was sleeping soundly, and then rushed to the door. It was just next door, 2 minutes away. He opened the door and let him in. Kongchen still had a bit of resentment on his face. It was immoral to disturb people's sleep in the middle of the night. Come on! It's a big thing! Tang Ranran slapped him on the back to cheer him up. Kongchen staggered and almost fell down, and the sleepiness was completely knocked away. Wake up! Wake up completely! What's the big deal? Kongchen asked nervously. I found a treasure place. Hearing this, Kongchen's heart returned to its place. And then, he was excited and overjoyed. Treasure? Treasure place? Yes. I tell you. Tang Ranran babbled. Briefly talked about the spirit vein mine and the arrangements for mining. After listening to this, Kongchen's excitement and joy disappeared. Well, treasures and such have nothing to do with him. What has to do with him is work. Being called up by the boss to work overtime in the middle of the night. This feeling is the sadness of workers. After the 2 of them simply discussed, other things were not a problem. But there were 2 key problems to be solved. They needed a space system and a soil system. Open pit mining that cuts the entire mountain is impossible. And it can only be mined deep inside, which involves the problem of digging a mine. How to say it? According to normal mining methods, it is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and not confidential. Tang Ranran is not happy. Unconventional means the space system creates a stable space channel to achieve internal and external connectivity, or find a space system to act as a porter. Tang Ranran had already asked Yan Qian about this question. To build a space channel that can last for 1 month. Because the distance is short and small. The cost of a space channel of this scale, not counting labor, is about 1 trillion, which is not expensive at all. But the key is that it takes time. With Yan Qian's strength, he needs to work for 2 weeks. And he can only complete the task when he is full of energy. Yan Qian is a busy man and doesn't have the time. Ji Chongsen's mission is over, and he only has 5 days of vacation. After the vacation, he has to report back to the military district. After returning, he can only come every now and then as a temporary worker. For this problem, Tang Ranran has decided to train his own space porter. That is, Ares. Tang Ranran has posted a task on the mercenary website in the name of Tang Xuanhao. A large sum of money is used to purchase the corpses of S-level and above alien beasts. This large sum of money includes star diamond ore, high purification value fruits and vegetables, and marrow washing potions, including but not limited to these. Anyway, among all the acquisitions, Tang Ranran purchase price is the highest. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. Look, within an hour of posting the task, there are a lot of replies. As for Kong Chen, Tang Ranran didn't say much, just saying that he could find a space system, and then this problem would be solved. Next, the Earth system. Internal mining is risky, and collapse accidents are definitely not a joke. So a soil supervisor is needed to monitor the soil structure every day to ensure a safe mining space. Tang Ranran and Kong Chen discussed for a few words, and finally decided to use Li Zheng. The basic problem was solved, and the next job was done by Kong Chen. Tang Ranran patted her butt and left, and returned to her villa in a few steps. And then she practiced without worrying about it. Although this kind of meditation practice is not very effective, it accumulates little by little. Anyway, Tang Ranran has nothing to do, so she might as well practice. Keep Tang Xi and Tang Xian online. Tang Xi used exaggeration and promises to deceive Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan to continue mining for her. Tang Xian was on the mercenary website, sending messages at a fast speed. Because of the magic fruit, almost all the high-level combat forces of the superpowers in the major mercenary groups were dispatched, and they all went to hunt high-level beasts. Mercenaries affiliated with big families naturally won't let hunting results flow into the market. But there are still some goods flowing into the market. As soon as Tang Ranran asked for a high price, especially the bait that could be exchanged for the marrow cleansing potion, sellers came to her door one after another. Filter the information, find the real seller, check the goods through video connection, and finally set the price. Get out if you ask for too much, as long as the price is not too outrageous. Tang Ranran will take them all. After fighting for most of the day, Tang Ranran talked to 5 sellers. 5 complete corpses of exotic beasts. For S level and 1 SS level. The deal was settled. And the next step was to pick up the goods by herself. It took too long to deliver the goods to the door, and Tang Ranran couldn't wait. So she naturally called Yan Qian. Oh! Wrong. It should be the big mercenary hunting. Yan Qian was a great marshal, and he still had to save face. So he went to receive the goods under a vest account. Of course, Tang Ranran didn't let him work for nothing. She stuffed him with boxes of sugar water worth about 60 yuan. Space system. You can come and go freely, even if the sellers are scattered in 5 different star systems. Yan Qian ran to all 5 agreed places in just 2 hours. 3 S-level alien beasts, and 1 SS-level alien beast. As for the seller of the corpse of an S-level alien beast, he was a fake seller who was thinking of stealing from the thieves. As a result, he was naturally dealt with by Yan Qian. Yan Qian sent all the corpses of the alien beasts to the F1 area. Tang Ranran's reason was to cultivate 100 magical fruits and do related research. Yan Qian had no doubt about this. The corpse of the high-level alien beast was obtained. But unfortunately, the SS alien beast was probably dead for a long time. And Tang Ranran did not find the demon pill. 2 S-level demon pills. plus the rock dragon feeding pill in hand, should be enough for Ares to be promoted to S level. However, the S level space system is still a bit low. She didn't expect Ares to recover to the SSS level of Black Phantom, but at least SS level. Right? So Tang Ranran is committed to discovering effective sellers. That day, Tang Ranran had just received an SS level alien beast from Yan Qian. The huge body of the alien beast was piled in the garden. She was preparing to deal with it. LV Chuanping, who had been eating and drinking with his nephew and taking advantage of the wool in the garden, jumped in front of her excitedly. A big deal is coming. He, the third grandfather, has prepared the payment for the goods, and it can be traded. Unlike Xieshihe, Tang Ranran has a high degree of trust in LV Chuanping, so it is also okay to pay for the goods first. LV Chuanping took the sky-high price of white sugar powder and was picked up by LV Guohui's exclusive driver to the first star system, LV Guohui's base camp. About 10 hours later, Tang Xian account received a transfer of nearly 100 trillion. And then less than half an hour later, LV Chuanping came back in Yan Qian car. After returning, after drinking chrysanthemum tea to relieve motion sickness, LV Chuanping, who was rich and generous, gave Yan Qian a piece of raw star diamond or weighing nearly 100 grams, and said in a boss-like manner, "No need to give me the change for the travel expenses. Less than 100 million. What's the big deal? He is now worth more than 300 trillion. Yan Qian, who received the reward, It's obvious that this kid made a big profit. With 110 trillion worth of raw star diamonds in his pocket, LV Chuanping was so nervous that he dared not breathe hard, fearing that something might happen. Of course, Yan Qian driver would not have any accidents. After returning to Tang Ranran, LV Chuanping breathed a sigh of relief. And then his heart was excited and his hands were shaking. A whole bag, with 120 10-cubic space buckles inside, each of which contained nearly 9 tons of raw star diamonds. He had never seen so much money in his life. No. 10 lives. After rewarding Yan Qian with a road fee, LV Chuanping said, "Old Yan, Tang Xian and I have something to discuss. Please go away." Yan Qian, who was despised, said, "It's just a price difference. Look at your lack of ability." Yan Qian sneered and activated the taunting skill. "You know shit," LV Chuanping said to him, and simply created a mental barrier to cover himself and Tang Ranran, covering them tightly. Brothers are brothers, but wealth should not be shown off. He couldn't let Old Yan know how much he made this time. Otherwise Old Yan would be jealous to death. Yan Qian, who was separated from the outside, looked up at the sky speechlessly, complaining in his heart, as if everyone didn't know that you have made a fortune. Yan Qian didn't need to think at all. He knew that it was Lu Chuanping who took advantage of Tang Ranran to cheat his third grandfather, the rich old man, and it must have been a large sum of money. Although he guessed the inside story, Yan Qian didn't dare to think about the amount of hundreds of trillions inside the mental barrier. Lu Chuanping was so excited that he was shaking. Ranran, money, a lot of money. Oh my God, I have never seen so much money. Lu Chuanping trembled, as if he had Parkinson's disease, shaking his hands, and took out the bag of space buckles from his tightly covered arms. What a prospect. Tang Ranran glanced at him, and then divided the spoils. The density of star diamonds is greater than that of iron, and one space buckle is a lot of money, although it is impossible to make them exactly the same. The total mass of the star diamond or in each space buckle is not much different, and they are basically worth about 8.34 trillion. Tang Ranran generously counted out 45 space buckles and gave them to Lu Chuanping, which is about 375 trillion, putting the rest of the space buckles into his pocket. Tang Ranran solemnly reminded, "This matter is known to you, me, heaven and earth. Remember to wash these star diamond ores and make a clear exit. Do this secretly. Don't let others catch your pigtails." I understand. The space buckle was put into the small pocket and put back into the inner pocket of the clothes. Lu Chuanping held it tightly, as if afraid that someone would snatch it, and nodded repeatedly. "That's it. I still have things to do. You guys go back first," Tang Ranran said. "Also, I have to keep a low profile recently. Don't buy from me. If someone asks you to find me, don't ask me. Just send them away and say I'm concentrating on cultivating the miracle fruit and there's no stock." On the surface, 200 trillion plus 100 trillion is already a huge amount. Tang Ranran, who is not short of money, wants to focus on mining and improve his strength. Understand? Understand? LV Chuanping made a fortune relying on Tang Ranran. And whatever she said was true. Tang Ranran. Okay. That's it. Let's go out. Yeah. After removing the mental barrier, Lu Chuanping waved to Tang Ranran. I go find Xiaofeng. We leave first. Okay. Be careful on the road. Yeah. Before leaving, Lu Chuanping, who was in a very good mood, did not forget to throw a sentence to Yan Qian. Old Yan, I'm leaving first. When you return to the army after the vacation, let me know. Yeah. Yan Qian replied indifferently. After watching Lu Chuanping walk away, Yan Qian casually asked Tang Ranran, did he make a profit? The flower-like smile clearly showed that he made a lot of money. Yeah. I helped him make a little money. Tang Ranran did not elaborate, and covered it up vaguely. Yan Qian, who had no idea how much money Tang Ranran was talking about, did not ask more. Is your mental state okay? Not bad. The payment for a marrow cleansing potion. The 7th Galaxy. Union Sea Star. The contact person is an SS-level mercenary codenamed Fire King. The cargo is an S-level triangular whale beast. Tang Ranran immediately sent Yan Qian to pick up the goods. Okay. I go right away. Yan Qian worked hard without complaint. Watching Yan Qian leave, Tang Ranran felt happy. Sure enough, if money can solve it, it's not a problem. The problem is because there is not enough money. Look! With a lot of money, she has collected a lot of S-level and SS-level demon pills. But the SSS-level beast corpses are rare, and there is no seller. In this way, during the short vacation time of Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian, one was mining for her, and the other was a transporter running around. A standard coolie. For S-level miners are good, and 5 S-level transporters are even better. It's a pity that both of them have positions. And now that the vacation is over, they have to report back to the army. Tang Ranran could only say goodbye to the two reluctantly. Of course, before leaving, Tang Ranran, who was always generous, gave the two laborers a lot of fruits, chrysanthemum tea, and powdered sugar. Working for her, Tang Ranran would definitely not treat them badly. They worked all the holiday. But Tang Ranran was good at drawing cakes, and both of them felt that they had gained favor. In addition, they also gained a lot of high purification values. So they were in a very good mood. Oh! If there was no rival in love, it would be even better. So, as soon as they returned to the army, the two who disliked each other started fighting again. After sending people away and leaving a Tang Shi in the Spirit Vein mine cave, Tang Ranran released Aries and Blue Baby. Tang Ranran exploited the beasts without any psychological burden and asked them to mine for her. With Yan Qian backdoor, the mining rights have been obtained, and Su Ping Ruishing Starship Passage has also been applied for. Kong Chen selected 10 mineral experts and 80 C-class mecha soldiers to act as miners, and then 10 B-class, 3A class, plus his confidant Yipeng, who was an ordinary S-class. All the equipment was in place, and the number of space buckles was also sufficient. Li Zheng, the Earth system, had no problem and could set off at any time. He was just waiting for the space system to be in place. During this period, Tang Ranran bought many corpses of alien beasts and dug up a total of 15 S-class demon pills and 4 SS-class demon pills. This number was enough for Aries to be promoted to S-class, and even possible to reach SS-class. Except for the demon pills, Tang Ranran did not waste anything. She threw all the corpses of alien beasts to Kong Chen for processing, and collected all the usable blood of alien beasts. When she had time, she would plant the magical vine. The other parts, all useful ones, were all handled by Kong Chen. As soon as Yan Qian left, Tang Ranran, who had no scruples, began to refine the spirit-feeding pill in the space. Refined one and fed it immediately. 1 S-level soul-feeding pill. Aries is still B-level. 2 S-level soul-feeding pills. Aries is still B-level. 3 S-level soul-feeding pills. The higher the strength, the harder it is to upgrade. This rule applies to any creature. Just when Tang Ranran was immersed in alchemy and trying to help Aries grow faster, something happened that was not a big deal, but very important. Xiexia called Tang Xian several times, but Tang Shi was immersed in alchemy, so he didn't answer. Looking back, Tang Ranran saw Xie message. Xie, Tang Xian. Call me back when you have time. It's urgent. The magical vine that our Xie family planted, which has a highest grade of more than 100, has withered. Can you help go and take a look at the scene? If it can be rescued, our Xie family owes you a favor. Tang Ranran, huh? The magical vine is dead? After reading Xie message, Tang Ranran, curious, called back. Xie answered immediately, obviously standing in front of the intelligent brain. Tang Xian. It's bad. The magical vine cultivated by our family is dying. Xie blabbered and blabbered without Tang Ranran opening his mouth. After listening to him, Tang Ranran knew. Just yesterday, the highest quality magical vine of Xie's family, which looked like a continuous mountain range, suddenly showed signs of withering. For unknown reasons, it suddenly turned yellow. According to the surveillance footage, it suddenly began to turn yellow, and then gradually died. The originally dark green leaves all withered and fell off. And the bare vines, the dark green color also gradually began to turn yellow, and finally became the yellow color unique to withering and death. A group of wood-type planters at the scene, including Xie Chong, the chief wood-type SSS level Xie Chong, and a group of people tried their best to rescue it. But unfortunately, it has not been rescued yet, and is still being rescued. At present, this highest quality magical vine is in a state of hanging on to its last breath, equivalent to a severely brain-dead patient with tubes all over his body in the intensive care unit. Conclusion, not far from death. Therefore, Xie mobilized his connections and contacted the wood type to try to rescue it. As a well-known wood type, Tang Xian had this incident, so Xie certainly came to ask her for support. Are there any pictures? Let me take a look at the situation first. Tang Ranran would definitely not leave the third galaxy, but it did not prevent her from learning more about the situation. Wait a moment. I will connect the scene screen. Xie made a few operations. Then a picture was transferred, and the video screen of the communication was connected to a live broadcast site. It was like a mountain range, rolling and undulating. A large area of yellow, like a slaughtered yellow evil dragon, lying quietly on the ground, lifeless. It was obvious that many monitoring devices were shooting synchronously, and the picture was very broad and clear. It can be clearly seen that many people shuttled in and out of it, trying their best to rescue the withered body of the magical vine. It was obviously the wood system who was rescuing it. Among the wood system who were rescuing it, Tang Ranran caught a handsome man with a sharp eye. Tall and handsome, with an extraordinary temperament. It was just a telescope. A glimpse. Tang Ranran stared at the live broadcast screen carefully for dozens of minutes. And finally, the camera swept the handsome man in white shirt again. This time it was a close-up frontal shot, and Tang Ranran was able to see the whole picture. He had fair skin and handsome features. He was a gentle and handsome man who looked like jade. She knew him. Well, that man is Gu Xiao. Right? Let me ask. Because the live broadcast camera was moved to another place. Xie, who didn't see the person, was not sure, after asking the people on the scene. Xie replied, yes, Gu Xiao was also on the scene. Someone must have asked him to come. Can he be saved? At the beginning, with a marrow cleansing potion, Gu Xiao was lucky enough to be promoted to 4S level. At this moment, he is definitely the recognized chief with type healing department in the Empire. Plus the first chief doctor. I don't know yet. They said Gu Xiao has just arrived for less than half an hour, and is still observing the situation. Oh! So if Gu Xiao can't save me, then I should have no chance. But with his strength, there should be no problem. I hope so. Xie prayed secretly in his heart. He still hoped that the magic fruit potion would be promoted to SSS level. After staying connected for half an hour, Xie, who received the latest news, said frustratedly, it's over. Gu Xiao said it can't be saved. He guessed that the magic vine may be a special herb. This magic vine is probably dead. My condolences. Tang Ranran could only comfort him like this, and then agreed with Gu Xiao's statement. I think his statement is very likely. Herb plants, after bearing fruit, go to death. That is a natural law and irreversible. Although the shape of the magic vine doesn't look like a herb. Maybe it is? Just like bamboo. A bamboo that has bloomed can only die and cannot be rescued. It took a lot of effort to cultivate it to 100. But it only produced 100 fruits in total. Xie was extremely frustrated. and then held on to the last glimmer of hope. Tang Xian, can you come to the scene to take a look? My magical vine is at a critical moment. And I can't leave. And Gu Xiao can't save it. So I certainly can't either. She, Tang Ranran, is in the third galaxy. If Tang Xian leaves the third galaxy, he will be disconnected on the spot. Tang Ranran said in a tough attitude that she would not go. And Xie naturally did not dare to force her. So she could only sigh. Oh, forget it. Sorry to bother you. Sorry. I can't help. It's okay. It's okay. I bothered you. By the way, what are you busy with recently? Do you have any goods to sell? The death of the magical vine was almost a foregone conclusion. Xie adjusted his mentality and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he thought about making money. The demand for high-purity pure food has increased dramatically recently. There is no stock on the market. If you don't know the Bigwood system, you can't buy high-purity fruits and vegetables at all. Tang Ranran, who has made a lot of money, is low-key. There is no stock for the time being. I have collected a batch of exotic beasts and am cultivating magical vines. By the way, has your grandma taken the potion? Tang Ranran mentioned to Xie that she was not optimistic about the magic fruit potion. But she guessed that they would not listen. Sure enough. Oh, I forgot to tell you that my grandma took the magic fruit longevity potion 4 days ago, combined with your high-purity aqueous solution. She drank 20 liters in 72 hours. Really desperately. And the result is extremely significant. Tang Ranran quickly calculated that 20 liters, 200 units of aqueous solution, is about 6.5 kilograms of sugar powder. Nearly 15 bottles of Sprite in 3 days. It is really desperate. After all, sugar water is not water. It will choke people. And the result? After receiving the photo sent by Xie, Tang Ranran was stunned. Fair and delicate skin. Exquisite face. Especially the slightly upturned big eyes. With a light pupil and amber luster. Like a precious cat. Full of exotic charm. Long wavy hair. Jewel-shining hair accessories. Plus a gorgeous floor-length dress embellished with jewels. The woman in the photo is dazzling. Full of charm. And lofty, as if she is the supreme queen who rules the world. Coming back to her senses, Tang Ranran secretly swallowed her saliva. Although she liked men, this was too damn tempting. A super beautiful queen. No wonder Xie was so beautiful. It must be hereditary. But when she thought that this was an old lady, Tang Ranran's eyes twitched, and she said in disbelief, "Are you sure this is your grandma Xie? Of course. It's the real deal. It's definitely my grandma. And this is not a photo of my grandma when she was young, but a photo taken yesterday without any retouching." After sending Tang Ranran a photo of the potion effect, Xie talked endlessly. The magic fruit is worthy of its name. Isn't it magical? After my grandma underwent various physical function examinations, it was concluded that her current physical condition is similar to that of a 60-year-old. And, what's even more exaggerated is, my grandma's mental power had previously declined to the S- state. And then after taking the marrow cleansing potion, it recovered to SS. And guess what this time? What? Tang Ranran was curious. The mental power has returned to the peak 4S level. And her mental power state is extremely stable. Just like those 60-year-olds. Don't you think it's incredible? Xie was amazed again and again. Really? It's amazing. So, if he took the magic fruit mental power potion, and also used 30 liters of sugar water solution, not to mention the SSS level, he might have been promoted directly to the 4S level. Xie had a beautiful idea. But the reality was that he had no potion and no money. And now that the first magic vine is dead, he has to wait in line for a longer time. Thousands of words can only be turned into a sigh. Oh, it's really magical. I have to say that Tang Ranran was a little moved. This effect is not ordinary significant. How old is Xie? About 200? Right. This is really a return to youth. After chatting for 2 hours, the call ended, and Tang Ranran, who had eaten a big melon, continued to make pills. The 6th S level spirit pill. Aries was promoted to A level. Success is just around the corner. Tang Ranran continued to work hard. Then, all 15 S level spirit pills were used up, plus 2 SS level demon pills. And finally, Aries finally broke through to S level. As soon as Aries was promoted, Tang Ranran urged him to transform. Under the cover of the black flames, Ares' huge western dragon-shaped body gradually shrank and finally turned into a human form. As the black flames dissipated, a man wearing black scale armor was revealed. With a height of nearly 1.9 meters and a sturdy body, he looked particularly tall and strong. As Ares said, "Their tribe eats well and looks handsome." Ares in human form has a handsome face full of wild manliness, with deep features and tough contours. Every line on his face seems to be carved by the most exquisite artist. He is really handsome, but his skin color is a bit dark, which is not in Tang Ranran aesthetics, lowering the overall score. Ares in beast form is shiny black, after turning into a human form. Although he is not black, he also has dark bronze skin. Moreover, his eyes are dark purple like his beast form, and they are vertical pupils. Without disguise, you can tell at a glance that he is not an imperial person. So, wear beauty contact lenses. After wearing beauty contact lenses, the eyes become darker and rounder, and it looks more sociable. At this moment, Tang Ranran didn't have the heart to appreciate the male beauty of his pet. Ares' image could blend into the crowd. So Tang Ranran asked anxiously, "Is the space ability back? Can it be used?" "Yes." Ares, who could speak, shouted unusually loudly. And then, in order to ensure that nothing could happen, he bought himself some time to adapt. "But I need 2 or 3 days to review and master the relevant use of the ability." Until the successful transformation, Ares was still a little confused and felt that it was unreal. Really, it was too damn fast. How long has it been? He has actually grown to the growth period. This is a miracle in their clan. It's really great to have a master. He has to perform well. Otherwise one day, he will be disliked by the master, and his good days will be over. "Okay. Tell me directly if you need a high purification value." The space system was in place, and Tang Ranran immediately called Kong Chun and Li Zheng. The mining team, which had been ready for a long time, set off. Because there were many people and equipment, 2 starships were used. It took only half a day for the 2 starships to arrive at the planet Sudren smoothly. The location of the spiritual vein mine is on the southwest side of Jufeng City, about 40 kilometers away in a straight line. The starship is too eye-catching and will be noticed. So the 2 starships were parked outside Jufeng City, in a desert area with flying sand and rocks, which was the location of the battle with the rock dragon. Tang Ranran had been waiting there with the disguised humanoid Ares. The starship arrived and the 2 sides reunited. In front of people, Kong Chen pretended to be not very familiar with Tangshi, and used his acting skills with a respectful and formal attitude. "Miss Tangshi, please give instructions. This is the mercenary Dahe hired by Xian. He is responsible for the relevant transportation. Let's transport the equipment in first." Ares' alien identity is a landmine, so Tang Ranran is very cautious. Long before the starship arrived, Tang Ranran took Ares into the city, found a scalper, obtained a planetary identity, and registered a mercenary account called Dahe. Ares was totally opposed to the codename Dahe, but pets have no human rights. Tang Ranran made the decision and no one could object. With an open identity, if Ares' alien identity is exposed one day, she can also pass the buck. Just one sentence. "Ah, we are just an employment relationship. And I was deceived too." And she can clear herself of the matter. Although Kong Chen was very surprised by this sudden appearance of the space system, he was very discerning in front of others, and didn't ask much. He just said what Mr. Tang said, and followed his orders. Okay. Kong Chen was the captain appointed by Tang Xian for this mining team. So he nodded and no one objected. Start working. The location of the Spirit Vein mine is outside the city of Jufeng, in the southwest direction, about 40 kilometers away in a straight line. The rock dragon has been eating for many years, and has hollowed out a space of about 50,000 cubic meters inside the Spirit Stone mine. This size is enough for the mining team to settle in. Using his space ability to carry large mining equipment, Ares made several trips to transport all the equipment in. And then the people. After all the relevant equipment, materials and people were transported into the mine, the large team set up camp and built a living area. Deputy Captain Li Zheng played the role of an Earth-type ability user and cooperated with several experts to investigate the geological conditions, and then determine the stability of the mine and the feasibility of mining. However, on this first day, the team needs to repair and adapt to the environment. S level, still a weak scum. Although there is no shortage of blue bottles, But Ares is so tired that he is about to collapse. Tang Ranran originally planned to build a space channel to the outside world that can last for 2 or 3 days. But look at him. Alas, it is inconvenient to use it without recovering the peak strength. With Kong Chun and Li Zheng around, Tang Ranran doesn't need to worry too much. So he pretends to sleep, but actually switches numbers to make pills. The remaining 2 SS-level soul-feeding pills were successfully refined. Tang Ranran avoided the sight of others and quietly gave them to Ares, and they went into his stomach. After taking 2 SS-level soul-feeding pills, there was no reaction. Tang Ranran simply gave him the SSS-level Rock Dragon soul-feeding pill. This time, there was a reaction. Obviously, because the Rock Dragon had been eating spirit stones for a long time. It contained pure and huge energy. The power in its demon pill far exceeded that of ordinary beasts of the same level. So after taking this soul-feeding pill, Ares was promoted again and successfully entered the ranks of SS level. At the S level, even if Ares has n lifetimes of experience in space, he is still limited by his strength and can only achieve space transfer on the planet. But SS level is very different. It's a qualitative change. Successfully promoted to SS level means that you can achieve space travel. As long as you have a good talent for space ability, you can jump around freely in the universe. After reaching the standard, the experienced Ares, after a little adaptation, stability and review, is fully qualified for the job of courier. Moreover, this courier is absolutely full of combat power, and there is no need to worry about being robbed halfway. Ares has 2 racial talent skills. One is life swallowing, which is black flame, absorbing the power of swallowed creatures for its own use. In the game, it is probably a blood and blue sucking skill. For pure plants, it is more about blue sucking. And for creatures such as alien beasts and humans, it is more about blood sucking. But the damage of his black fire is not high. The other is dark hiding, which means that you can be invisible in a shadowy place. Because mental power can also be invisible. This skill is relatively useless. But the racial talent still has advantages. Ares' invisibility does not consume mana. In addition, without mental power fluctuations, it is difficult to detect even high-level ones. There are only these 2 racial skills. Whether other abilities can be stimulated, and the combat effectiveness in the later stage depends on whether they eat well, and whether they have nutrition. Just like, although children can grow up, those with good nutrition will definitely grow tall and strong. And those who lack nutrition will definitely be short and thin. With Tang Ranran as his master, Ares ate better than ever this time, and was extremely nutritious. Therefore, when he was at S level, he had spatial abilities, and at SS level, he awakened a berserk ability exclusive to boss. When the health bar is as low as 1/5, the strength doubles, achieving a temporary upgrade. Simply put, SS Ares enters a berserk state and has SSS level combat effectiveness. Tang Ranran was very pleased that her pet had become stronger. She continued to buy the corpses of exotic animals at high prices. On the Sutherland planet, in the mine, mining work had already begun. Under Kongchen arrangement, it was carried out in an orderly manner, and spiritual stones kept entering Tang Ranran pocket. The daily mining volume was about 2,000 pieces, most of which were low-grade spiritual stones. A few, nearly 1/5 of which were medium-grade spiritual stones, and occasionally a few high-grade spiritual stones. In the spiritual vein mine, there might be spiritual stone marrow, spiritual stone essence, supreme spiritual source, chaos stone, chaos essence. Anyway, mining spiritual mines is like opening a blind box. If you are lucky, you can get good things. Except for her. Everyone present was a person who didn't know the goods. So Tang Ranran squatted on the Tang she know to guard the scene. On the surface, she was lazy and did nothing. But in fact she was watching the whole process. For fear that the good things she opened would be ruined by these people who didn't know the goods. Mining was going on here. While on the other side, on Su Pingrui Star, Tang Ranran was a stay-at-home who stayed at home all the time. Apart from some extracurricular activities, she practiced more. Tang Xuanhao was planting vegetables. When she was in a good mood, she would plant some fruits and vegetables to enrich the stock of pure fruits and vegetables. After collecting the exotic beasts and getting the exotic beast blood, she would go to the magical vine planting site of the D4 protective shield to catalyze her magical vine. The higher the purification value, the more spectacular it grows. The original vine that Tang Ranran got from Xie Shiho was still as thick as a hemp rope. But now, It's a winding mountain range. When the exotic beast blood was poured on it, the magical vine was like a bamboo shoot. Its size changed 3 times a day, getting bigger and bigger, just like it had taken growth hormone. Tang Ranran estimated that the exotic beast blood was equivalent to growth hormone. Cultivation. All the exotic beast blood prepared on hand was consumed, and it reached about 90, and it couldn't go up. Tang Ranran asked Xiexia, and Xiexia asked Xiechong, and then replied that if you were over 90, you need SSS level beast blood. Tang Ranran, well, the difficulty level has gone up again. The SS Ares needs to devour SSS beast energy to be promoted, and the magic vine also needs SSS level beast blood. But SSS level beasts are not so easy to get. After being stuck, Tang Ranran decisively threw this task to Qi Xingyuan, since she publicly planted the magic vine in the D4 protective shield area, including Qi Xingyuan. All her younger brothers ran to the D4 area whenever they had nothing to do. Qi Xingyuan even stationed at the main gate of the D4 area in the name of protecting high purification value. One by one, they were all looking forward to the magic fruit potion. The cultivation of the magic vine was so stagnant. Tang Ranran was not anxious, but they were anxious. Qi Xingyuan tried his best to find the corpses of SSS monsters, buy them at high prices, and buy them through his network of contacts. But SSS monsters are not cheap. Not only are they rare, but they are also very powerful. Without a 4S level fighter leading the team, or without 3 SSS level fighters forming a team, it is really difficult to take down an SSS monster. Oh! Bombarding with artillery fire suppression is another matter. The teams that can hunt SSS level monsters are basically from big families, and almost all of the big families are cultivating magical vines. So there is almost no exposure to the market. You can't buy it with a lot of money, so you can only eat it cold. Tang Xuanhao was free, and Tang Ranran, who had accumulated a lot of spirit stones, started the spirit stone practice mode. Absorbing the pure spiritual power in the spirit stone and using it for practice is smooth and efficient. More efficient than shutting up all your heart and soul. It's the saying, Krypton gold is fun for a while. Krypton gold is fun all the time. The days of practicing with spirit stones are absolutely wonderful. If you can supplement it with elixirs, it will be even better. Unfortunately, there is not enough material. Woo! Be content with what you have. Don't be too greedy. Just like this, while watching people digging Krypton gold practice happily. This day, Tang Xuanhao received a report from Qi Xingyuan. Baizhen applied for entry. Kan Chen was not there, so Qi Xingyuan was in charge of immigration. Once an S-level superpower entered the country, Qi Xingyuan would report to the boss Tang Xian and ask, "Boss, do you know him? Do you want to let him in?" Baizhen? After Tang Ranran appeared, her so-called cousin Bai Shan looked for her several times. But the Fuse Immortal Court had strict security, and she could not enter without a pass. Busy with the spiritual vein mine, Tang Ranran of course said no. See. After several attempts, Bai Shan stopped looking for her. Baizhen came in person, thinking that she still had a side quest to do. Tang Ranran asked a few more questions, and then found out. Not only Baizhen, but more than a dozen people from the Bai family came, including the old couple Bai Chongyun and Bai Ting. The Bai family is currently on Su Shunchong planet, and is preparing to come. According to the normal process, they first applied for entry, and the reason for entry is tourism. After thinking for a few seconds, thinking about his side quest, Tang Ranran waved his hand and said, "Let it in." After approving the entry application of Baizhen and his party, Tang Ranran asked Qi Xingyuan to keep an eye on them and pay close attention to them after they arrived. In fact, it goes without saying that Qi Xingyuan would pay close attention to foreign personnel who have reached S-level spiritual power. 2 days later, Baizhen and his party arrived at Su Pingrui Star via ordinary interstellar shipping channels and boarded a transport ship from Su Shunchong planet. Baizhen was a political official with an official position, and he was also an SS-level high-level spiritual power user. Qi Xingyuan personally went to receive him and spoke in an official tone. Baizhen was a shrewd and calculating person, but Qi Xingyuan was not stupid either. After a long conversation, neither side got any information out of him. Baizhen was not discouraged because he did not get any information from Qi Xingyuan. He first arranged accommodation. It was obvious that the stay was not short. Baizhen and his party stayed in a high-end hotel in the tourist and entertainment area in Fuseling. T1 Protection Zone. A group of people, 3 hovercrafts, passed the security check at the T1 protection area and officially entered the fused spirit realm. Except for Baijin, who had been there. Everyone else was shocked. Although the Bai family was in decline, it was still a giant. Bai Chengyun had a high status in the family and was considered a worldly person. But at this moment, the couple were amazed by the rich and pure atmosphere here. As elderly people, health preservation is the top priority. In recent years, the couple have lived in the Bai family health resort, which is a good place full of gas-soluble pure plants and full of pure atmosphere. The hovercraft was moving slowly on the set route, with the windows open, breathing the air hard, feeling the pure atmosphere. The couple was secretly shocked and amazed again and again. Even the Bai family top health resort could not compare to this place. It is said that in the entire fused spirit realm, the core area where Tangxian of the Bigwood system is located has the strongest pure atmosphere. Then, there is Fused College. And then Fused Fairyland, the gathering place of the power holders inside the planet. As for the tourist hotel area open to the public, it is definitely the worst place in this fused spiritual mirror area. They are only at the edge of fused spirit realm. It is hard to imagine how beautiful the place where Tangxian lives is. But it is also true that the houses of the Bigwood system are full of pure atmosphere. Bai Chengyun and his party are definitely coming for Tangxian. They feel the pure atmosphere here in person, and their desire to make friends with Tangxian becomes stronger. If they can live next to Tangxian and stay in Fused Fairyland, it will be more refreshing than the health resort in the family. It is said that granddaughter Tang Ranran has a villa in Fused Fairyland with several quotas due to nepotism. Secretly making a small calculation, the group checked into the hotel. Baijin and his party had just checked in at the hotel, and within 5 minutes, Tang Ranran received Qi Xingyuan's follow-up report. "Oh, you stayed at the hotel in Fused Xianting Leisure area? It's right next door. Does she want to go over and check it out?" With the idea of gathering intelligence at night, Tang Ranran asked Qi Xingyuan for detailed information about the group. When entering the country, the mental power level information was clearly visible. So, among the 12 people in the group, only Baijin was SS level, followed by his son Bai Shengwei, S level, followed by 3A level, and then B level and C level. Among them, Bai Chengyun's information shows that his mental power is currently A level. With age, mental power declines. Bai Chengyun's original SS level mental power has declined by 2 realms. Bai Chengyun's wife Bai Ting, because she is a little younger than him, although she has also entered the mental power decline period. But she is slightly better, from A level to B level, only declining by 1 realm. Looking at the information of the 12 people, except for SS level Baijin, who needs to be a little cautious. The others are all little Karami. In the spirit of caution, Tang Ranran assigned a task to Qi Xingyuan, asking him to find an excuse to get Baijin away. Qi Xingyuan, who was assigned a task, took action and sent an invitation to Baijin, inviting him to dinner as the host. With the intention of getting information, Baijin happily went to the appointment with his 3 men. After all, Bai Chengyun and his wife were old, so they stayed in the hotel to rest. As soon as Baijin left, Tang Ranran took advantage of the night and sneaked into the hotel with the Tangxian. The room number and other things were ready. After finding the room of the old couple, Tang Ranran sneaked in quietly. Although the night was deep, the couple did not rest, but drank tea on the open-air balcony, ate pure fruits that were special to the planet, and breathed pure air. The posture of a standard retired elderly person was too comfortable. For fear of more dreams at night, Tang Ranran directly performed the hypnosis method. The 2 people who were still saying this felt their eyelids becoming heavier and their heads becoming heavier. After yawning several times, they fell asleep leaning against their chairs one after another. After letting the 2 of them fall asleep without leaving any trace, Tang Ranran used a double insurance method to make sure they would not wake up even if they were struck by thunder. Always in the invisible state, Tang Ranran used the same trick again and performed the soul-searching technique again. After searching by Ting first, and then by Chengyun, Tang Ranran's understanding of the true and false daughter plot suddenly became richer. There is no love without reason. Even the love of parents for their children is not pure without any impurities, especially when the children are not the same. Bai Chengyun and Bai Ting, the couple, did love their youngest daughter deeply at first. When the little daughter was lost, they were so sad. It's just that time is the best medicine to heal all pains. As time goes by, especially after adopting the adopted daughter by Mo, although he still misses his biological little daughter. It's just like that. Although he has been looking for someone over the years, the feelings have actually faded, leaving only the blood bond. Hard work pays off, and the person is found. Chin Yu was found back in the Bai family. At first, the couple was very happy and felt guilty, and they really wanted to compensate their daughter Chin Yu. But it is true, the smell is good when it is far away, but it is bad when it is near. The adopted daughter by Mo is beautiful, dignified, gentle, considerate, generous, elegant, smart, and proficient in everything. Anyway, Bai Mo is a typical rich lady. But what about the biological daughter who was found? Growing up in the mercenary group of Liberty Star, Chin Yu is like a wild child growing up in the ravine. She is barbaric, rude, and unreasonable. Chin Yu is out of place at home and can't be on the stage. Originally, although the couple was disappointed, they also knew rationally that it was their fault that led to the lack of education for their daughter. However, as Chin Yu made unreasonable troubles against Bai Mo everywhere, their mentality gradually leaned towards the adopted daughter Bai Mo. At that time, the 27-year-old Bai Mo was in the state of a plus. With her own efforts and heavy investment in resources, she had a good chance of being promoted to S level. Chin Yu is 35 years old, with a B level mental power, and has no possibility of promotion. But Chin Yu accused the couple of being partial, demanding more resources than Bai Mo as her own daughter, and even trying to seize Bai Mo's resources. As a result, many unhappy things happened. Finally, Chin Yu even seduced Bai Mo's fiancée, and she refused to admit it when she was caught on the spot. The couple was very disappointed with Chin Yu. During the argument, Bai Chungyun slapped Chin Yu in the face on impulse. Then Chin Yu ran away from home. After Chin Yu left home, the couple tried to find out about her at first. But later, Bai Mo was promoted to S level and activated the water ability, and the couple gradually let go of their disobedient and unfilial daughter. After searching her soul and understanding the situation, what else did Tang Ranran not understand? Blood ties are not worth interests. After all, Bai Mo is an S-level psychic. When the adopted daughter and the biological daughter are incompatible, abandoning the useless biological daughter and choosing the more valuable adopted daughter is a choice that is beneficial to themselves and their entire family. What's more, Bai Chungyun and his wife raised Bai Mo. At that time, Bai Mo, who was 27 years old, was A-level. During this period, they consumed a lot of energy and financial resources. In other words, the two invested a lot in Bai Mo, and they were about to reap the rewards. That is, marriage. In this case, it is impossible for the couple to abandon Bai Mo. In the subconscious of the couple, if they find their biological daughter, then the biological daughter and the adopted daughter should live in peace. Be friendly sisters. Help each other. And the family should be happy. But in the reality of the two people's contradictions, the couple will unconsciously prefer the adopted daughter, who is more valuable and more caring. If her adoptive mother Chin Yu was an S-class psychic when she returned home, then no matter how unreasonable she was, Bai Chungyun and his wife would most likely favor her, and would not give up on her. As for Chin Yu's behavior, Tang Ranran felt that some things were obviously framed and provoked by Bai Mo, but her desire to fight for it was also real. If it were her, she would also feel unbalanced, and she would also try her best to fight for it. What's wrong with being 35 years old? Chin Yu is a biological daughter, and the resources invested in Bai Mo should have been hers. Tang Ranran heard Tang Chui and Tang Fei mention some things about the original owner's mother Chin Yu, from which she could piece together some things. Although Chin Yu's adoptive parents treated her well, and had no shortage of food and clothing, special items related to mental power, such as pure fruits and vegetables, which were related to improving mental power talent, were given to the eldest son. When Tang Chui and Tang Ranran were chatting, she lamented her mental power level and talked about Chin Yu. Tang Chui said that Tang Ranran's mental power talent must be inherited from Chin Yu, and Chin Yu complained to her that if she had the assistance of pure fruits and vegetables, she might have been A-level. It is precisely because of this that Chin Yu's heart cannot hate, cannot complain. Growing up wildly, Chin Yu's mental power is B-level. If it is not lost, and he has been growing up in the Bai family, he is definitely A-level, and most likely S-level. After all, Bai Chungyun and his wife are SS level and A-level respectively. As long as the luck is not too bad, they can also get a basic A-level. Tang Ranran speculated on the psychology of her cheap mother. It was probably because of psychological imbalance. A little jealous of her adopted daughter by Mo. And a little resentment. Then she tried to rely on blood relationship to get the treatment that belongs to her biological daughter from Bai Chungyun and his wife. During this period, Qin Yu's method was not so appropriate. And then he was put in the eye drops by Mo, a person with ulterior motives, in front of others, and finally framed. He must have been framed for hooking up with Bai Mo's fiancée. As for why? Because Qin Yu, the cheap mother, is not a fool. Only a fool would do such a brainless thing. After looking at the whole thing, Tang Ranran concluded that the old couple Bai Chungyun and Bai Ting have a little affection. But not much. More importantly, they are profit-oriented. There is something profitable about her. Tang Ranran. So this group of people came here? In addition to Qin Yu's plot, Tang Ranran also explored the purpose of the group's visit under the soul-searching technique. It was still the same purpose. They wanted to get to know Kong Chen through her, Tang Ranran, and then make friends with Tang Xian. Even if they couldn't get close to Tang Xian, they would recognize her, Tang Ranran, as their granddaughter, and the group would become Kong Chen elders, which would also benefit a lot. Tang Ranran, TSK. Shameless. Although the old couple of the Tang family were not that good. At least when Tang Xingji started his business. The couple gave him the startup capital and supported him. Without the original financial support of the two, Tang Xingji would not have been able to make his later career. Afterwards, although they were a bit biased towards boys, they gave red envelopes to all granddaughters during festivals. So the old couple of the Tang family had contributed a little to her, the original owner, growth and had a little grace of raising her. And the old couple of the Bai family really didn't contribute at all. Now that they found that there was something profitable in her, Tang Ranran, they wanted to take advantage of it. Dreaming. Tang Ranran searched deeply, intending to dig out some of their detailed plans from the mind of the old man Bai Chungyun. And then, it was obvious that he had used too much force. Bai Chungyun suddenly twitched, just like a seizure, and the whole person slid off the recliner and kept shaking and twitching on the ground. Tang Ranran was shocked. Oh no! This old man is too weak. The soul search took too long, and he couldn't bear it. This hotel is state-owned. If someone dies in the hotel, they will definitely lose money and affect business. Tang Ranran quickly rescued him, and threw a few healing spells. The convulsion stopped. The person stopped shaking. And there was no sign of waking up. Tang Ranran sniffed, and found that he was still alive. He threw another healing spell to him. And after confirming that he would not die for the time being, Tang Ranran frowned at him. In this case, the side effect of soul searching is that he will be disabled if he does not die. This disabled means becoming an idiot. Is Bai Chungyun, the old man, stupid? They wanted to take advantage of her. So she took action against them. She had a legitimate counterattack with reason and evidence. So it should be fine. Never mind. Even if someone checked the surveillance, or someone with supernatural powers, like Fu Jingyuan, they would see that Bai Chungyun and his wife suddenly felt sleepy while drinking tea, and then fell asleep one after another. During their sleep, Bai Chungyun's hidden illness broke out. Soul searching is a magic for cultivating immortals, and it does not fall into the category of mental attacks. Even if there are special professionals who find out that the two people were attacked by supernatural powers, there is no evidence that it was done by her. Tang Xian, let's take a step back. Even if there is really conclusive evidence that it was done by her, Tang Xian, she can spend money to avoid disaster. Tang Xian is a wood element, so he can pay a sum of money, and the problem will be solved. Yeah, no problem. A wood element will be forgiven for murder and arson. The privilege of the wood element. After thinking it through, Tang Ranran was not worried at all, and left quietly like when she came. As Tang Ranran left, the balcony of the hotel was very quiet, with only the inaudible sound of breathing, and a faint snoring. The night was beautiful, and the night wind was blowing gently. After blowing for more than an hour, Bai Ting moved leisurely. She was a little sleepy and dazed for a few seconds. As her head turned, she caught a glimpse of a figure on the ground. Bai Ting was startled and almost cried out. She took a closer look. Chungyun, what happened to you? After seeing who it was, Bai Ting screamed and fell off the chair. She pushed him a few times in panic, and then she reacted and hurriedly called for help with her smart brain. Because Bai Chungyun was unconscious for unknown reasons, Several members of the Bai family who stayed in the hotel worked together to carry him into the full-function treatment cabin, and then went to the hospital in this area based on the principle of proximity. There is a comprehensive hospital between the hotel area and the retirement villa area. It was only a short distance away, so they were quickly sent there. After a preliminary examination and treatment at the hospital, Bai Chengyan woke up, but he did not escape the side effects of soul searching and was stunned. After routine testing and questioning by Ting, a family member and eyewitness at the time of the incident, the hospital concluded that the dementia was caused by excessive brain damage. As for what kind of stimulation, they don't know. As for whether this dementia is temporary, long-term, or at worst permanent, it is difficult to judge. Anyway, the hospital suggested transfer to an authoritative hospital with a focus on brain science. For this conclusion, the Bai family and their group were confused. Excessive stimulation? Why was the old man stimulated? Is it because the pure atmosphere here is too strong? And he was overjoyed to think that he could live in Fuse Fairyland for a long time after recognizing his granddaughter? Except for this reason, the group could not think of any other reason. On the other hand, with the task of sending Baizhen away, Qi Xingyuan chose a tourist attraction in D3 Economic City as the venue for the banquet. The distance is not close, and there are many people, so there is a bit of traffic jam. Whether it is land or air, it will be crowded if there are too many people. After all, the suspension car cannot be driven randomly, and it must take the air route. Anyway, the journey time takes about 1 hour. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was almost set, and Baizhen began to ask tactfully. The fact that Kong Chen was not on the planet could not be concealed from Baizhen, who was an SS level. Moreover, Su Pingruixing applied to mine in Sitalin. Once interested people inquired, even if they could not find out the specific information of the mine source, they would definitely find out about the mining. Therefore, they kept it a secret for a few times. After Baizhen asked again and again, Qi Xingyuan revealed with a little embarrassment, Kong Chen went to Sitalin for business. What? Kong Chen was not on the planet. Baizhen's face was not obvious, and he was shocked. Those who stayed on Su Pingruixing, whether by Shan or by Dehui, were all minions. The mining team traveled secretly, so the minions did not find out the news. Therefore, Baizhen's news was relatively backward. He only knew that his niece Tang Ranran appeared in Tangxian. A bigwit system also returned to the planet. 2 key figures appeared. After Baizhen finished dealing with the things at hand, he accompanied the old man and his group. But Baizhen never expected that Kong Chen, the planet master who had always been on the planet, that is, the key figure in the middle hub, was not on the planet. What a fucking reality. What can he do? He can only try to establish a relationship with Qi Xingyuan first. Baizhen wanted to meet Tang Xian, but Qi Xingyuan naturally couldn't make the decision. However, he said very nicely on the surface, I help you contact him. But it was just a blank check anyway. The two of them seemed to be getting along well, but they were actually trying to get information from each other. Baizhen learned some things from Qi Xingyuan, and Qi Xingyuan also got some things from Baizhen. Qi Xingyuan knew that traveling was really a cover-up, and Baizhen was actually looking for his long-lost niece. And his niece turned out to be Tang Ranran. Qi Xingyuan had never met Tang Ranran in person, but he knew that Tang Ranran was Kong Chen's girlfriend. It was rumored that Kong Chen's girlfriend was very beautiful and very rich. The first wave of funds for Kong Chen entrepreneurship was supported by his girlfriend. Because of curiosity, Qi Xingyuan checked Tang Ranran information after he was stationed on the planet. Qi Xingyuan didn't pay much attention to Tang Ranran except for the impression that she was really beautiful and rich. Qi Xingyuan understood the purpose of Baizhen and his group on the surface. They were looking for his niece. But in fact, they were looking for Kong Chen, and ultimately for Tang Xian, the boss behind Kong Chen. Another guy who wanted to take advantage of the boss. TSK. The atmosphere was harmonious as they were drinking and asking each other for information. But a call from his mother by Ting interrupted the atmosphere at the dinner table. Jin, it's bad. Your father is in trouble. Come back soon. After hearing this news, Baizhen of course said goodbye immediately and hurried back. There was still traffic jam on the way back. More than an hour later, when Baizhen rushed to the hospital, the results of various events happened to come out. Overstimulation? Baizhen was also a little confused about this result. Su Pingrui, the best hospital on the entire planet, is the comprehensive hospital in Rulishing New District. The returning Baizhen acted as the backbone and arranged the transfer to the big hospital in Ruili New Town as quickly as possible. On the way, Baizhen learned the details of the situation. Bai Ting told the whole story without missing a single detail. Baizhen, who was full of suspicion, immediately noticed something unusual when he heard it. His father and mother fell asleep one after another? Fell asleep without knowing it? This is not normal. It's more like being artificially hypnotized. Baizhen immediately asked his son, Bai Shengwei. Bai Shengwei, who was only S level, naturally didn't feel anything abnormal. After the situation was clear, Baizhen frowned and thought, if someone really did it, then the person who did it must be at least SS level like him. On the planet Su Pingrui, besides Tang Xian, who is SSS level, and Qi Xingyuan, who is SS level, are there other SS level? No. Could it be a hidden illegal criminal? Or is it an assassination from a political enemy? There are all kinds of guesses. But Baizhen ruled them out one by one, thinking about it, until he went to the hospital in Ruili City New District. Baizhen couldn't figure it out. Let's go check it out first. Bai Chengyan had woken up in the hospital before, but he was yelling like crazy and even hitting people. So he was given sedatives and sleeping pills. And he is sleeping soundly now. After being carried to the hospital, a series of examinations. The conclusion was, unexplained brain damage caused madness. The possibility of overstimulation cannot be ruled out. It's the same as saying nothing. Cursing rubbish quack in his heart. Baizhen was kind on the surface, and did not make things difficult for the medical staff. He took Bai Chengyuan and his group out of the hospital. After leaving the city, and waiting for half an hour in the suburbs outside the city, the message came, and Baizhen sent the current address to the person on the communication side. After waiting for a few minutes, a space crack appeared, and a tall man appeared, arriving at the scene. The spaceman looked around, and moved in front of Baizhen and Bai Ting with a space teleportation, and asked with a puzzled look, Mom, big brother, what's wrong? Hongtu, you are finally here. Let's go back quickly, and let Yilao take a look at your dad. Bai Ting grabbed Bai Hongtu's arm with both hands excitedly, as if she was grabbing a savior. Bai Hongtu immediately looked at Baizhen and asked with his eyes, there is something fishy about this matter, and it is hard to explain. Hongtu, take us back to the family land. Baizhen picked up the still sleeping Bai Chengyuan, turned around and said to his son Bai Shengwei, away. You stay here to get information, and secretly find out how many S-level and above superpowers there are on the planet. It would be best if you can contact your cousin. If she is not there, you can collect some information and notify me when Kongchen returns to the planet. Okay, father, Bai Shengwei responded. Bai Hongtu also nodded, and then opened the space channel again. And then with Baizhen on his left hand and Bai Ting on his right hand, the four of them quickly disappeared from the spot along the space channel. After Bai Hongtu, the space system, returned to the family land of the Bai family in the first star system. He relied on Bai Hongtu's relationship to invite the chief healer of the Bai family, and Bai Chengyuan was sent for a more professional examination. While waiting for the result, Baizhen took a few minutes to send a message to Qi Xingyuan to inform him. As a person in the system, Baizhen would not give his political enemies the opportunity to find fault with him. So the relevant procedures still need to be completed. After completing the exit procedures, even if there are people with ulterior motives, they cannot be held accountable. After all, there is an excuse of urgent matter. Qi Xingyuan received the news and naturally reported it to Tang Ranran as soon as possible. Qi Xingyuan reported everything in detail, including the purpose of the Bai family, the situation of Bai Chengyuan, and the whereabouts of Baizhen, who came and went in a hurry. All. If you leave the planet unconventionally without following the procedures, it must be a space system. Qi Xingyuan paid special attention to an unknown space-type person who was not a friend of the boss Tang Xian, because he had been closely following the whereabouts of Baizhen and his group. So the satellite monitoring system of the starry sky took relevant photos of Bai Hongtu when he came to pick him up. After confirming the person and having detailed photos, he launched a search on the news network, and the results came out. Bai family, Bai Hongtu, SSS level space, and Wind dual ability person. Qi Xingyuan's detailed search made Tang Ranran know the details. First of all, the old man Bai Chengyuan was really stupid. And then, Bai Hongtu, the space-type person. She knew this person when she searched his soul. And this Bai Hongtu was Bai Mo's husband. Of course, he was not the fiancé in that farce. After watching a few plots from the perspective of others, Tang Ranran could roughly guess that Bai Mo was obviously a scheming woman. She probably looked down on her SS-level fiancé. After that farce, she broke up with the SS fiancé with excuses such as "my sister likes you. I don't want her to be unhappy and have conflicts with the family because of this," etc. Anyway, she stood on the position of an innocent person and broke up with the SS fiancé with sufficient reasons. Then, a few months after Bai Mo became an S-level water-based mutant, she got together with Bai Hongtu. As for Bai Hongtu himself, from the perspective of an observer, Tang Ranran could only know that Bai Hongtu was in a high position in the entire Bai family. But it seemed that he was a second marriage. Anyway, Bai Mo definitely married a high-ranking man. And it was at the time of Bai Mo's marriage that Bai Chungyun and his wife paid less and less attention to Qin Yu. And the original intention of bringing him back completely faded. Because of Bai Hongtu, the son-in-law, Bai Chungyun and his wife completely abandoned their biological daughter and chose an adopted daughter. It is true that the world is bustling. All for profit. The world is bustling. All for profit. Knowing that there is still an S-level Bai Shengwei left on the planet, Tang Ranran thinks that the S-level is not threatening. So she doesn't care. Just let Qi Xingyuan pay attention. Tang Ranran continued to practice Krypton Gold. On the other side, in the Bai family territory, the SSS-level chief healer Yi Lao took action, and then confirmed that Bai Chungyun was attacked by a special power, causing brain damage, which led to dementia and madness. As for what kind of special power attack it is, he can't tell. It depends on Bai Jin and others to investigate. As for whether Bai Chungyun can be saved and can he recover? He can recover. The chief healer is definitely a real talent. But treating diseases costs money, especially when it comes to special power injuries. The treatment fee is often sky high. It's just a family, not a real brother. So letting him jump the queue for treatment is still giving Bai Hung to face. Healers can't work for nothing. So first of all, they have to pay 1 billion for the registration and examination fee. And then the Dr. Yi Lao listed a long list of medicines, which are various high-purity medicinal materials with high purification value. In the past, these high-purity medicinal materials could be gathered for about 10 billion. But now, the Bigwood systems are either planting the raw materials for the marrow cleansing potion or cultivating the magical vine. So there is a shortage of high-purity fruits and vegetables in the market. And medicinal materials are even more scarce. Except for ordering from the Bigwood systems, you know. You can't buy them on the market. As for expedited orders, it's not just a matter of adding money. Without this favor, the Busywood systems will not accept the order at all. Baijin contacted several brothers at home, and they used their connections to find people. But after saying good things, promising benefits, and exhausting all their efforts, only a few S-level with systems were willing to help. But these S-level with systems were powerless. Most of the medicinal materials on the list are purification values 30+. And only Bigwood systems that have reached SS level can plant catalysis. The Bigwood types either ignored them or politely refused with the excuse of mental fatigue. Baijin and his brothers couldn't find anyone to help. So Bai Ting, who was anxious to save her husband, placed her hope on her son-in-law Bai Hongtu. Bai Hongtu, who was entrusted with an important task by his mother-in-law, seemed to be doing his best to ensure that he found the person. But in fact, he was unwilling to do so. Bai Chungyun was only his father-in-law, not his biological father. Bai Hongtu had already used up a favor to invite a doctor. And now he was asked to use up a favor to invite a Bigwood system? It's hard to repay a debt of favor. What's more, the chief Wood system of the Bai family is a Wood system healing system. But he only has SS level strength. At present, this chief planner of the Bai family is working hard to plant the marrow washing potion. Bai Hongtu was still waiting in line to take the marrow washing potion. So he was unwilling to disturb this chief Wood system and delay the planting progress of the raw materials for the marrow washing potion. And the Bigwood systems of other families obviously would not give him face. After acting enthusiastically and trying his best, Bai Hongtu finally shook his head with an embarrassed look and shirked that he had not found the Bigwood system. What can I do now? Bai Ting was so anxious that she turned around and around. The old man said that the longer it was delayed, the worse the situation would be, and the possibility of recovery would decrease with time. Bai Hongtu, who was afraid of being entangled, shifted his sight and said, Dad had an accident on Supingrui Star. He was attacked by a superpower. They can't get away from it. Yes. Yes. Let the planet be responsible. Bai Ting suddenly understood. Jin. Contact them quickly. Or you and Hongtu should go to Supingri now and ask them for an explanation. Bai Jin thought for a few seconds and finally nodded. They should be held responsible. But first, we need to ask Mr. Yi to issue an authoritative inspection report. Bai Jin didn't want to be hostile to Tang Xian. But he thought about it again. His father had an accident in the hotel. And the planet couldn't escape responsibility for it. What's more, a hidden SS-level superpower could also sell this news well. Bai Jin didn't suspect Tang Xian, Tang Ranran at all. He suspected that he was the old man's former enemy. And he didn't rule out that he was a high-level spy lurking on the planet. Anyway, as long as they insisted that it was an illegal criminal who committed the crime, they would be the victims. The planet that failed to ensure safety could not escape a joint responsibility. After 2 days of quiet cultivation, Tang Ranran received another report from Qi Xingyuan, saying that Bai Jin was here again. And he was not alone. Bai Hongtu was here too. He got on the bus first and then bought the ticket. Bai Hongtu, the space system, opened the space channel. After Bai Jin, and he arrived on the planet. Bai Jin immediately contacted Qi Xingyuan. First, there was another process to make up for it. And then it was the main topic. Bai Jin directly threw the medical report issued by the Bai family healer over. The medical report issued by the healer was more convincing and authoritative than ordinary cases. Bai Chungyun suffered from dementia due to the attack of a special power person. Qi Xingyuan was not so surprised about this situation. Although the boss did not admit it. Qi Xingyuan could vaguely guess that it was the boss who did it. Of course, on the surface, he must pretend to be ignorant and show his acting skills. Qi Xingyuan was very shocked through the video. He attached great importance to the possibility of unknown SS-level criminals on the planet. Qi Xingyuan asked about the relevant situation in detail and promised that they would definitely investigate it to the end and give an explanation to the old man. As for asking Tang Xian of the Great Wood System to help grow medicinal herbs, he couldn't make the decision on this matter and had to ask for instructions. After comforting Bai Jin and the others, Qi Xingyuan reported to Tang Xian as soon as possible. Although Qi Xingyuan didn't care about the economy, he also knew that because of the collapse of the land space station attacked by the Sea Spirit alien clan, the planet's tourism industry was hit hard and fiscal revenue plummeted. Although Bai Jin seemed to be very easy to talk to throughout the whole process, how could he not understand Bai Jin's subtext? It was a hidden threat. If their planet was not responsible and the boss Tang Xian didn't help, Bai Jin, the two-faced guy, would definitely expose this matter. If it was publicized, it was over. The planet's tourism industry would be hit again. Of course, Bai Jin and his group came here to establish a relationship with the boss Tang Xian. They would not do such a feud until the last moment. Qi Xingyuan could think of the tourism industry. So Tang Ranran naturally thought of it too. The tourism industry that was finally brought back could not be ruined. So Tang Xian attached great importance to this situation and made a video call on the spot. With Qi Xingyuan as the middleman, Tang Ranran and Bai Jin met through an intelligent brain. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to hear this news. I am deeply saddened by what happened to Senior Bai. Tang Ranran first expressed his condolences with a heavy face, and then promised to track down the murderer responsibly. We will definitely investigate this matter to the end, and will never let the criminals go unpunished. Finally, if there is anything we can help with, please feel free to speak up, and we will definitely do our best. Although it was through the video, Bai Jin was secretly happy to finally meet Tang Xian, the behind-the-scenes boss of the planet, and felt that this was a good start. Bai Jin spoke a lot of polite words with great righteousness. The general meaning is, no one wants this to happen, so I won't hold your planet responsible. Let's just treat it as a friendship. Anyway, with an intelligent computer between them, both sides are easy to talk to, and they have reached a tacit agreement, which is equivalent to a private reconciliation. A state of I help you. You don't make trouble. There is no way to escape from the matter of planting medicinal materials. And Tang Ranran took it on the surface with a generous attitude. The pure medicinal materials needed on the list are available in the Pharmacist Union. Su Pingrui Star does not have them, but the neighboring Su Shanchang Star can buy relevant seeds and seedlings. Bai Hongtu went to Su Shanchang Star, and after buying things, considering the survival rate of the plants, he took the transportation spacecraft back in an orderly manner. Bai Hongtu is SSS level, and Tang Ranran is still afraid of SSS level, so he did not show up. But Qi Xingyuan was responsible for the contact in the middle. After Bai Hongtu returned to the hotel, he handed over everything to Qi Xingyuan, who took the relevant seeds and seedlings to find Tang Ranran in the F1 area. After the relevant seeds and seedlings were in Tang Ranran's hands, it was time to plant vegetables. Those below 30 were very simple to plant. Those above 30 were a little difficult. The most difficult to plant were the 3 with a purification value of 50 plus. Tang Ranran, who was in a hurry, used his spiritual power to plant vegetables. After planting, after comparing the data and determining the variety, Tang Ranran was a little confused, because he was very close to Yin Jinghao. Under the online guidance of this professional, Tang Ranran was trying to make up for the professional knowledge of interstellar pharmacy, which involved many pure medicinal materials. Although he had only learned the basics, this little knowledge was enough for Tang Ranran to know that there was something fishy about this list of medicines. Among the 350 plus, 2 seemed to be useless. They were the type that would be fine if you took them, and would not be affected if you didn't take them. Tang Ranran estimated that Bai Jin was cheated by the Bai family healer. These 2 purification values of 50 plus were probably the private goods that the Bai family healer smuggled in for himself. Of course, if someone else makes extra money, I won't say anything. Anyway, it's not her money. She left a sample of the plant for backup, and gave the finished product to Qi Xingyuan, who delivered it. Tang Ranran charged 20 billion for the original 10 billion. Cost, blue bottle. If it's grown in such a short time, it must be blue bottle? In this special situation, it's alright to find a big with system to help grow vegetables. So Baixin didn't bother about the money and paid it off. Then, Baixin stayed on the planet, and Bai Hongtu returned to the Bai family in the first galaxy with the treatment drugs. Baixin struck while the iron was hot and proposed to visit Tang Xian. But Tang Ranran politely refused on the grounds that he needed to rest due to excessive mental exhaustion. Unable to see Tang Xian, Baixin turned to Qi Xingyuan and looked for him from time to time in the name of tracking down the murderer. Qi Xingyuan was very annoyed with him, but he couldn't show it too obviously. He was very clever and used the method of passing the buck. The murderer was caught. Who was it? It was a spy from the Federation. When Lu Xiao was investigating the hidden dangers, he found 5 S-level spies, except for the Zerg who blew himself up. The other 4 were not moved after verification. They were released after erasing their memories with supernatural powers. After all, spies are like hidden stakes. If you pull one out, another one will come. If you pull one out, another one will come. It is impossible to completely eliminate them. Instead of pulling out the exposed spies, it is better to keep them under your nose and monitor them secretly. Now, it comes in handy. Coincidentally, one of the 2 federal spies happened to be in the hotel next to the hotel where the Bai family stayed. Well, he was the one who attacked Bai Chengyun. Why? I don't know. The criminal was stubborn and committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Qi Xingyuan, who had passed the buck, didn't give him a chance to argue and killed him to silence him. After all, he was a spy from the Federation, so it didn't matter if he was killed. A dead person can't talk. Qi Xingyuan packed up the body and related evidence and threw it to Baixin and his group. Baixin didn't believe this murderer from the Federation, but Qi Xingyuan had reasons and evidence. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not. Conclusion: this is the murderer. Bai Qingyun's attack finally came to an end, as he could not see Tang Xian. Qi Xingyuan avoided him because of his busy work. Bai Jin, who was still on the planet, shifted his attention to Tang Ranran. That day, Tang Ranran received a call from Tang Chui. Tang Chui was in a hurry, as if the sky had fallen. Ranran, something big happened in the company. Come back soon. Tang Ranran's face changed immediately and asked quickly, "What's the matter?" Tang Chui, "It's not clear in the call. You hurried back to the company. We talk face to face. Hurry up. I wait for you in the office." Tang Chui didn't say what happened, but urged her to go back to the company. After hanging up the call, Tang Ranran turned around and called her confidant Yin Xing. Yin Xing was a little confused by Tang Ranran's question. He didn't know what the big event was. What? Something big happened in the company? No. As expected, there was something fishy. Tang Ranran secretly guessed that it was Baixin. Has anything special happened in the company recently? Or has anyone come in the past 2 days? Tang Ranran continued to inquire. In the past 2 days, Yin Xing thought about it and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I know. The big event that manager Tang Chui mentioned should be related to Fengshui fruit industry. This morning, several people came and said they were from Fengshui fruit industry and wanted to discuss cooperation with us. Manager Tang Chui seemed to know them. Then what? Not sure. Manager Tang Chui personally entertained them. They should still be in her office now. Still in the office? Probably. Yan Xing was not sure. Tang Ranran assigned him a task. Then find an excuse to go to my aunt's office and tell me. Okay. After receiving the order, Yan Xing found a document at random, and then went to her office in the name of looking for Tang Chui's signature. After secretly observing the situation, Yan Xing returned to his office and immediately reported to Tang Ranran. Director Tang, I saw clearly that there are a total of 7 people in Manager Tang Chui office, and that Bai Shan and Bai Dehui are also there. Is this person among them? Tang Ranran had a photo of Bai Shan in his mind, so he sent it over. Yes, there is him, and he looks very impressive. I think he is the leader of that group of people. Okay, I know. With Yan Xing as a spy, Tang Ranran has confirmed that it was Bai Shan who came to the door. Given Tang Chui's attitude of not wanting to see the Bai family, would she ask her to go back? It is likely that she was bewitched by mental power. Bai Shan took so much trouble to trick her back. It must not be just to see her. It is very likely that he would use mental power to confuse her and take her away from Su Pingruixing and bring her back to the Bai family. With a blood relationship, many illegal things can be done legally. At that time, will she pretend to be tricked? Or will she break up? It is easy to deal with Bai Shan openly. The difficult thing is to deal with Bai Shan without exposing the vest and leaving troubles. Besides, beating the younger one will attract the older one. And Bai Shan has his brother-in-law Bai Hongtu behind him. Woo! She has such a hard time. She really has to go to the Bai family. But now, she is mining and krypton gold at a critical moment. How can she delay her main line cultivation progress because of a small Bai family side mission? It is not appropriate to conflict for the time being. And Bai Shan must be sent away without making a sound. What to do? When there is a problem, find the fish in her pond. Give the fish a chance to perform. Tang Ranran switched to Tang Xian and invited LV Chuanping, Fu Jingyuan, Yan Qian and Yan Yijuan. Anyway, she called all the insiders. Online meeting mode. Yan Yijuan joined the meeting immediately, and LV Chuanping joined 2 seconds later. Yan Yijuan was probably at home, and the background environment was very quiet, while LV Chuanping's side seemed very noisy. Even noisy. Joining the meeting, LV Chuanping covered a mental isolation barrier while walking out. And then, the background environment was quiet, isolated from the outside world. It became quiet in seconds. Where are they? Why are they so noisy? Are Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan with you? Tang Ranran asked casually. In the fighting arena. Those 2 guys are fighting on the ring. Why are they fighting again? Of course it's because of you. LV Chuanping muttered silently in his heart. But he said, they are violent people. They feel uncomfortable if they don't fight for a day. 2 men with violent tendencies may beat their wives in the future. Unlike me, a quiet handsome man. I don't like to make moves. A bunch of rough guys. Vulgar. LV Chuanping was two-faced and stabbed his brother several times. Heh! Yan Yijuan sneered. Hey, great aunt. You are here too? Not noticing Yan Yijuan for a while, fearing that she would ruin his show later, LV Chuanping quickly smiled and said, Great aunt. I got a good thing here recently. You must like it. I will send it to you when I have time. LV Chuanping, who has achieved financial freedom, decided to buy a limited edition beauty serum as a bribe. Okay. Seeing that he was sensible, Yan Yijuan revealed it. LV Chuanping quickly changed the subject. Hey, Tang Xian. What's going on? Did something happen? Do you want me to call old Yan and old Fu? As soon as LV Chuanping finished speaking, Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan joined the meeting almost at the same time. Although the two fought vigorously on the ring, LV Chuanping, who was fanning the flames and making trouble, suddenly calmed down and covered himself with a shield to play privately. Something is happening. Stop. Then take a look. It's Tang Ranran. So, what's the point of fighting? All 4 of them arrived. And Tang Ranran first reminded. Is it convenient for you to talk? Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Yijuan, like Lu Chuanping, put on mental barriers to protect their privacy, and then said in unison, It's convenient. Tang Ranran described the situation. I have encountered a situation, and I need your help to solve it. Let me briefly explain. It's like this. My mother identity is a bit complicated. She is the lost daughter of the Bai family. Now my step-grandfather's family has come to my house and tried to take me away. Cheap. My cheap uncle Bai Jin is now squatting on the planet. He deceived my aunt and tried to trick me back. He is SS level. If I go to see him, I will be in trouble if he uses his mental power to do something bad. So, can you find some connections to trip up my shameless cheap grandfather's family, so that they are busy and have no time to attack me? Bai family? Which Bai family? After listening, Yini Juan asked first. Is it from the first star system? But there are several Bai families in the first star system. The Bai family in Fengshui fruit industry. Tang Ranran answered. Oh, then I know. The Bai family. Yini Juan understood and continued to ask. Your uncle is called Bai Jin? What about your grandfather? Do you know the details of the personnel? My grandfather is called Bai Chungyun, who was SS level when he was young. And my grandmother is called Bai Ting, who was A level when she was young. Bai Jin is their eldest son, SS level strength, and is in politics. I don't know his specific position. The second son, Bai Yang, is S level strength. Tang Ranran told all the information he knew. After listening, they knew everything they should know. And the four of them patted their chests and promised in unison. Don't worry. Leave it to me. With many friends, you can find many ways to get help when you encounter difficulties. After the online meeting, Tang Ranran was no longer worried about the problem being given to others. With Yin Qian and the other four working together, the Bai family is in trouble. After doing this secretly, Tang Ranran sent a message to Tang Chui, saying in a very tough manner, I have something to do these days. Either you come to Fuse Hinting to find me, or hold an online meeting, or I will return to the company in 3 days. While Tang Ranran and Tang Chui were talking, Bai Jin, who was secretly peeking at the screen, had a complicated emotional fluctuation. Because of Tang Ranran's disobedience to the elders, Bai Jin's impression of her became worse and worse. She was just like his sister who grew up in the wild, arrogant and unreasonable, and didn't know etiquette. Although he was angry, Bai Jin couldn't do anything to her because of the intelligent brain. After ending the call, Bai Jin seriously thought about it for a few seconds. Fuse Hinting has strict security, and you can't enter without a pass. Although he can sneak in, it's easy to give people a chance to criticize him. Forget it. It's just 3 days. He can wait. Thinking of this, Bai Jin continued to check the financial report of Shuntang Biology. Long before, Bai Jin knew that his niece's company was making money. And now seeing the real financial report, it was so shocking. This profit is too scary. Last year, in 2318, Shuntang achieved a total profit of 865 billion. In the first half of this year, Shuntang achieved a total profit of 765.2 billion. With the hot tourism industry on the planet, Shuntang Biology's total profit is expected to exceed 2 trillion this year. Although Xingtong's profit is far less than the fruitful fruit industry of the Bai family. However, their family fruit business is a time-honored enterprise with a history of nearly 1,000 years. While Shuntang has only been established for 2 or 3 years, the registered capital is 100 billion. But it actually took less than 2 billion to establish the company. It has grown to such a scale in a short period of time. It is simply riding the wind and soaring. Moreover, those popular fruit and vegetable patents made Bai Jin jealous. What are patents? As long as the pure fruits and vegetables with good taste and low planting difficulty are. If so, then these patents are equivalent to a continuous source of wealth. With the accumulation of time, this wealth will be like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger, and finally huge beyond imagination. Bai Jin can even imagine that with so many patents. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as Shuntang Biology is given enough time, it can grow into a huge business empire like Fengshui fruit industry. Even the realization of a rising star. Originally, he just wanted to rely on Tang Ranran and then climb up to Tang Xian through Kong Chen. But the unexpected surprise of Shuntang Biology made Bai Jin more and more jealous, and his heart became more and more hot. The thought of taking it for himself was like a big fire, burning in his heart. The Fengshui fruit industry of the Bai family belongs to the collective model. After the equity has been dispersed from generation to generation, no one in the entire Bai family now holds more than 10% of the shares. Bai Jin's shares are pitifully few. Not even 1%. Bai Chongyun and his wife now hold about 3% of the shares. And their entire family holds about 5% of the shares in total. Bai Zhen's personal assets, including equity, are worth $1 trillion, which makes him a rich man. However, in a place like the First Galaxy, which is full of rich people, he is an ordinary person. No one would complain about having too much money. When he left Tang Chui office, Bai Zhen had already regarded Shuntang Biology as something in his pocket. As long as he saw his niece Tang Ranran in person, he could control her simply by relying on the difference in mental power level. As it happened, Kong Chen was not there. As long as he controlled the person and took her away from the planet and returned to the Bai family base in the First Galaxy, the person was in his hands. And the follow-up would not be simple? However, would he become enemies with Tang Xian because he robbed his niece's property? After all, Kong Chen was Tang Xian's right-hand man. Many of Shuntang Biology's patents were obviously from Tang Xian's hands. It should be a reward for subordinates to win people's hearts. And Kong Chen, who received the reward, gave it to his girlfriend. Tang Xian is not short of money and doesn't care about these petty gains. But their means of robbing are of another nature. The patent right with an estimable value was within his reach. But Bai Zhen was a little embarrassed because he would offend an SSS level with system. Then, before Bai Zhen could feel embarrassed for a day, he received an urgent recall notice from the department. After receiving the notice, Bai Zhen, as an old hand, was shocked and his heart sank immediately. He had taken a normal vacation. There were only 2 reasons for the sudden recall. One was that there was a big mistake in the work he was responsible for before. The other was, the relevant department invited him to have tea. Money and power are inseparable. And only with power can you have money. Bai Zhen, who values power, reported his itinerary as soon as possible, indicating that he would obey the organization's arrangements and come back as soon as possible. On the way back, Bai Zhen secretly inquired about it, because he was usually a good person and had good relationships with people. And then he found out. He was reported by someone with real name. Someone reported him with real name. Embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power for personal gain. Although he didn't know who this someone was, Bai Zhen had a good idea in his mind. It must be that his political enemies dug up some inside information and used it to try to drag him down so that his people could get promoted. Humph. Wishful thinking. Just as Bai Zhen was rushing back, another bad news came. Fengshui fruit industry was involved in tax evasion and was investigated by relevant departments. The Bai family group was in a mess. And before Bai Zhen could find any useful information from it, another bad news came. His third brother Bai Wei, on a night more than 10 years ago, drove a mecha privately after drinking and crashed into a normally driving hover car, causing the owner of the hover car to die on the spot. At that time, he immediately forged the scene to make the hover car explode. And then the brothers secretly played some tricks. And the final verdict was, the owner was driving fatigued, and the emergency avoidance system of the vehicle failed, causing the hover car to hit a foreign object, causing the car to be destroyed and killed. The family of the owner also just thought it was an accident. This kind of old past was originally untraceable. Never expected that the third brother Bai Wei, this idiot, would let it slip after getting drunk. Bai Zhen knew his own younger brother well. Although the third brother was a little addicted to alcohol, he was not so ignorant of the seriousness of the situation. Someone must have set up a trap. Get them. Bai Zhen hurriedly asked for details. And before he could analyze anything, there was another bad news. His third uncle was found to have committed academic fraud. What was going on? Is someone targeting the Bai family? Who was it? And why? With a series of incidents, the entire Bai family was in a state of gloom. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If the person is too careful, there will be no followers. There is no perfect saint. Everyone has shortcomings and will make mistakes. Some of these mistakes are very small, while others are illegal. In the entire Bai family, there are absolutely few people who have been investigated, as Yan Qian and the other 4 did. The Bai family encountered a series of troubles. Bai Zhen, who was in trouble, was too busy to take care of himself, and he had no time to think about Tang Ranran Shuntang Biology. After receiving the news from Qi Xingyuan that Bai Zhen had left, Tang Ranran was in a good mood and continued to practice happily. Within 2 days, not only did Bai Shengwei, the S level, withdraw, but almost all the people in the Bai family left, because his father was in trouble. Bai Shan also went back, leaving only Bai Dahui and a few little Karami who were not good at fighting. Tang Ranran was very happy. For the 4 helpers, Tang Ranran not only praised them verbally, but also sent each of them a gift. Each person gets a 10 cubic meter space deduction, which includes various lunch boxes, various sugar desserts produced in the latest season of live broadcast, and then various fruits and a lot of delicacies. Then, there are the most valuable 30, 40, 50, 60 sugar water solutions. Each box, a box of 12. The total value of the items in the entire space deduction is about 150 billion. As a person who has received nearly 170 trillion in 2 transactions, Tang Ranran is very arrogant at this moment. Below 1 trillion, it is not considered money. What's more, what she sent out are all things without cost. Yin Yijuan sent it separately, and Yin Qian sent it separately. Tang Ranran simply sent the 3 people's things to Lu Chuanping. At the border, as soon as he received the message notification, you have a package from the 3rd Galaxy Su Pingrui. Lu Chuanping began to look forward to the express delivery. Although LV Chuanping has achieved financial freedom by cheating his grandfather, he still hasn't had a chance to wash his star diamond or, what's more, even if you have money, you can't buy fruits and vegetables from Su Pingruishing. They are all limited. Not to mention lychees. You can't get them no matter how hard you try. When he is really greedy, LV Chuanping can only rely on his face and show his white-faced spirit to ask Tang Ranran for money. This time, Tang Ranran took the initiative to give him relief food, knowing that it must be a lot of good things. LV Chuanping was so excited that he kept shouting. He wanted Yin Qian to intercept the express and bring it back directly. Of course, it's just a thought. The express is already on the way. Even if he is anxious, he can only wait. LV Chuanping keeps an eye on the progress of logistics. After 2 years of living day by day, it's here. LV Chuanping went to pick up the express as soon as possible. Although he was very cautious like a thief, he was still discovered by someone with ulterior motives. Although you can't see what's in the express, you can see that the express is from Su Pingruishing. Who else could Su Pingruishing have sent besides Tang Xian? Tang Xian of the Great Wood Element. It must be pure fruits and vegetables. The news leaked out from the courier point and quickly spread to the surroundings. In an instant, like sharks smelling blood, the army stared at Lu Chuanping like jackals and tigers. Personal belongings are not purchased by the quartermaster department. Lu Chuanping tried his best to explain, but no one listened. What to do? Divert the trouble. Old Yin and Old Fu both have a share. I'm going to send it to them now. You can ask them for it. Lu Chuanping stabbed his brothers again without any psychological burden. Under the gaze of a crowd of green eyes, he enthusiastically gave the space deduction to Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan and sent it over. One by one, greedy colleagues came over with thick skins. And the old-timer shouted with a grin that everyone who saw it had a share. What can be done? You can only share a part. If you eat the meat yourself, you have to give others a sip of soup. Because of the fruits and vegetables given by Tang Ranran, the military area where the 3 of them were located was so joyful and lively. It was another happy Krypton gold. Tang Ranran, who Krypton spent 100 medium-grade spirit stones in one breath, stopped practicing. While sorting out the spirit stones, Tang Ranran was thinking that this time the Bai family incident made her realize the importance of personal connections again. This time she can ask Yin Qian for help. But what if she encounters something that is inconvenient for them to know? After all, she has hidden so many secrets. Relying on the identity of Tang Xian, a bigwit system, she can completely get along well with everyone. But everything takes time and energy. And managing personal connections is also a painstaking thing, which will affect her practice. Strength is the first. Tang Ranran always believes that when the strength reaches the peak, she can be unscrupulous. It's a pity that she is still far from the peak now. Not to mention cultivation. At least you have to have a 5S level mental power to be wild and wild. So now you need personal connections and a network of relationships. But she doesn't have time. So let the younger brother go. Qi Xingyuan is a guy who is always trying to get ahead and climb up. Tang Ranran thinks he is a good fit. But when increasing investment, he must ensure his own interests. With the Tang Xian, Tang Ranran went to the D4 magical vine planting area. Sure enough, because he had nothing to do in his spare time, Qi Xingyuan squatted in the camp at the main entrance of the D4 protective shield, looking up at the magical vine that had grown into a mountain range. with a faint sadness at 45 degrees. So far, the magical vine cultivated by Tang Ranran only uses the blood of an SSS alien beast. Qi Xingyuan bought it after begging for help. Because it is a bit stale. There is no demon pill at all. And the blood is not very good. At present, the purification value of this magical vine fruit is about 91. Although there is no blood, Tang Ranran has come here. So he will plant one. Like a drop in the bucket. He poured a few cups of 70 chrysanthemum tea on the majestic magical vine, like a mountain, and injected it with wood energy. Tang Ranran didn't need to call her. As soon as she came, Qi Xingyuan followed her happily, watching the planting process and showing concern. How is it? Is it growing well? Is there any problem? Do you want to buy some SS beast blood to water it? During this period, its body has not grown at all. And it has even shrunk a little. Is it going to wither? Why worry about it? It won't die. Tang Ranran was very disgusted with this. After planting the vines, Tang Ranran waved to Qi Xingyuan. Come here. When he approached, Tang Ranran directly cast a mental barrier to cover the two of them and isolate them from the outside world. There is something you need to consider. Tang Ranran didn't like to force people. Not to mention that she was always very preferential to handsome guys. So, she respected Qi Xingyuan's wishes and let him choose freely. Tang Ranran explained her thoughts. It's hard to do things without someone in the court. I plan to invest heavily to get some real power. A lot of nonsense. To sum it up, I spend money to pave the way for you to buy a career. But you have to sign a death contract with me. The master-servant contract is relatively loose. And Fan Ling's example is enough to prove that Tang Ranran master-servant contract will be invalid when encountering special circumstances. Therefore, if you increase investment, you must change to a soul death contract with stronger binding force and almost unsolvable. If the soul death contract can still change, then she can only admit defeat. Anyway, she can only be completely relieved by signing a soul death contract. After the conversation, Qi Xingyuan couldn't give an answer for a while. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry, and patted his shoulder like a leader. I give you 3 days to think about it. Voiceover, I find someone else in 3 days. Qi Xingyuan is definitely not Tang Ranran only option, but one of the multiple options. If he doesn't want to, she will ask Li Zheng, and then Shen Shen, Chu Hao. As for why not find Kong Chen, it's because Tang Ranran feels that Kong Chen doesn't have such big ambitions. He just wants to manage Su Ping Ruishing 1 acre and 3 points of land. There are many younger brothers, and many choices. And the problem of insufficient strength of younger brothers? Tang Ranran believes that Lu Xiao can't return empty-handed. Even if there is no 4S hailing, there must be SS hailing and SSS hailing. At worst, there is still the magic fruit potion. After such a long time, the magic fruit potion has not exploded. The doubt in Tang Ranran's heart has become less and less. After planting the magic vine and discussing business, Tang Ranran went to the D5 protective shield area. D5 area is a newly developed planting area. At present, most areas have completed the deep cleaning of radiation. But planting has not yet started. And it is still desolate. I am in a good mood today. So Tang Ranran decided to plant some vegetables to speed up the planting progress. Because of the sudden wealth, the entire planet bought many large radiation isolation shields. In addition to the newly built D3 economic city, such as the administrative center Ruili City, it is also covered with D6 shields, becoming a zero radiation area. In addition, there are 2 large shields, D7 and D8, which cover 2 large cities on the planet respectively. There are 4 cities with zero radiation, and other cities, although they are still radiation areas. But with Kong Chen vigorous planting and greening, ordinary plants and mutant plants that absorb radiation, the environmental radiation values of the cities have all decreased, compared with the initial decrease of 1 to 5 values. In some wild areas, especially the planting bases of radiation-reducing plants, the radiation reduction value is even more than 10. The original waste planet Su Pingrui is now thriving. This is all her credit. She has great merits. Tang Ranran is in a good mood. Inside the D4 protective shield, watching Tang Ranran hovercraft disappear into the sky, Qi Xingyuan stood at the gate of the protective shield with a tangled face, looking at the endless magical vines. And it was difficult to decide for a while. The full training of the boss Tang Xian, more than 100 trillion resources every year, and the priority use of special rare medicines. This temptation is not ordinary. But there is a price. To sign a death contract. After listening to Tang Ranran's explanation, Qi Xingyuan felt that this death contract was too overbearing. After signing, it was to hand over his power of life and death to him. And even if the boss died, he had to be buried with him. The loyalty contract was just loyalty. But this death contract was really shocking. But think about it. There is no gain without giving? Should he seize this opportunity or give it up? Because of the choice given by Tang Ranran, Qi Xingyuan was tossing and turning for 2 whole days. And finally decided, get on the ship and be tied to death. Without the help of the boss Tang Xian, his spiritual power would never be promoted by himself. Although he is the boss's subordinate now, the boss has more than one subordinate. And his position in the boss's heart is obviously not as good as Kong Chen. And may even be worse than Li Zheng. But it will be different after he is tied to death. He will be trained with all his strength, rather than stopping here for the rest of his life. It is better to give it a try. After making the decision, Qi Xingyuan immediately replied to Tang Xuanhao, saying all kinds of loyalty, and then went to the F1 area where Tang Xian was at the fastest speed. Soul death contract. If the other party sincerely agrees, the success rate of the contract is very high. Look, Tang Ranran just tried it simply, and the contract was successfully put on. In addition to her own pets, Qi Xingyuan became her first human death contract holder. After the contract was changed and she had absolute authority, Tang Ranran could increase her investment with confidence. As for how to get promoted, Tang Ranran was too lazy to worry about it. With a wave of her hand, she directly approved 10 trillion pure fruits and vegetables, plus 10 medium-grade marrow cleansing pills, and 90 low-grade marrow cleansing pills for Qi Xingyuan. The money-paving method is applicable everywhere. With enough money to assist, Qi Xingyuan can make friends with superiors and win over subordinates. And his network of contacts can be spread out in an instant. After all, everyone likes to know rich friends. If Tang Xuanhao wants to make friends, then there will be countless friends in her smart brain address book. 10 trillion pure fruit and vegetable resources are enough for him to win over the hearts of the army. And the finished products of 100 marrow cleansing potions can play a huge role. Qi Xingyuan only felt that his previous hesitation and entanglement were completely unnecessary. Only by following the boss Tang Xian can you have a promising future. Isn't it the power of life and death? If he does things obediently without any ulterior motives, will the boss kill him for no reason? Of course not. The boss is not only SSS level, but also such a homebody. How could he die young? He must have walked ahead. So there is no need to worry about being buried alive with him. After thinking it through, Qi Xingyuan got the advantage and acted cute. Boss, I heard that someone from Xie's company sells magic fruit. Look, how about helping me get a potion? Help me improve my strength? Having resources, but no strength will only get half the result with twice the effort. Deal. Deal. 20 trillion is not enough. And he still wants the magic fruit potion. This is really thick-skinned. Tang Ranran disliked it in her heart and perfunctorily said, I know. After sending the man away, Tang Ranran also left and drove the mecha to the D5 planting area. Now Tang Ranran has a lot of spirit stones in his pocket and countless VBs in the farm. So he brushed some fruit trees. Farm products must be top quality. The fruit trees planted by Tang Ranran with spiritual power are not as good as those on the farm, let alone those planted by ordinary planting staff. Related data show that the products of the first generation of farms have the most tenacious vitality and the highest survival rate, which then decreases generation by generation, gradually approaching the survival rate of the same type of fruits and vegetables in the interstellar. Of course, although the survival rate is gradually declining, it is still leading compared with the same type of crops. After arriving at the D5 area, Tang Ranran began to brush trees according to the fruit forest planning. First, the most popular lychee tree was brushed. After brushing out a lychee forest, Wen Yan was notified to arrange people to follow up the subsequent work. Then he moved to another position and continued to brush a vineyard. After brushing 5 fruit forests in one breath, Tang Ranran waved his sleeves and left the D5 planting area. Back to the F1 area, Tang Ranran went straight to his secret room, protected by layers of formations. Resting. Do not disturb. After the intelligent computer said an automatic reply, Tang Ranran left the intelligent computer in the secret room, and Tang Xuanhao entered the farm. Ares found the trace of an SSS-level monster. So she was going to kill monsters. Alas, the more capable, the more work she did. She is really capable. Under the premise of sufficient blue bottles, a space channel connecting the inside of the spirit mind to the outside world that can be maintained stably for 5 or 6 hours is very easy for SS-level Ares. Therefore, Ares, who is idle most of the time, runs around in the deep mountains and old forests of Sutherland. When Ares was wild, he could rely on himself to become an SSS-level black ghost. Now with her blue bottle support, Tang Ranran is not worried at all. The main point is 2 words: free range. Shuttled through the deep and deserted mountains of Sutherland, the hard work paid off, and Ares finally found the trace of an SSS-level alien beast. Originally, Ares would definitely use all kinds of means to play dirty and rely on IQ to cross the level of the enemy. But now, he is a master. Of course, he wants to use the power of the tiger. So, call the master for help. After finishing the work at hand, Tang Ranran decided to take action to evaluate the actual combat effectiveness of Tang Xian. Tang Xian entered the farm. Tang Ranran went offline, and the original body entered the farm and threw Tang Xian into the basement. Tang Xi and Ares appeared outside the mine together, and Tang Xi took out the puppet Tang Xian from the basement of the farm. And then Tang Ranran went offline, and Tang Xian came online. She successfully got stuck on the BUG. Having many vests is convenient. After Tang Xian arrived, Tang Xi returned to the mining site, and Tang Ranran took Tang Xian and Ares together, and walked through the space channel and arrived outside the territory of the target beast. Relying on the invisibility talent, Ares has already figured out the enemy situation. A giant beast like King Kong, with a body size of more than 30 meters tall, high defense and strong power, and SSS-level mental power, and the ability to explode hair. What is the hair explosion skill? It means that the hair on the body explodes. The hair with spiritual power is no longer hair, but giant steel needles 2 or 3 meters long. It can destroy everything and shoot the enemy into a sieve. It lives alone. The area within a radius of 10 kilometers is its territory. It is the only SSS level in the entire territory. That's the basic information. Ares has been equipped with an intelligent brain, so he secretly took a few photos of the King Kong beast. After Tang Ranran saw it, he said, "It's a bit ugly. I don't like it. So let's kill it." After verifying the situation again, Tang Ranran formulated a battle plan. The battle plan was simple. Ares would act as bait to kite away the monster, exhausting its mental and physical strength. Then when it was weak and tired, Tang Ranran would come and kill it while it was in poor condition. Ares questioned, "I act as bait?" Tang Ranran said confidently, "You are a space system, and space systems are best at escaping. What's more, I can heal you. If you are injured, I can still heal you. If I am injured, can I count on you?" The original body is a flesh body, and Tang Ranran can still recover by sucking pet blood. But a puppet needs to be repaired if it is injured. Tang Ranran's own refining skills are not enough for her to repair a high-level puppet like Qi Xiao Jinzuan. To achieve victory without injury, she must be more cautious? Tang Ranran's words made sense, and the division of labor was clear. Ares could only accept it. Of course, he had to do it obediently if he didn't accept it. Entering King Kong's territory, Ares' mental power spread out, and the mental power filled the entire area. Sensing the fluctuation of its mental power and realizing that its territory was invaded, the giant King Kong roared loudly. After the thunderous roar, Tang Ranran, who had the advantage in the air and was driving the stealth array, saw the movement in the distance. A flock of flying birds were startled, and it was obvious that a large creature was running in the forest. As the distance approached, Tang Ranran saw that it was black, very huge, and 30 meters high. Absolutely not exaggerated. Here it comes. When the distance between the two sides was shortened to a certain extent, Ares immediately retreated, and then relied on his space system to startle the monster. It chased him, and he fled. And he flew fast with wings. Space system. Not necessarily high combat power, but must run fast. Look! Ares ran around everywhere, because he couldn't catch up. King Kong's steel needle attack failed every time, but Ares' space blade fell on it. The damage was not great, but the majesty was challenged, and the giant King Kong was so angry that he kept howling. Tang Ranran was hiding in the air, observing secretly. It was indeed an SSS-level mental power fluctuation, but she felt that this giant King Kong should be at the level of the early stage of the Golden Core. although it was much weaker than the rock dragon in strength. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry to attack. Her main style was to be as steady as an old man, chasing all the way, from sunset to sunrise, sunrise and sunset. A large area of huge trees were knocked down, and the scene was a mess. After 48 hours of kiting, the giant King Kong finally showed signs of exhaustion, while Ares, who was holding the blue bottle, obviously had some strength left. Tang Ranran did not move, and after waiting for another 3 hours, the giant King Kong, whose hair was about to be shot bald, showed signs of giving up and stopped chasing Ares, but went in the opposite direction, trying to leave. Want to leave? It's too late. Tang Ranran took action immediately, Qi Xiao's sword in hand, and used a big move right away. Sword cultivators have high attack, and this is it. A big move. KO. Tang Ranran was surprised at such a smooth process. Frowned suspiciously, faking death? Just when Tang Ranran suspected that the giant King Kong was faking death, Ares had already rushed to the fallen King Kong beast, used the space blade as a knife, cut open the belly, and dug out a bloody fresh demon pill. Tang Ranran held his forehead. Well, it's really dead, and can't die anymore. After digging the demon pill, Ares instinctively wanted to eat it, but reason told him that after it was refined into a pill, the energy was stronger and easier to absorb. So, restraining his instinct, Ares obediently handed the demon pill to Tang Ranran, and then continued to work. Tang Ranran was still planting the magic vine, and the SSS beast corpse naturally couldn't be wasted. So Ares, the ready-made transporter, opened a space channel and sent it back to Su Pingrui star. The other end of the space channel is the outer periphery of the D4 protective shield. Tang Ranran went back with him, after sending the human and the body of the alien beast back to Su Pingrui. Ares returned to Su Dellen without stopping. The intelligent brain was not on him, so Tang Ranran called for help with his mental power. It was very rare that Qi Xingyuan was not in the D4 area. The one who was here now was Wu Pingyang, a wood element, and the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry of their planet. Wu Pingyang was very surprised about the SSS alien beast body. After being surprised, he released the mecha, used the mecha to carry the giant beast body, threw it all on the magical vine, and then carried out the relevant dissection work. The blood of the alien beast was all poured on the huge vine trunk of the magical vine. The main point was that it was not wasted. Tang Ranran urged the magical vine to grow for a while, then handed the scene to Wu Pingyang, and left in style. After returning to the F1 area and going to the secret room to get his intelligent brain, Tang Ranran first checked the information. In less than 3 days, there was a lot of information, most of which was nonsense, and there were only a few useful information. First, there was an application from Qi Xingyuan. He wanted to transfer 1 trillion pure fruits and vegetables below 10, in the name of Tangxian donation, to visit all the military districts and military stars in the third galaxy. Simply put, it was to develop a network of contacts in the name of Tangxian. 1 trillion. Not a lot of money, but it was a large amount when converted into pure fruits and vegetables below 10. Tang Ranran was very diligent during this period, so there should be inventory. Tang Ranran approved it and asked him to go to Wenyang to coordinate and transfer the goods in batches. Apart from Qi Xingyuan, Xie Shida had the most missed calls on Tangxian brain. The call could not be connected, so Xie Shida left a lot of voice packets. The first 100 magical vine of Xie's family had completely withered and died. The experienced Xie's Wood group and the high-power hunting team were fighting hard and had cultivated the second 100 magical vine. Currently, 12 more 100 magical fruits have been planted, in order to prevent the night from being long and dreamy. After the fruit matures, although it has not been picked, the quota has been allocated. The 12 people with 100 magical fruit quotas are either preparing mental power enhancement agents or longevity potions, and no matter which one, they need to prepare a lot of high purification value. Among the 12 people, Xie Chong, the chief Wood group of Xie's family, and another SSS level Wood group. The 2 big Wood groups have their own small private warehouses and can be self-sufficient. But the other 6 people, although they have some inventory on hand, it is not enough. What to do? They can only buy urgently. But at this stage, the wood elements are almost not selling goods, and there are only a few harvests in the wild on the market. The high purification value in the wild is rare, and once it appears, it will be sold out immediately. because a lot of people asked Xiexia to buy it. He wondered whether Tang Xian had stock again after the last transaction. So Xiexia, the middleman, came to buy high purification value. However, because it was not a super big buyer like Xiexinci, who could not swallow so many goods, Xiexia only needed about 200 trillion this time. Although Tang Ranran was not short of money, as the large protective shields purchased were gradually in place, there were more and more plantable areas on the planet. She planned to brush many, countless farms of 100-year-old ancient trees. The more VB this thing, the better. Moreover, it was only 200 trillion. Not a large amount. So, sell it. Tang Ranran called Xiexia back. For Tang Xian call, even in the middle of the night, Xiexia would answer it as soon as he was awakened. After all, the god of wealth has to get up and greet him even if he is paralyzed. The communication was connected, and the two sides had a conversation. Xiexia said, sugar powder is too luxurious, and most buyers can't afford it. So this time, it's best to have a purification value of about 50. Still the kind that is easy to digest, not full, and doesn't taste strange. White jade fruit is good, and then the 100-year-old ginseng is also a good choice. Xiexia sent Tang Ranran a lot of research materials. The 42-unit 100-year-old ginseng belongs to the category of pure medicinal materials. If eaten alone, it doesn't taste good, but they have developed a pure nutritional supplement using it as the raw material. Pure nutritional supplements are something between pure nutrient solution and pure medicine, which is equivalent to health products between food and medicine in the modern world. 100-year-old ginseng nutritional supplements, to put it bluntly, are products like melatonin. The report shows that about 50 units of 100-year-old ginseng can produce a nutritional supplement with a purification value of 40. In addition, ginseng has the unique characteristics of replenishing vital energy, restoring pulse and strengthening deficiency, replenishing spleen and lung, promoting body fluid and nourishing blood, and long shelf life. Once processed, the value doubles. Therefore, Xiexia said frankly that this century-old ginseng is very suitable. If it is easy to grow, they can vigorously develop it. After listening to Xiexia big cooperation plan of you grow raw materials, I build factories, Tang Ranran felt that it was quite feasible. In the farm, there is only 1,000-year-old ginseng per acre, but there are 66 century-old ginseng per acre. 1 10-square-meter tree. Each ginseng weighs more than 1 pound, but less than 2 pounds. High yield. Of course, the most cost-effective one is actually the fairy grass. 1 acre of grass. And the purification value is 86. But because the purification value is too high, Tang Ranran would rather let it rot in the ground to contribute spiritual energy than sell it. After some discussion, the two decided on the phone. The goods are set as white jade fruit and 100-year-old ginseng. The old price of white jade fruit is 200 million per unit, and the 100-year-old ginseng is 200 million. 30 trillion white jade fruit and 170 trillion 100-year-old ginseng, with a total value of 200 trillion goods. This time, the buyout transaction model is adopted. Xiexia directly settles with the original star diamond ore, and then how much he sells depends on his ability. Tang Ranran set a 10-day preparation time. Move the tree. Move the tree. Move the tree. Just like a hard-working little honey, Tang Ranran works hard to brush the trees on the farm to develop a large orchard. After a busy week, Yanxian called. Yanxian contacted the Tang Xian and said formally in the communication, Tang Xian, we found 2 giant space monsters here, and their comprehensive strength is definitely SSS level. Now the 2 space monsters have been killed. Do you want a piece of blood? Great news. Of course Tang Ranran said, yes. According to the Empire's alien beast assessment plan, all those who can travel in the universe without the help of equipment, e.g. starships, and superpowers, e.g. space systems, etc., are collectively called space monsters, and their strength is rated as SS level and above. And what about the SSS grade? Tang Ranran not only wants its blood, but also its demon pill, and even its skin, hair, tendons, and bones. The product of a big monster must be a nice refining material. Unfortunately, the distance is too far, and the body of the big monster is still floating in the starry sky. It will be pulled to the nearest starry sky space station for processing later. Although Yanxian was the main force in killing the monster, he did not have the full ownership of the body. As the main output, Yin Qian could only get a part of the spoils. More of the body will be sent to the Military Research Institute. Although the Yin family is also cultivating the magic vine, the family has its own high-level hunting team. Yin Qian, who accidentally got this spoil, naturally went to Tang Ranran to offer his kindness. Yin Qian knew that Tang Ranran was also cultivating the magic vine. If he could not leave, he would have wanted to hunt the monster himself, because he was worried that these two starry sky monsters had companions. Yin Qian, a strong force, could not leave. Tang Ranran waited for 2 days, and waited for Lu Fengyang, who came to deliver the goods. LV Fengyang did not come alone. He also brought an auxiliary space system. The auxiliary space system is a mobile warehouse with a large space. The two star monsters are extremely large. How big are they? They are 4 or 5 times larger than the monsters that Ultraman fought. The large size means a lot of blood. The mobile warehouse has nearly 800 cubic meters of blood for her. This amount is equivalent to dozens of ordinary SSS-level monsters. It is really a lot. The receiving place is in D4 area, so they simply watered it on the spot. And all 800 cubic meters of monster blood were poured on the vines of the magic vine. Tang Ranran was not in a hurry to plant the magic vine, but took the two to the fruit and vegetable preservation warehouse in D5 area. To be precise, Tang Ranran provided a coordinate, and LV Fengyang opened a space channel to teleport them. After taking a ride in LV Fengyang car, Tang Ranran could only say that the young man's space technology was really not very good. It was like bumping plus sudden braking and stopping. No wonder LV Chuanping disliked this nephew. Fortunately, she was not prone to motion sickness. Although D5 area is a new planting area, Tang Ranran has been planting trees. Planting trees. Planting trees. So the inventory in the warehouse is very sufficient. When the three of them arrived here, Tang Ranran waved his hand. Fill it up. Everyone is here. And there is a large mobile warehouse. How can we let them come in vain? The auxiliary space department is a middle-aged officer. He is old and thick-skinned. After Tang Ranran said, donate to the military district, he immediately took action without hesitation after thanking him. Facing the warehouse full of pure fruits and vegetables, he wanted to slap himself. Why didn't he empty his space when he came? Fill. Try to fill in your own space. And pick only those with high purification value, such as lychees and grapefruits, because the warehouse has abundant inventory. It was soon filled up, with a volume of about 1,000 cubic meters. This amount, even if it is all lychees, is worth about 500 billion. Fruits with low purification value are really cheap in Tang Ranran eyes. The fruits and vegetables in a large mobile warehouse were considered Tang Ranran donation to the military district. In addition, there was a 10 cubic meter space buckle, which contained things worth 200 billion yuan, which was given to Yin Qian alone. Finally, Tang Ranran gave each of the two errand runners dozens of units of about 30. After watching the two leave, Tang Ranran turned back to District D4 and planted the magical vine for a while. In the next few days, he planted fruit trees and magical vines. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the transaction. It was still in Shanghua City. During the inspection period, he still had dinner at Huaxianfeng. While chatting at the dinner table, Xie had talked about some things he had heard. First of all, the magical vine. The second magical vine of their Xie family also showed signs of withering yesterday, and it was probably going to die. At present, in addition to the Xie family, other families have also seen cases of magical vine deaths. The preliminary conclusion is, the purification value of 100 is the end of the magic vine. After producing 10 to 2100 magic fruits, it is considered to have completed reproduction and enter the inevitable aging and death. What is puzzling at present is that the magic vine grown with 100 magic fruits as seeds is still a low-quality vine. There is little difference between it and the vine grown with 10 magic fruits as seeds. This phenomenon cannot be explained at present. Biological experts are working hard to study. In addition, Xie has shared 2 major events on Enpui Star, among the 12 star systems. Enpui Star is Xie's magic vine research site, and strange things have happened frequently recently. First, a large area of pure plants died on the western continent of the planet. People who make a living on the free star generally pay attention to sustainable development and rarely kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. After the mercenaries and explorers discovered the pure plant growth area, they would only secretly record the coordinates, and then sneak over to pick them during the fruit season every year. No one would deliberately destroy the pure plant growth area. The pure plants growing freely in the wild are still very tenacious. As long as human intervention is not too serious. The environment is not polluted. And there is no radiation. They are almost all thriving and growing vigorously. Therefore, except for human destruction and pollution, it is unlikely that a large number of pure plants will die. However, this low probability event did happen. At the beginning, it was just an isolated case. But as time went on, the official noticed the abnormality and investigated. There are a total of 17 areas where pure plants have been found dead in the entire Western continent. They are all treasure sites with a large number of pure plants. No environmental radiation was detected at the scene, nor were any radioactive items found. And there were no serious signs of human destruction. I also suspected that there was a magical vine leaked. But the size of the magical vine could not be hidden. And there was no magical vine at the scene. This is very strange. At present, the military responsible for the planet has set up a special investigation team and is investigating. As for the results of the investigation, it is probably not found out yet. And Xiexia doesn't know. Another major event on Impui Star is that 3 high-level combat teams that hunt high-level alien beasts encountered super alien beasts, which may also be alien races, with a comprehensive strength of 4S level or even higher. The first to discover the abnormality was the Xia family, because they wanted to cultivate the magic vine. The Xia family used local materials. There are dozens of teams hunting alien beasts on Impui Star, the magic vine cultivation base. Among them, the first hunting team that specializes in hunting SSS alien beasts is led by Xia Weiman. Xia Weiman was the first to try it, and advanced to 4S with the help of the magic fruit mental power potion. Xia Weiman was originally a space system, and is currently a 4S level 3 system mutant. The hunting team he led has achieved remarkable results, and has hunted dozens of SSS alien beasts on the planet. Just 3 days ago, the high-level hunting team led by Xia Weiman encountered a super strong alien beast. According to the person involved, Xia Weiman, it may be a super 4S level, and he suspects that it may not be a strange beast, but more likely a race with wisdom. The main supernatural talent is Earth, suspected of having space supernatural power. A burrowing beast, elusive, and good at sneak attacks. Because of this enemy, more than half of Xia Weiman's team were killed or injured. In the end, it was Xia Weiman, a 4S level space system, who broke the enemy's restraints, and the survivors were able to escape. 7 people died in the entire team of 20, and the others were either injured or mentally disordered. The news that the 4S level strange beast was not suspected to be a race spread. Other forces, as long as there were hunting teams on the planet, conducted a detailed investigation, and then found 2 other teams. A mercenary team, affiliated with the Wu family of the First Galaxy, led by 2 SSS-level supernaturals. A total of 30 people in the team, more than half of whom were supernaturals. The other hunting team belongs to the Chen family of the First Star System. The team leaders are 3 SSS level, and 1 team of 20 people are all superpowers. They are a high-level elite team that hunts SSS monsters. The 2 teams have been out of contact for a long time. At first, they thought they had gone deep into the signal-free area. Now they found that the 4S monster appeared, and the activity range of the 2 teams was nearby. So after checking, the final result was, the whole team was wiped out. The 2 hunting teams have 2 space systems, and 3 space systems respectively. The 5 space systems that can open the space channel to teleport did not escape and died. There is a superpower of the same type as Fu Jingyuan, who retrieved the footage of the accident scene. Xiexia, who has first-hand information, sent the relevant video to Tang Ranran. In the video, the overall appearance of the monster did not appear, only soft, green, and with huge mouth parts on the top. Many tentacles that suddenly emerge from the ground, like a gluttonous mouth, can be seen. The tentacles are a bit like giant green earthworms. The tentacles are full of corrosive mucus. Once contaminated, it will cause great damage. If you are bitten or even swallowed by the big mouth, you will be dragged underground. Then, there is basically no survival. In the video, there are space system attempts to escape. But how to say it? From the video, it can only be seen that the space channel arranged by the space system seems to be squeezed by something, twisted and deformed, and completely impassable. After watching the video, Tang Ranran could only say, super scary. According to the existing knowledge of exotic beasts, Any exotic beast that can be comprehensively evaluated as 4S level is a walking super missile. Tang Ranran attached great importance to this news and asked for details. At present, the military has intervened to track down this earthworm tentacle monster and has united various departments to track and kill it together. She has also formed a tracking team and wanted to hunt down this 4S level exotic beast with a large force. The group of wood elements headed by Xie Chong was very bold and proposed a plan to kill monsters and bleed, attempting to use the blood of this exotic beast to irrigate the magical vine that was being cultivated. Anyway, the area of the western continent has been cordoned off, including the military, relevant departments, and hunting teams of major family forces. There are as many as 15 teams. If nothing unexpected happens, the 4S level monster will be killed soon. In addition, during this period of time, several people in the Xia family have taken magical fruit potions, including mental power potions and life extension potions, and the effects are all significant. Among them, Xie Chong, the chief planner of the Xia family, successfully promoted his mental power at the middle-aged age of 120 and entered the ranks of 4S level. In addition to their Xia family, other families are also like this. People who take the magic fruit potion have significant effects according to the auxiliary high purification value dosage. Because Tang Ranran mentioned that he was not very confident about the magic fruit potion, although Xie Shihe did not believe it, he also kept it in mind. So he has been collecting relevant results. So far, there are nearly 20 people who have taken the 2 varieties of magic fruit potions. All of them are in good condition, and no one has any side effects. Their Xia family has started to cultivate the 3rd plant. Xie Shihe is expected to be ranked when the 4th plant comes. So he also took this opportunity to say hello to Tang Ranran in advance. At that time, he will buy 200 trillion goods. Because there are many cases of taking medicine, the laboratory has inferred a table of the value of pure food consumed based on the existing data about the improvement of mental power. It takes 1 to 3 trillion for A level to be promoted to S level. It takes 3 to 5 trillion for S level to be promoted to SS. SS level promotion to SSS level requires 6 to 10 trillion. SSS level promotion to 4S level requires 8 to 15 trillion. As for 4S level promotion to 5S level, it is currently estimated that at least 50 trillion is the base. If it involves leaping, the initial estimate is 10 times. For example, A level promotion to SS level requires 30 to 50 trillion. A level promotion to SSS level requires 600 to 1000 trillion. As for life extension, reducing age by 5 years requires 1 to 3 trillion. Reducing age by 10 years requires 5 to 10 trillion. Reducing age by 20 years requires 20 to 50 trillion. Reducing age by 50 years requires 80 to 150 trillion. Reducing age by 100 years requires more than 400 trillion. This is the theoretical data that is inferred. In fact, because there are many false reports, overreporting and underreporting, the real data needs to be studied. Theoretical data is for reference only. Xie Shihe used data to calculate that if he wanted to be promoted from SS level to 4S level, he would theoretically need 80 to 150 trillion. Just in case, he would spend 200 trillion. Then, he would definitely be promoted. Tang Ranran naturally agreed to the 200 trillion goods verbally. After listening to a few messages and updating his database, Tang Ranran went home. On the way back, Tang Ranran threw a message into the border group, which was the 4-person group of Tang Xian, Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan, and Lu Chuanping. Tang Xian, I heard from Xie Shihe that their magical vine planting base, and Pu Wixing, found a 4S level alien beast. And it was even suspected to be an alien race. Lu Chuanping, 4S level? It could be an alien race? So scary. Yan Qian, I heard about it. I can't leave these days. If it's not resolved in a few days, I go to Pu Wixing to take a look. Fu Jingyuan, I know. I heard that Chen Xinmao from the Chen family died. Lu Chuanping, what? That guy Chen Xinmao is dead? Isn't he an SSS level space type? How could he be dead? As an experienced driver, he is not good at escaping? Yan Qian, it is said that the alien beast has space attributes. I have seen the video of the investigation and restoration. It may be a large-scale space viscosity. In this case, low-level space types can't escape. Tang Xian, is there any inside information about the alien beast? Yan Qian, and Pui Star is the sphere of influence of the Xie family. Xie Xia should know the latest inside information. We may know less. Fu Jingyuan, I heard that Xie Yin went to Inpui. He should have teamed up with Xie Weiman to hunt down the alien beast. There is also a high-level fighter from the Starry Sky Police. The 4S space-type consultant Tian. Lu Chuanping, wait! Isn't the consultant Tian an SSS-level guy? Fu Jingyuan, that guy got promoted with a magic fruit potion. It happened a week ago. Old Lu. Your news is a bit behind the times. Lu Chuanping. Lu Chuanping, damn it! No way. How many new 4S level people are there in our empire? Fu Jingyuan. Since the advent of the marrow cleansing potion last year, there are currently 4 people who have taken the marrow cleansing potion and have been promoted to 4S, including me. And there are currently 6 people who have taken the magic fruit potion and have been promoted to 4S. Oh, this is the data I know. Lu Chuanping, damn it again. Jealousy has twisted my face. Don't tell me that someone else has been promoted to 5S. Yin Qian, you think too much. Or I am the only one. Yin Qian, by the way. It's not just Anpui Star. I received news that the traces of suspected 4S beasts were also found on He Kue Lang Star. Lu Chuanping, no. It's not just us humans who have been promoted? Even the aliens have been collectively upgraded and have come out to cause trouble? Yin Qian, we encountered that alien in Jishongsen at the beginning. And on the He Kue Wolf planet, there is the Gu family magical vine planting site. So I think the 4S alien beast that suddenly appeared may have some connection with the magical vine. Tang Xian, could it be attracted by the 100 magical fruits? Yin Qian, it is not possible to conclude yet. But research has shown that magical fruits with high purification values will attract alien beasts. The higher the purification value, the greater the attraction. Maybe there is a breath that we humans cannot smell, but alien beasts can feel. Lu Chuanping, no way. No way. Our Lu family's second magical vine is almost 90 years old. It's a bit creepy to hear you say that. Lu Chuanping, wait. Tang Xian. You? Yin Qian at Tang Xian. The situation is a bit weird. Do you want to stop growing your magical vine? Tang Xian, it's not that exaggerated. Right? There are only a few ordinary beasts in the wild of Su Ping Ruishing. And there are no exotic beasts at all. The breath of this magical fruit can't be so abnormal that it can penetrate the universe. Right? I think it should be fine. Fu Jingyuan, I think it's better to plant it quickly. Plant it to 100 and pick the fruit quickly, so as to avoid more trouble. As long as the 100 magical fruits are properly preserved and the vines die, they will not attract exotic beasts. Tang Ranran originally planned to return to the F1 area, but after chatting in the group for a while on the way, she immediately turned the car around and went to the D4 area. Although there may not be wild beasts in the entire Suping Ruishing, there are some in the Colosseum. As it goes school, Tang Ranran decided to quickly plant the magic vine. Plant it to 100 as quickly as possible, and then let it rot in the ground. That large wave of star monster blood has not been digested yet. Moving to the D4 area, Tang Ranran went to the magic vine. At this time, the whole magic vine was like a continuous mountain range that stretched for thousands of meters, which was particularly spectacular. There were only about 40 or 50 magic fruits left on this mountain vine. Although the magic fruits were not as exaggerated as finding a needle in a haystack, they were really hard to find if the location was not marked. The magic fruit of the magic vine really has many magical features. When the magic vine grows to a fruit purification value of about 30, the magic fruit on the vine is the most abundant, with more than a few thousand, 7 or 8,000. And then as the purification value increases, the original large number of fruits will become fewer and fewer. Similar to human metabolism, the magic fruit will rot during the purification value increase. Most of the fruits will be gone after rotting, but there is a small part of it, and new magic fruits will grow in the place where the old fruits rot. In this way, the purification value continues to rise, and the number of magic fruits is getting smaller and smaller. At a purification value of 100, there must be less than 20 fruits left. After contacting someone and waiting, Tang Ranran tried to contract again. Since she planted the magic vine to more than 50, Tang Ranran would try to contract every 3 or 5 days. 100. Will it derive grass and wood elves? However, it has never succeeded. This time, it is also impossible to contract. Looking at the sky at 45 degrees, Tang Ranran stood under the magic vine for 5 or 6 minutes, and Wu Pingyang hurried over. At present, SS level Kong Chun and Li Zhang are still mining. And SS level Qi Xingyuan has left the planet to donate fruits and vegetables to develop relationships. Then the remaining S-level people on the planet, including Tang Ranran younger brothers, are all unwilling to obey each other. And they are a mess. Only she, the big boss, can take charge of the overall situation. Of course, there is actually nothing to be busy about. Everyone has their own duties. And Tang Ranran also has Wen Yang, the big secretary. Although Wen Yang mental power is only C-level, his status is equivalent to the special assistant of the president. And the bosses of various departments have to give him face. I'm getting off topic. Anyway, the pure plant planting area is currently under the charge of Wu Pingyang, who is an S-level with system. Like everyone else, the magic vine is the sweetheart and the most precious existence in Wu Pingyang heart. Most of the time, he is in the D4 area. As soon as Wu Pingyang arrived, Tang Ranran checked the data with him and got an accurate data. There are currently 47 magic fruits. According to the reference materials on the growth of magical vine she got from Xiexia, the purification value of 47 fruits is about 95. Come on! Victory is just around the corner. Flight monitoring and manual observers are all in place. And all 47 magical fruits are on the monitoring screen. After the preliminary preparations are completed, Tang Ranran begins to plant. The planting of magical vines is actually to promote the digestion and absorption of monster blood and pure plants by the magical vines. In this way, it is artificially accelerated to grow. Tang Ranran added 8 hours in one breath. During this period, the magical fruit experienced a wave of decay. And currently there are 40 fruits left. Pretending to drink the blue bottle. After resting for dozens of minutes, Tang Ranran continued. Another 8 hours. 32 magical fruits are left. Continue. 25. Continue. 17. A new round of fruits are ripe. And Tang Ranran quickly ordered to pick one and then send it for testing. The results of the expedited test came out in half an hour. And the purification value was exactly 100. 100. Success? Success? Wu Pingyang always insisted on working overtime with Tang Ranran. Now that he witnessed the successful ascent of the magic vine, he was even more excited than Tang Ranran. Not only did he shout louder, but he was also dancing with excitement. Let them pick it. Tang Ranran smiled faintly and gave the order. Yes. Wu Pingyang executed it immediately. Soon, the remaining 16 magic fruits, as well as the magic fruit that had been sent for testing and opened, all fell into Tang Ranran's hands. Pretending to put them into the space buckle, Tang Ranran actually threw them into the more advanced farm basement. Boss, that potion. Seeing that Tang Ranran had collected all the fruits, Wu Pingyang rubbed his hands. Because he coveted 100 magic fruits, his ordinary face looked a little wretched. In addition to the one used for testing, there are 16 more. There are 16 in total. So he should be able to get one for the potion. Right? I go make the potion first. Don't worry. There will definitely be one for you. Although Wu Pingyang's appearance did not please Tang Ranran, he retired from the army and joined the planet. So he was considered one of her own. Moreover, he was a wood element. If he was promoted to SS level wood element, he could better share the planting tasks for her. However, Tang Ranran was thinking that the magic fruit potion, not counting the value of the potion itself, would cost at least 5 trillion per person to ensure the promotion to SS level. SS level requires 10 trillion to ensure the upgrade. This investment was too large, and she had to be completely tied up like Qi Xingyuan. Otherwise she would spend the money, and one day they would change jobs. Then she would lose a lot of money. She would not do a business that would lose money, unless it was to reward a handsome guy. Before leaving, Tang Ranran once again used the contract method on the magic vine. But unfortunately, without exception, she still could not make a contract. After instructing Wu Pingyang a few words, if the magic vine showed a state of withering and death, he should notify her immediately. And then Tang Ranran left the D4 area and returned to her own F1 area. Back at the old house, Tang Ranran entered the alchemy room and watched the magic fruit spiritual power enhancement potion refining tutorial again. After watching the tutorial 3 times, Tang Ranran felt that he had learned it. So he started to practice with the already opened magic fruit. 100 magic fruits, like a big coconut, or a thick-shelled coconut. Only the little juice in the core is edible, and it is said to be very unpalatable. Tang Ranran did not eat it. She just smelled it. A bit of disgusting fishy smell. Like fishy smell. You don't need to try it to know that it is really unpalatable. For auxiliary materials, Tang Ranran had already purchased more than 30 copies online through Yan Jinghao. After checking the materials and making sure that there were no omissions and the materials were sufficient, Tang Ranran began to refine. First like this, then like this, then like this, and finally like this. After a fierce operation, the final result was idiot. Failed. Well, it is said that one fruit can produce one potion. And it is really one fruit. Even if it is less, it will not work. Although the first refining failed, it didn't matter. Tang Ranran was already familiar with the process. Opening a new miracle fruit. Tang Ranran challenged again. After a series of operations, it succeeded. During the whole process of refining by himself, Tang Ranran did not feel anything unusual. Just like a vaccine made from inactivated viruses. Theoretically, there should be no problem. In fact, it is now the end of July, and the first group of people took the medicine in early June. It has been 2 months, and no side effects have been revealed. After a fierce ideological struggle, Tang Ranran decided to try the magic fruit potion herself. If there is a problem, it shouldn't be, right? As a gold medal alchemist, Tang Ranran has tried many unknown new pills. Although not as exaggerated as Shenong's test of hundreds of herbs. She has tried the new ones herself many times. So she is quite experienced. Throwing the magic fruit spirit-enhancing potion into the basement of the farm. Tang Xuanhao first dug sugar crystal powder in his own garden and moved 5 kilograms of sugar crystal powder from the underground ant nest. Then Tang Ranran gave the queen ant a sugar production order again. Experiments have shown that the queen ant is still an ordinary queen ant after eating the spirit-feeding pill, without any improvement. The number of ants in Tang Ranran garden is currently at a saturation stage. Tang Ranran had also considered expanding the scale of breeding, but she found that except for her F1 area and the fairy cave, other places, such as her small garden of Villa No. 2 in Fu Xianting, could not keep them alive. In other places, by Huahua no. And the queen ant she had contracted was fine, but the eggs it laid would not hatch. And if ants were moved from other places, the soldier ants and worker ants would not survive for more than a few hours and would die. Tang Ranran guessed that it was a problem of spiritual energy concentration. Bai Huahua No. 1 had stayed in the fairy cave for a long time and got used to the spiritual energy environment, so that the army of ants it gave birth to could only survive in the spiritual energy environment. And this spiritual energy environment could not be too thin. In Tang Ranran's opinion, the spiritual energy environment of the community of Fu Xianting was a thin spiritual energy deficient place. I'm getting off topic. Tang Ranran moved sugar crystal powder from the ground of the big garden, and Tang Ranran configured it to the maximum, adding a sugar water solution with a purification value of 85. One after another, many 1-unit sugar water solutions. After preparing more than 10 liters of sugar water solutions in the basement of the farm, Tang Ranran finished work, and Tang Xian was half hung up. In Villa No. 2, Tang Ranran first took out her divination suit, and with a mental barrier, she performed a wave of divination for herself in her room. Once, twice, 3 times. 3 times is not enough. Generally, the first 3 times are more accurate. The results of these 3 divinations are neither good nor bad, which means that nothing will happen to her after drinking the magic fruit potion. There is a high probability that there is no danger, but no good luck. That is, she will not be promoted. This, others can upgrade with 10 trillion. But she can't upgrade with 500 trillion? Could it be? Tang Ranran thought of Aries. Could it be that, as he said, if you eat too much high purification value, you will feel abnormal? Forget it. Forget it. It's useless to think more. Eat it. After turning on the dark night sleep mode in the room and lying on the bed, Tang Ranran entered the farm. First, he used the mental power detection instrument to do a detailed test on himself. Result, SSS. No status increase. Then Tang Ranran carefully felt his own cultivation, which was still in the early stage of the golden elixir. After comprehensively evaluating his own strength, Tang Ranran took out the potion from the basement and swallowed it in one gulp. In terms of taste, it was a bit like fish soup, although it was not delicious. At least it was processed to remove the fishy smell, so it was not difficult to swallow. After drinking the potion, Tang Ranran felt his own state with the experience of the alchemist. It was just like taking a tonic. There was no special feeling for the time being. Then, after about a few dozen minutes, a faint feeling of hunger came from the body. Tang Ranran estimated that the magic fruit potion began to take effect. I took a bottle of the prepared 85 sugar water solution. But I didn't seem full. I continued to take one. Another. And another. During this period, Tang Ranran took a sugar water solution every morning and evening. 2 bottles a day. Sweet and delicious. But after drinking dozens of bottles at once. Oh my. It's so damn sweet. It's a bit choking. Tang Ranran had to admire Xie Xinxi for being able to drink so much. It's really amazing. She couldn't do it anymore. So she had to eat some hawthorns to taste it. After changing the taste to slow down, Tang Ranran started to chew the tasteless fairy grass. After chewing a few grasses, she took another sugar water solution after the taste in her mouth became lighter. Just like this. Chewing grass, drinking sugar water, chewing grass, drinking sugar water, eating for nearly 6 hours. Tang Ranran instinctively felt something was wrong. How to put it? A feeling of excess power. Similar to the intuition that the body will explode and die due to excess spiritual power. Not a good feeling. But there is also a strange contradictory feeling. One that needs to replenish energy. And one that will become stronger after replenishing energy. Which is somewhat similar to the feeling of greed. To sum up, her intuition tells her that if she eats more, she will burst. But there is a sense of greed in her body. Tang Ranran can be said to have experienced the feeling of Aries at the beginning. So, stop? Continue? As a casual person, Tang Ranran of course stopped. After resting for a while, Tang Ranran tested his mental power again. And it was still SSS. Without any status. Okay. The time is still short. And no changes can be seen. Wait patiently. With the experience of an alchemist, Tang Ranran adjusted himself with spiritual power while experiencing the effect of the potion. After adjusting himself with spiritual power for most of the day, the intuitive feeling of excessive spiritual power disappeared. Tang Ranran tried to drink sugar water solution and eat grass. He didn't eat much. And he felt full again. Stop, and continued adjusting. Like a blind man groping across a river. The effect of the magic fruit lasted for 72 hours. And it passed unknowingly. As soon as the effect of the medicine wore off, Tang Ranran immediately tested his mental power. She felt that she had become stronger. After testing, her mental strength was still SSS. But? Yes. There was a but. There was an additional plus status. That is to say, in terms of the game's experience bar, her experience bar was at least 90%. And she was just a little bit away from upgrading. As a result, Tang Ranran felt that her own cultivation had also improved. She was still in the early stage of the golden core. But this early stage of the golden core was different from that early stage of the golden core. Now, she is at the peak of the early stage of the golden core. The kind that is just one step away from being promoted to the middle stage of the golden core. Conclusion: the magic fruit potion is effective. Okay. Here comes the question. Did the others not feel anything unusual? Or did they ignore the abnormality in their intuition after feeling something unusual and continue to eat and eat? And if they were too full, they obviously wouldn't explode. So what happened? Where did the full energy go? Is there really no side effect? Tang Ranran suddenly thought of an evil pill in the world of immortal cultivation. The pseudo-breakthrough pill. When she was less than 1,000 years old, and was still an ordinary member of the Danfeng Peak Masters, there was an independent alchemist in the outside world who developed a realm-breaking pill. After taking the realm-breaking pill, with the help of many pills that improve cultivation, one can break through the realm in one fell swoop and advance to a higher realm. You should know that under normal circumstances, for pills that assist cultivation, you take one pill, digest and absorb the spiritual power in it, and turn it into your own strength. Then take another pill, and digest it again. Just like eating one meal at a time, showing so much in one breath. Normally it is due to excessive spiritual power and self-detonation, because of its heaven-defying effect. The realm-breaking pill was extremely popular and highly sought after. But 3 months later, the side effects came out. Just like a deflated ball. Those who rely on the realm-breaking pill to advance will be beaten back to their original form at best. And their cultivation will continue to decline and fall below their original realm. The most serious is death from spiritual power exhaustion. That is, the speed of spiritual energy absorption is much lower than the speed of spiritual power dissipation, which is equivalent to starving to death no matter how much you eat. Anyway, the word pseudo was added to the realm-breaking pill, and later it became a special pill used by some people to train disposable assassins. The pseudo-breakthrough pill was considered a heresy by the Dan sect, so there was no specific information about the pseudo-breakthrough pill in the Dan sect's regular teaching scope. Tang Ranran also heard about this, and because of curiosity, she looked up some information. Now suddenly remembered. Tang Ranran only felt that this magical fruit potion seemed to be similar to the pseudo-breakthrough pill. This, because there was no relevant record. Tang Ranran did not know the raw materials of the pseudo-breakthrough pill and how to refine it. Without a ready-made product, she could not compare the two. But after thinking about it, Tang Ranran felt that it was quite similar. Well, although she adjusted her own state in time, there would be no sequelae. Right? A little flustered. Hurry up and knock a few high-grade spirit stones to calm down. Because she was worried, Tang Ranran went to find someone to chat with under the name of Tang Xian. The chat objects included Xie Shihe and Yin Zhenghao. As a person of some weight in the Xie family, Xie Shihe has first-hand information about the magic vine, and Yin Zhenghao, as an important member of the Pharmacist Union, has a lot of inside information. In addition to the two, Tang Ranran also asked Gu Xiao for information, as the Empire's currently recognized first healer and first planner, plus a backbone member of the Military Research Institute. Gu Xiao knows more, but he is more aloof and doesn't talk much. Although Gu Xiao didn't reveal much, Tang Ranran also got some information. The Gu family has also successfully cultivated the first 100 magic vines. Gu Xiao was one of the first batch of people to take the medicine. He spent a full 100 trillion resources on himself. And then, he didn't get promoted, and he got a plus state. He was just one step away from the 5S level. So Gu Xiao was very unwilling, and he was studying the feasibility of taking the second magic fruit potion. As for the intuitive feeling of fullness and swelling of power during the effect of the medicine mentioned by Tang Ranran, Gu Xiao said that he didn't have such a feeling. So, there are really no side effects. No, there must be a problem. Tang Ranran still believes in the intuition of the cultivators more. Amid the eager anticipation of the younger brothers, Tang Ranran refined another magic fruit potion. As for who to give the potion to? For her Lan Tuan Tuan, Tang Ranran, who always felt that there was a problem, decided to conduct animal potion experiments. As for the younger brothers, who were eagerly looking forward to her, she said, "Prepare the high purification value yourself," and sent them all away. A bunch of poor guys. What's the hurry? Experimental location, the basement of the mansion under F1, which is protected by layers of formations. Take Lan Tuan Tuan, that is, the three-tailed cat, out of the fairy cave. Tang Ranran took out the potion and gave an order to eat. After the three-tailed cat drank the magic fruit potion, it took the huge amount of fairy grass that had been prepared long ago, and Tang Ranran gave another order to eat. Under the power of the contract, it must be taken. The three-tailed cat began to gnaw the fairy grass mechanically. Tang Ranran tried to communicate with Lan Tuanchuan, but unfortunately, Lan Tuanchuan was still mentally retarded. Okay. It was just too small. She couldn't ask too much of a baby. Chewing grass? Chewing grass? Chewing grass. Obviously, because of the low starting point, that is, the low original level, the energy required for upgrading was small. Soon, the sea-level mental power of the three-tailed cat was promoted to be level. As for Lan Tuanchuan, because of its perfect parasitic nature, Tang Ranran could not feel its state. Continue chewing grass? Chewing grass. A-level mental power fluctuations. Then S-level. Even SS level. There are still more than 10 hours before the drug takes effect. Tang Ranran even thinks that the three-tailed cat can be promoted to SS level. The result? There is no good result. Under Tang Ranran mandatory order, the three-tailed cat that was mechanically eating the fairy grass suddenly screamed with a hideous face, and fell down with twitching, and bright red blood seeped out from the hair all over its body. Tang Ranran's eyes were shocked, and she took a deep breath. She knew it. Sure enough, there was a problem. After twitching a few times, the three-tailed cat was completely motionless, and a ball of blue rose from its body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tang Ranran immediately felt it with the contract, And sure enough, Lan Tuan Tuan returned to her body. It was still oval, like an egg baby, but its originally weak mental power fluctuation seemed to have become several times stronger. Tang Ranran carefully explored it. Sea level. Its mental power went from the weakest E level to sea level in an instant. After checking Lan Tuan Tuan's status, Tang Ranran looked at the three-tailed cat covered in blood again. It was dead. And this death was very similar to the death caused by the explosion of excessive spiritual power. After getting the experimental results, Tang Ranran summarized them. The fairy grass with a purification value of 86 is worth about 5 trillion per unit. The three-tailed cat ate about 6 kilograms, which is 60 units. About 300 trillion. The original level is sea level, 300 trillion. And the energy is too much. Tang Ranran came to a preliminary conclusion. As a good thing with a purification value of 100. The magic fruit potion must be effective. But the effect is not so exaggerated. And once the intake of pure food exceeds the limit, it will cause side effects. Just like taking cold medicine according to the dosage. It can relieve the symptoms of the cold. But if you take cold medicine as a meal, you may die. So, the situation may be, at the current stage, people who take the magic fruit potion, although they have exceeded the dosage, have not reached the lethal dosage, and may not have sequelae, or the time may not come, and the sequelae have not yet appeared. The magic fruit potion is probably fine, and the problem is the dosage of their auxiliary high purification value. There are not enough people to share 100 magic fruits, and it is impossible to conduct animal experiments, let alone spend hundreds of trillions, like Tang Ranran, to conduct animal experiments. The people who are currently taking the potion are all high strength. Or they used to be high strength. Either above SS level, or above SS level at their peak. Anyway, none of them are weak. Therefore, the upper limit of pure food that can be taken is extremely high. So this problem of excessive high purification value has not been revealed. After the preliminary conclusion of the three-tailed cat, Tang Ranran contacted Wen Yang and then refined the third magic fruit potion. The potion was successfully refined. And after waiting for another half an hour, Wen Yang arrived at the door. After obtaining permission to enter, Wen Yang arrived at the large square of the house, with several special transport vehicles. According to Tang Ranran order, he selected dozens of E-level and D-level primary alien beasts from the Colosseum. They were all alien beasts that looked like jackals, tigers and leopards, and were slightly larger than the beasts on Earth. Tang Ranran selected a black alien beast with mental power. But the mental power fluctuation was extremely weak, almost equal to 0. And it looked like a big black rabbit, but had 2 huge fangs. It was comprehensively evaluated as an E-level black alien beast. After selecting the alien beasts, Wen Yang took the others away. After sending all the alien beast personnel away, Tang Ranran conducted another experiment. First, the big black rabbit was contracted with a contract. And then the flying camera for live broadcast was released to record 360 degrees. After the preparations were completed, the potion was fed. And then chrysanthemum tea was fed. She didn't have a clear way to get fairy grass. And sugar powder was a bit extravagant. Although chrysanthemum tea is also quite luxurious. It is a local species of the interstellar after all, and has a certain degree of recognition. This time, it was obvious that the black rabbit's initial level was too low. In less than 10 chrysanthemum teas, when it broke through the A level, and was about to climb to the S level, the big black rabbit kicked its legs, fell to the ground and twitched, and soon died bloodily. Pictures speak louder than words. With video evidence, Tang Ranran reviewed and checked the video to make sure nothing was exposed. After checking the video and making sure there was no problem, just when Tang Ranran was about to discuss with Yin Jinghao, Yin Qian called. Tang Ranran answered. Yin Qian's face was deep, and he looked worried. Busy? No. What's wrong? Are we going to fight? Tang Ranran was a little shocked. No. Yin Qian shook his head and began to explain. It's like this. Our Yin family. The thing is, the Xie family generously gave away magical vines everywhere, and the Yin family naturally had a share. But the Yin family had fewer wood-type plants, and the chief planter was only SSS level, and was relatively weak. Therefore, their planting focus was on the raw materials of the marrow washing potion. Therefore, the Xie family was far ahead and had already cultivated the third plant, while the Yin family first magical vine had only been successfully cultivated to a purification value of 100. After harvesting more than 100 magic fruits, the Yin family held a big meeting. After a long discussion, the first list of people who took the magic fruit potion was determined. Although Yin Qian was a 5S level, he was not included because he had just been promoted. But the Yin family formulated a plan to hit 5S. Other families, especially the Xia family, all had plans to hit 5S. As far as Yin Qian knew, in addition to Gu Xiao, there were 4 other 4S levels who also tried to hit 5S with the magic fruit potion. The most extravagant of them was the Qin family, which directly spent nearly 400 trillion high purification value, but still failed. Although theoretically it only takes 50 trillion for a 4S level to be promoted to a 5S level, the reality is not ideal. Without exception, all 5 people failed. However, either plus or plus, the mental power showed signs of being able to be promoted. This time, the Yin family selected 3 people, 2 4S levels and 1 SSS plus, to hit 5S level with the magic fruit mental power potion. In addition to Yin Qian, the Yin family currently has only 2 4S level people. One of them has a distant relationship with Yin Qian, just like an ordinary clan member. But the other 4S level person is his father Yin Linghua. At Yin Qian age, he can be a big boss in the army, partly because of his own strength, but also partly because of his family background. His father Yin Linghua is definitely a big boss in the army. Last year, because of the marrow cleansing potion, Yin Linghua's mental power, which had declined due to injury, recovered to the peak 4S level. So he is going to impact the 5S level. Tang Ranran mentioned that he was not optimistic about the magic fruit potion, and Yin Qian kept this in mind. His father was going to take the magic fruit potion, and he was a little worried. So he consulted Tang Ranran in detail. Tang Ranran could only say that Yin Qian asked at the right time. Tang Ranran stated the facts objectively. The magic fruit potion is definitely effective. I have taken the magic fruit potion, and my mental strength has changed from stable SSS to SSS+, showing signs of promotion. Yin Qian, who was on the other end of the communication, just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. But, Tang Ranran continued, based on my experience of taking potions, I feel that the magic fruit potion is not omnipotent. There is a certain limit to the auxiliary absorption of high purification values, and I have a bad feeling if it exceeds this limit. I did an overdose experiment with a strange beast, and the results just came out a few hours ago. You can take a look. Wait a minute. I pull someone. Tang Ranran sent an invitation to Yin Jinghao, and about a minute later, Yin Jinghao joined the current chat. When the person arrived, Tang Ranran decisively threw the freshly baked video into the chat group. The magic vine I cultivated reached 100 a few days ago. I did an experiment on a strange beast, using the lowest level E-level strange beast. Take a look. The result is not very good. Wait. Strange beast experiment? You fed 100 magic fruit potions to the strange beast? Yin Jinghao was shocked, and his hands were shaking when he clicked the video. No. It's the 100% miracle fruit. Feeding strange beasts? Strange beasts? The Yin family just released the miracle fruit. And he, the great healer, didn't even get a chance to take the place. It's too damn extravagant. Yes. Please put this aside. The focus now is the result. And the result is not good. Tang Ranran was speechless. It was because of the high value that no animal experiments were conducted, which may have had serious consequences. Well, okay. Let me see. Yin Jinghao watched the video, but only watched it for a few minutes. When he saw the yellow flowers that Tang Ranran fed, his eyelids trembled violently. Although it was not his money, he felt like someone was stabbing his heart with a knife. If I'm not mistaken, that's the big velvet chrysanthemum? Oh my god. The big velvet chrysanthemum. Will he not be struck by lightning for wasting such a high purification value? His old heart couldn't accept it, so he had to slow down. After a long time, Yin Jinghao held back his heartache and continued to watch the video. Yin Jinghao had only watched half of it when Yin Qian had already seen the result. Knowing Tang Ranran and humanity, he didn't feel too strange about her large-scale experiment on exotic animals. What shocked him was the result. The exotic animal used in the experiment died. Dead? It seems that it has too much energy? Yin Qian speculated on his face, revealing a trace of nervousness and worry. Yes, the body is still here with me. You can ask the Military Research Institute later if you want to take it over for dissection. Yin Qian, okay. I know. Can I forward this video to the Research Institute? Tang Ranran, of course. Yin Qian, I contact you now. Dead? Died from excessive energy? The group was silent for half a minute. Yin Jinghao, who used fast forward to see the result, shouted in disbelief. Really dead? This. Unbelievable. Really. I supervised the whole process. Could it be that you fed him too much and he died of bloating? No. I mean, other causes of death. Such as choking? People who choke to death will bleed all over? Tang Ranran was speechless. Tang Ranran asked. By the way, in our human history, has anyone died of bloating due to eating too much high purification value and being unable to digest it? How is that possible? Do you think everyone is as extravagant as you? Even if you are a wood-type healing type, you can't eat high purification value as a meal. Yin Jinghao immediately denied it. What do you think of this result? Senior? I don't know. Yin Jinghao was stunned by the question. He didn't know. After all, before this, he never thought that someone would use ordinary low-level exotic beasts to conduct miracle fruit potion experiments. And it was tens of trillions of high purification value that was invested at once. How about conducting human clinical potion experiments? Choose an E-level. Voluntary suicide fighter? Tang Ranran suggested secretly. Yin Jinghao looked constipated and didn't want to talk to Tang Ranran. Drug testers? This is easy to do. There will definitely be people who are not afraid of death for the sake of strength to sign up first. But such a human experiment of miracle fruit potion must cost more than 10 trillion. Right? Even official research institutes can't afford such luxury. Oh! Tang Xian can. The three discussed for several hours, but still had no results. After all, as far as Yin Qian and Yin Jinghao knew, all the people who had taken the medicine had no side effects, let alone death. Those who used the life-extending medicine all became younger. The only difference was how much they were younger. Those who used the mental power medicine were either directly promoted or appeared in the plus or plus state. Of course, the high purification value of 1 trillion per capita was the basis. Although the three did not discuss anything, subsequent research experiments were definitely necessary. Yin Qian sent this discovery to the Military Pharmaceutical Research Institute, which attached great importance to it, and sent people to understand the situation as soon as possible. A Space Department driver, and Gu Xiao, a professional who came with the car. Gu Xiao asked Tang Ranran about the relevant situation in detail, and then packed up the body of the big black rabbit and took it away. Yin Jinghao also explained the situation to the pharmacist union. One person spread 10, 10 spread 100, and so on. Within a few hours, all the relevant forces and individuals who were well informed received Tang Ranran video of the alien beast experiment. The high-level officials of the entire empire were talking about it. Those who had friends with Tang Xuanhao contacted Tang Ranran as soon as they heard the news. There were so many people that it would be a bit annoying to explain one by one. So whenever someone asked Tang Xuanhao about this, Tang Ranran would just say, "Yes, I did the alien beast experiment. And the situation in the video is true. As for whether the miracle fruit potion will have side effects, it still needs to be studied and tested by professional institutions. Anyway, she provided this alien beast potion experiment as a reference. As for whether to believe it or not, whether to take the potion or not, it is a personal choice and has nothing to do with her." The matter fermented for a day, and almost all the people who had taken the potion heard the news and saw the video. Some people didn't care much. Some were worried, and some took action to go to the authoritative testing hospital and underwent comprehensive tests in both mental strength and physical aspects. Almost everyone was waiting for the latest developments. Then, the highest pharmaceutical research institute of the military issued a statement. After dissection, the E-level alien beast Fang Black Rabbit in Tang Xian experiment died of a sudden and intense mental power riot. The reason for its mental power riot was not caused by the traditional excessive use of mental power, but because the mental power level was promoted too quickly, resulting in the mental power level exceeding the limit that its body could bear. As for whether the magic fruit potion has side effects, it is currently impossible to determine. This statement from the military is like saying nothing. Mental power is promoted too quickly, then is it considered too fast to jump 2 levels? And the mental power limit that the human body can withstand is currently 5s. Right? Or does it vary from person to person? This key point is not explained. So far, there is a successful case of being promoted from S level to SSS. And that person is still alive and kicking. So is the promotion too fast more than 3 levels? The alien beast in the video is the lowest level E, breaking through D level, C level, B level, and A level, crossing 4 levels. This promotion is indeed too fast. And the humans definitely can't do it. And currently no one has been promoted to 5S level by using the magic fruit potion. So, it doesn't have much impact. Right? And what about the magic fruit longevity potion? Anyway, there are a lot of problems with the various forces. And the military can't respond to it. While everyone was talking about it, Gu Xiao and Yin Jinghao found Tang Ranran. One representing the Military Pharmaceutical Research Institute, and the other representing the Pharmacist Union. The two of them had the same idea. The two largest pharmaceutical research units in the empire both wanted Tang Xian to be a sponsor. They would solve the magic fruit potion themselves. And Tang Xian would sponsor a high purification value. Preferably 100 trillion. They planned to conduct human clinical trials. Select an ordinary person of E or D level to conduct the potion experiment. Of course, the experimenters are free to sign up, based on the principle of voluntariness. In response, Tang Ranran, although 100 trillion is just a small amount, she felt like she was being taken advantage of. Can you agree? You can't just fleece her. Knowing that other forces were all watching, and no one was willing to sponsor, Tang Ranran decisively said, I have no money. She refused to sponsor a high purification value on the grounds that the alien beast experiment had exhausted her own inventory. But she could sponsor a magic fruit. A magic fruit is also very expensive. Because Tang Xian did not sponsor it either. There was no funding for human experiments, and it could not be carried out at all. Just when the research was stuck here, a message came. Just when the topic of whether the magic fruit mental power potion had side effects was a hot topic, Lu Feng of Lufeng Group came out with news of mental power promotion. General mental power promotion news is definitely not that powerful. But Lu Feng is not ordinary. He jumped directly from SSS level to 5S level, and became the second 5S level in the empire. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Within 2 hours, the detailed version of the news came out. The day before the news of Tang Xian alien beast experiment came out, Lu Feng was taking the magic fruit potion. After the news of the alien beast experiment came out, Lu Feng didn't care and continued to use high purification value. According to Lu Feng himself, he spent 400 trillion high purification value above 70, most of which were top-level mental power potions, including JS Element. A few hours later, Lu Feng's related test results spread. SSS level, promoted to 5S thick. Lu Feng naturally went to an authoritative hospital for detailed mental and physical dual tests, like all drug users. The test results showed that everything was normal. As the news of Lu Feng's promotion spread, public opinion immediately leaned towards the fact that the magic fruit potion had no side effects. And most people believed that the magic fruit mental power potion was harmless. As for Tang Xian experiment with strange beasts, I'm overthinking. How could they humans be promoted to level 3 or 4? It would be amazing if they could be promoted to level 2. It's even more impossible to break through level 5S and challenge the human limit. Oh! Ordinary people with low-level spiritual power, such as level E and level D, are probably not suitable for taking magic fruit potions. Anyway, it has nothing to do with those above SS level like them. The impact of the strange beast experiment gradually subsided, and a group of people who had a share of magic fruit and prepared high purification values began to take magic fruit potions again. Even the Yin family was the same. The Yin family said to Presley that because they were afraid that the efficacy would be affected over time, their Yin family potion-taking plan was carried out normally. Yin Qian father Yin Linghua also decided to challenge level 5S. The head of the family also tried to purchase high purification values from Tang Xian through Yin Qian. But Yin Qian didn't relay it at all and refused. Everything is too much. He believes in Tang Ranran. And he also thinks that taking so many high purification values at once will be a problem. The choice is made by oneself. Yin Qian father wants to strive for 5S. And he, as a son, can't stop him. And Tang Ranran will not say more. Anyway, Yin Qian didn't mention it. Of course, even if Yin Qian mentioned it, she would not support high purification value this time. Whenever there is a purchase, Tang Ranran will reply uniformly, it's all used up. No stock. Because of Lu Feng's promotion to 5S level, the magic fruit potion is popular again. Not to mention other people. Even Tang Ranran, who has always been skeptical about it, can't help but be very excited. According to Gu's Xia theory, the magic fruit spirit potion is a non-specific potion and can be reused without affecting the potion's efficacy. SSS Jiajia's spirit power is there, just missing the finishing touch. Tang Ranran is anxious. How about another one? It should be okay. Right? As long as she feels that the spiritual power is about to be excessive, and then immediately practices and adjusts, it shouldn't affect her. Right? Tang Ranran is very excited. And her younger brothers are even more greedy. Knowing Tang Xian alien beast experiment, a group of younger brothers beat their chests and stamped their feet, only regretting that they didn't know. Otherwise they would definitely stop the boss's extravagant waste. Since the alien beast experiment, Tang Ranran younger brothers, one by one, have been running to her F1 area all day long. Especially Wu Pingyang, who she promised to have a share for you. Plus Qi Xingyuan who came back from outside. Qi Xingyuan regretted that he missed the 10 trillion yuan of the alien beast experiment because he went to the outer galaxy of the planet to make connections. After coming back, relying on his invincible thick skin and the fact that he was completely tied up, he directly stayed in Tang Ranran F1 area and refused to leave. Boss, I volunteered to take the medicine and conduct the drug experiment. No matter what the result is, I have no regrets and no resentment at all. Boss, please fulfill my wish. If I die, it will have no effect on you. Boss, but if I succeed in being promoted to SSS level or even 4S level, you, boss, will have a great fighting force. Boss, boss, boss. Tang Ranran was overwhelmed by Qi Xingyuan's soul-calling shouts. Finally, forget it. She herself was convinced. As long as it was not excessive, it should be fine. As for this excessive amount, Tang Ranran herself ate about 20 trillion worth of it. But she was able to digest and absorb the skills. She estimated that for Qi Xingyuan, who was SS level, 5 trillion was probably not excessive. Boss, when Qi Xingyuan was pestering her again, Tang Ranran agreed. Okay. Got it. I make the potion right away. Qi Xingyuan was excited. And then he pushed for more. Boss, that high purification value. 5 trillion. Qi Xingyuan frowned immediately. He had already inquired about it. Boss, I heard that Lu Feng spent 400 trillion to make himself the second 5S level in the empire. Of course, I didn't think about 400 trillion. But 5 trillion is really not enough. I have heard that for SS level to SSS level, to be on the safe side, 10 trillion is the best. Tang Ranran was speechless. What a guy. He really didn't treat her politely. Rolling his eyes, Tang Ranran said 2 words. No. Boss, you can just fool outsiders with this. I'm one of us. I've sold my life to you. It's just 10 trillion. Boss, you must have it. I'm not stupid. If I didn't have a lot of inventory, could I use 10 trillion for exotic animal experiments? Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed after being exposed. And then his face became stern. And he asked a series of questions like a machine gun. Am I omnipotent? Can I grow so many high purification values? Don't I need to rest? There's no inventory for the time being. You either make do with it for now, or wait a few months. It's just 10 trillion. Do you really think I can get trillions and trillions by waving my hand? If you brush fairy grass on the farm, isn't it just waving your hand to get trillions? But can you tell others? No. You have to pretend to be poor. Looking at Tang Ranran's face, Qi Xingyuan knew that if he continued to pester her, he would probably lose all 5 trillion yuan. So he could only accept the reality. Okay. I listen to you. Boss. Thinking that the magic fruit potion had no limit on the number of times it could be used, Qi Xingyuan quickly regained his joyous excitement. Although 5 trillion yuan was much less than the budget. Maybe he was lucky and got promoted? Qi Xingyuan stayed on the spot. Outside Tang Ranran medicine refining room. Refining 1 is refining. Refining 2 is also refining. Tang Ranran simply refined 3 in one go. 1 for Qi Xingyuan. 1 for herself. And if Wu Pingyang was willing to exchange for a death contract, he would also give him one. Just when Tang Ranran successfully refined 3 magic fruit potions, before she walked out of the medicine refining room, Wu Pingyang sent a report that their magic fruit was starting to turn yellow and was about to die. The magic vine was dying. and she had to rush to the scene to take a look. As if afraid that she would run away, Qi Xingyuan followed her closely and drove the car. The two of them went to the magical vine planting site in D4 area. After arriving at the site, he met up with Wu Pingyang. The three of them looked down at the entire magical vine from above in the hovercraft. The long magical vine was like a sleeping dragon. It was originally dark green, but now it began to turn yellow. And this withered and dead yellow color continued to deepen and increase at a slow speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Boss, I can't save it. It's totally useless. Although he knew that the magic vine would wither after 100 fruits, Wu Pingyang still tried to save it. Of course, the reality was that the rescue was ineffective. Unable to save it himself, Wu Pingyang reluctantly suggested, "Boss, how about you try?" "Yeah," Tang Ranran responded, continued to observe for a few minutes, and waved his hand. "Go down a bit, Qi Xingyuan." "Okay." The hovercraft was suspended above the huge magic vine at a height of no more than 2 meters, and Tang Ranran began to try to save it. First, the wood power. It didn't work. Then the spiritual power infusion and life. Also didn't. Wait. Something seems wrong. Tang Ranran felt it carefully, and then found that the vitality that was suitable for the growth of plants and trees that she used her spiritual power to operate the skills was absorbed. It was really absorbed. Tang Ranran was shocked. When she was experimenting with growing vegetables before, the magical vine was not polite and did not absorb anything. But now, it actually absorbed it. Could it be that it knew it was going to die, so it saved itself? Tang Ranran continued to grow vegetables with spiritual power. And then, it seems to be counterproductive. The magical vine withered faster? Not sure. Take another look. Stop. Rescue. Stop. Rescue. After 3 or 4 times, Tang Ranran was furious. She was not rescuing, but accelerating death. This magical vine doesn't follow the routine. After absorbing the vitality, it actually died faster. Tang Ranran was speechless. She really had never seen such a magical plant. Forget it. Reproduction and reproduction. Natural instinct. Herbaceous plants die after completing reproduction. This is an unchangeable natural law. How can the power of an individual compete with the law? Thinking of this, Tang Ranran stopped the rescue and chose to give up on it. After observing for a few minutes, she was sure that the magic vine was heading towards the final withering and death. Tang Ranran was ready to leave. But before leaving, she would make a contract casually. Every time she came to the magic vine planting site in the D4 area, Tang Ranran would throw a contract. At first glance, this magic vine really looks like a lying oriental dragon. Tang Ranran just made a contract out of habit and didn't have any hope at all. But, this time, the contract was successful? Tang Ranran was stunned. The contract was successful? Not sure. Let's take another look. Then I can only say, hey, it actually worked. Plant spirits? Death is an end but also a new life. The spirit was born out of the plant posture. This is definitely a series of surprises. The contract was successful. Tang Ranran was surprised for a while, and then hurried to check carefully. Then she checked, and the whole person felt a little bad. It seemed that she did not feel the friendly power of plants and trees on the other side of the contract, but a kind of, how to say it, indescribable, not quite right feeling. What did she contract? Anyway, it was definitely not the huge magical vine below. But, how to say it, I can vaguely feel that there is some special connection with the magical vine below. What's the situation? Tang Ranran hurriedly used the contract to find the location of this new pet. Over there. Drive over. Tang Ranran pointed in a direction. What's wrong? Boss, did you find anything? Qi Xingyuan controlled the hovercraft to slowly float over and asked curiously. Not sure, Tang Ranran said casually without much explanation. Soon, Tang Ranran felt that her new pet was under the magical vine below. That is, under the ground. Vine? Can you understand? Squeak. Tang Ranran tried to communicate through the contract. Unfortunately, the new pet was probably brainless and did not respond in any way. Tang Ranran waited for 3 minutes and was a little impatient. So she gave a hard order directly. Come out! After the order was issued, Tang Ranran felt that the magical vine below seemed to be moving. From weak to increasingly large vibrations. The vines close to the ground moved automatically without wind. And soon, a pit appeared at the edge of the vines. Obviously something huge was digging below. Hey, what is that? What? Qi Xingyuan and Wu Pingyang, who noticed the movement, spoke one after another, and their sights were attracted to it in unison. Then, under the gaze of the three people, the black, giant kitchen knife-like jaws first poked out, followed by the huge head, and then the huge body, the shiny black color, and the familiar appearance. Seeing the half-body of the contracted pet sticking out from the ground, Tang Ranran could only say, "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! It's a giant bug. Ugly. Although it may be slightly different due to genetic mutation, it is obvious that it is an enlarged version of a cockroach." Cockroaches, once the food of the people at the bottom of the garbage dump, exist like cockroaches. Although many garbage dumps have been banned one after another, the remaining garbage dumps are also strictly managed in a standardized manner, and the number of cockroaches has dropped sharply. But as the most tenacious cockroach, cockroaches are absolutely everywhere on the entire planet. Tang Ranran was not surprised at all that there were cockroaches in the D4 area. But these were monster cockroaches. This is too exaggerated. Old Wu, what's going on? How could there be such a big bug here? This head must belong to the level of a strange beast. Qi Xingyuan asked Wu Pingyang. Maybe it has been secretly eating the magic fruit. This. Wu Pingyang had cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't know. Wu Pingyang weakly defended himself. Boss, I'm sorry. It's my fault. But the previous biological detection did not find any large creatures underground. I deal with it now. Don't move. Tang Ranran hurriedly stopped him. She was completely sure that the new pet she contracted was this big cockroach. Although it was a bit disgusting, she had to find out the reason. She was clearly signing a contract with the magical vine set. Tell others not to act rashly, let alone get close to here. Yes. After observing for 2 or 3 minutes, Qi Xingyuan suddenly said, Boss, I feel a little strange. The breath of that big bug seems to be rising? Qi Xingyuan nodded very affirmatively. Yes, it is rising. Yeah, Tang Ranran responded. She also felt it. It seems that the body size is also expanding, and the exoskeleton armor looks darker and stronger. Wu Pingyang added. Indeed. Tang Ranran secretly gave orders. Mental power fluctuations. The big cockroach spread its wings, and the root of the wing made a buzzing sound during the vibration. At the same time, the D-level mental power fluctuations were faint. Qi Xingyuan was surprised. Psychic beast? How could it be? Wu Pingyang murmured to himself. Could it be a special racial talent? Otherwise, how could it hide so well underground? If we leave it alone like this, it might be a little tricky. Boss, let me kill it. Seeing the big cockroach getting stronger, Qi Xingyuan couldn't help but said, Don't do it. Tang Ranran hurriedly stopped him, fearing that he would kill the big cockroach below without authorization. I control it. No problem. After that, Tang Ranran secretly ordered, Go back. Go back underground. Obeying the order, the big cockroach returned along the same route. Tang Ranran switched from using her naked eyes to her spiritual sense to detect. Boss, is this bug okay? Shouldn't we take care of it? Wu Pingyang asked with concern. Don't worry about it. Tang Ranran waved her hand and ordered. I stay here for the next 2 days. If you have something to do, just go and do it yourself. Boss, I'm fine. I'm not busy. My, Qi Xingyuan hurriedly said, looking at Wu Pingyang, and said halfway, Go to the nearby rest stop. Yes. Arriving at the nearest rest stop and entering the leadership lounge, Tang Ranran gave Qi Xingyuan a magical fruit potion in front of Wu Pingyang, plus many high purification values. She didn't use sugar water, but white jade fruit, red jade dates, and chrysanthemum tea. Boss, this big time wronged you. Can you give me more? There were really only 5 trillion. And Qi Xingyuan was unwilling to get more. No more. Tang Ranran refused mercilessly. Boss, my treatment is not as good as that fanged black rabbit. It's so sad. Qi Xingyuan continued to taunt with a thick face. Tang Ranran said directly, Do you want to die like that black rabbit? If you don't succeed, you will die. I'm not afraid of sudden death. Give me 400 trillion. Even if I die suddenly, I will die without regrets. Qi Xingyuan shouted loudly with a solemn oath. Tang Ranran said angrily, Get lost. Okay. I get lost. confirming that there was only 5 trillion. Qi Xingyuan got lost, but he didn't get far, and went to the lounge next door to take medicine. As soon as Qi Xingyuan left, Wu Pingyang immediately spoke up to fight for himself. Boss, is it the magic fruit potion? Then what about my share? The magic fruit potion is of great value. Tang Ranran spoke leisurely, and then explained in detail the process of signing a death contract. The investment was too large, and she had to have absolute sovereignty. After hearing this, after being shocked, Wu Pingyang agreed without even thinking for a few minutes. After all, it was $1 trillion thing. How could he get it without paying a price? The magic fruit potion that only the dignitaries at the top of the pyramid could get access to was right in front of him. How could he give it up? Moreover, if he wasn't the boss, he would still be an ordinary S level. How could he be compared with the current Wood-type superpowers? After the ordinary contract was replaced with the soul death contract, Tang Ranran gave Wu Pingyang the same magic fruit potion. But since he was only S level, the high purification value was only 1 trillion. She didn't want the wood type that she had worked so hard to cultivate to fail. After taking the things, Wu Pingyang went to another next door and took the potion as well. The 2 younger brothers were taking the magic fruit potion in the lounge next to them. One on the left and one on the right. Tang Ranran squatted in the room, pretending to rest, but actually using her spiritual sense to explore and study her new pet. Strange. Strange. Really strange. Why did she contract a mutant cockroach? Moreover, this cockroach is still in the stage of increasing strength. After observing for about an hour, the big cockroach began to shed its shell. Soon, the big cockroach that shed its shell was obviously larger, and its mental power fluctuations also entered the sea level. Then, the big cockroach began to gnaw on its shed shell. Without doing anything else, Tang Ranran just watched the whole process. 4 or 5 hours later, the big cockroach shed its shell again. Although its mental power did not increase, its size was bigger again. When I first saw it, it was the size of a calf. But now it is definitely the size of an elephant. And it is obviously stronger and bigger. Tang Ranran looked at the big cockroach that was constantly climbing up, and then looked at the magical vine that was constantly withering on the ground just above it. And suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. 1 decline and 1 prosperity. Could it be a special creature like Cordyceps sinensis? The magical vine parasitized the big cockroach? Parasitic type? With a guess in mind, Tang Ranran immediately took action. Wu Pingyang, who was still taking medicine, was called out by her name, and she brought a few researchers with her. The group returned to the big cockroach again. Tang Ranran gave an order, and the big cockroach once again drilled out of the soil under the magical vine. Go get some samples, and take them back to test its related genetic data. Tang Ranran ordered. Yes. The cockroach was a bit big, and a few weak researchers took some related tissue samples in fear. Black shell. Green blood. Because of Tang Ranran's suppression, the big cockroach did not attack. Then, under Tang Ranran order, it drilled back into the ground. The samples were taken and immediately sent to a nearby laboratory. In less than an hour, the results came out. According to genetic testing, although the genes of the big cockroach and the cockroach are different, the similarity is more than 90%. In other words, they are not the same species, but they have the same ancestor several generations ago. And it is not ruled out that the genetic mutation is caused by some kind of interference from the outside world. Therefore, this big cockroach may indeed be a mutation of the cockroach. However, Tang Ranran has scanned the body of the big cockroach with his spiritual sense and found no trace of any parasitic plants. But Tang Ranran is sure that it is definitely related to the magic vine. Looking at the magic vine that is getting yellower and yellower, Tang Ranran called Xie Shihe and asked, "Have you found any strange beasts in your Xie family magic vine planting area?" "What do you mean by strange beasts?" Xie Shihe was a little overwhelmed. "It's the kind that is a genetic mutation of local species." "Ah? No." Xie Shihe hesitated and denied. "The planting areas are carefully selected. There are no wild animals in the area. Even the wild animals that are not dangerous have been cleared. Recently, I haven't heard of any animals rotting into the planting areas, let alone genetically mutated animals. However, there are incidents of animals attacking the protective shield from time to time. According to analysis, the animals that attack the protective shield are attracted by the special smell of the magic fruit." "Oh, then I know. Sorry to bother you. Nothing. Hanging up. Wait. Do you still have the sugar water from last time? Sieshiha hurriedly stopped Tang Ranran from hanging up the phone and said hurriedly. No more. Tang Ranran refused without giving in. No. Really? My grandma wants it. Can I? No. Really? I don't have it. The portion I have is only enough for my own consumption. I really don't have any to sell. Tang Ranran refused firmly. And then asked curiously, does your grandma want it? Doesn't she have a lot left? My grandma should have given away some of the remaining ones. And now she is going to take the magic fruit spirit enhancing potion. Sieshiha did not hide it, and treated Tang Ranran as his own. Ah? Tang Ranran was surprised. Sieshinsi is 4S. Right? She is going to strive for 5S level? Yes. Because of Lu Feng's successful promotion. My grandmother competitive spirit suddenly rose. She wants to be the third 5S level in the empire. Tang Ranran didn't know what to say. So she could only say, I wish her success. Yeah. Sieshiha responded. And repeated it unwillingly. Can't you share some of the goods with me? I really don't have any. Okay then. Although he didn't ask anything. Tang Ranran always felt that there was a connection. If the big cockroach can rise to 4S level, then it is enough to prove that the super 4S beast on Sia's and Pui Star is related to the magical vine. Continuing to observe, Tang Ranran experimented at the same time, and once again performed the skills to rescue the magical vine. As expected, as she grew, the magical vine withered faster and faster, and the big cockroach's promotion speed also increased. Well, it turned out to be related. Tang Ranran squatted beside the huge magical vine and observed it for a day and a night. And then, Master! Master! A muffled voice came through the contract. Tang Ranran was stunned. Which pet was this? Blue baby? Before she could check it carefully, the ground shook, and a black head with huge jaws pushed open the withered vines above and drilled out from the ground. After the big cockroach popped its head out, it looked left and right. And soon, its huge compound eyes faced Tang Ranran, who was stepping on the vine. All of a sudden, countless Tang Xians were reflected in the insect eyes. Tang Ranran, The big cockroach has grown to the size of a small car. And its head is like a car headlight. Being stared at by such a huge head, it is a bit creepy for some reason. You called me? Tang Ranran asked uncertainly in her heart. Master! Master! The big head shook up and down. Obviously in high spirits. But very quickly, this happiness turned into grievance. Yes, Tang Ranran actually saw grievance in a big cockroach's head. The grievance lasted only 2 seconds. And then it was like a baby's loud cry. Woo 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 woo. Tang Ranran had a headache. Stop. 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 Don't cry. Don't cry. The devil's voice was ringing in her ears. And she wanted to cry too. Wow wow wow. I'm so sad. Master. I'm so sad. Woo woo woo. It was completely inconsistent with the body of the big cockroach. And the voice was full of sadness and grievance. Stop. Don't cry. Wow wow wow. Master is so fierce. Wow wow wow. So scary. Wow wow wow. Tang Ranran was overwhelmed and could only be patient and speak softly. Okay. Okay. Don't cry. If you have any grievances, tell me. The master will take care of it for you. Whoa. Master. I am so weak. I am so weak. Wow wow wow. So sad. So weak. Tang Ranran was confused. Are you the magic vine? Whoa. What is it? What is the magic vine? Although the IQ is obviously not high. But they can communicate. Tang Ranran changed the question. Who are you? Why are you here? Is your true form this vine? I am. The new pet has some intelligence. But it is obviously not high. And it is only about 4 or 5 years old. After trying hard to communicate, Tang Ranran finally got it. The big cockroach in front of him is indeed the magic vine. Wrong. The magic vine is the name given by them humans. And its real name is Delphine Zelina. Greenwood spirit. The name is too long and too convoluted. Tang Ranran didn't remember it. Anyway, it is something greenwood spirit. To be more precise, the magic vine is something greenwood. Without spirit, essentially it is a plant. And when the greenwood grows to a certain extent, this certain extent means that the energy in the body is enough to produce 100 magic fruits. When the greenwood produces 100 magic fruits, it can produce spirits within a few days, and then it can be regarded as a real greenwood spirit. It is the same principle as the plants in the world of immortal cultivation that absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to produce spiritual intelligence. The greenwood spirits are like the sea spirits, an invisible spirit body, and the greenwood spirits must find a host within a few days after birth. Otherwise the energy will gradually lose and die. Unlike the sea spirits, the greenwood spirit is a one-time parasite. Once it parasitizes, it will completely occupy the host and completely replace the host in consciousness. But it is also tied to it and cannot escape and find another parasite. After the greenwood spirit enters the host, it will use the huge energy stored in the body, that is, the greenwood, to improve the host, thereby achieving a huge effect of rebirth and upgrading several levels in a row. The reason why Tang Ranran new pet is sad is that the parasite is too weak and the starting line is too low. So the upper limit is not high. It parasitizes a small cockroach. Although the cockroach version of the greenwood spirit is still slowly upgrading, the future is bleak. It may not reach the 4S level in the consciousness of the little greenwood spirit. If it can't even reach the 4S level, it is a weak scum. Weak scum. Tang Ranran sweated silently. As for why the little greenwood spirit parasitizes cockroaches? Because it has been waiting for several days. Except for cockroaches, it has not seen any other creatures that can be parasitized. As for humans, that won't work. The parasitism of the greenwood spirit is limited. And it is limited by race. It cannot parasitize intelligent creatures with high IQ, but can only parasitize creatures without IQ. As for the magic fruit, it is definitely not for humans to eat, but a means for the greenwood spirits to attract alien beasts. They attract alien beasts with high purification value fruits. The alien beasts kill each other for the fruits. Don't they have food? And finally, the 100 magic fruits are used to attract powerful alien beasts without intelligence, so that the greenwood spirits can choose suitable hosts from them. However, the greenwood spirits never expected that they would be kept in captivity by humans. As for how the greenwood spirit race was born, where did the race originate? Does the magic fruit have side effects on humans? And so on. That is to say, I don't know anything. Just like this, it was a little laborious, and I needed to coax it in a tone that deceived children. Tang Ranran communicated with the new pet for dozens of hours. The magic vine completely withered, and the little greenwood spirit cockroach grew to the size of a large truck. And its size was just spectacular. The appearance is much more majestic and domineering than ordinary cockroaches. It is more like a beetle than a cockroach. Not only does it look like a warrior with high defense and high damage, but its mental power is also SS level. After some experiments, Tang Ranran understood. The little greenwood spirit has 3 skills. The first is mental attack, which is about confusion. When the wings vibrate, a buzzing sound is produced, which makes people's heads buzz together. It's a headache. This is not an ordinary headache, but a headache caused by mental disorder. Then it is spraying poison. It's like an octopus spraying ink. So a fart. The whole area is poisonous. Then there is a physical skill, rampage. Like a watermelon worm, it rolls itself into a ball, and its shell is like a diamond and steel skeleton. It can crush a large area just by pressing. And the last 2 skills can be used together. A big iron ball with poisonous gas. The damage is not ordinary when it rushes. This new pet is a little ugly, but its combat power is not weak. Tang Ranran estimated that it should be 3S level after comprehensive evaluation. After understanding it almost clearly, Tang Ranran was a little troubled. The little greenwood spirit is too big to fit in the fairy forest cave, and it is not easy to move. What to do? It can only stay here first. Give an order to let the little greenwood spirit go back underground, and not to come out without special circumstances. Although there is a contract, the little greenwood spirit is very obedient. But Tang Ranran is still worried, for fear that this guy will come out and eat someone one day. He did not go back to his F1 area, and Tang Ranran simply stayed in the rest stop in the D4 area temporarily. The greenwood spirit race is very suitable for cultivating high combat spirit pets. If you start with a cute SSS beast, can you synthesize a super strong 5S SSSR card? I have to say that Tang Ranran was very tempted. However, SSS alien beasts are not so easy to find. Not to mention that she is picky about appearance. Wait, what if the little greenwood spirit and the blue group are combined? Will it work? Both are energy bodies, so it is probably not possible. Right? Also, although the blue group has no IQ now, it belongs to the alien race after all. When it grows up, it will have wisdom. Can it be parasitic? Tang Ranran thought a lot of things with her brain open. Anyway, it is a Super 5S battle pet, and she is particularly coveted. It is better to act than to be tempted. Plant the magic vine immediately. After such an action, Tang Ranran was immediately discouraged. The magic vine was planted thanks to Yan Qian Star Monster Blood support. SSS alien beasts are really not so easy to hunt. Wait, why do you have to plant it yourself? She can go pick up the spoils. Those other forces that planted the magic vines didn't know about the Greenwood Spirit Clan at all. Yes, pick up the spoils. Tang Ranran's eyes lit up, and she immediately called Yan Qian. Has the magic vine in your family withered? It has withered. Yan Qian's words were undoubtedly a huge critical hit, and Tang Ranran felt that she was wrong. Withered? Either it has been parasitized or it has died. I found a powerful beast in the planting area. And you guys? Beast? You are not hurt? Yan Qian interrupted, very concerned. It's okay. I've solved it. Anyway, just remind me that the magic vine attracts beasts. Yeah, I know. Yan Qian wanted to say a few more words, but Tang Ranran didn't give him a chance. I have something else to do, so I hang up first. Without any nonsense. After reminding her, Tang Ranran ended the communication in a hurry, and then changed the target, sending the message in a group. Tang Xian, how is the magical vine cultivated by your family? If you need to try to rescue it after the fruit is born, you can contact me. I have found some tips that you can try. Send it to LV Chuanping, Fu Jingyuan, Xie Shihe, Shen Yongfeng, Gu Xiao, and, in short, send it to everyone. Tang Ranran asked around to see where the magical vine had borne fruit but had not withered. Tang Ranran was committed to trying to find a loophole. But before she could find one, a big news came out. Xie Xinxi, the richest woman and top fighter of the Xie family, successfully promoted to 5S level and became the third 5S in the empire. In a few hours, the news spread like wildfire, and the whole empire knew about it. As soon as she heard the news, Tang Ranran went to ask Xie Shihe. Contrary to her usual enthusiasm, she replied, yes. After confirming the accuracy of the news, Xie Shihe found an excuse to end the call without saying a few words. Tang Ranran was slightly stunned after being hung up. Something's wrong. Xie Shihe's attitude is very wrong. Tang Ranran refreshed her status, and saw through her friend relationship that Xie Shihe's current location was the first star system, presumably in the Xie family base camp. Xie Xinxi's breakthrough to 5S level was obviously a great joy. But Xie Shihe's tone and performance did not show much joy. Could it be that he was feeling lost because his grandmother was strong and young, and he was far from inheriting the group? Maybe. Tang Ranran didn't worry too much about other people's affairs. What she cared about most at the moment was to pick up leaks. Continuing to inquire about the news of the magic vine. With Tang Ranran efforts, Gu Xiao said that there was a big family in the second galaxy. The He family. Their first magic vine had 24 fruits, and it was expected to increase to 100 in the next few days. The He family made an appointment in advance to find Gu Xiao, hoping that he would go to the planting site to take a look. Although up to now, the magic vines that had produced 100 magic fruits have all died without exception. But after the major forces successfully planted them themselves, they all wanted to try to rescue them, and try to grow a second wave of 100 magic fruits. Gu Xiao has been studying the topic of the death of the magic vine. So whenever someone asked him to rescue, he would go to the scene to check and try to rescue. Because he didn't charge for failed rescue. All the forces rushed to invite him to the scene for rescue, because of Gu Xiao's reputation as the first healer in the empire. Because of Tang Ranran, I found some tricks. Gu Xiao invited her to go with him. Of course, like him, he didn't charge for failed rescue. Otherwise, the He family, as the grower, would not be willing to spend this money in vain. Tang Ranran went there to pick up the bargain. So of course, he didn't charge. Knowing that Gu Xiao was carrying out the rescue business of the magical vine, Tang Ranran shamelessly begged to form a team. Take me alone. Tang Ranran just felt that she was wrong. She was too late. It was really too late. Otherwise, there would be a group of high-level combat pets. Tang Xian was also a Wood-type healing type, and he just thought he was doing research. Gu Xiu agreed without thinking too much and promised to notify him as soon as there was a rescue business. However, he brought his own space-type driver and went there by himself, and the travel expenses were not reimbursed. In response, Tang Ranran couldn't wait to say, "No problem. It's worth it that she spent so many resources to focus on training Ares. Look, the importance of the space system is fully reflected." Tang Ranran quickly started preparations. First, catch the strange beast. Tang Shi, who was still on the planet Sudaran, took Ares with him to find strange beasts everywhere, as long as they were sea level or above. Small, cute, and spiritual, Tang Ranran would not let them go and threw them into her Xianlin cave. While busy, Qi Xingyuan and Wu Pingyang's 72-hour drug effect period expired. Both of them looked depressed and disappointed, and it was obvious that they did not get promoted, going to the hospital for such an authoritative test. Qi Xingyuan was an SS+, and Wu Pingyang was probably because of his low level and relatively better effect, so he was S++. Qi Xingyuan was very unwilling to accept this result, and Wu Pingyang, who was just a little bit away from being promoted to SS level, was even more unwilling. The two of them tried to grind Tang Ranran for the second magic fruit potion, busy preparing to pick up the bargains. So Tang Ranran said one word in a very tough manner. "Get lost. Don't bother her. She's been very busy recently, dedicated to picking up the bargains." During this period, Tang Ranran treated the younger brothers, who were looking forward to the magic fruit potion, with the standard of autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Even the most handsome Li Zhang couldn't get her good face. She just said one word. "Get lost." After several times, they all knew that the boss Tang Xian was in a bad mood recently, and a group of younger brothers were very sensible and didn't dare to run into the gun. In 2 days, Gu Xiao informed her that the magical vine of the He family had 100 fruits, and it was estimated that it would die in the next few days. He was going to the scene now. After getting the planetary information and a general location, Tang Ranran immediately called Ares. Action. First, send a notice to Qi Xingyuan on the Tangxian. "I'm going on a long trip for about a week. Pay attention to the safety of the planet." Then, Tang Ranran's brain was turned off, and Ares used the space power to sneak across the sky, and met up with Tang Ranran. Ares took her to the destination, Beidaliang Star in the 15-star system, the scene where the He family planted the magical vine. Beidaliang Star was really a very desolate planet, and it was a free planet, so there were no security measures at all. For the space system, it was like entering and leaving an unmanned place. After Tang Ranran successfully smuggled, he wore an invisible protective shield, and then got stuck in a bug and took out the sword master puppet in the farm. Online, Tangxian activated. Ares moved freely, wandering around the planet to find strange beasts, and Tang Ranran entered the farm by himself and hid well. Then in the outside world, Tangxian first selected a green-haired tiger from the Xianling cave mansion. Yes, it was the green-haired tiger that Kong Chen had killed before. In a last-minute effort, Tang Ranran caught such an A-level strange beast. Although the color was not good-looking, he would make do with it. Released a hover car, took the pet tiger, and drove to the planting area. It was less than 20 kilometers away from here. The vehicle took off and drove for a while, and Tang Ranran saw the outline of the protective cover of the planting area. According to the navigation, Tang Ranran soon arrived at the gate of the protective cover. "Master Tangxian, it is such an honor to meet you. I am He Wei. I warmly welcome you, and thank you very much." It was obvious that Gu Xiao had already greeted him, so Tang Ranran just got off the car, and the person in charge here, He Wei, came up to greet him, and gave him a lot of compliments. Tang Ranran said politely, "I'm studying the magical vine recently. Sorry to bother you." "No. Your arrival is a great honor to my humble home." He Wei looked at the big tiger who got off the car with him strangely. "Huh? This is pet. Don't worry. It won't attack people," Tang Ranran explained. "Master Tang is amazing. You are a third-level beast, right? It's really super powerful. It was just a strange beast." He Wei, who was SS level, didn't take the green tiger seriously, and continued to try to flatter Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran was polite and distant to the host family here, with a lukewarm attitude. After a round of greetings, He Wei drove the car, and the two entered the protective shield and soon met up with Gu Xiao. The hovercraft stopped on the huge vine of the magic vine, At this time, the magic vine of the He family had just been harvested a few hours ago, and was still green. Mr. He, you go and do your work. Tang Xian and I will pay attention to the situation of the magic vine. Gu Xia politely drove him away. Okay. Please trouble the two masters. Just tell me if you have anything. He Wei left tactfully. Anyway, the 100 magic fruits had been picked, and there was nothing valuable here. Not to mention that there were surveillance cameras. There were only 2 people and a tiger left at the scene. Gu Xia looked at the magic vine from a distance, lowered his voice, and suddenly said, Tang Xian, you also found it, right? Tang Ranran was stunned, and with her eyelids jumping, she felt that it was not good, and this leak might not be picked up. Tang Xian is the founder of the marrow cleansing potion. In Gu Xia's mind, Tang Xian has a high level of attainment in the field of potions, so it is normal for him to make some discoveries. Therefore, Gu Xia went straight to the point. Tang Xian, you also found it, right? After a moment of hesitation, Tang Ranran was sincerely confused. What? Don't pretend. You know the energy of the magical vine. Tang Ranran continued to play dumb. No. I don't know. Gu Xia cast a look of disdain. Is it interesting? With a look of I have seen through it a long time ago, she said in a tone of voice. It's pointless to pretend anymore. The magic vine will release huge energy before it starts to wither. Regarding this energy, I haven't researched the appropriate potion formula yet. Have you made any progress? We can exchange information and make progress together. Tang Ranran, Okay. She understood. Gu Xia captured the greenwood spirits just like collecting the sea spirits. No wonder he ran around to rescue the magic vine. It turns out that this guy is also picking up leaks. Wow. Her plan to pick up leaks has completely failed. I did find some. But Tang Ranran thought for 2 seconds and finally decided to be frank. After all, Gu Xia had found it, and she couldn't pick up leaks again. My discovery may be different from yours. Gu Xia immediately waited for the next part with great interest. It's like this. My magic vine just withered a few days ago. I found a big bug at the magic vine planting site. With the death of the magic vine, the strength of this bug continued to rise. In the end, it should have reached the level of SSS exotic beasts. And it has a certain IQ. Of course, it is not very smart. Tang Ranran was absolutely telling the truth. But she gave up the part about discovering the greenwood spirit. When Tang Ranran said this, Gu Xia's eyes immediately fell on the big green tiger beside her. And he understood a little bit. The energy was absorbed by the bug, and it evolved and promoted? It should be. Tang Ranran nodded. The results of the genetic test show that the genes of the big bug are very similar to a bug that can be seen everywhere on our planet. It is likely a genetic mutation. I guess the magic vine provides an energy that allows it to break through its own genes and evolve into a super SSS monster. Gu Xia thought. The bug that can be seen everywhere eventually became an SSS-level monster? It should be. In other words, the super monster was not attracted by the high purification value magic fruit, but evolved by absorbing the energy of the magic vine. Gu Xia guessed the truth immediately. I think so too. So I originally wanted to bring a monster to try. Tang Ranran shrugged and said helplessly. Of course. You contacted this place. I won't argue with you. Just follow your plan. Then try it. Gu Xia said. Tang Ranran was stunned. And she couldn't believe that he gave it to her so easily. The energy of the magic vine I captured is too strong. According to my preliminary research, it is not suitable for human use for the time being. It may not be possible to develop relevant medicines in the short term. So you can conduct experiments on your exotic beasts first. My tiger is my pet, so it cannot be confiscated for dissection. Tang Ranran said immediately. Okay. No dissection. But blood will be drawn. And it must cooperate with the research. That's fine. However, how can you be sure that the energy of the magic vine will choose you? The tiger? Not sure. I'm still in the preliminary research stage. Tang Ranran really can't guarantee this. But according to what the little greenwood spirit said, the most powerful and non-intelligent exotic beast in the surrounding area will be selected. So the tiger should be selected. Right? After all, there is not even a wild beast here except her tiger. Even if it is not selected, she will probably be able to put on the contract with the withering magic vine. Oh! Failures are normal in the experimental stage. Gu Xia understands this very well. Then he said, "There is another most important question. If it succeeds, the energy of the magic vine really chooses your tiger. Then the tiger should achieve a big jump in strength. With your SSS level strength. Are you sure you can control the SSS level, or even 4S level alien beast after promotion? Should we find a few thugs just in case?" After talking about his concerns, Gu Xiu joked with a bit of humor. "You know, I am a support and have no combat power. If the alien beast really gets out of control, I will run away first." I wanted to say that I was sure. But Tang Ranran thought about it and changed the words to, "You are right. We are both support. If there is any mistake, and we can't handle it, it will lead to a tragedy of the alien beast massacre. That's really the end. So high-level fighters are still needed. As for high-level fighters, space system is the first choice." Gu Xiao immediately asked, "Where is your driver?" "My driver left. What about yours?" "If it is not necessary, Tang Ranran will not let Ares be exposed to the public. I was sent by the He family to pick him up. He is an SS-level space system. His combat power is not strong, and he cannot be relied on. Then, let's contact each other and find a good thug first," Tang Ranran suggested. "Okay." Gu Xiao nodded. Each of them used the smart brain to find someone. Tang Ranran's first thought was of course Yin Qian. Yin Qian is the top fighter in the Empire. But I don't know if he is free. "Tang Qian, are you there? Is the border peaceful recently? Are you free? I have a situation here. I need a high combat power to help in about 4 or 5 days. Do you think you can spare the time?" Tang Ranran thought that if Yin Qian is not free, Fu Jingyuan is probably not free either. So she can only rely on Gu Xiao to get someone. And if Gu Xiao can't get anyone, then she will offer a large reward. Well, there must be a brave man under a large reward. After just a few seconds of distracted thoughts, Tang Ranran received a reply. "Yin Qian, empty. Yin Qian, there's nothing going on at the border recently. It's very peaceful. So it's okay for me to leave for 2 or 3 days. Yin Qian, can you confirm the specific time? Or notify me 1 day in advance? I have to go through a procedure here. Tang Qian, then I notify you 1 day in advance. If you have any emergency and can't leave, I contact you." Yin Qian, "Okay. I contact you then." Having found a top thug, Tang Ranran didn't look for anyone else. Gu Xiao, who was still sending messages to find someone, asked while typing, "Did you find someone?" "Yeah." "What strength?" Tang Ranran, "It's Yin Qian." Hearing this, Gu Xiao was stunned, then looked down at the sentence on his communication chat interface. "Yin Qian, busy. No time. Damn." Gu Xiao cursed in his heart. Gu Xiao simply closed the chat on the smart brain and said calmly, "If it's Yin Qian, he alone is enough." Tang Ranran agreed very much. "I think so too." Waiting at the scene, Tang Ranran made contracts, and threw a contract every 10 minutes. As for the pet green tiger, it squatted beside her openly, curled up, and slept with its tail swaying. Because of Tang Ranran, an activist, Gu Xiao simply moved a recliner and laid down with his eyes closed to rest. As the red sun set, night gradually fell. Tang Ranran, who had not yet put on the contract, was a little anxious. Logically, it had been almost 24 hours, and the Greenwood spirit should have been born. Why couldn't it be put on? Could it be that this Greenwood spirit was relatively low? Its strength was relatively poor? So it was born later? Continue to make contracts. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. And it was late at night. Suddenly, just so abruptly, the contract was broken. The green tiger was next to Tang Ranran, so she could clearly perceive that the contract between her and the green tiger was broken. The green tiger, who was originally taking a nap, still looked like he was sleeping soundly, appeared. Tang Ranran immediately made a contract with the green tiger. Huh? No response. Changing strategy. Tang Ranran made a contract with the magic vine. Ah, it worked. Hard work pays off. She finally got the contract. So, the Greenwood spirit has been born and chose the green tiger. At that moment, her green tiger has died. The real green tiger is dead. And what's left is the body occupied by the Greenwood spirit. Tang Ranran, who successfully contracted the green tiger version of the Greenwood spirit, was in a good mood. and then continue to observe. Although the soul-death contract is unsolvable. What if, after all, she has changed the world, and can infer it with the knowledge of cultivation, the withering of the magic vine? That is, the energy transfer process will probably last for 2 or 3 days. In order to be on the safe side, Tang Ranran decided to contact Yanqian first. Before the message was sent, Gu Xiao on the other side suddenly woke up, looked around blankly, and then looked at her side. Gu Xiao approached, looked down at the big tiger that was still sleeping soundly for a few seconds, then looked up at Tang Ranran and asked, "Did it succeed? I feel energy fluctuations on it." Tang Ranran replied, "It should be successful. Will it grow into a 4S super beast in the future?" Gu Xiao stared at the green tiger with bright eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure. "I'm a little looking forward to it. I'm not sure if it can grow to 4S. By the way, Yanqian is here. He can't get in outside the protective shield. Special defensive protective shield. Space system can't get in unless they force their way in. Okay. I contact the person in charge." In fact, Gu Xiao didn't need to contact him. Just look at Yanqian's face. As soon as he appeared, the guard at the gate immediately notified He Wei. He Wei immediately opened the authority to let Yanqian in. After entering the protective shield, Yanqian teleported and appeared in front of the two. Seeing someone, Gu Xiao sneered. "Ha! He was busy just because he called. But Tang Xian came as soon as he called? Ha ha! You are here too?" Yanqian was slightly surprised, and then his eyes wandered between the two, kissing in his heart. He was sure that Tang Ranran didn't like Gu Xiao's appearance, but it was undeniable that Gu Xiao was also good-looking. How could these two get together? Did something happen that he didn't know about? I felt so upset. After looking at him for a few times, Yanqian ignored Gu Xiao and asked Tang Ranran, "Are you studying the magic vine?" Combined with the scene, Yanqian guessed 3 points. Well, doing experiments on strange beasts. It's like this. Tang Ranran didn't hide it this time, and repeated the story of discovering the big bug. As for the energy part of the magic vine, it was explained by Gu Xiao. Although no results have been found yet, the energy of the magical vine is definitely a good thing. Gu Xiao originally wanted to study it slowly by himself and collect a part of it first. But since Tang Xian also discovered it, it is estimated that other people will discover it soon. So he simply explained it. Anyway, after this experiment on the alien beast, it must be reported truthfully. After all, many 4S super alien beasts were produced without knowing it, which is a great safety hazard for them humans, and will cause many tragedies. There have been deaths in Empui Star, the planting site of Sia's family. After explaining to Yanqian, Gu Xiao pointed at the green tiger and said, "I think it is necessary to cover it up to avoid causing panic." Okay. Tang Ranran agreed and looked directly at Yanqian. Yanqian immediately took action, and a cover with a hidden cage directly covered the green tiger. You throw a few surveillance cameras in and record the whole process. Gu Xiao said to Yanqian again. Got it. Yanqian took out several flight monitors from the space opening, threw them in, and then debugged them one by one. Tang Ranran felt that the space did not block energy transmission, so there was no problem. The experimental process was a boring stage, and the three could only wait for the results. Because he saw Tang Ranran, and because Fu Jingyuan was not a big bulb, Yanqian seemed very happy. And he was chatty, constantly chatting with Tang Ranran. When facing Tang Ranran, Yanqian was just warm. But when facing Gu Xiao, it was completely cold. After a few times, Gu Xiao angrily quit the chat and focused on the status of the green tiger and the magical vine. Tang Ranran and Yanqian were still chatting enthusiastically. Tang Ranran, did your dad get promoted? Yanqian, no. My dad is not talented enough. He collected the money himself and the family share, totaling 80 trillion high purification value. And he was in a state of gagia. The old man was beating his chest and stamping his feet, shouting every day, just a little bit. Just a little bit. The other two also failed, and neither of them was promoted to 5S level. Tang Ranran, don't lose heart. There will always be a chance. Yanqian, I hope so. My dad thinks that the high purification value is not enough. Lu Feng said that he invested all his family assets, nearly 400 trillion. As for Xia Xinxi, the first time the life extension potion was publicly disclosed, it was 100 trillion. And this time the spiritual power promotion was publicly disclosed. It was 200 trillion. I don't know if they disclosed the real data truthfully or falsely. Tang Ranran touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, it should be falsely reported. According to Xiexia, the entire 120 trillion was dazzled by Xiexinci. So the real situation must be higher than the data. Yanqian immediately noticed something strange and asked, can you tell me how much you sold Xiexia for? This much. Tang Ranran stretched out her hand and gestured one. Then two. 120 trillion. Didn't you say 200 trillion? Yanqian guess was still too conservative. Add another zero. Tang Ranran lowered her voice. Hiss. Yanqian was shocked and took a deep breath. Then immediately said, this is too much. Won't there be any problem? It's not a plant. It's powdered sugar. It's the big leak found on Su Xinrong planet. There shouldn't be any problem. Wait. Isn't it the same number for Lao Lu's third grandfather? Yanqian eyelids twitched wildly. And he felt that Tang Ranran behavior was too high profile. If people find out, what will happen? It will attract a bunch of robbers. That's about right. Yanqian didn't know what to say, so he could only grit his teeth and said, it's too dangerous. It shouldn't be a big problem. The worst result is that this puppet will be scrapped again. Tang Ranran didn't worry too much. As long as the vest didn't fall off, she could have fun without worry. Yanqian rubbed his forehead with a headache. We still can't take it lightly. Don't worry. I know my limits. Tang Ranran used the sincere ultimate move. Her eyes full of trust and confidence. Even if I really encounter danger, I believe you will definitely come to save me. That's right. Nodding without hesitation. Yanqian felt a little flattered under such a trusting look. While chatting, the green tiger had already changed. Under the powerful energy of the greenwood spirit, it broke through its own upper limit and began to evolve gradually. Its body size increased. Its fur became brighter, and there were some changes in its appearance. Meat bags grew on both sides of its back clip, and the position and shape seemed to be wings. Similarly, its mental power also showed an upward trend. Unlike Tang Ranran and Yanqian who chatted and did nothing, Gu Xiu recorded the relevant data very seriously. At the same time, he also used his own supernatural power to feel the changes in relevant energy. He could clearly feel that the energy of the magic vine, or the vitality, was constantly lost, and this lost energy all poured into the green tiger's body. Gu Xiu secretly pondered, what if it flows into the human body? According to this situation, the magic vine energy he captured can definitely be refined into a strength-enhancing potion that helps with strength. Because of the withering of the magic vine, the person in charge He Wei came again. But he was sent away by Yanqian after not staying for long. It must be said that when Yanqian drove people away with a cold face, it was particularly scary. He Wei didn't dare to stay for a second. Tang Ranran and Yanqian continued to play soy sauce, and Gu Xiu recorded the data throughout the process, asking from time to time, Tang Xian, is the beast still under control? It can still be controlled at present. So far, Tang Ranran's soul death contract has no signs of collapse. Day and night again. The dark green magic vine has withered and yellowed, and the green tiger has evolved into a flying tiger. There are not many changes in the body shape, but huge wings have grown on both backs, and the dark green wings that almost cover the sky and the sun when unfolded, and the mental power that has broken through to the SSS level. Without verifying the skills, Tang Ranran knew that this tiger was super awesome. There is a high probability that the mental power will be promoted to 4S level. Just like this, at the last spread moment, when the three people were slightly excited waiting for the final result, Tang Ranran brain rang. Who is it? Tang Ranran glanced, and it was Xiexia. Originally, she didn't want to answer the call, but after thinking about it, Tang Ranran answered it after hesitation. Tang Ranran? Hello? Tang Xian. Tang Xian. You left the planet. Are you in the 12th star system? When will you come back? In the video call, Xiexia expression was a little anxious, as if he had something important to do. While speaking, he even flicked his hair on his forehead. Yes, I'm in the 12th star system. Is there anything wrong? Tang Ranran remained calm on the surface, but was shocked in his heart. As a profiteer, Xiexia was also very aware of the dangers. What if he was kidnapped one day? So, long before, Xiexia and Tang Ranran had set a code. If he called her name twice during the call, or made a bangs lifting action, it meant that he was in trouble, or was forced. The two codes appeared at the same time, and Tang Ranran was 100% sure that there was something wrong with Xie Shihe. Xie Shihe was kidnapped? Xie Shihe continued. I have something important to talk to you about. When will you return to Su Pingrui? Can't we talk about it in the communication? Tang Ranran deliberately asked. It's confidential, so we can only talk in person. Tang Ranran knew what was going on and said, I should be back to Su Pingrui in 2 or 3 days. When you come back, let me know. It's really an emergency. Okay. I got it. I have something to do now, so I hang up first. Well, I won't bother you anymore. After ending the communication, Tang Ranran fell into deep thought. Xie Shihe hinted that he was coerced and had to see her? So this wave was coming for her. Tang Xian. For what? For high purification value fruits and vegetables? Someone wants to kidnap Tang Xian. Tang Ranran swiped Xie Shihe information, and the friend location showed that it was the 3rd galaxy. So he had returned to Su Pingrui? The criminals were ambushed on her planet? What's wrong? Seeing that Tang Ranran's face was not right, Yin Qian was very concerned. Something went wrong. Tang Ranran simply told the secret code between her and Xie Shihe before, and explained that the situation on his side was not right, and he might have been coerced. When the time comes, I will go back with you. You are in the open and I am in the dark. If there are really robbers, I guarantee that they will never come back. Yin Qian's words were full of domineering, which immediately filled Tang Ranran's sense of security. Yes, with Yin Qian here, if there is really a situation, it will be caught in one fell swoop, Tang Ranran said happily. Well, good. I hope I'm overthinking. Hearing you say that, I thought of something. After listening to the whole process quietly, Gu Siyu said, these days, Xie Xinxi's group has been asking me to buy high purification value. And many of my bigwig friends also said that Hingxing is spending a lot of money to buy high purification value. How to say it? It's a state of almost crazy purchase. Therefore, the Xie family, including some small shareholders of Hingxing, have already complained about Xie Xinxi. But they dare not make a fuss due to her strength. Crazy buying? Hasn't she recovered her youth and advanced to 5S level? Why does she need so many high purification values? Tang Ranran asked in big letters. I don't know about that. Gu Siyu guessed. Maybe she wants to train her husband, son, or grandson. Anyway, she must be spending resources. Maybe she wants to create a second 5S level and become the first family in the empire. Hee hee. The Xie family has a beautiful idea. Yin Qian sneered. At present, all the major families in the empire are in the first star system. The major families are in a state of equal strength, which can be regarded as a balance. Want to become the first by suppressing the heroes? Dream on. Even their Yin family can't do it, unless there are 3 5S levels. Is there a possibility that Xie Xinxi's mental power is problematic? Tang Ranran made a different guess. She thought of the pseudo-breaking pill that can improve cultivation in the short term. This is it? Gu Siyu hesitated and shook his head. I have seen the examination data after she took the medicine. All the indicators of her physical and mental strength are quite normal. By the way, Tang Xian, I heard that you sold 200 trillion high purification values to Xie Xinxi? Do you know which wood-based companies other than Xie's have she purchased high purification values from? I don't know. Because of her average relationship with Gu Siyu. Tang Ranran was vague and perfunctory, and then changed the subject. Let's not talk about this. How is the tiger? I think this magical vine will soon die completely. Congratulations first. I estimate that your tiger must be 4S level, and its mental strength is also expected to reach 4S level. Can you still control it now? Is there any sign of it resisting and struggling to get out of control? Tang Ranran, no. It can still be controlled. Gu Siyu. Yin Qian. You should pay attention to safety. Yin Qian. Do you need to tell me this? 3 hours later, the vine body of the magic vine died completely. The big tiger also completed its final evolution. And in Tang Ranran's mind, it kept calling out Master. 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 Just like a little brat who was calling out Mom. 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 Ever since the tiger Greenwood spirit had a little intelligence and could call people, Tang Ranran's head has been buzzing continuously. The little brat is really annoying. So annoying. Although it is a bit noisy, its combat power is really not to be underestimated. the mental power of 4S. Although not big in size, but with super big wings. It looks so majestic. Tiger. The king of the forest. Super pet for both land and air. Except for the two shortcomings of green hair and being too noisy. Everything else is very nice. After confirming that the magic vine was completely dead and the green tiger had completed its evolution, the three of them simply discussed a few words after the observation, and finally unanimously agreed to report this result. It is only a matter of time before others find out the clues. So it is better to be generous. After reporting this decision, disagreements arose. Gu Xio wanted to study the green tiger, and the military laboratory must also conduct research on the green tiger. So what about the location? Let Tang Xian take the green tiger to the Military Research Institute? That won't work. And if Tang Xian doesn't go, the green tiger will be out of control. Right? After a few discussions, the research site was finally selected on Suping Ruishing. And Gu Xio led the team and equipment to Suping Ruishing to conduct relevant research. On Suping Ruishing, not only can we study green tigers, but also big bugs. After discussing the basic matters, Gu Xio had to go back first after drawing a large tube of blood sample from the green tiger. Gu Xio said to Yan Qian, "Yan Qian, can you take me there?" "No time." Yan Qian said these two words without giving face. Gu Xio was so angry that his breathing stagnated, thinking back to the past, when he came to him from time to get treatment. This guy didn't have this attitude. Gu Xio looked at Yan Qian, then at Tang Xian. He always felt that the relationship between the two was a bit strange. Could it be that Tang Xian gave too much? But think about it. For a big sponsor who donates a large amount of pure fruits and vegetables to the Legion from time to time, it is indeed necessary to curry favor with him. Gu Xio snorted and turned to talk to He Wei. Because the magic vine died? He Wei, as the person in charge, took the pressure to get close to the three people, waiting like a little brother on standby at any time. Although the magic vine was not rescued, everyone wanted to curry favor with the Empire's #1 doctor. He Wei was very attentive and called a space driver to take Gu Xio. After a few polite words with He Wei, Yan Qian and Tang Ranran left the scene on their own. Of course, the green tiger had to be taken away. Just before calling Yan Qian, Tang Ranran left the farm invisibly and called Ares. "Yan Qian is coming. He will send me back. You go back to Sidelin first." "Yan Qian? He is coming." Ares was shocked. And then he gritted his teeth angrily. "Yeah. Okay. I go first. Master, please be safe." After saying that, Ares immediately left. Although he wanted to seek revenge on Yan Qian, he couldn't beat him. And if he said that he wanted to kill Yan Qian, he might be beaten by the master. After all, the master and Yan Qian seemed to have a good relationship. What should he do if he couldn't beat him? He could only curse in his heart, greet Yan Qian ancestors, and then run away. So Ares returned to Sidelin long before Yan Qian arrived on the planet. And Tang Ranran was always invisible, squatting in the desolate wilderness more than 10 kilometers away from the protective shield. After the matter was over and they parted ways, Yan Qian pretended to leave, knowing that Tang Ranran must be on the planet. But in fact, he left the protective shield and found a deserted wilderness. After the two communicated, they determined the location. Another teleportation. Yan Qian took Tang Xian and Green Tiger and successfully found Tang Ranran, and then returned to Su Pingrui's star, a cosmic shuttle. The combination of two people, a puppet and a big tiger, appeared in the wild of Su Pingrui's star. Of course, with the invisible mental barrier, the vest can go on an adventure, but the real body must be hidden. So, Yan Qian first sent Tang Ranran and quietly returned to the villa of Fu Xianting, and then returned and reunited with Tang Xian again. Then the two people and the tiger returned to Tang Ranran F1 area. You replenish your mental power first, just in case. Tang Ranran took out a box of 60 sugar water from the space buckle. Yan Qian took it without any hesitation, opened the box, took out an unsealed one, and started drinking the sugar water. Running around, especially Cosmic Shuttle, does consume mental power. By the way, how many purification values can relieve your mental power now? Thinking of something, Tang Ranran asked curiously. Under normal circumstances, 30 can relieve it. Because of the blue bottle you gave me, my mental power has been very stable. Occasionally, when I have symptoms of impending disorder, I always use more than 50. and I can basically recover quickly. So in the past 2 years, I have not had a disordered mental power, let alone a violent mental power. Yin Qian looked at Tang Ranran with a smile on his face, his sharp face full of tenderness. Think about how miserable I was back then. I am so happy now. So, how could such a good wife be taken away by others? Oh, that's good, he said casually. But Tang Ranran didn't respond to his flirting and said formally, then should I contact Xiexia now? Do I need to set up a trap here first? You can build a space cage based on your protective shield. If there is a problem, no one can escape. Okay. Do you need the permission to use the protective shield? Yes. It's better to give me the permission. Okay. I will give you the permission to control the protective shield. Yes. Yin Qian hit a space cage. And Tang Ranran was not idle either. He set up a big thorn trap in the entire F1 area. After the preparations were completed, Tang Ranran contacted Xiexia. Tang Xian. You're back? As soon as the communication was connected, Xiexia couldn't wait to speak. Another code? And then he pulled his hair to show off. Double code? Double warning? Well, I'm back on the planet. Tang Ranran remained calm and nodded slightly to indicate that he had received it. Then I come to you. Bring the space driver here. And you give me permission. Okay. Tang Ranran opened the permission. Although she was on the Beidalian planet, there was a signal in the He family planting area. So during this period Qi Xingyuan reported a lot to her. Among them, when Xiexia came back, he entered the country with an SSS-level space-based superpower named Su Sun. A man who has no family, is less than 60 years old, and looks very good. In Qi Xingyuan's report, this Su Sun is a senior executive in Hingshan Group. Although he is not a member of the Xia family, he has a close relationship with the Xia family. Qi Xingyuan even secretly guessed this pretty boy might be Xie Xinxi's lover. Therefore, the space driver must be this Su Sun. Tang Ranran and Yin Qian. One in the light, the other in the dark. Everything is ready, just waiting for the enemy to fall into the trap. After giving the exact address of the reception room and ending the communication, Tang Ranran sat in the reception room and waited. I thought they would come quickly, but they waited for 10 minutes. Just when Tang Ranran thought that the ambush was discovered, the group came late. A space crack. A total of 3 people. The driver was Su Sun, with fair skin, sparkling peach blossom eyes, and delicate facial features. He was the same type as Xiexia, a beautiful man. At first glance, Tang Ranran noticed the driver in the middle. In her peripheral vision, there was a man and a woman on both sides of the driver. The man was Xiexia, and the woman, Tang Ranran's eyes were immediately attracted. The gorgeous dress made of purple gauze, under the light, seemed to be lightly covered with mist, like a dream, curling and graceful. At first glance, it was known that she was an extremely beautiful woman. A closer look revealed an extremely gorgeous face under the casually tied-up hair, especially the light pupils with an amber luster, which made the whole person look noble and elegant. Seeing the person clearly, Tang Ranran was very surprised. Who was this? It was Xie Xinxi. So, what was going on? Who is this? Tang Ranran looked at Xiexia with doubtful eyes, pretending not to recognize her. And at the same time, she was extremely alert. You know, Xie Xinxi is already a 5S level. No one comes to visit for no reason. 5S level Xie Xinxi came here in person. Plus Xiexia had dangerous hint. I'm afraid something is going to happen. Just when Xiexia was about to speak, Xie Xinxi on the side spoke softly. Tang Xian. The soft voice seemed to be full of affection, like a whisper between lovers, with an intimacy that could not be expressed. Nice to hear, and unusually attractive. With a frown on her face, Tang Ranran instinctively looked at her, and then she saw Xie Xinxi smiling at her. That smile was beyond words. In an instant, it was as if 100 flowers were in full bloom, so gorgeous that it was beyond description. All the feelings faded away like a tide, and only this gorgeous face remained in her mind. The only thing she could not think about was her heart in her chest, which was beating violently. The extremely strong heartbeat seemed as if it was going to break through her chest and jump in front of her beloved girl to let her see her red heart. An extremely strong feeling of falling in love at first sight. I fell in love with her. It was destined, and it could not be violated. It felt like a long time had passed, but in fact it was just a moment. Stop! Yin Qian suddenly appeared and shouted, as if he was facing a great enemy. Nervous and furious. Although he didn't know what Xie Xinzi did, he felt the strong fluctuation of 5S level mental power. Xie Xinzi used her supernatural power, and it should be a big move. In Yan Qian's stern shout, Tang Ranran suddenly woke up. No. Xie Xinzi is a woman. She is also a woman. She can't fall in love with Xie Xinzi. She likes men. A man like Yan Qian. Tang Xuanhao was still in a daze. While on the other side, in Villa number 2 of Fu Xianting, Tang Ranran took a deep breath, and then immediately adjusted her state, throwing various Jingxingju, Shu Qingju, etc. to remove abnormal states in herself. Damn. It's a mind enchantment skill. It's definitely a charm skill. I almost fell for it. It's also because of the gender mismatch. If it was a more handsome man, she would have fallen in love and become a love-brained person. It's so scary. She knew something was wrong. At the reception room, Yan Qian was furious because of Xie Xinzi's sneak attack. His internal force attack was normal. His 5S level mental force was fully activated. He attacked without mercy and attacked Xie Xinzi fiercely with extremely fierce mental force. Xie Xinzi immediately put up a mental defense barrier and looked at Tang Ranran with a pale face. Save me. The embarrassed posture and pale face made the originally bright person look very pitiful. A beautiful woman in distress is enough to make a man have a strong desire to protect her. Tang Ranran is very familiar with this routine. It's a little white flower. No. It's an old white flower. Tang Ranran, who has recovered, is very upset. Goosebumps all over her body. She felt cold. At this moment, Tang Ranran had completely understood that Xie Xinzi had taken a fancy to Tang Xian and was trying to force her into prostitution. To be precise, she was bewitched by her supernatural powers and became his slave. If she fell into the trap, she would immediately become Xie Xinzi's liquor. What a vicious old woman. Of course, because of the gender issue, she had resistance. So Tang Ranran managed to escape this plot. Tang Ranran turned a blind eye to Xie Xinzi's call for help. Seeing that Tang Xian was indifferent, Xie Xinzi was horrified. At this time, she could not think too much and could only grit her teeth and resist Yan Qian's mental attack with all her strength. But she didn't hold on for a minute, and Xie Xinzi's mental barrier collapsed. Facing Yan Qian's mental attack, she immediately fell into a state of mental disorder with a buzzing head. Xie Shihe and Su Sun were too busy to help. After a few seconds, Xie Xinzi collapsed to the ground, covering her head with her hands. Her beautiful face was twisted with jealousy and pain. Stop! Stop! I'm dying! Gritting her teeth, Xie Xinzi begged Yan Qian for mercy. Tang Ranran felt that Xie Xinzi's mental state seemed to be in chaos, and she might die suddenly. Fearing that she would have a negative impact on Yan Qian, she quickly reached out and pulled him. Stop first. She seems to be a little bit wrong. After stopping the attack, Yan Qian did not relax his vigilance, but stared at Xie Xinzi's mental state, and then confirmed that it was indeed a mental chaos. Yan Qian was a little surprised. Xie Xinzi was promoted to 5S level a few days ago, and her mental power fluctuations are indeed 5S level. Logically speaking, she can fight him for at least half an hour. Right? At the same level, even if the qualifications are poor, it is not possible to be defeated in less than 2 minutes? Could it be that the previous supernatural attack has exhausted her mental power? Unlikely. Are you okay? Without thinking too much, Yan Qian immediately looked at Tang Ranran, with a face full of worry and tension after confirming that Xie Xinzi was not threatening. It's okay. Tang Ranran waved his hand. What did she do to you just now? Seeing that she was not abnormal, Yan Qian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask. It should be a kind of bewitching. Tang Ranran guessed. Upon hearing this, Yan Qian immediately looked sharp, and his eyes shot at the 3 people like a knife. Speak. What is your conspiracy? After Yan Qian stopped attacking, Xie Xinzi, whose mental power was in chaos, drank the blue bottle fiercely. Xie Shihe and Su Sun did the same, although the two were only affected by the residual power. Under the crushing of the level difference, both of them had signs of mental disorder in their heads. Yan Qian questioning. With mental deterrence? The 3 people who had not yet recovered immediately felt uncomfortable again. Let's talk it over. Don't do it. Xie Xinzi shouted immediately, sincerely admitting her mistake and apologizing. Yes, I fell in love with Tang Xian and had evil thoughts for a while. It's my fault. I am willing to compensate. Tang Ranran was horrified by Xie Xinxi's explanation of I've fallen for you. She was being dreamed of by an old witch. So miserable. Well, actually, she is also an old witch. No. No. She is now a young fairy under 30 years old. How can the age of the previous life be counted in this life? Yes. A young person under 30 years old. Heh. Hearing this, Yin Qian sneered. He could guess without Xie Xinxi admitting it. Most of them came for the high purification value. Of course, dreaming is dreaming. After all, it's human nature. Just like him. He also thinks about getting a name every day. However, using means of supernatural control. To try to control others is despicable, shameless, and illegal. It must not be tolerated. Tang Xian is an honorary general of our military. Xie Xinxi, your behavior is an attack on a military general, which is a serious violation of the law. Wait for the military court. Yin Qian said sternly with a stern face. And he was worried. This time it was Xie Xinxi. It should be gender incompatibility. So Ran is fine. But if it's a man next time, the more I think about it, the scarier it is. No. Let's settle it privately. Privately. After drinking several mental potions in a row, Xie Xinxi has recovered and looks extremely anxious. With her status, few people can touch her. But Yin Qian is the kind who can suppress her completely. If he is determined to help Tang Xian, this matter will be difficult to solve. Xie Xinxi never expected that Yin Qian was here too. Moreover, why didn't Tang Xian fall for it? How could her bewitching skill fail? Although her mental strength was problematic now, her 5S level was real. She was 2 levels higher than Tang Xian. So it was impossible for her to fail. Absolutely impossible. Unless Tang Xian was a gay. He didn't like women. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Xie Xinxi looked at Tang Xian, and then at Yin Qian, who stood up for him, and was furious as if someone had cheated on her. She suddenly realized that these two people were having an affair. Damn. They were actually a gay couple. She was careless. I really made a mistake in my mind. I was obsessed with sex. It was my fault. But if this matter gets out, it will not sound good to both of us. It will be good for both of us to reconcile privately. Xie Xinxi begged for peace with soft words, and then threw a look at Xie Xi. It's all my grandma's fault. She's always been a playboy. She shouldn't be tempted by beauty. Tang Xian, please forgive her this time. Although it was very difficult, Xie Xi had to speak up and plead for his grandma since he was called. Tang Ranran was silent and secretly asked Yin Qian with his smart brain. Tang Xian, what will be the sentence if Xie Xinxi attacked me in a military court? Yin Qian, although the behavior was bad, it did not cause serious consequences. It is likely to be more than 3 years, but less than 10 years. Plus mental compensation. And because of Xie Xinxi's status, they, the Xie family, will definitely intervene. Xie Xinxi's current mental state seems to be wrong. Even if she goes to jail, she is very likely to be released on bail due to illness. Tang Xian, so it's more appropriate to settle privately. Yin Qian, it depends on you. If you don't want to settle privately, I promise to send her to jail. However, I personally suggest that you settle privately first and get compensation. And then you can do that. That? What is it? Yin Qian didn't say, but gave Tang Ranran a look. Tang Ranran understood immediately. This meant to settle accounts later. That is, to ask for money to settle the matter openly. And then wait until they think the matter is over. And then do something secretly. It is impolite not to return the favor. You plotted against me. So I will naturally sneak back. So bad. But she likes it. Thinking in silence, after Xie Xi has said a few more good words for him, Tang Ranran acted reluctantly and said, Okay. For your sake, brother. She is your grandmother. Let it go this time. And it will not happen again. Thank you very much. Xie Xi has smiled reluctantly. He owed Tang Xian a huge favor. Xie Xinxi just breathed a sigh of relief. And heard Yin Qian sneer. Why? Don't you talk about compensation? Tang Ranran played the good cop. And Yin Qian was naturally the bad cop. So he naturally asked for compensation. It should be. Xie Xinxi quickly agreed. It was much better to solve it with money than to confront Yin Qian head-on. After a few words, the compensation worth 100 trillion was received. The smart brain cash was directly transferred from Xie Xinxi's account to Tang Xian account. Tang Ranran could only say, the rich woman is really rich. And the pocket money in her account is hundreds of trillions. This matter was considered a private settlement. Just as Xie Xinzi was about to leave, Yan Qian said very confidently, Xie Xinzi, there is a problem with your mental strength. I will notify the Pharmaceutical Investigation Bureau to verify it. You? Xie Xinzi felt that she was being tricked and said angrily, you took the money. Just now you should have made compensation. But now I suspect you of concealing the situation or even falsifying the data. The two cannot be confused. Yan Qian said seriously. Don't bother me so much. I will report it myself. Xie Xinzi gritted her teeth while holding back her anger. After saying that, she was afraid that Yan Qian would really report her. So she reported the situation as soon as possible. At present, the Empire's pharmacy department has set up a special task force for the magic fruit potion. Those who have taken the potion must report their own situation to it in order to facilitate relevant drug research and determine whether the magic fruit potion has any side effects. Being reported for data falsification is a serious matter. But if you take the initiative to report the situation yourself, it will be of another nature. Xie Xinzi wanted to hide it. But now that Yan Qian has found out, she can only take a step back and report it herself. After trying to steal a chicken, Xie Xinzi lost the rice. Goodbye. Yan Qian took care of all the offending work and drove him away coldly. Goodbye. I won't see you off. Su Sun used his space ability, and the space crack took shape again. Before entering the space channel, Xie Shi had glanced at Tang Ranran, wanting to say something but stopping himself, and finally left with him without saying anything. Xie Shihe is definitely not a good guy. You should not contact him too much. After the three left, Yan Qian immediately said bad things behind her back. Although Xie Shihe was not the type Tang Ranran liked, he was beautiful. They were familiar with each other, and lived close to each other, so he had to be on guard. Yan Qian definitely saw everyone as a rival in love. Well, he informed me, which means they are not in the same group. Tang Ranran explained for him. From Xie Shihe's point of view, it was indeed difficult. But he informed me, which means he really regarded her as a brother, even if they are not in the same group. If a fight really breaks out, do you think he is helping his grandmother or you? Yan Qian was anxious and preached seriously. It is better to have less contact with him. Xie Xinzi's sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons all look like vixens. He is afraid that a man in the Xie family will bewitch him. You are right. I will keep my distance from him in the future. Tang Ranran perfunctorily replied. Okay. This guy must be jealous. After receiving 100 trillion, is the matter over? Definitely not. We have to fight back. Yan Qian took the responsibility of finding a place. Since Xie Xinzi can fight against Tang Xian, she will definitely target other wood elements. Yan Qian even suspected that Su Sun was bewitched by Xie Xinzi's ability. Anyway, as long as we investigate Xie Xinzi carefully, we can always find evidence against her. Even if there is really no evidence, we can just do it. Yan Qian has been thinking in his heart that after the storm is over, even if Xie Xinzi's mental strength is fine, he will make her have problems. After the discussion, Tang Ranran Peg Green Tiger was moved to the D4 area. Although Yan Qian still wanted to stay with Tang Ranran, he had been away for several days and could not go back. He could only reluctantly prepare to leave. Before leaving, Tang Ranran stuffed him with a lot of pure fruits and vegetables. More than 20 space buckles. One of the space buckles has a high purification value and is given to him separately. The other space buckles are temporarily loaded from the warehouse. Lychees, peaches, oranges, pears, ordinary crops with low purification values. Although there are many in number, there is not much money in total, so Yan Qian can do whatever he wants with them. After Yan Qian left, Tang Ranran settled in the D4 area. His F1 area hides many secrets, so naturally no one can move in. At present, in addition to the dead magical vine, Tang Ranran has not planted any other magical vines in the D4 area. The entire area has only a few vegetable plots and buildings, which is very empty, and there are no people or valuables. The two pets are placed in this D4 area, and the research team is stationed here, which makes her feel more at ease. All other personnel were sent away, leaving only Wu Pingyang to help her, and Tang Ranran began to study her two new pets. They all have an IQ of about 4 or 5 years old, and when they see her, they call her Master Mom, Master Mom, Master Mom. The temperament of a little kid is really noisy. Tang Ranran first gave them a name. This time, it was no longer a repetition of words. The big bug was called Dijinjia, and the green tiger was called Lichuanzi. As for why the difference was so big, because one was male and the other was female. The greenwood spirit had no gender. But after parasitism, the guests followed the host's will. The male was male, and the female was female. So, Dijinjia was a male bug, and Lichuanzi was a female tiger. Since Tuanzi looked mighty, her IQ was only that high. So she was still young. A little girl. So she should be gentle. Tang Ranran had already studied Dijinjia's skills. As for Lichuanzi, after some experiments, Lichuanzi had 3 main skills. Like Dijinjia, it had a mental sonic attack. And when it roared, it could make people's heads buzz. And it was 4S level. Even Tang Ranran was a little nervous. Lichuanzi's overall strength was definitely higher than hers. Of course, if they really fight, since she has a blue bottle, it's still different who will win or lose. Then, there are 2 skills. One is the wind blade of the wind ability. When the wings flap, countless wind blades can be formed. If you are in the middle of the wind blade, you will definitely be torn into pieces. Finally, it is the seeding of the wood ability. Green Dumpling can control plants and bind enemies. After Tang Ranran efforts to communicate, it was confirmed that Green Dumpling can actually grow vegetables. Although the essential purpose is to catalyze the growth of plants and thus bind enemies, it is also seeding. Although it is a bit laborious to command Green Dumpling to grow vegetables, she can really grow them. And in terms of superpowers, her vegetable growing level is even a little better than Tang Ranran. However, Green Dumpling has few blue bars, and if she grows high purification values, she will be listless without much seeding. In addition to the relevant combat power, Tang Ranran also found out that she can rely on the contract to achieve communication. But for others, Wu Pingyang, the big golden armor, and the green ball can only express one word with a roar. Get out. Psychic communication is probably impossible because of the different species. Although they are strong, they cannot transform into human form. They cannot talk to others. They have a certain intelligence, but their IQ is lower than that of aliens. Tang Ranran doesn't know whether the greenwood spirit can be called an alien. After all, Ares, who can transform and speak, meets the template of conventional aliens. It is not known whether he can transform in the future. After understanding, Tang Ranran did not think much and left everything to time to verify. Except for the gate guards and a few vegetable growers. All other personnel were evacuated. Tang Ranran asked Wu Pingyang to empty the D4 area and explain the coming of the research team. Wu Pingyang arranged the relevant preparations. The next day, Gu Xia called. After Tang Ranran answered the call, Gu Xia first asked, "Has the problem been solved?" After receiving a positive reply, Gu Xia said that the Imperial Medicine Research Team, led by him, was about to set off, and the Star Fleet would arrive at Suping Ruishing in about 4 days. Tang Ranran said he received it. In addition to explaining the arrival time, Gu Xia also carried out the follow-up of the strange beast, and the relevant situation has been reported. The meeting is still in progress. However, a major resolution has been made. That is to strictly manage the magic vine. From now on, all major organizations that grow magic fruits with a purification value of more than 80 must report to the relevant departments. The relevant departments will send people to supervise and conduct continuous follow-up investigations. Gu Xia regretted that the news of the magic vine energy would soon spread, so it would be impossible to pick up leaks. Tang Ranran was also very sorry about this. Forget it. She has already picked up a green ball, and she can plant it herself in the future. Finally, because he felt that it was related to Tang Xian, Gu Xia said the latest news. Xie Xinxi had an authoritative test at the Supreme Hospital of the First Galaxy yesterday. After dozens of experts consulted, they concluded that she had serious problems with her physical and mental strength. After receiving the news, Gu Xia also went there and checked Xie Xinxi on the spot. He also confirmed that there was indeed a problem. And the problem was very serious. First of all, the loss of vitality. According to the initial test report, after taking the life-extending potion, Xie Xinxi recovered to the physical level of 60 years old. But during this examination, Gu Xia found that the data presented by her physical condition had become 70 years old. And she was aging at a much faster rate than her peers, 70 years old. Only by taking high purification values can this faster aging than peers be slowed down. Then, the more serious thing is her mental strength. Xiexinxi was promoted to 5S level, and her mental strength level did reach 5S level. But its endurance is too weak to describe. Let's put it this way. If Yanqian 5S blue bar is 100, then Xiexinxi is 10, or even below 10. Although there will be some differences in strength between the same level of mental strength. Under normal circumstances, the mental strength endurance cannot be so different. For example, the average time for most C-class mecha soldiers to use mental power to drive mechas in non-combat situations is 8 hours. Those with poor qualifications can use it for 6 hours. And those with outstanding talents can use it for 10 hours. But no one will give up after driving a mecha for 2 hours. Xiexinxi's current situation is that if she uses her superpowers a little, she will enter the stage of mental disorder. And even if she uses her mental power in daily life, she cannot use it too frequently. Her situation is very similar to the state of Jianjian, where her mental power is weak, or the late stage of Jianjian, and she is about to be degraded. But the strange thing is that this state does not appear under the instrument detection. Anyway, Xiexinxi is currently like a balloon with air leaking everywhere, relying entirely on the high purification value to continue to inflate. After receiving the follow-up news about Xiexinxi from Gu Xiao, Tang Ranran could only say, too much joy will lead to sorrow. Look! The side effects of excessive high purification value appear. No wonder. Crazy purchase of high purification value. It turns out that there is something wrong with the body, and needs to rely on high purification value to prolong life. Well, there is no need to do anything dirty. Xiexinxi killed herself. Tang Ranran was a little gloating. I am in a good mood. So I practice. Because of the green ball, Tang Ranran has been squatting at the magical vine site for a few days, and has not practiced. The spiritual vein mine on the planet Su Delin has produced a lot of spiritual stones. On the surface, it was sent back to Tang Xian by the mercenary Dahe, Ares. But in fact, Tang Ranran realized a distance-free transportation by relying on the farm. After a hand, the spiritual stone was in Tang Ranran pocket. With so many spiritual stones. Of course, it is Krypton gold practice. Tang Ranran was practicing hard here. And Tang Xian received a communication from Lu Chuanping over there. As soon as the communication was connected, LV Chuanping felt as if the sky had fallen. No. No! What happened? Tang Ranran asked immediately. My third grandfather is in trouble. After shouting hurriedly, LV Chuanping took a breath. And then said in one breath, didn't the rich woman Xiexinxi find out that there was something wrong with her body? My third grandfather also went to check. And he also had problems. Originally, after taking the life-extending potion, his mental power recovered to the SSS level of the subversion period, and his physical condition was restored to the age of 105. But he went for a test yesterday, and there was no problem with his mental power. But my God, his physical condition has become the age of 108. How long has it been? Only about a month. And he has aged 3 years. After a thorough examination, it was found that his metabolism was faster than that of ordinary people. I don't understand the academic aspect, but he aged faster than normal people of the same age. Nearly dozens of times faster. Yeah. Tang Ranran. He responded to show that he had listened, and then asked, do you know how much sugar crystal powder he ate at the time? I asked. Because the sugar powder is easy to store, and has a long natural shelf life. In addition, my third grandfather couldn't stand the sweetness. So when he took the magic fruit potion, he used about 200 trillion. And he saved the rest. 200 trillion? This is really not too much. As far as I know. Xiexinxi ate more than 100 trillion. Almost all of it. Yes. Fortunately he didn't eat much. Lu Chuanping continued. And what's more, after finding out about this unusual aging situation, my third grandfather supplemented with a 80-liter sugar powder, waited 2 hours and checked it again. And then guess what happened? Rapid aging was curbed? Tang Ranran guessed very cooperatively. You actually guessed it. Yes. After taking 1 unit of 80 aqueous solution, the aging was immediately curbed and restored to a normal aging speed of more than 100 years old. Well, how long will it take? It should take some time. Right? Tang Ranran asked. I don't know about this, but when I found out, it had been curbed. The third grandfather has gone to the best treatment hospital in the empire. He has agreed to cooperate with the research and investigation. So the relevant data of his physical examination will be sent to the Imperial Pharmaceutical Research Institute, the Pharmacist Union, and other relevant units at the same time. After that, Lu Chuanping sighed. Hey, Tang Xian. I didn't expect your intuition to be correct. The magic fruit potion really has side effects. Fortunately, my third grandfather didn't learn from Xie Xinzi. Otherwise, he would have to spend all his money to prolong his life. Xie Xinzi is too greedy. Haste makes waste. If you climb to the sky in one step, you will most likely fall down. Tang Ranran gave a profound truth. Although she also thought about ascending to heaven in one step every day. If there was such an opportunity, Tang Ranran would definitely hesitate. Trap. After chatting with Lu Chuanping for a while, Yin Jinghao called. Tang Ranran switched the chat partner. Tang Xian. I didn't expect your intuition to be right. There was actually a problem. Yin Jinghao's topic was also the side effects of the magic fruit potion. As an important member of the Pharmacist Union, Yin Jinghao has collected a lot of information. Because of Xie Xinzi, the magic fruit potion was a thunderbolt. And then a wave of inspections was set off. A group of people who took the potion went to authoritative institutions to test their physical and mental conditions. So far, among the information Yin Jinghao obtained, only Xie Xinzi, Lu Guhui, and another person named Qin Xiaotian had problems. Tang Ranran already knew about Xie Xinzi and Lu Guhui. As for Qin Xiaotian, he was the buddy of the Qin family, who spent 400 trillion to impact the 5S level but failed, and only produced a Jiejia state. Qin Xiaotian was taking a mental potion. And he was less than 100 years old. So there was nothing wrong with his body. But his mental power was abnormal. Qin Xiaotian is a veteran 4S level. But in this test, after conducting relevant projects of mental power measurement, it was found that Qin Xiaotian's mental power was reduced. In other words, the damage value was reduced. Although it was not much lower. It was lower. The plus state should be that the mental power is continuously enhanced, and is in a state of continuous strengthening. After reaching the peak, if the barrier is broken, it can be promoted to a higher level of mental power. The reduction of mental power is a manifestation of mental power decline, which is generally accompanied by the minus state. But strangely, his mental power was still 4S++ under the instrument detection. This situation made the mental power experts confused. A special group has been set up to study and discuss Qin Xiaotian's situation. Yin Jinghao was about to go to watch. Except for these three people, including Lu Feng, who spent 400 trillion to be promoted to 5S level. No abnormalities have been found in other people who took the medicine. By the way, Tang Xian, I heard that you also took the medicine. Have you checked it? Are you okay? I have checked it. I am fine. Tang Ranran felt a little guilty. Her data was fake. There won't be mandatory inspections later. Right? Should she disappear for a while to avoid the limelight? Yin Jinghao didn't notice anything unusual and continued to chat. By the way, how much purification value did you eat? About 20 trillion. Ah. Just this much? Yes. Because I had a bad intuition. I didn't eat much and stopped. Now it seems that my sixth sense is still quite accurate. Indeed. Continuing to pay attention to the follow-up. Tang Ranran went to the hospital by the way. Pretended. And then fabricated a false data. After making a very real fake data. Tang Ranran didn't care. If there was a mandatory inspection, the pressure would be on Yin Qian. Yin Qian was more worried about his vest than her. As for herself, Tang Ranran was not worried. She felt that her mental strength was fine. And her body was even finer. 2 days later, the star fleet of Guxia Research Group arrived. A main starship was equipped with many guards and warships. And the scale was simply spectacular. The frigates and warships all stayed outside the planet. The main starship entered the planet and landed in the D4 protective cover where the parking lot had been built. The function of the main starship was more inclined to a medical research ship. So when the starship stopped at the site, it was equivalent to having a ready-made hospital and research institute. Tang Ranran met with a group of people. In addition to Gu Xiao, there was also an old acquaintance Zhu Dehai, and Gu Jiejia also followed. Originally, Qin Feng was going to come, but after the incident of Xie Xinzi, Qin Feng was currently in the highest treatment hospital of the first galaxy, following up on the research related to the side effects of the miracle fruit medicine. After a simple greeting, Tang Ranran, as the host, first invited everyone to dinner. All kinds of specialties and delicacies of Su Pingrui were served. During the meal, everyone chatted for a while. Gu Xiao, who spent 100 trillion, naturally also had a re-examination. At present, there is no problem with his physical and mental strength. As for whether there will be problems in the future, he doesn't know. But as a great doctor, he will definitely be able to detect it in the first time if there is a problem. Facing Gu Xiao, do you want me to give you a detailed examination? Tang Ranran politely refused. I only took about 20 trillion. And there is a high probability that it is fine. So I won't waste your mental strength. What's more, I just checked it 2 days ago, and there is no problem. This is our Su Pingrui Xing unique food. Try it? Tang Ranran quickly changed the subject. After a happy dinner, the research team rested for a night, and started related research the next day. Tang Ranran controlled the big golden armor and the green dumpling, cooperated with the blood sampling, and then cooperated with the related mental strength research, and then waited for the preliminary research results. Cooperate when needed, and when not needed, Tang Ranran will watch and secretly learn some new knowledge. Whether it is the somewhat aloof Gu Xiu or the enthusiastic Zhu Dehai, both are authoritative figures, and it is beneficial to be in contact with them. The only drawback is that Gu Jiajia is a bit annoying, and she is noisy and shouts every day that she wants to go to the orchard and the tourist area. Tang Ranran diverted the blame and asked Qi Xingyuan to find a few good-looking generals from the S-level garrison to entertain her. And Gu Jiajia, who is a face party, was immediately diverted. Well, I can finally study in peace. The preliminary results came out soon, because of a special substance. The mutation of the big golden armor and the green ball was extremely domineering, breaking through the limit of its own species. If this special substance can be extracted, maybe they humans can break through the upper limit and open a higher stage of strength. The ideal is good, but the reality is cruel. It is completely impossible to analyze this special substance. Anyway, it is not the same as the magical vine energy captured by Gu Xiu. The research has stagnated for a while. Tang Ranran secretly pondered that the difference was probably that the energy captured by Gu Xiu was a corpse, while the special substance was a living green with spirit. However, Tang Ranran pretended that she didn't know about this. After dozens of days of research, at the end of the month, Gu Xiu said that the second magical vine of their Gu family had reached 100, and they were going to cultivate a super beast. Gu Xiu, Tang Xian, do you want to go and watch? Fearing that Aries would be exposed and that she would be exposed, Tang Ranran found a reason to refuse. I won't go. I'm afraid that if I go too far away, the big golden armor and the green ball will lose control. If they go crazy, it will be the end. Gu Xiu did not doubt it. Yes, then I will go back first. Tang Ranran. But I'm curious. Can I connect to it? Gu Xiu. It should be a 360-degree video without blind spots. I will give you permission at that time. You can watch it on the holographic network, just like being on the scene. Yes. Gu Xiu and Gu Jiajia went back together, and Zhu Dehai also went to watch. Anyway, relying on the space driver, a large group of people from the research team went to watch the scene. After Gu Xiu and his group went back, they sent her the permission to watch within a few hours. Tang Ranran connected and entered the scene. The experience of the intelligent brain was not good, so Tang Ranran simply found an office and used a 360-degree surround screen. Although the visual effect was the best in the holographic cabin, she was worried that something might happen when she was in the holographic cabin. The 360-degree surround screen also had a very good effect. The Gu family magical vine planting site was surrounded by mechas and layers of defense. And there were a group of people inside. There were dozens of people among them, which were very eye-catching. It was not that they were eye-catching themselves, but that there were 2 or 3 strange beasts around them, which seemed to be beast masters with control abilities. The magical vine is still green, but after a careful search, it can be confirmed that there are no fruits. Tang Ranran waited for more than 10 hours while doing other things. It was obvious that the greenwood spirit was born and chose a strange beast. A middle-aged man in his 100s was surrounded by a crowd and became the focus of the crowd. Zhu Dehai, one of the onlookers, sent a private message to Tang Xuanhao very attentively and gave her a live explanation. Gu Fifan, SSS level, beast master with control ability. His beast golden lion was selected. Although the lion's mental power is A level, Its comprehensive evaluation shows that its strength can reach S level, making it the most powerful beast on the scene. It seems that the energy of the magic vine can select its own abilities. Tang Xian. Do you think this energy is self-awareness and is an unknown alien race? Tang Ranran. I'm not sure. Zhu Dehai. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Several healing systems on the scene, including Gu Xiao, have felt the weak energy transmission. The big lion has begun to evolve, and I don't know how much it will eventually grow to. Zhu Dehai blah blah. Reporting the current situation in real time. Tang Ranran stayed in front of the screen and responded from time to time. The whole process lasted for a long time, and the many superpowers and mecha guards on the scene were all on a shift system. The strength of the golden lion began to gradually increase, and the magical vine gradually withered. 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours. After 40 hours, Gu Fifan, the Beastmaster, began to look ugly and shouted, "Attention, everyone! There is something wrong. My lion is starting to resist me." The scene immediately entered the first level of alert. Zhu Dehai was very smart to keep a distance and opened a long safe distance. Then he continued to watch and did not forget to broadcast the situation to Tang Ranran in real time. Something went wrong. It's out of control. The lion has definitely reached the SSS level, which is uncontrollable at the same level. I don't know if it will get out of control. Tang Xian. You are still amazing. Tang Ranran was modest. It's just luck. One was at the scene. The other was watching the live broadcast. Zhu Dehai and Tang Ranran were talking to each other, discussing and waiting for the results. 5 hours later, the results came out. Gu Fifan finally failed to control the big lion whose strength surpassed his. However, the Gu family was well prepared and had very powerful firepower. The big lion eventually died under the concentrated fire of the high-level superpowers. And just after the death of the big lion, Gu Xiao covered the whole magical vine with superpowers, and then collected a jar of dark green things. It was similar to when Yin Jinghao collected the sea spirits. The big lion died, and the magical vine withered completely, and the live broadcast was over. Tang Ranran was somewhat fortunate about the failure of the Gu family, because her soul death contract was reliable. A few hours later, the space driver led the way, and a group of researchers including Gu Xiao, Zhu Dehai, etc. came back. Gu Xiao also brought back the body of the big lion. Tang Ranran was overjoyed. Someone who just died might have a demon pill. Sure enough, there is a demon pill. There is no such thing as a demon pill here, but it is called a beast source. Most beasts have a power source, which is not pure glass crystal, but gathers the energy of beasts. Anyway, for example, a healing system like Gu Xiao can sense the location of the beast source, but the power extracted from the beast source is too violent and not suitable for humans. It can only improve the strength of beasts, and is generally only needed by beastmasters. Controlling superpowers is relatively rare, and beastmasters are even rarer. So the beast source, or demon pill, is basically not used. Gu Xiao does not need a demon pill. Tang Ranran immediately. I want it. I want it. Tang Ranran reason is very sufficient to cultivate pets. On the surface, she has a big golden armor and a green dumpling. Just one sentence. Then you can give something to compensate Gu Fifan, the master. Gu Xiao decided to give the demon pill to Tang Ranran, but not the blood. After all, their Gu family still needs to grow magical vines. When it was killed, the lion was almost at the peak of SSS level. The quality of this demon pill was much higher. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. Tang Ranran returned the favor by not only preparing 100 billion pure fruits and vegetables for the unlucky Gu Fifan, but also giving 100 billion to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was not short of money, but he had used up all his stocks. Recently, he was really short of high purification value. After receiving the gift, he naturally liked Tang Xian even more. No wonder everyone likes to be friends with Tang Xian. Such a generous friend is really likable. Tang Xian received the demon pill and secretly transferred it to the farm. Tang Ranran himself refined it on the farm, and then transferred it to Tang Shi. After getting the SSS level soul feeding pill, Ares was extremely flattering. Master is good. Master is wonderful. Master is great. After eating the soul feeding pill, Ares' strength improved again, but it was still a long way from promotion. In the D4 area, the body of the big lion was dissected into pieces, but unfortunately, no useful discoveries were made. It was still not clear what the special substance that brought about the breakthrough of species limits and super high promotion was. After the study of the big lion was completed, the research team began to study the jar of magical vine energy collected by Gu Xiao. Tang Ranran watched the whole process. After studying and studying, the preliminary conclusion is, after being refined with other materials, it can be taken and absorbed by the human body. This means that it can be refined into medicine. However, the formula and so on are still to be studied. This process is similar to discovering new natural treasures, and then removing harmful substances and taking the beneficial substances to refine them into pills. Refining medicine and refining pills are similar. So Tang Ranran also knows a lot about it and makes suggestions from time to time. We are studying the cultivation of exotic beasts and the energy of the magic vine. And the highest treatment hospital in the first galaxy, where the healing department gathers, has also announced a latest statement. That is, whether taking the magic fruit spirit enhancement potion or the magic fruit life extension potion, the high purification value food used as an auxiliary should not be excessive. Otherwise there may be side effects in the future. As for how much is excessive, there is no clear measurement indicator yet. Anyway, it is now believed that more than 200 trillion will cause trouble. To be conservative, it is best to be less than 100 trillion. Then, for people are currently experiencing side effects. Xiexinxi is the most serious. His body is aging rapidly, and his mental power is also gradually weakening in an old age state. Research shows that Xiexinxi is now like a chronic incurable disease. Only by eating pure food with a purification value of 80 plus can the dual problems of body and mental power be temporarily alleviated. And a unit of 80 plus can only last for 1 day, compared to Xiexinxi. Because Lu Guohui only took the miracle fruit longevity potion. His mental strength was fine, and there was no sign of decline. It was just that his body was aging too quickly. And this rapid aging also required 80 grams of pure food to curb it. 1 unit of 80 grams lasted for a week. Qin Xiaotian. His mental power slowly decreased. And his mental power was like entering the aging period of the elderly. It also required 80 plus pure food to curb it. 1 unit of 80 plus could last for about 3 days. Then 2 days ago, there was one more person. Fu Lang, the son of the person in charge of Fu Xing of the Fu family, who spent 300 trillion yuan and was promoted from the original SSS level to the 4S level. The same mental power had problems. And the mental power was also weakened, which only the elderly had. After confirming the problem, he paid for a pure potion with a purification value of 80 plus. At present, the aging has been curbed, and the length of time is not clear for the time being. In short, the 4 people who had problems all spent more than 200 trillion yuan. Of course, not all those who spent more than 200 trillion yuan have problems. For example, Lu Feng has not had any problems yet. In addition to Lu Feng, there are 3 others who have not had any problems. It may be a time problem, or it may be due to personal physique. Anyway, the truth can only be tested by time. At present, no feasible treatment plan has been developed. The 4 people with problems can only rely on a purification value of 80 plus pure food to temporarily relieve the abnormality of their physical or mental strength. Just when Tang Ranran continued to pay attention to the relevant developments, Xiexia came back. A few days ago, Xiexia called Tang Ranran, apologized, and sent a gift worth 3 trillion yuan. Now as soon as Xiexia returned to Su Pingrui, he immediately went to F1 area to apologize to Tang Xian. But he came up empty-handed. After a communication, he found out that Tang Xian was in D4 area. Xiexia rushed over without even drinking a sip of water. Tang Xian, I'm really sorry for what happened last time. My grandma is old and confused. Please don't take it to heart. Tang Xian was still willing to see him. Xiexia was somewhat relieved. He couldn't lose the god of wealth. Forget it. It's all in the past. Besides, you are you. And your grandma is your grandma. Don't worry. I won't vent my anger on you. Tang Ranran looked generous and tolerant. I should have come here to apologize before. But I was really busy these days. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. The family is in chaos now. Some things are not convenient to say in the communication, so they can only be discussed in person. Xiexia waved his hand to create a mental barrier, covering the 2 of them, and then talked in a whisper.